Welcome to King Manhwa Recap, your go-to spot for diving deep into the vibrant world of manhwa. Whether you're a seasoned fan or just curious about this thrilling form of comics, you found the right place to get your fix. Join us as we explore inspiring manhwa stories where characters rise from humble beginnings to extraordinary success. From tales of overcoming poverty to achieving wealth and power, our videos highlight the most captivating journeys of personal growth and determination. If you love stories of triumph, resilience, and the path from rags to riches, this is the perfect channel for you. Subscribe now for engaging recaps and stay motivated on your own journey to success. So let's get ready, subscribe, sit back and enjoy. I was originally a spy from the Demon Clan infiltrating the human tribe, but due to our similar appearances, I ended up as the stand-in for the Ninth Prince. I thought I would just lay low and wait, but unexpectedly, the Crown Prince's fiancé came knocking on my door. Having transmigrated here, I am well aware of the dangers of the imperial struggle, so I immediately decided to refuse. However, with a ding, the fate script system was activated. I learned that in a month, the Crown Prince would marry his fiancée, and his cultivation would experience a significant surge. At that time, he would be the first to kill the Ninth Prince, and as his stand-in, I would be innocently implicated and face certain death. So, as I gazed at the graceful and charming body before me, I thought to myself, it's time to help others for their happiness. Princess Bingning, if I promise to save your father, are you really willing to do anything? Yes, I am willing to do anything, she said, closing her eyes slightly. I leaned in, waved my hand to hold her chin, with a hint of teasing in my tone. Open your eyes and look at me, don't be shy. At the words, she opened her eyes, a coldness in their depths. I will only accompany you for one night. Tomorrow you must make Wayazi go to save my father. Alright, tonight will be sleepless. I finished speaking and immediately carried her to the bed. She instinctively covered her chest, looking despondent. If you dare to deceive me, I will die with you. She looked quite fierce, which was oddly likable. I said as I pulled her into my arms. Help me undress. Upon hearing this, Bing Ning's eyebrows shot up in disbelief. Just because we spent a night together, you think you're my husband? Undress yourself. A night together still makes us husband and wife, I teased. You look so gloomy, I'm not in the mood. She clenched her fists upon hearing this, tears welling up in her eyes. Your demands are a bit too much. Looking at her stubborn appearance, I smiled faintly, casually put on a piece of clothing, and prepared to leave. Forget it, I can't save your father, find someone more capable. As soon as the words fell, she panicked, hurriedly came over and hugged me from behind. I know what to do now, please don't go. Hearing this, I turned around and lightly bit her lips as a punishment. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang in my mind, ding, a new player starter pack has been opened for the host. Following that, a bunch of information flooded into my memory, the 100 Flowers Illustrated, the Invincible Experience Scroll, the Emperor's Red Dust Immortal Demon Sword, the sword technique that rules the 4 seas with one stroke, the Supreme Bone, and also a top-tier dual cultivation technique called the Yin-Yang Supreme Cannon. Seeing this, I couldn't help but smile, it was like falling asleep and being given a pillow. Ding, the host is bound to Bingning, activating the 88th page of the 100 Flowers chart. Upon hearing this, I looked inside my consciousness and saw a chart, with a blurry female figure on each page, except for the one on the 88th page, which was remarkably clear and identical to the one in front of me. Bingning. Ding, all the women in the 100 Flowers chart can be bound. After binding, the host's cultivation will automatically improve. For every increase of 10 in favorability, cultivation growth will double, up to 10 times at most. The multiplier for binding multiple people can be stacked. Suddenly, a surging force rushed towards me from within the ice nucleus, and my cultivation skyrocketed like cheating, reaching the peak of chi cultivation in the blink of an eye. Ding, ice nucleus's favorability towards the host plus 10, currently at 10, cultivation growth speed doubled. Why did the favorability suddenly increase? After thinking for a moment, I smirked devilishly, and suddenly understood. Ding, episode 1 of the Destiny script has been rewritten by the host, temporarily averting danger, rewarding the host with 20,000 antagonist points. Congratulations to the host for being promoted from an extra to a supporting role. Episode 2 of the Destiny script is currently being generated. At the next moment, the text of the first episode suddenly turned into a black mist, instantly drilling into my dantian. My heart tightened, and I quickly restrained my mind. I saw a black lotus seed quietly suspended in the lower space of my dantian, covered with mysterious runes on its surface, emitting a black light that gave off a very sinister feeling. Ding, Fate Script Episode 2, in about half a month, the younger sister of the Chosen One, Empress Shueyao, discovers the true identity of the host. Since ancient times, humans and demons cannot coexist. Empress Shueyao intends to capture the host and hand them over to the Chosen One. The host uses the Invincible Experience Scroll to wreak havoc, but the scroll only lasts for 10 breaths. After killing hundreds of people, the host is killed by the Chosen One. Key figure in the turning point, Bing Ning. Sigh, living in the present, I've decided not to dwell on these troubling matters anymore. I'll finish what needs to be done first. Ding, Bing Ning's favorability towards the host plus 10, currently at 20, cultivation growth rate doubled. The next morning, Bing Ning felt like her bones were about to fall apart. I'm just too tired, can I stop now? Hearing this, I pulled her into my arms. Okay, I'll hold you while you sleep. She suppressed her anger at my words and weakly said, I have an appointment with the crown prince later, please don't make it difficult for me. Please, hurry and have Wu Yazi detoxify my father. You can go. I waved my hand, eager to quickly install the supreme bone. Bing Ning folded the blood-stained sheets and placed them under the bed. Can we keep last night's events a secret from everyone, as if nothing happened? I took out a healing pill and offered it to her. If you take it, I will keep your secret. Bing Ning saw that it was an excellent healing pill. Feeling the sharp pain coming from her lower body, she hesitated for a moment before opening her lips and swallowing it. Ding, Bing Ning's favorability towards the host plus 10, currently at 30, cultivation growth speed, 3 times. A pill increases favorability by 10 points, worth it. I smiled and walked into the cultivation room. On the other side, the eldest prince, Emperor Xing, paced back and forth in his mansion. After waiting for another hour, Bing Ning hurried into the main hall. Xing Ji, have you been waiting anxiously? No rush, as long as you're here. Emperor Xing said as he placed a red pill bottle in front of Bing Ning. This is the 3 Yang by Lu Dan, it should be able to counteract the fatal poison in your father. This is a grade 11 healing pill, where did you get it from? At that moment, Bing Ning regretted deeply. She suddenly noticed Emperor Xing looking pale and asked with concern, why are you so weak? Is it related to this pill? Emperor Xing shook his head indifferently. I bought this in another star domain. After meeting the Emperor, I will accompany you back to the icy continent. We will return once my uncle's poison is resolved. Although he said this, the elixir was actually refined with his own blood. But all of this was insignificant. Once he married Bing Ning, he would be able to break another shackle of the world. By then, the position of the Emperor would surely be his. When the time came, he would be the most saintly monarch, making the Nine Suns Starfield a prosperous and powerful starfield where everyone was rich and well. Only, Di Xing didn't know that Bing Ning's Yuan Yin was gone. No need, you work hard on your cultivation, I'll just go back by myself. Bing Ning smiled bitterly and politely declined. For the sake of insurance, she still wanted to let Cliffless go over to see her father. She had paid such a big price, if she didn't use it wouldn't it be cheaper for that bastard? Cliffless and Di Xing were in 2 camps, and she was Di Xing's fiancé, so if Di Xing went back with her, she couldn't explain when she saw Cliffless. Jack, why are there some red marks on your neck? Di Xing always felt that Bing Ning was a bit different from before. Ah. Bing Ning's ear beads were red, her eyes were a little flustered, and she stammered, I don't know what's going on, maybe I ate something I was allergic to last night. Because she had taken the healing elixir, it had gotten much better, not as red as it would have been then, with only faint, shallow marks that could not be seen from being kissed. It's good that it's okay, let's go. Night Underworld was sitting in the cultivation room studying his gungfu. Just now Bing Ning's favorability towards him increased to 40, and then quickly dropped back down to 30, leaving him a bit confused. Get a hammer? Night Underworld took out the supreme bone, intending to fuse it. The shape of the supreme bone was like a phoenix with wings spreading out, lifelike, giving off a spiritual feeling as if it possessed life. Its surface was as smooth as a mirror, glittering with a faint golden light, emitting a powerful aura and giving off an unrivaled pressure. He didn't have the time to admire it and ordered the system to fuse it for him. Immediately following, the system emitted a special power, and the supreme bone transformed into the size of a sesame seed grain and flew into his body, and the fusion was completed in less than an incense burner. After the fusion, he clearly perceived that the speed of raising his cultivation increased by more than 100 times compared to just now. If the spiritual energy that flowed into the Dantian before the fusion was tap water, then now it was a small stream. What's going on here? Nightmare was so excited that his blood boiled all over his body. Is brother going to stand up? It took asking the system to figure out what was going on. The triple boost hasn't changed, but the talent has. At first it was 3 times the lower talent, now it's 3 times the talent of I don't know what. When you are gifted, you are naturally fast. Night Underworld excitedly took out the talent stone to test his talent. It was better if he didn't test it, but the test made his heart quiver at the tips of his toes. The talent surprisingly went from inferior to holy. Suddenly, boing! His cultivation broke through to the first level of the Xian pulse. The Dantian was isolated into 3 spaces by the Yin and Yang Qi, and Night Underworld named these 3 spaces Hell, Earth, and Heaven, and the spiritual energy of the 3 spaces rapidly converged towards Earth, compressing and coalescing without stopping. The Xian vein realm was the formation of Xian veins within the Dantian. There was 1 Xian vein at the first level of the Xian vein, and condensing a Xian vein raised 1 level of cultivation. The Xian vein would grow larger as one's cultivation level increased, providing the cultivator with a constant supply of spiritual energy. After spending half an hour, Night Underworld's Xian vein coalescence was complete, and a mountain range as large as the real thing lay in his Dantian. His Xian vein was a bit different from other people's. Other people's Xian vein first level realm had Xian veins that were only 10 miles long, while his was 100 miles long. The color of other people's shin vein was like a glacier, crystal clear, while his shin vein was black and white, black representing yin and white representing yang, lying in his dantian like a huge black and white dragon. Night Underworld estimated that according to the current rate of raising cultivation, without deliberate cultivation, he would be able to raise to the second shin vein layer in 10 days. If he had more goodwill, he would be able to work his way up to the second level of the shin pulse in a day or two. With whom to build goodwill? Thinking about it, Night Underworld hit on the Imperial Empress. That woman was the #1 beauty of the 9 Suns Starfield, and was definitely on the 100 Flowers Atlas. Then go around the old Emperor's harem. That old colorful lot had over 1,000,000 concubines. Surely there are still people on the 100 Flowers Atlas. The old emperor died. Think of those women, strange poor, some even more than 20 years old to be widowed. There are too many even women have not done. Anyone who marries into the imperial dynasty cannot remarry for life. If someone was found stealing men behind their backs, they would not only be killed, but also be implicated in 9 clans, so those concubines could only die of old age in the palace. Someone as kind as him had to save them. Thinking of this, Night Underworld immediately got up and rushed to Phoenix Luan Palace, just in time to talk to Empress Dowager about the matter of Cliffless. On the way, thinking of Di Xing's horrible as hell qualifications, Night Underworld had some toothache and opened the system mall, deciding to get himself a physique and eye pupil to play with as well. The treasures in the system shone with golden light, and could literally blind one's 24K pure gold metal eyes. Soul Seal Undying Pupil, 99999. Villain Points. Sky Devil Underworld Pupil, 99999. Star Purple Pupil, pupil color deep purple like night, flashing starlight. The holder can communicate with the stars, with the help of the power of the stars. Phantom Pink Pupil, pupil color is pink like a dream. The holder can weave a dream, letting people get lost in it. Evil Pupils of Death, pupils as black as ink, permeated with the aura of death. The holder can deprive others of life, causing everything to wither. Heart of Darkness, boosts temporary cultivation through demonization. The angrier you are the more it boosts, 99999. Starblood, 99999. Dragon God Bloodline. Time Rewind Bloodline, the ability to manipulate the power of time, traveling back in time or peering into the future. 9 Yang Star and Moon Body, second on the list of all bodies, can derive the sun, moon, and stars within the Dantian, and ultimately derive a living star, or even the universe. All the living beings in the Dantian believe in the holder. The holder can use the power of faith, a special power that shrugs off psychic power by 1,000,000 miles. Price, 99999. Hey, it's all ing great, just can't afford it. Between his eyes, Night Underworld arrived at the Phoenix Luan Palace just in time to see Di Xing and Bing Ning walk in. Seeing the woman in a green dress, he smiled a somewhat lewd smile. TSK, this green dress is very appropriate. Nell's little baby, I give you credit. Chapter 4, The Active Ice Nimbus. The three of them went back and forth, and Di Xing had just finished saluting Empress Dowager when Night Underworld walked in as well. Even if he had the Imperial Empress in his mind, when he saw the real person sitting on the phoenix chair, his eyes were still straight and he couldn't move. Couldn't move at all. She smiled once and then smiled again. She is Tai and unreasonable. No, Tai is not the same as charming. It should be charming to the extreme. Said she is a vixen or light, is simply a natural beauty, even if Sudaji come to life are not as good as her Ito. Especially she has that kind of charm that only a mature woman can have, which can make people's souls fall off. What's wrong with widows? Nightmare said he didn't mind. Although this woman was an imperial queen, she was not as majestic as the mother of a domain, and she dressed boldly and spiritedly. The lower body is a nearly transparent skirt veil, long and snow-white legs hidden. The upper body is a bustier. 2 jade arms and flat belly are exposed. The towering peaks are wrapped in that light veil. There's really no one else. Nightmare almost lost his temper, but luckily the system's voice went off. Ding! Host and Moonchaser binding complete. Woman's current favorability towards host, 00. My son has met the Empress. The knots in Nightmare's throat rolled as he bent over and saluted. At the same time, he glanced at the 100 Flowers Atlas. The Imperial Empress's portrait was on the 10th page, and according to his guess, the prettier the woman, the more she was at the front, which meant that there were 9 other women prettier than her. Night Underworld didn't dare to think. This girl was already the most beautiful woman in the 9 Suns Starfield, completely surpassing his fantasies about women. How beautiful should the previous ones be? Alright, there are no outsiders here. You and the Grand Imperial Prince can just call me mother. Chasing the Moon glanced meaningfully at Night Underworld, the corner of his mouth hooked into a wry smile. This man has a big secret. She has long known that the Emperor's 9th prince hid a double from her. A few days ago also saw that double, but in front of the eyes of this 9th prince is that double, but not that double. The woman's charming voice seems to be like a boudoir spitting out grievances like a seductive soul, so that Di Xing's body is as crispy as electrocution, and his face instantly reddened, and he hurriedly lowered his head to cover up his embarrassment. My son would not dare to be reckless. The rules of the 9 Suns imperial dynasty were strict. Even if a son was his own son, he had to address his father as emperor and the empress as empress when outsiders were present, not to mention the fact that he was not born to the empress. Night Underworld was not as formal as that, and cupped his fists at Di Xing and Bing Ning. Greetings to the Grand Imperial Prince, greetings to the Grand Imperial Sister-in-law. He also winked at Ice Ning when no one else was looking. While Di Xing only nodded slightly, Bing Ning remembered what happened last night, and her face instantly burned bright red. It's not proper for the Ninth Prince to address me like that. I'm not married to the Grand Prince yet. That's right, maybe you won't marry the Grand Prince. The night meditation was intentional, causing Bing Ning to look flustered. Fearing that Di Xing would misunderstand, she hurriedly explained, "No, I will definitely marry the Grand Imperial Prince. I came today to ask the Empress to set a date for the marriage." For some reason, her heart ached slightly after saying that. Night Underworld's face was written with indifference as he said with a bad smile, "Imperial sister-in-law, this green dress of yours is so beautiful. I think you're perfect for green." Bing Ning naturally heard the strings of Night Hey. The whole person looked more flustered, stammered, "No. Not good, I like white." When she finished speaking, she was afraid that Emperor Star would see the signs, and her gaze was apprehensive as she looked at the other party. Ninth Prince of this person ruthless, Di Xing instinctively thought that Bing Ning is afraid of Emperor Yang is nervous, but did not think too much about it. His eyes indicate that Bing Ning do not be nervous. Night Underworld shifted his gaze to Emperor Star and smiled willfully. "Imperial brother, do you think Imperial sister-in-law looks good in a green dress?" Bing Ning's heart was in turmoil, taking advantage of no one's attention to give Night Hey a wink, but the other party pretended not to see, and she greeted the other party's 18 generations of ancestors in her heart. Di Xing surveyed Bing Ning once more and praised her heartily. "Ninth brother is right, Ninger looks even better in a green dress, just like a green lotus on a blue sea. Imperial brother is really good at writing." Nightmare was still trying to tease the two when the Imperial Empress spoke. "Well, to get down to business, the Grand Prince first." The three of them took their seats, and Nightmare sat in his chair in deep thought. Just now, he felt the surging underbelly of the Emperor Star. The difference in strength between the two was so great that it wasn't easy to catch up with the other. Manifest destiny, that's no joke. The higher the realm, the slower you raise your cultivation. As far as he knew, Di Xing was now at the Soul Calamity realm, not far from being a saint. Di Xing was only 300 years old and had reached this realm, the most promising person to break the curse amongst humans, devils and demons in a million years. No one knows what the curse is, only that a million years ago, a special force descended on the entire mortal realm, and no matter how high the cultivation of the strong, as long as they do not ascend, their lifespan will die of old age when they reach the age of 1,000. 1,000 years was just a snap of the fingers for cultivators, and even the most demonic person could not cultivate to the great emperor realm, break the shackles, and ascend to the immortal realm. The old emperor was also a demon. He died when his lifespan was exhausted, and he was only in the minor saint realm at the time of his death. Why is the Emperor's star the Grand Prince only 300 years old? One could only say that the old emperor did not have a son's life. There were 9 powers and 99 million worlds in the 9 Suns starfield, and the 9 Suns imperial dynasty was the well-deserved hegemon, and the old emperor had so many affiliated worlds that he naturally had countless harem beauties and was flirtatious. Even if one world elects one beauty, that's 99 million. The old emperor's 1 million or so consorts were all the most beautiful women in every world. Specifically how many concubines simply cannot count, not to mention each person favored once, some to the death have not seen what the old emperor looks like. I don't know if it's that old guy's genes that don't work or his character that doesn't work, but in this life there were 888 princesses but only 9 princes. The first 600 or so heirs were all women, and it wasn't until he was 700 that he gave birth to the Grand Prince. The pressure on Night Underworld was really not small. The difference of more than 200 years with the Son of Heaven's destiny was equivalent to the other party cultivating for more than 200 years more than him. It was very challenging. But it wasn't like there wasn't a chance to catch up with the other party. With the help of the 100 Flowers Atlas and a little more cultivation on his own, the gap between the two would become smaller and smaller. Just as he was contemplating, Bing Ning's soul transmission sounded in his head. "Ninth Prince, please, don't say anything to the Empress now about Cliffless helping my father with the poison." Nightmare raised his eyes to look at the three. Emperor Star was talking to Chasing Moon, and Bing Ning was sitting across from him, looking at him with a gaze full of begging. The Night Underworld soul transmission said, "Oh, I'm helping you, what are you going to give me in return? I'll stay with you one more time." Ice Ning ghostly uttered such a sentence. Even she herself didn't know why she said that, cursing herself inwardly for being such a when she finished. She reassured herself that she had been piggybacked anyway, once or twice was the same. "Are you addicted?" Nightmare flirted. "Stinking rascal, don't talk nonsense." Bing Ning had the appearance of being annoyed, but Night Hey had no intention of letting her go. "I'll come to your place tonight, let's continue to get high." "No, wait until I return from the ice continent." Ice Ning hadn't realized that, subconsciously, she was indeed a bit addicted. "I'll accompany you home, there's plenty of time on the way, and I just happen to meet my future in-laws as well." "No, absolutely not." Ice Ning decisively refused without any room for negotiation. Her family was only an imperial dynasty, a subsidiary power of the 9 Suns imperial dynasty. if Night Underworld went to her house, it would be equivalent to an imperial prince going to a magistrate's house, and it would still not make a big fuss all over the surrounding world. By then, the Grand Prince will definitely know. I can't wait for you to come back. In a moment the Grand Prince will leave, you stay and accompany me for an hour before leaving. Night Underworld was just saying that there was no way he would go home with a woman, and in the past few days he had to take care of the Destiny's Son's sister, so he really didn't have time. Bing Ning glared at him, stop talking about it, Empress Dowager and the others can intercept our soul transmissions. A strong person could capture someone else's soul transmission if they wanted to, but only if they were at a lower cultivation level than themselves. Acquaintances don't do that though, it's not polite. What are you afraid of? Big deal, I'll marry you. As soon as Nightmare's words fell, someone delivered warmth. Ding! Bing Ning's favorability towards the host plus 10, currently 40, cultivation growth rate, 4 times. Just then, Moonchaser and Emperor Star talked about the wedding date. The woman's soft and supple voice asked the two Ice Ning, how soon will you probably get married? I'll let the Heavenly Pavilion choose a good day for you. Di Xing blurted out, about a month. I want to get married in a year. Bing Ning's words and Di Xing were uttered at almost the same time, and Di Xing looked at Bing Ning in puzzlement. Ninger, didn't we agree on a month? I'm not ready. After Bing Ning finished speaking, she got up and bowed to Chasing Moon, Empress Dowager. I still have to make a trip back to my family, so I'll leave first. She didn't know why she was putting it off, but she didn't want to get married so soon anyway. Other people say that the Ninth Prince is cruel and bloodthirsty, but with the other short contact, she feels that the Ninth Prince is not so bad, just debauchery, mouth a little yellow, but this kind of moody bad is very addictive to women, unlike the Big Prince. Daily in addition to cultivation is the world's life. It was just that Bing Ning didn't realize that it wasn't really the Ninth Prince in front of him, but just an interesting soul from the blue planet. Bing Ning's departure left Di Xing in a daze, subconsciously assuming that it was Bing Ning's father who was poisoned and in a bad mood, so he said to Chasing the Moon, Trouble Empress Dowager, have Tianji Pavilion find a good day for about a year. The two chatted, and Nightmare quietly chased after them. Coming outside the hall, he said to Bing Ning's back, Ninger, wait. The big bad guy still hasn't eluded him. Ice Nimbus stopped in his tracks and muttered to himself. It was because she was afraid that the Night Underworld would keep her, that she chose to leave early. Mother, eat before you go. Night Underworld came to the woman's body and helped her lift the scattered green silk in front of her forehead and put it behind her ear. The gentle action was like caring for his daughter-in-law, but unexpectedly, the other party forcefully pushed away his hand. Don't you scream, asshole. I didn't scream. Weren't you the one who kept calling me husband yesterday? Nightmare smiled and flirted. Yesterday's events are in the past, so don't bring them up again. Bing Ning's ear beads flushed red, raising her head was already full of shy clouds. Okay then, let's talk about today. Night Underworld wrapped the woman into his arms and said with a bad smile, Fairy Ninger, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Eat before you go. With my cultivation, I can dispel the grain and don't need to eat. Bing Ning Ching said coldly. Good boy, don't be naughty. How can you come to Phoenix Luan Palace and leave without eating something? Then I'll be more than happy. After saying that, Nightmare leaned down to kiss the woman's delicate lips, but was pushed away by Bing Ning, her willow eyebrows raised, and she pouted, Are you crazy? The palace maid here walks back and forth, and the Grand Prince comes out to see even more clearly. This dog man, he's got too much guts. Just change the place. Night Underworld pointed to the nearby chambers. Go there. It's daylight. I'm not going. Ice Ning bit her lip, looking like she was about to break her defense. Be a man of your word. You promised me just now. Nightmare took the woman's hand and walked into the bedchamber next to her. What he didn't expect was that the woman didn't resist. Empress, chase the moon and click into see. A new picture of the Empress, courtesy of the readers. Chapter 5 Demon Identity Discovered. After the woozy sound, Bing Ning got up like a drunk to straighten her clothes, and gave the man a fierce white look. I have fulfilled my promise. In the future, we don't owe each other, don't contact each other again in this life. She suddenly felt especially sorry for the Grand Imperial Prince. What had the other party done for herself to cure her father's whole body weakness? The first time was to save my father. What about this time? In addition to the guilt in her heart, she loved her feathers very much, and in everyone's eyes, she was an ice-clear and holy lotus flower, out of the mud. But is she now the same holy lotus in the eyes of others? Night Underworld shrugged his shoulders and smiled evilly. It doesn't matter, I'm just afraid that you won't be able to resist coming back to me. Asterisk 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 Q, I'm not looking for you. The blush on Bing Ning's face hadn't faded and she ran off in a panic. Night Underworld guffawed and came to the Great Hall just now. The Great Prince had already left, the Imperial Empress was not there, the palace maid said the other party went to bathe. After waiting for a full half hour, Chasing Moon came out. The woman's lotus steps moved gently, her waist swinging, wearing only a translucent purple veil. The snow-white skin inside was hidden. The jade leg is lifted lightly, and it is a hook. The flow of the eyes is what takes the breath away. Chasing the Moon was sitting on the phoenix chair, exuding a rich wintry fragrance, with a head of silver silk draped wetly and dripping downwards. Come here and rub my shoulders. Yes, Empress. Night Darkness said the opportunity to come, walked to the back of the phoenix chair, hands on the snow-white shoulders rubbed up, the thin light veil is like no, with the touch on the blowing skin no difference. Slippery. Empress Dowager, Bing Ning's father has been poisoned, can you have Cliffless go and give a look? It seems that you like that girl a lot, how about this palace gives you two a marriage? The woman's ghostly cotton winks were like an electric current hitting the tip of Night Hay's heart, and her brain went straight down. No, just let Grandpa give the antidote. In order not to reveal his identity, Night Underworld said in Di Yang's tone. Rushing the other woman's tone, what had just happened hadn't been hidden from the woman. Well, I'll send someone to say so in a moment. Chasing the Moon agreed very quickly, causing Night Hay to be completely surprised. That's smooth? His massaging hands were starting to get restless. The scent of spirit dew emanating from the woman's hair smelled especially good, mixed with the woman's unique body odor, which he greedily inhaled into his lungs. This woman is just too charming. No wonder so many bigots like her. From the original body's memories, Night Hay learned that so many Starfield emperors liked this woman, and even the original body's father, the demon lord of the demon dragon Starfield, liked this vixen and chased after her for at least 300 years. It's a shame it's chasing a loneliness. Most of the current human-demon wars were also related to this woman. That's so nice. That's a good massage. Who did you learn it from? The woman's cherry-pink lips spat out a voice like a magic butterfly, soft and charming. I used to learn it in my dreams. The women in the dream world are especially good at massaging and charging for it, and after being massaged for a long time, they know how to do it without a teacher. Images of Blue Star flashed through Nightmare's mind. He always felt that this woman was deliberately seducing him, but his favorability didn't change. Could it be that he found out about me and purposely tried it? Whatever, let's see what she wants. Use some energy, don't act like you haven't eaten. Chasing the Moon deliberately tugged the purple veil downward, and her light and teasing voice was so much like a tease. Oh. Well, yes. Night Underworld's mind had just flown beyond the 9 heavens, as without any need for intentionality, a large swath of snowy whiteness presented itself to his field of vision. C, D, E, aha! Down a bit. The woman suddenly let out a tantalizing tinkle, and Nightmare got goosebumps at the sound of it. Asterisk 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 asterisk, she must be doing it on purpose. This woman is like a cup of poisonous fairy wine, knowing that it is poisonous, but one can't help but want to drink it. Men facing her simply do not have the slightest immunity, and there is only one voice in their hearts, death under the peony flower. Being a ghost is also a windfall. Even though Night Underworld's Tao heart was 10,000, he still couldn't resist the agitation inside. His whole body seemed to be burning with invisible flames. He bit his tongue fiercely and told himself in his heart, hold it, don't step on the impulse, this definitely has a plot. Chasing Moon laughed delicately in her heart, giggle, interesting, then I'm spicing things up a bit. She activated the 9 May Heavenly Fox body, her body emitting a more intense May fragrance. In addition to the wintry fragrance drilling madly into Night Underworld's nose, it also drilled into his body along his pores. In an instant, the body of the night meditation exudes a strong hormone, and the restlessness that has not been easy to calm down is once again destroyed in pieces. He didn't want to hold back any longer. Just want to sink for this woman, forever. Go step on the sanity of the horse. Big hands follow the delicate collarbone all the way down. At the same time, he tilted up the woman's scourge face from behind him, and those red lips seemed like a siren that would suck people's souls as he kissed them directly. It is fragrant and soft. Nightmare only felt in a trance for a moment before he appeared inside the woman's chambers. The woman's snow-white jade arm full of precious jewelry hooked around his neck, and teasing and charming, the palace's little baby, tell me, who are you really? Say it, and I'll let you have what you want. Chasing the Moon's voice was as if it had magical powers, and Night Underworld felt that his mind and soul were out of control, wanting to tell the other party all of his secrets. My name is Night Hay, I'm the Night Prince's double. The woman sat in his arms, her eyebrows colored with a hint of sadness, that sad little look that the man could not wait to give his life to her when he looked at her. The fact that Di Yang has a double is hidden even from me, his own mother. This palace is really sad. Chasing the Moon sobbed in a small voice, tears rolling down the corners of her eyes, her hands caressing Night Hay's cheeks, saying petulantly, the old emperor is dead, the mourning family is alone and helpless, only you for the rest of her life, you don't make the slave family sad anymore, okay? Night Underworld's heart broke as he listened, and he swore, don't worry, Nyang, I'll love you well in the future. Anyone who bullies you will be the first to step over my dead body. Then will you die for me? The woman's tearful eyes made me feel sorry for her, and Night Underworld nodded without hesitation. Yes, I'm willing to do anything for your highness. Then what other secrets do you have? Tell it to the grieving family quickly, and I'll be yours if you tell me. Night Underworld didn't want the woman to be sad and said truthfully, I'm still the son of the demon dragon Starfield demon lord, I'm just not popular. Any more secrets? Nope. No, you still have secrets to hide from me, slave so sad, even you are not of the same heart as me, I don't want to live. I'm sorry, ma'am, I shouldn't have lied to you, I'm still. The night meditation was just about to say about the traveler and the system, the heart. Chapter 6, Scented Souls Attracting Spirits. Night Underworld was just about to say something about the traveler in the system when his heart suddenly beat hard and a trace of clarity surged into his sea of consciousness. A moment ago, his mind was full of that kind of thing, and there was a force affecting him, as if he had lost his thought judgment, and at this moment the memory seemed to return. How can a woman be willing to roll in bed with him when she doesn't have the slightest bit of goodwill towards him, and the other woman is the mother of a domain? And the woman was still in the 9 heavenly fox body, a body notorious for creating charm and illusion. It's the illusion. Though he had never experienced a vision, he had seen it in his original body's memories. Truly powerful illusions didn't have the slightest break at all. People were in them just like living in the real world, and the illusion would only disappear as time passed and the physical body died. It was so suspenseful. Luckily, Dao Xin helped him at the crucial moment. But how do I break the illusion? Nightcrawler, or what? Tell me. Chasing the moon winks and gazes at him, the heavy affection in the bottom of his eyes without a trace of concealment, like an E-cup girl in waves. Say your grandpa's leg. Snapping. Night Underworld gave the woman a big mouth with all her strength, and coldly said, quickly put me out of the illusionary realm. In hell. Heck knows it's an illusion, but he can't get out, and he's desperate. This illusory realm wasn't simple, plus his strength was too low. It wasn't easy to get out. What illusion? Chasing the moon wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her voice tinged with choking, weak and heartbreaking. I don't know what you're talking about. Yutaka, you've made my palace so sad. I'm the Imperial Empress of the human race, and I'm even the #1 beauty of the 9 Sun Star region. There are countless men who like me. You're just an undercover agent of the demon race. I've never disliked your status, and I'm still willing to give you my people, so how can you go out of your way to hit me? Ouch, so sad. Okay, stop pretending and let me out. Realizing that he couldn't even use his invincible experience roll, and that one more moment in the illusion would be one more minute of danger, Nightmare blasted his fist hard into the woman's heart. Bang! A bloody hole. Blood splattered Night Hei's face. The illusion was so real that the blood was hot, and his mind even wondered if this could be reality. Thinking about women being saints, how could you possibly break her? There's no mistaking it, it's definitely an illusion. Ah! Chasing the moon ate the pain, tears mixed with slightly reddish blood kept rolling down, her face broken and agonized. Yelong, what are you doing? It's a small matter that your body hurts when you hit me, but my heart hurts. Doesn't your heart ever hurt? Still pretending with me? Now that the woman could take his life at any time, Night Underworld didn't want his little life to be in someone else's hands, clenched his teeth, ruthlessly, and slapped his palm to his own heavenly soul cover. Bang! Brains burst. Wake up instantly. Waking up with a splitting headache and dull eyes, Nightmare was standing behind the phoenix chair with his hands still in position to reach for the woman's chest, less than an inch from his destination. He had this anger in his heart. Turning his palm into a fist, he slammed it hard. Ding! Chasing the moon's favoritism towards the host plus 10, currently 10, cultivation growth rate 1x, total 5x. Night sticks. Ha! Taking a beating also increases favorability? You must give this palace an explanation for beating me in the illusion. Snap! The woman gave Night Hei a big mouth in the air, jerking him more than 10 feet away and smashing him hard on the ground, his bones falling apart. Bitch, don't you make me. Night Meditation wanted to use that invincible experience roll, and gave it up after much thought. That roll is too precious to save your life in a critical moment. The woman didn't seem to have any intention of killing him, and it was a bit of a waste to use it. I'll push you, do you have a temper? Chasing the moon was still charming and seductive, instantly full of murderous anger, voice as cold as the cold wind in the winter months mixed with ice slag. I'll give you 3 choices. First, I'll kill you myself. Second, be the palace's dog. Thirdly, I will publicize your identity as a demon, and with the human race's hatred for the demon race, lighting your heavenly lanterns will be light. Is this something to think about? Nin Knight blurted out, I choose B. What do you mean? Chasing Moon wondered. Just pick the second one, but the dog is a little hard to hear, so why don't you let me be your little white boy? What's the meaning of white boy? Gigolos are exceptionally good-looking men who do exactly what their mistress tells them to do. Night Underworld pursed the corners of his lips slightly, a teasing smile surfacing at the corners of his mouth. Just do as you're told, it doesn't matter what you're called, then you'll be my little white boy. Chasing the moon nodded in satisfaction and with a wave of his hand, a black as charcoal elixir hovered in front of Night Hei's body. Eat it. What's this? Nightmare asked in tears. Soul melting pill. If you don't listen to me in the future, I won't give you the antidote. Your soul will melt like ice, and the pain will make your life worse than death. No need to eat, ma'am? Night Underworld's face was grave, forcing out a smile. My allegiance to the Ninth Prince, who is your son, is no different from my allegiance to you. The Ninth Prince? My son? LOL. Chasing the moon's sexy red lips pulled out a wicked arc as she warned, remember, you can only be loyal to me alone from now on. Looking at the woman's frantic look, Night Underworld understood that this woman was not in the same mind as the Ninth Prince at all. She wanted to be an emperor herself, following Wu Zetian's example. You want to be an emperor? That's right, I want to be the master of the 9 Suns Starfield. Chasing the moon had a hold on Night Hei and could kill him at any time, not hiding his thoughts and boldly admitting it. Night Underworld raised his eyebrows slightly, a look of surprise appearing on his face. Oh, then you have a way to deal with the Divine Mechanism Guards and the Hidden Dragon Guards? You mustn't forget that the 9-Sun Star domain is surnamed Emperor, and it's impossible to let an outsider become an Emperor. The Divine Mechanism Guards and Hidden Dragon Guards were not simple, they were the guardians of the 9 Suns Imperial Dynasty. These two forces are bright and dark, the Divine Mechanism Guard is in the open, the Hidden Dragon Guard is in the dark, and anyone who dares to shake the status of the 9 Suns Empire can be directly killed. These two forces had countless strong men and had gone through 981 loyalty tests before they could join, and they were only loyal to each and every emperor. But the emperor must have the last name of emperor in order to do so. Even if a new emperor was not elected, they were still incredibly loyal and maintained the safety of the entire imperial dynasty. Otherwise, the old emperor had died. Why was the 9 Suns Starfield still in order and not in chaos at all? Just because of these two forces. There were several other starfields around the 9 Suns Starfield, and the reason why no one took the opportunity to divide the 9 Suns Starfield was also because of these two forces. Chasing the Moon's brow was slightly lowered, and with a slightly saddened expression, she said, "There isn't too good a solution yet, but I'll think of one." Night Underworld waved his hand and shook the poisonous Dan in front of him into Dan powder as he negotiated. "As long as your highness doesn't let me eat the poisonous Dan, I have a way to let you be the master of the 9 Suns Starfield." "Oh, what way?" Chasing Moon's eyes lit up, and her voice became visibly excited. Night Underworld smiled wryly and said, "There are 9 emperors in the 9 Suns Imperial Dynasty, and only the eldest and 9th emperors have the most hope of becoming emperors. The Grand Prince was supported by so many ministers and families because of his demonic talent. And the 9th Prince is because you're the Imperial Queen, and your mother's family is powerful, among other reasons. Even if the eldest and 9th emperors fail to become emperors, it will not be the turn of a foreigner, and 7 emperors." "Get to the point, I know these better than you." Chasing Moon interrupted him, urging. "Yes." Night Underworld went straight to the point. "My method is simple, as long as we have a child and support him to be the emperor, you will be able to listen to the government from behind the curtain. The old emperor has just died, and it's entirely too late for you to catch a pregnancy. When the child is born, we'll make him an emperor, and you can preside over the dynasty with the child in your arms." TSK, this devil is such a genius that he doesn't even delay breastfeeding. The child eats and switches. The cultivation world is not the same as Blue Star. Babies here are not necessarily born in 10 months, qualifications vary and fetuses are conceived at different times. The old emperor had only been dead for half a month, and it was normal for him to have a child before he died. Chapter 7, Spiritual Eyes and Wise Heart. Cluck cluck cluck. Chasing the Moon covered her mouth and laughed, as if the jade hand carved out of ivory hooked up a strand of silver hair scattered in the ear. Willow eyebrow raised, all of a sudden bewitching and seductive. "You little villain, you still dare to think. Are you doing this for me or for you? Win-win." Night Underworld raised his lips and smiled, evil and enchanting. Chasing the Moon turned her back to him and fell into thought. Her white back had no clothing, only straps, revealing her delicate butterfly bones. After a long time, the woman said slowly, "Then have you ever thought about what to do when you have a daughter? How do you hide a child's birth from the public when someone will test the bloodline? I can guarantee a son." Night Underworld's thin lips violently hooked into a wry smile. "You're the Imperial Empress. Can the issue of bloodline be difficult for you?" The smile on Chasing Moon's face quickly converged, her face getting colder and colder, a hint of freezing people's hearts. "Then why did I choose you to have a child? Don't forget, you're a demon. If it's not my kind, its heart will be different. A celestial man, who can't I find? Who can resist the charm of this palace?" She thought for a moment and gave up on that. She was not interested in the pleasures of men and women, and her heart was set on the Tao, and her fight for the emperor was only for the great Tao. With her qualifications it was impossible to break the shackles and ascend to the immortal realm. Then she could only live for 1,000 years. It would be different if she became an emperor. It was because the old emperor had said that the emperor of each starfield had the possibility of being chosen by that place, where one could live for many more years and have a better chance of ascending. Unfortunately, the old emperor was not chosen. If the child became an emperor, there would still be nothing for her to do, and there was no point in doing so. "You can get whoever you want." Nightmare could see that the other party was teasing him and shrugged indifferently. He did it just to hold the woman's lap. With the shelter of the other side, one is much safer here. Even if that dog coin, the 9th Prince, used him as cannon fodder, he didn't have to worry, he was his stepfather by then. Chasing the Moon no longer mentioned this, lazily reclining on the phoenix chair, two fleshy but not too long legs elegantly folded together, her voice sweet and soft. "As long as you are my most loyal dog, I won't treat you badly." "Your Majesty is wrong, it's not a dog, it's a white boy." Nightmare corrected. "Whatever it is, that's what it means." "Then does the queen give a little sweetener first?" Night Underworld stared at the woman's delicate figure, the semi-transparent purple gauze skirt just covering her hips, the fullness of her chest hidden under the tulle. Chasing Moon's hand rested on her fragrant cheeks, looking at the handsome young man in front of her with a smile, pointing at the bottom of her neck with her pointed chin. "This palace has had some pains here lately, so help me massage it." "No problem, it's my forte." The knots in Nightmare's throat rolled as he sat on the edge of the phoenix chair and began to massage the woman. Chasing the Moon put her snow-white little feet into Night Underworld's arms and said seductively, "My palace's little baby, how about you tell me the secret and I'll agree to that plan of yours. At that time, our son will be the emperor of the 9-sun star realm." She remained undeterred, trying to extract the secret. This man in front of her definitely still had secrets. There should be a great chance, if she got it, it would definitely help her cultivation tremendously. Her 9-May heavenly fox body was accompanied by a heart skill at birth called Spirit Eyes and Wisdom Heart, which allowed her to cultivate a pair of heart eyes on her heart, allowing her to see things that others could not. The other day, she'd seen her former double. At that time this body was only at the 6th level of chi refining, a lower grade talent. It's only been a few days? The other party then turned into a Shin Pulse layer and also reached the 14th layer of the hidden realm, and the 14th layer was not something that ordinary people could reach. What's even more frightening is that everyone knows that talent is almost impossible to change, and what is born is what is, unless you can awaken some special bloodline. But this man had gone from an inferior talent to a holy one, and she could sense that the body had changed owners. "I have no more secrets." Nightshade shook his head in denial. Chasing the Moon party was still flavorful and charming, instantly changed into a person, a shake off his hand, exasperated, "Take away your dirty hands, do not touch this palace. You don't even trust me, and you have the nerve to touch me? No touching, no touching. The night meditation is nothing to be called a road." Seeing that the soft one didn't work, Chasing the Moon started to come in with the hard one. "Don't forget, you are just a dog of this palace. I have plenty of pills here. If you don't listen, the palace will force feed you poison pills and torture you until you talk. I know you're not the double you used to be. Tell the palace who you really are. From where? And how did the gift change? I can't understand what you're saying." Night Underworld also looked like a different person. A stern murderous aura flashed through his demonic and evil eyes. This woman really isn't simple. With heart and means, don't look at her sometimes tie like a red dust woman, but in fact, she is a snake beauty, cold-blooded, and heartless. Chasing the Moon sat up with a whoosh and grabbed him by the neck, a flash of ice in her eyes. "To tell or not to tell? If you don't tell me, this palace will kill you now. This isn't a phantasmagoria. If you're dead, you're really dead." Night Underworld's deep eyes were tinted with a smirk, his handsome cheeks evil and cold. "Try moving me." At the same time, he began to use the invincible experience roll. This woman is a thunderbolt that could explode at any moment and must be kept under control. But if you want to control her, it's useless to not use harsh methods. Originally, he didn't want to use the invincible experience roll, but now that he thought about it, it was worth it to exchange one roll for an Imperial Empress for his own use. After using the invincibility roll, Night Underworld's mind moved and the red dust immortal demon sword appeared in his hand. This sword looked somewhat evil. The sword body was as black as ink, emitting an icy aura as if it could devour all light, and a figurative red dust chi flowed around the sword body. Imperial soldiers? The woman's eyes stared so wide that they almost jumped out. Night Underworld didn't care about the other party's surprise, and with a thought he put away the red dust immortal demon sword again. "As long as you tell me the secret, I'll leave you a dog's life." Night Underworld smiled evilly. "Come on, if you have the guts to kill me. Don't you provoke me. I've killed not 10 million people, but 8 million. The woman's eyes overflowed with killing intent, her right hand began to exert force, and the silent hall resounded with the sound of clicking bones breaking, but Night Hay didn't care at all. "Do it. What's the holdup? A pussy is a pussy. Don't you have any gumption at all? Don't you make me. I'll force you. Do it." Letting the night meditation provoke her, but the woman still didn't make a move. "Since you can't bear to kill your little baby, I'll do it myself." As the words fell, Night Underworld's 5 fingers turned into claws and grabbed at his heart. Pust. Blood splattered in all directions, spraying the 2 men in the face. Cultivator's tenacious vitality, night meditation pulled out his heart and did not immediately die. "Get the woman's body," a wry smile, followed by a thud. The heart was crushed by him. Double illusion, you're an interesting woman. Chapter 8, Nine-Tailed Demon Fox Essence Blood. Night Underworld had just realized that he couldn't use the invincible experience scroll, otherwise, he really didn't know that he was in an illusion within an illusion. This woman is really horrible. Even the red dust immortal demon sword can be simulated in the illusion. At first, he realized that he couldn't use the invincible experience roll, and summoned the Imperial Soldier just to try and see if the illusion could mimic anything else. I didn't expect that it would actually simulate an Imperial Soldier. This woman had to be controlled, or she wouldn't know when she fell into her illusion. Luckily, the other party did not have a killing intent towards him, otherwise he would have died a million times over. Waking up again, Nightmare stood not far from the woman, keeping up the movements she had made him do before she asked him to massage her. That is, without giving the woman a massage, one falls into her illusion. The dog coins were not taken advantage of. "How did you break my double-scented soul lure?" Chasing the Moon's entire body was completely dumbfounded, an expression of disbelief on his face, as if his inner world had been split open by a bolt of lightning. One must know that he was in the sage realm, and her divine ability came from her physique, not to mention the first layer of the Shinpulse. Even if the Sage Realm was hit, she couldn't break it. At this moment, she was even more curious about this man. Ding! Chasing the moon's favoritism towards the host plus 20, currently 30, cultivation growth rate 3x, total 7x. Night meditation does not know why the woman will increase her favorability towards him. It is certainly not because of love, it may be convinced by his talent. Don't worry about how it broke, just be my dog. Now able to use the invincible experience roll, he uses it directly. Suddenly, an immensely powerful force descended upon him. In an instant, Night Underworld felt that his body had undergone a marvelous change, his eyes seemed to be able to penetrate endless space and time, his skin flickered with a strange light, and he exuded an awe-inspiring aura. At this moment, it was as if he had transformed into a deity and the entire world would submit to him. The Great Hall trembled madly because of his powerful aura. You are a great emperor powerhouse? Chasing the Moon was shocked and afraid, her body couldn't stop trembling, facing the man's terrifying aura, she felt like a mole cricket. She really couldn't figure out how such a vast power could appear in the body of a Shinpulse realm. I am your ancestor. With only 10 breaths of time, Night Underworld didn't have time to dilly-dally with the other party and spent 3,000 villain points in the system mall to buy a soul-thirsty blood demon pill. This was heartbreaking for him, his points could have been saved up to buy physique and eye pupils. With a wave of his hand, a great force held the woman in place. To take the edge off, he mastered his strength and threw a punch at his opponent's chest. This strength must be grasped or killed. As the woman was in pain, he threw the elixir into the other's mouth. Then he took a step in front of the woman and flung a big mouth over. Snap! I told you to use the illusion for me. Snap! Told you to want to know my secrets. Snap! Told you to make me your dog. 10 breaths of time passed quickly. Chasing the Moon sensed that the majestic power disappeared, and her eyes stared at him with madness and viciousness. What did you feed the palace? Night Underworld said carelessly, it's nothing, it's just a garbage 14th grade elixir, the soul-thirsty blood demon elixir. In the future, if you're obedient, I'll give you the antidote every month, if you're not, just wait for your chi and blood and soul to be swallowed clean and die. It's a poison pill to control people. There are 2 types of antidotes, one can completely detoxify the poison and the other is a temporary antidote, which is detoxified once and lasts for a month. What, a 14th grade elixir? Chasing the Moon's eyes rolled up in surprise, her 3 senses nearly shattered by this man. As an imperial empress, she hadn't seen anything in the world, and a 14th grade elixir was infinitely close to an imperial elixir, which had long since disappeared from this realm by now. Then she looked at the man's disinterested look and she always felt like she was dreaming. Nightmare glanced at the shocked woman and leaned back lazily and wearily in the phoenix chair. Come here and rub my shoulders. Humph. Chasing the Moon snorted coldly, don't think that just because you gave me a poison pill, you want to control me. I know your demon identity, you gave me poison, we two are even, I'll keep your secret from now on, you have to give me the antidote on time. The rest is exempt. Night Underworld took a step in front of the woman and flung another big mouth over. Remember, you're just a dog of mine, you'll bite whoever I tell you to bite. Jokes, how could he just make peace after spending so much? This woman must be taken in. How dare you hit this palace? Chasing the Moon's lungs exploded with anger, and his teeth were on fire. There were 9,990,000 worlds in the 9 Sun starfield, and the smallest world had a population of hundreds of billions, so how many people did it add up to? And she was the mistress of so many. But now, he was being bullied by a demonic molehill. This was not an illusion, it was a real fight. Can she not be angry? Anger burned in his heart, and killing intent swept like a gale. Snap! The corner of Night Underworld's mouth pulled up coldly, backhanded the other party and gave him another mouth. What's wrong with hitting you? I'll even let you serve in my bed tonight. Never! Coldness enveloped from the top of Chasing Moon's head, and the blood seemed to be frozen. In this life, I will only serve one husband, and even if I die, I will never let another man touch my body again. If I'm pissed off, I'll go down with you. Her mind's eye sensed that Night Hay couldn't use that kind of terrifying power anymore, and she really wanted to kill this Yakuza, but there was no one to cure the 14th grade poison pill. She didn't want to die with them until she had to. Tisk, TSK, or a chaste woman. The night meditation's eyes did not contain half a bit of warmth, reaching out to pull the corner of the woman's lips down, and said in a single word, don't flatter yourself, I'm not interested in you. From now on, I just want you to be my most loyal dog. If you can't do that, we'll all die together. Anyway, I'm just a cheap life, my father is unloved, my mother is unkind, but you are the mother of a domain, so I'm sure I'll make a good profit if I have you to die with me. Besides, I don't have to die, but you sure as hell do. Nightmare stroked the woman's head with his hand as if he were jerking a cat, and laughed lowly, then you'll be my little fox. Be good, little fox, and give your master a massage. The phoenix chair was as big as the bed, and next he had the woman sit in it while he leaned back into the woman's broad bosom and the other rubbed his temples. I'm warning you, use your illusions on me one more time and I'll definitely get you killed. Aside from the old emperor, to be able to have the #1 beauty of the 9 Sun star region give a massage, he himself was definitely the first person to do so. I wouldn't dare use an illusion on my master. Chasing the Moon's warm fingertips traced over Night Hay's cheeks, and said gently and teasingly, "Master, I'm your little fox, aren't you giving me some favors?" This man even had an emperor's soldier, and he didn't care at all about the 14th grade pills, so he definitely had a great chance. If you help her out and get a chance, you still earn it. Hook-8's favor, do your job. Nightshade's hands roamed the woman's legs. "Oomph, you even asked me for favors then, can't I ask you for them?" Chasing the Moon pouted. "What do you see here?" A drop of crystal blood suddenly appeared in Night Underworld's hand. It was like a ruby, emitting a dazzling red aura as if it contained endless life force. What was even more amazing was that it seemed like there was a sleeping nine-tailed demon fox lying inside the blood, and the blood was surrounded by the nine-tailed demon fox's shadow. This is. Seeing this drop of crystal clear blood, Chasing the Moon's entire body was like being struck by lightning. A speechless shock welled up in his heart, and he opened his mouth dryly to say nothing. It's no exaggeration to say that she craved it. Even the drool flowed onto Night Hay's face. This drop of blood was too important to her. It could potentially allow her to break through from the Sage Realm to the Lesser Sage Realm, as well as further awakening her May Heavenly Fox body. If you're lucky, you'll be able to obtain the inheritance of the nine-tailed demon fox. That's right, it's a drop of the nine-tailed demon fox's essence blood. Chapter 9, Imperial Empress's Initiative, Goddess Lu Ruyan. Nightmare stared at the woman's foolishness without speaking, the corner of his mouth hooked into a strange smile. Chasing Moon was agitated for a long time before she could speak. "Master, what do I have to do for you to give me this drop of essence blood? Just tell me what to do." Originally, she didn't want to stain the red dust again, and she didn't want a man's dirty body lying on top of hers. She only wanted to pursue the great Tao, break the curse of this realm, and ascend to the immortal realm to pursue that illusory eternal life. But this man had refreshed her knowledge time and time again, even with the essence blood of the nine-tailed demon fox. Such a precious treasure only existed in legends, because there was no nine-tailed demon fox in this realm at all, up to 3 tails. The nine-tailed demon fox is not born with 9 tails. 1 tail, 1 hijack, 1 life and 1 death. Wasn't the chance she was seeking in this man? What kind of empress or not, she didn't care at all. With this man, maybe he could really ascend to the immortal world before he was 1,000 years old. In this moment, she was willing to give herself to a man. "What can you give me but your body?" Night Underworld began to draw a big pie for the other party. "Be my little fox, well, maybe this young man will reward you with a chance one day when he's happy. With me helping you, ascending to the immortal world is as simple as drinking water, and not dying is not a problem." The essence blood of the nine-tailed demon fox, 10,000 villain points a drop. He swore to take out the essence blood, never to sleep with this woman, much less be a licking dog. He just wanted to take full control of this woman, make the other party work for him well, protect him well, and boost his favorability in the process. Ding! Chasing the Moon's favoritism towards the host is +10, currently 40, cultivation growth rate 4x, total 8x. Nice! At this rate, in 4 days at most, I'll be able to raise a layer of cultivation, and if I cultivate a bit more, I'll be able to do it in 2 days. But at this speed, Night Hollow still felt slow. Chasing the Moon was confused by the pie he drew, and took the initiative to wrap her arms around his neck, pampering herself in her embrace. "Little lover boy, you can do whatever you want to your slave." "Don't, who was the one who just said, die, and never let a man touch you again?" Nightmare smiled sarcastically. Chasing the Moon licked his lips, body gently twisted. "The nightgown will slip from the body, without an inch, smooth skin is gelatin general glossy, charming sound like a magic butterfly to provoke people's hearts. Husband, let's implement your plan, okay? Let me give you a son, okay? When our son becomes an emperor, the 9 Suns Starfield will be husband's world. If you do that, I won't give you the nine-tailed demon fox's essence blood now." Night Meditation's heart was as clear as a mirror. The woman was only for the treasure, not love at all. But he didn't care, only friction could spark goodwill. Chasing the Moon had less than 100 favorability towards him, he would not give his essence blood to the other party. According to the system, when the favorability reaches 60, it means that the woman has a heart for him, when it reaches 80, it means that the woman likes him, and when it reaches 90, it means that she is completely in love with him and will never betray him. As for the favorability of 100, it means that the woman has already loved him to the devil, and is willing to die for him, so she can be taken at his mercy. It wouldn't hurt to give her a drop of essence blood at that time. "I'm not in a hurry, you can give it to me when you want, all my slave wants now is a baby with my husband." After saying that, Chasing the Moon took the initiative to contain Night Hay's lips and sucked hard, as if she was eating the most beautiful delicacy in this world. Unmoved, Nightmare pushed the woman away. "Okay, stop whining. I'm going to leave now, we'll talk about it later." It wasn't that he didn't want to, it was that he was so frightened by the illusion that he couldn't tell reality from illusion. Chasing the Moon is like a sticky spirit, dead, hold him, do not let him go. The small appearance of flavorful and pitiful, voice full of pleading. "Husband, please do not go," accompanied by slaves. "I'm in a high realm where it's hard to get pregnant, and it takes more than one try. The longer it drags on, the easier it is to be suspected that it's not the old emperor's bloodline. She's not stupid. To keep a man on a leash, it's best for the 2 of them to have a child. When the time comes, can Nightmare treat the child's mother poorly? The night meditation is still worried about the illusion, and then being fooled by a woman is just when he is going to refuse again. The system's voice rang. Ding! In fact, chasing the moon's illusion is not that scary, it's just that the host's cultivation level is too low. With your Taoist mind, if your cultivation level is high, it's still easy to see the cracks. Tubes teach the host a way to recognize, Yin Yang Supreme Codex can't be imitated, as long as you practice with her for a while. If your cultivation can be significantly increased, it means you're not in the illusionary realm. Asterisk 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 asterisk, why am I so stupid? Nightmare really wanted to give himself a mouthful. It really was the easiest way to tell the difference. Seeing that Nightstick was still unmoved, Chasing Moon didn't want to miss this opportunity and started to use her killer move, the enchanting light blooming flower. Suddenly, a seductive glow flickered around her body, a glow that would stimulate the visual nerves of others, causing them to fall into a state of being seduced. Love is hard to control. Immediately following, Chasing Moon licked the corner of her lips and ruffled her hair. Husband, I'll let you enjoy a treatment that not even the old emperor has ever enjoyed. Wait, let's practice first. Night Underworld suddenly felt that the woman was more than a few hundred times more flirtatious than before, causing his blood to boil and his body to be like a large furnace. But he held back. If it wasn't for the illusion, in eating the little sissy. Under his guidance, the two sat on their knees, hands facing each other. As the Yin Yang Supreme Cannon operated, the two chi fused and flowed through the two people's bodies, transforming into pure spiritual energy after a large circumference, flowing into the two people's dantian respectively. It was as if Chasing the Moon had seen the most terrifying thing in the world, and her eyes nearly glazed over. This cultivation speed was dozens of times her usual speed. The Nine Suns Imperial Palace was a city in the sky. All the women and princesses of the harem live here. Aside from the ninth prince, the residences of the remaining 8 emperors were all in the Nine Suns Imperial City, and with Bing Ning's status, she was not yet qualified to live in the Nine Suns Imperial Palace. Emperor Star left from Empress Dowager and left the Sky City in a hurry, rushing to Bing Ning's residence in the Nine Suns Imperial City. But when he came to the small courtyard, Bing Ning was not there. He thought that Bing Ning had made a teleportation array to return to the ice and snow continent, and hurried to the teleportation field again. The hero was thinking about people in his mind. The teleportation field was too big, with hundreds of thousands of teleportation arrays. Arriving at the ice and snow continent's teleportation array, Di Xing inquired. This teleportation array hadn't been opened today, but he didn't see Bing Ning's figure either. It can't be, where did Jack go? Emperor Star muttered. After the woman left, he came out after only a tea break. With his cultivation, he would be able to catch up, not to mention 1 tea, but even 10. Di Xing didn't leave, wanting to see what Bing Ning was doing. After a full hour of waiting, the woman came. He quickly stepped in front of the other party and said with a concerned face, Ninger, where have you been? Ice Ning was a little weak, stammered. I went back to the small courtyard. I went to the small courtyard to look for you, you weren't there? Tizung is not a cutie pie either. Began to drum in his heart. Brother Star, I went to the formation pavilion, intending to set up a defense array for the imperial dynasty. Ice Ning babbled. At this moment, her heart was filled with guilt, feeling sorry for this man. But for some reason, her mind unconsciously floated back to Nightmare. The man was bad, but bad in a funny way. The Emperor Star in front of him was all righteous, but a little too boring. I'm worried about your father's poison. Why don't I accompany you back to the ice continent? Emperor Star didn't pursue the matter with concern. He believed that Bing Ning had gone to the formation pavilion and didn't think that the other party would betray him. After all, Bing Ning was a holy lotus in everyone's eyes, as if she was as proud as a phoenix. Such a high and proud woman in the whole world, only himself, a demon, can match her. Any other man, Ninger won't even look at her. There's really no need. We'll be electing the emperor's position soon, so prepare yourself. Bing Ning shook her head no. Going home for the past few days, in addition to detoxifying her father, she was going to let the figure of Night He disappear from her mind, and in the future, she would focus on accompanying Emperor Xing in his pursuit of the Great Tao. Okay then. Di Xing was a bit disappointed in his heart and said after a moment of hesitation, Ninger, when you return from the ice and snow continent, why don't you go and stay at my residence? To stay at your house? Bing Ning's eyes glared round, a little unconvinced that these were the words coming from Di Xing. Invite her to stay. What else is there to do but that? Hey, I didn't realize that this man wasn't as decent as he appeared to be. Should one agree to it? Di Xing could tell from Bing Ning's expression that she had misunderstood, and hurriedly explained, Ninger, you mustn't misunderstand, I don't mean that. My rivalry with the ninth prince has entered a fever pitch, and I'm worried that he'll hurt you behind your back, so it'll be safer to go to my mansion. Don't worry, I'm a decent man and would never touch you without getting married. Fine, you move to your mansion when I get back. Bing Ning nodded her head in agreement, thinking, that bad guy has hurt me twice already, and irritatingly, I'm still the one who agreed to it. Since being with Night He, her heart would unconsciously reject Di Xing. Even if she didn't want to be repulsed, she couldn't help herself. It would be good to move in there, to get rid of that feeling of rejection for a bit, and to keep that big bad guy from harassing you. Just then, a woman's angry voice came from not far away. What are you going to do, you rascal? Bing Ning and Di Xing's gazes simultaneously looked towards the source of the voice, and they saw a sharp-tongued man molesting a beautiful young girl. The young girl was disheveled, and her chest was torn to reveal a large portion of snowy whiteness. Rip it! The sharp-tongued man ripped the young girl's clothes right off. Bitch, it's your honor to be my woman. If you give your face anymore, I'll exterminate your family and finish you off here. The young girl's strength was not as good as the others, her eyes filled with fear, her body kept retreating backward. I'm warning you, my fiancé is the young master of the Zhang family, an existence you can't afford to mess with. We're getting married next month. The Zhang family's patriarch is a great general of the Nine Sons imperial dynasty, and other continent lords have to be courteous and curry favor when they see him. The Zhang family is nothing, not even worthy of being a dog in front of my Lu family. The sharp-tongued and monkey-cheeked man had a disdainful look on his face, and the proud arc raised at the corner of his mouth was even harder to suppress than AK. Remember, this young man's name is Lu Chao. I'll let you see the background of this young man today. The wind and the moon have no boundaries, and they count all the lives of the people. That's my Ryu family speaking. The Lu family was one of the 9 major forces in the Nine Suns star region. My sister is even the famous Lu Ruyan, the 8th beauty of the Nine Suns starfield, possessing the Xianhuang heavenly mechanism body, known as the goddess. The Zhang family is no different from grandchildren when they see me. The young girl's face paled when she heard this, and her whole body went limp as her heart's defenses collapsed. There was no one who didn't know that the Lu family was a mysterious and ancient family that had inherited the ability to understand heavenly chances and foretell the future for generations. The entire continent of Yang was full of the Lu family's clanlands, with hundreds of trillions of family members. Lu Chao was satisfied to see the young girl's appearance. Everyone would be scared to walk when they heard about the entire Lu family. He pinched the young girl's chin. Ha, little baby, brother will pamper you in a while. I've used it and it's not a bad piece of meat. Your fiancé can still use it. Give up struggling, just ask, who in the entire Nine Suns star region dares to find trouble with me? When the surrounding people heard about the Lu family, they all hid far away. It's a behemoth, killing people is like crushing ants. Then I dare you to come after me? In the crowd's stunned gaze, the Imperial Star. Chapter 10, Marrying Rian Lu, the Great Devil. Then I dare you to come after me? Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, Di Xing, with a proud face and a body like a stern sword, walked over without panic and with a steady pace. Lu Chao, in broad daylight, you bullied a man and bullied a woman, so I'm going to do the right thing for the heavens today. Who is this person? Not even afraid of the Lu family? I'm not sure, it's just not self-serving. Playing hard to get, trying to be heroic. In the midst of the crowd's murmurs, Lu Chao's pupils suddenly shrunk when he saw the visitor, and the unrivaled look on his face immediately changed into something flattering. So it's the Grand Prince. If you have your eye on this girl, this young man will let you have her. Ryucho didn't have much to fear. The Lu family was not as good as the Nine Sons imperial dynasty, but it wasn't too much worse. It was half a catty to 8 tails. When the crowd heard that it was the Grand Prince, they showed awe. Everyone knew that the Grand Prince was all righteousness and could not tolerate sand in his eyes. So it's the Grand Prince. That girl is saved. That's right, that Lu Chao is going to die soon. That's not true. The Grand Prince won't kill Lu Chao. The Lu family is the family that supports the Grand Prince as an emperor. If he kills Lu Chao, the Lu family still supports. That's right, the Jianghu is not about fighting and killing. The Jianghu is about people. At best, it's a lesson. Emperor Star frowned slightly when he heard the comments of the people around him, his face somewhat unsettled. He shot his gaze like a knife at Lu Chao, his voice cold as a dreg's. Do you think I'm your kind of goods? Scum like you are a waste of aura to live. Today, I will do the people a favor. If the Lu family is not convinced, they can come to me. As the words fell, a surging pressure emanated from Emperor Star. Seeing this, Bing Ning hurriedly tugged on his sleeve and shook her head slightly. Don't kill him. It's a critical time to choose an emperor, and less support from the Lu family will not be good for you. Only when you become an emperor will you be able to realize your great ambitions. Di Xing is not moved. A vast righteousness. Ninger do not need to persuade me. I only have justice in my heart. Without the support of the Lu family, there are the people of the world to support me. I'm the same as when the emperor. Lu Chao immediately panicked when he saw the other party coming for real. A weak sweat broke out on his face as he begged for mercy. Great Prince, please don't kill me. We are our own people. My family is supporting you to become an emperor. Who the hell is on your side? Go to hell. Emperor Star's 2 fingers merged with his sword, and with a stroke in front of his body, a radiant sword chi shot out. Poof! Lu Chao's head was sliced off, and blood, like a fountain, sprayed out from his neck more than a foot high. The head rolled several times on the floor before stopping. Lu Chao's protector glanced at Di Xing and even confiscated the corpse, twisting his head and leaving. Returning to the Lu family would be a death sentence, so it would be better to die. It wasn't that they didn't save Lu Chao, it was that they simply couldn't beat Di Xing, or if they did, they wouldn't dare to take a shot at the Nine Sons Imperial Dynasty's Grand Imperial Prince. Everyone all looked at Emperor Star with a face of awe. Asterisk 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 really killed. That's the young master of the Lu family. The Lord of the World had to kneel and bow when he met Lu Chao, and he died just like that? I'm convinced and impressed. Only the great prince can let us poor people live with dignity, only the great prince can keep us from being bullied and oppressed. That's right, the great prince is iron-faced and upright. Support the grand prince as an emperor. Emperor Qing Tian. Emperor Qing Tian. One person took the lead, and the hundreds of thousands of people around the teleportation array all followed and shouted, their voices resounding through the heavens like a sword of justice. Di Xing very much enjoyed this feeling of being in the limelight, and took the initiative to hold Bing Ning's hand, saying tenderly, Ninger, when I become an emperor, I will be the first to kill the brutal and unkind ninth prince. Will you accompany me to kill all the bad guys in the world? Ice Ning quickly drew back her hand, not knowing how to answer for a moment. She acknowledged that Tixing was right, if everyone was like him, there would be no more bad people in the world, everyone would be equal. But everyone thinks differently. Her idea is very simple, guarding the family, guarding loved ones, what others like she does not care, they do not do bad things on the line. He had always thought of Knight He as the ninth prince and was a little worried about his safety in his heart. The two people were at different heights, and Di Xing had a disappointed look on his face. Well, you don't have to say anything if you don't want to. Go back to the family and detoxify your father. Bing Ning was just about to leave when a young girl with a stunning face ran over with a bounce. Imperial sister-in-law, I'll go back to the ice continent with you, I want to see what snow looks like. Seeing that it was his own sister, Di Xing reprimanded, don't fool around, go back and cultivate properly. No. Di Shuio hugged Bing Ning's arm and smiled playfully, begging, Imperial sister-in-law, you quickly help me beg for mercy. Sunrise and sunset and sunrise. 3 days passed in a flash. As if he were a mess, Nightmare fell limp on the bed. Tired and numb. The human body can constantly generate yin and yang qi, available yin and yang supreme canon cultivation, yang qi consumption of fast, after a day will not be able to make ends meet. The remaining 2 days were, of course, to be wa. There is a kind of elixir in the system mall, 2,000 villain points apiece, after eating it, as long as you get pregnant within a year, you are sure to give birth to a big fat boy. This woman was so flirtatious that Nightmare simply couldn't stop. Chasing the Moon realized that one day's cultivation had caught up with dozens of days of usual cultivation, and cried with excitement at that time. For the remaining 2 days, the woman tried desperately to please him, even if they don't want to let him go just yet. Oh, Blue Star when his friend told him, do not mess with women like wolves and tigers, at that time he did not believe, now believe. Seriously, don't dare next time. In these 3 days, his cultivation level had increased quite a bit. The realm came to the 4th level of the Xian vein, and 3 more spirit veins condensed in the Dantian. The woman's favorability also increases by 20 points. Right now, Chasing the Moon's favorability towards him was 60, and the total multiplier for raising his cultivation was 10 times. Even if the 60 good sense, but Night He understood in his heart that this woman was not a sensual person, on the contrary, the woman was very rational. This much goodwill was entirely due to the admiration born from her own breaking of her illusion. Later on, these 20 points were solely due to the fact that the Yin-Yang Supreme Codex could rapidly increase cultivation. Took a break. Night Underworld was preparing to leave. In 10 days or so, Di Shuya would discover his identity, and he had to hurry up and take care of the chosen son's sister. Husband, slave can't let you go. Chasing the Moon covered her scarlet cheeks and put on the shyness that only a young girl can have. You can be a Ru or a Ru, a teenager or a young woman. This woman embodies the words worldly beauty to the fullest. Give me a break, I have a life to live. Nightmare was scared and just wanted to get out of here. Mature women are tigers, and he, a little sheep, trembles. Then will you stay with me tomorrow? Chasing Moon hugged him from behind, her voice hard to break up. The night meditation felt the extreme soft touch, his heart and body shook again, and he was a bit worried. It depends. By the way, I'll give you 2 tasks. First, you go to the Lu family to propose marriage to Lu Ruyan in the name of Di Yang. Second, in the next 2 days, you'll call Princess Meng Gue here, and we'll have a meal together. Lu Ruyan was the 8th beauty of the 9 Suns Starfield, still unmarried and definitely on the 100 Flowers Atlas. Dream Princess, full name Phantom. The 5th beauty of the 9 Suns Starfield, the 7th prince's birth mother, with a stunning dance style. One dance for the city, another for the country. Little devil, isn't it enough that you have me? Chasing the Moon's pair of beautiful eyes glared round, her small mouth pouted, her cheeks bulging, and her voice was even more sour, obviously jealous. The shock in her heart hadn't gone away now, as if it had set off a shock wave. Never in my wildest dreams did I think that 1 day of cultivation was equivalent to dozens of days. She still had 500 years of life left. If she continued to cultivate like this, her lifespan wouldn't be a few hundred years, it would be equivalent to more than 30,000 years. Of course, it couldn't be counted like that. The two couldn't cultivate all the time. Even if they cultivated for 1 day and 3 days, it would be equivalent to more than 10,000 years of cultivation time. Night Underworld was equivalent to a walking heaven and earth treasure in her eyes. Naturally, she didn't want to share it with anyone else. Most of all, she wanted the drop of the nine-tailed demon fox's essence blood too much. Recognize your place. Night Underworld steeply sank his face and said indifferently, wanting the nine-tailed demon fox's essence blood, it's useless to do so. When the love arrives, I'll naturally give it to you. The other party's mind could not be hidden from him. The woman is half pretending and half really jealous. But he also had to cultivate, it was impossible for him to hang himself on a tree. Chasing the moon did not expect their own small mind did not hide from the other side, thought, this little bad guy, more than a monkey, this queen even the old emperor's request in the first place have refused, you did not ask me to take the initiative. People are like this and you still don't want to give me the essence blood of the nine-tailed demon fox. Husband, there are two dilemmas, how do we solve them? First, you're just the ninth prince's double, what should I do if the ninth prince wants to enter the cave after marrying Ruyan Lu? Secondly, Ruyan Lu's Lu family supports the Grand Prince, so I'm afraid they won't agree to a marriage with us. The laughter in the eyes of the night underworld dissipated and was replaced by a biting cold light. If the ninth prince dares to cave in, I'll make him a eunuch. You just go ahead and propose the marriage, and if the Lu family doesn't want it, I'll find another way. Nightmare didn't know that Di Xing had killed Lu Chao yet. If he knew about it, he would have sent a banner to Tixing with the words, God's help. That's fine. Chasing the moon nodded, come over more often to keep me company when you're not doing anything. I really want a child of yours. Got it. Nightmare hugged the woman and talked for another half hour. The voice of a female official sounded from outside the hall, Empress Dowager, there is a female monk looking for the ninth prince and has been waiting outside the Phoenix Luan Palace for a day. In the past 2 days, the Empress has been too loud. She waited until the voice died down before daring to report. Come in and tell us what's going on. Without a care in the world, the Empress Dowager became tired of being in Night Hei's arms. Watch your back from now on, don't let anyone know. Nightmare hurriedly let go of the woman and straightened her clothes. If others knew that the two had gotten together, Chasing Moon's position as the Imperial Empress would definitely not be guaranteed, so wouldn't he be laying out the groundwork for nothing? The current Nine Sons Imperial dynasty was divided into 4 forces, the Grand Prince, the Ninth Prince, the Hidden Dragon Guards and the Divine Mechanism Guards, as well as him and the Imperial Empress. Night Underworld's goal was to control the entire Nine Sons starfield. The female official walked in with her head lowered, knelt on the ground, and weakly returned. There was a female monk who said she came from the Buddhist temple and was called Yu Linglong. She said that the ninth prince is a great devil and came over to transform him. This world was different from Blue Star, there was no such thing as a nun here, and women could be monks, just like the clans, only they practiced Buddhism. Big Devil? That's an interesting name. A cold light flashed at the bottom of Night Underworld's eyes. I'd like to see if it's her who transforms me, or if I pull her down into eternal darkness. Empress Dowager reminded, don't underestimate this woman, the Buddha Hall is one of the 9 major forces in the Nine Sons continent, and Yu Linglong is the Buddha daughter of the Buddha Hall, and her Buddhist teachings are boundless. And she's also the 4th beauty of the Nine Sons continent. Well, I'm going to meet her. Night Underworld had just stepped out of her chambers when the Empress coldly looked at the female officer. What voices have you heard in the past few days? The female official was so scared that she had trouble breathing. I only heard the Empress give out. Without waiting for the female official to finish speaking, Chasing Moon waved her hand, and a palm illuminated by spiritual energy slapped the female official into a bloody mist. Dare to listen to this palace pouring to bed, looking for death. Chapter 11, The Buddha Woman, the Root of All Evil. Night Underworld arrived outside the Phoenix Luan Palace's hall and saw a stunningly beautiful bald woman from afar. She was wearing a plain gray monk's robe, but she couldn't hide that hot body. Instead, she was more graceful and shapely. The clothes are flowing as if they are one with nature. Her beauty is the kind of beauty that is unforgettable at first sight, with curved eyebrows, clear eyes, high nose, jade neck like porcelain, and double ranges like peaks. Her bald head was very smooth, her contour lines were flawless, and she held a string of Buddha beads in her hand, gently rotating them, emitting an aura of serenity and tranquility, as if she could return one's mind to itself. It's exactly this kind of look that inspires a man's desire to conquer the more. In the words of Night Meditation, Kos even saved money on costumes. Ding! Host and Yu Linglong are successfully bound. Woman's favorability towards host, 00. Night Underworld came in front of the female monk and said with an evil smile, beautiful master, what are you looking for me for? It can't be that you have a crush on my royal son, can it? Amit Ba. Yu Linglong folded her hands and said solemnly, the poor monk came out this time with only one purpose, to enlighten the monks, so as to prevent the future from being plagued with evil spirits. Oh, I'm the kindest person under the sky, helpful, righteous, and cynical, is the master wrong? Night Underworld didn't know if this female monk was truly transcendent in Buddhism or if it was because of some other reason, but he had to admit that every word the other party said seemed to penetrate the depths of one's soul, making one's mind relaxed, as if one's own mind underwent a baptism and became purer and more transparent. Jade Linglong turned the Buddha beads, voice without joy and without sorrow. No, sure feet on the 7 stars, Taodai accompanied by life, is a big devil to descend on earth, good and evil a thought, if sure do not abide by their own heart, the mortal world will be a sea of blood, withered bones like a mountain. You know who I am? Night Underworld's eyes narrowed slightly, and in a pair of long, narrow eyes, 2 dark orbs glowed with cold killing intent. The only difference between him and the ninth prince was the 7 stars on his feet and the Taodai tattoo, and the fact that the other party knew this meant that they knew that he was not the ninth prince. I don't know. Yu Linglong shook her head and continued, you and I are both members of the multitude. I also ask that the monk let go of his desires and be free of mind and emotion, color and appearance, and anger and madness. A heart without ego is a Buddha, a heart with desire is a devil. How do you know I have 7 stars on my feet? Night Underworld's gaze was like a knife, seeming to pierce through the secrets of the woman's heart. Amitabha Buddha, the Dharma is boundless. Oh, what a Buddha! Since the other party knew everything about him, Night Underworld also opened the window of heaven and said, if a person has no desires, what's the point of living? You're sizing up the wrong person. Di Yang is the murderous devil, go ahead and sizing him up. Annoyed, he kicked the ball to the 9th prince. Originally still have a little idea about this monk lady's sister, suddenly interest is all gone. Don't want to say another word to each other. There's no mistake, the poor monk is the one who degrees the scholar. Yu Linglong's eyes were bright and clear, just like the crystal clear spring water in the mountains, and she said with a straight face, the 9th prince can only be counted as a small fish and shrimp, and can't turn over any waves. And you are the great devil, the root of all evil. Thanks for lifting me up. The corners of Night Underworld's mouth twitched, his gaze horrifying. Even Buddha has to nod his head when he sees me. Your Buddha Dharma is not enough to degree this young man, stop bothering me. After saying that, he walked around the other party and left, not wanting to have any more interactions. He was really afraid that one day he would have no desires and would only eat fasting and chanting, then living would be better than dying. How the hell am I the root of all evil? This hat is a bit big. Are all the monks' heads kicked by donkeys? How can you degree me without killing me once and for all? I really don't know what kind of brain circuit she has. These words Night Hay only dared to say in his heart, but he wanted to ask the other party again, and finally held back his curiosity. Curiosity killed the cat, and it was too late to cry in case he warned the other side and actually killed him. A few miles out, the female monk didn't leave and kept following him. Are you relying on me? Night Underworld stopped and turned back, his gaze coldly staring at the other party. I don't need your degree, can't you understand human language? You have this time, why don't you go to the red dust and experience it? Maybe even a nice man with a handsome instrument. It's so damn drunk that the 4th beauty has become a heel. The young monk does want to go to the red dust to experience the red dust, and the red dust cauldron, but only after finishing the sure master. Yu Linglong clasped her hands together and said, which means, you're stuck with me? Yes, until the giver turns back to the shore. Go back to your ghost head, how about I accompany Master Red Dust for some experience? Night Underworld cried out in his heart, he didn't seem to have killed a single person yet, he had been busy getting laid, far worse than the old emperor's 1 million concubines. This was also a great devil? You can't get rid of a woman without putting her in a big trick. Thinking of this, he walked up to the female monk's body and wrapped his arms around her slender waist. Advise you that you'd better stop following me, or else I'll bring you down, from being a master of incomparable Buddhist teachings to a. When the time comes, I will not be able to fulfill my destiny, and my heart will be trapped in the red dust. Be a good boy and go back to the Buddha's temple to recite the sutra properly. What Night Hay didn't expect was that the female monk didn't hide and let him wrap his arms around her. Even when his hand came to the tautness, the other party remained unmoved. If you wish to seek Buddha but seek the heart, only this heart is Buddha. Yu Linglong's words gave Night Hay the feeling of his fist hitting cotton. I really don't believe it. He clasped the woman's bald head with his big hand, lowered his head to hold her pink lips, sucked hard, and deliberately made the sound of zzz. The curling Buddhist fragrance emanating from the woman's body caused every capillary of his body to become engorged with blood, and he kissed even more recklessly, directly biting her tongue. But after half a day of kissing, the woman didn't respond or refuse, just closed her eyes, like a puppet, as if it didn't have anything to do with her. Good sense also did not add. Night Underworld is clear that this woman is really like water in the heart. The Buddha's way has reached a terrifying realm. This time, he had really met his match. I thought that all the women on the 100 Flowers Atlas were like the Bing Ning kind, and no more like the Empress of the Empire, so I could mix some good feelings with some effort. But the woman in front of him taught him a lesson. But it also fueled his desire for conquest even more. He really wanted to see what it was like for Yu Linglong to beg for his comfort one day. Nightmare let go of the other party and asked curiously, aren't you afraid I'll eat you up? Yu Linglong looked natural and used her hand to wipe off the saliva he left on her lips. Amitabha Buddha, if I don't enter hell, who will enter hell? You can do whatever you want to me, the flesh is just a skin. As long as we can fulfill the scholar, anything is possible. Don't you really want to? Night Underworld didn't know how to describe the mood at this moment. Anyway, it was even more difficult than a debt collector coming to the door. After all the hooliganism, I still can't get rid of this woman. Amitabha Buddha, all is vanity. Night Underworld was made to cry and laugh by the woman's words. How was it vain when she had clearly kissed? Perhaps one doesn't have the root of a Buddha and really can't understand the other's realm. There's a saying that a little bit of vermilion lips tastes like a million people. You wouldn't have been kissed by a lot of people in order to enlighten others, would you? If so, he felt contaminated. It's more poisonous than drinking Ganges water. Yu Linglong shook her head. No, the sure master is the first person. I am a Buddha daughter, the supreme Buddha root, practicing Mahayana Buddhism, and I only treat the most difficult people, and this is the first time I have come out to treat others. Ordinary villains can be dispatched with a single word from me. Senior brothers and sisters don't dare to take you up on this mission for fear of being turned against you, but I believe that I can transform you, and that there is goodness in the hearts of all people in the world. It seems that those senior brothers and sisters of yours are simply not the material for Buddhist cultivation. Nightmare disdained. What is the meaning of this statement of the scholar? Night Underworld followed the other party's example, folded his hands, and said meaningfully, Amitba Buddha, the Buddha said, it cannot be said. Shouting with their mouths that if I don't go to hell, who will go to hell, and as a result not daring to come to his realization for fear of repercussions, shows that they are not that selfless either. Monk, the poor monk has found you to be extremely wise. Stop, don't give me a hi-hat. The corner of Night Underworld's mouth pulled up coldly. Following me is fine. There are 3 conditions. First, no chanting in front of me. Second, don't stop me from killing people. Third, no brainwashing me. That's just the primary Buddhist realm. I stopped chanting a long time ago. Wine and meat go through the heart, but Buddha stays in the heart? That's only an intermediate Buddha realm. As the two of them chatted, Night Underworld returned to his chambers, and Yu Linglong didn't follow him in. Suddenly, the small teleportation array hidden within the dormitory emitted a brilliant white light. Immediately following, a man who looked exactly like Night Underworld walked out, and even his expression was 9/10 similar. The man was followed by 4 Dao protectors, each with a powerful aura. The person who came was none other than the Ninth Prince, Emperor Yang. He had laid a teleportation array in his dormitory room so as not to reveal the cracks. Night Underworld saw the visitor with a smile at the corner of his mouth, thinking that his good son had come and hanged his head. Greetings to the Ninth Prince. Jade Linglong picture, click in. I forgot to take a picture when I was bald, so here's a picture of the hair growing out. Chapter 12, The 9 Poison Body of Doom. The world is a big place. If the two were not one from the demon race and one from the human race, others would have thought they were twins. Why don't you kneel and bow? Di Yang smiled grimly, his gaze like a hook. Night Meditation thought, the original body kneeling you just, the old man came, the old king is not kneeling. However, there was no need for him to make too much of a scene with the other party, so he still clasped his hands and said, Ninth Prince, Empress Dowager has already ordained me to be an imperial priestess, and I won't kneel down to anyone other than the imperial monarch and Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager sealed me, not you. Di Yang disdainfully said, you're just my double, I'm the Empress Dowager's son. You should kneel and still kneel. No. Night Underworld shook her head slightly and smiled wryly, the Imperial Empress already knows that I'm your double, and it's me that's sealed, not you. No way. Di Yang's eyes widened with shock, thinking that he had heard wrongly, and confirmed, you said that mother asked you to become a DC? The Imperial Division, in this world, is a very big official, in addition to the Imperial Empress cannot be managed, the management of the harem of all the consorts and princesses, equivalent to the Emperor for the Emperor to monitor and manage all the female family members. Even the Imperial concubine can be in charge, can that power be small? Chancellor or not, princes or not, in front of the Imperial Division are all sisters. This official position is out of reach for countless people. The Emperor has so many concubines, there are hundreds of red herrings with the DC, who can find out? Besides, being an imperial secretary is equivalent to controlling the harem. The Ninth Prince has long coveted this position, begged his mother many times, the Empress has not agreed. That's right. Night Underworld nodded, the Imperial Empress asked me to be the Imperial Division. I thought to myself, your foremothers are my little fox, husband called can be provocative, cannot wait for me to go every day to accompany her, do a DC what is the fuss? Never. Di Yang's eyes were bloodshot, not believing it at all, Empress D is my mother, and being an empress is for me to do, so why should I let you, a stand-in, do it? I can't believe the Queen Mother would be so kind to you. Of course it is your mother who has turned into my shape. Night Meditation just said this in his heart, after all, the relationship between the two people can't be exposed yet. In order to make the other party believe, he took out the Imperial Division S token. The Ninth Prince recognizes this token, right? If you don't believe me you can ask the Empress. The Imperial Empress told me to tell you that I can only show up as you, but only I can manage the harem, you can't, and if you manage it privately, severe punishment. It was originally Chasing the Moon who was running the harem, and he would have asked the woman for the Imperial commander on purpose. This place is full of dangers, how can you not have some means to save your life? Also, being a Taiji makes it easy for him to go to any matron's palace. What exactly did you put in my mother's head? Di Yang's face instantly became incredibly ugly, there were 10,000 disbeliefs in his heart, but the token was indeed real. And he had to admit this fact. After calming down, he thought of a serious problem. He had never told his mother about his search for a double, so how did his mother know about it? His cold star-like eyes stared straight at Night Hey, his gaze carrying an oppressive quality. How did my mother know that you were a double? Unclear. Nightmare shrugged and babbled, she said she already knew, and was disappointed that you hid it from her. Di Yang sat down powerlessly in his chair, his expression twisted. I'm asking you, why did you let my grandfather go and detoxify Bing Ning's father? Don't you know she's the fiancée of the Grand Prince? You're getting bold by going AWOL without my orders. Night Underworld waved his hand and started the dumping mode. All of this was done by the Imperial Empress, and I don't know anything about what purpose she has. You can ask the Empress if you have any questions. Next, he had thought that the Ninth Prince would storm out, but he didn't expect the other party to give a wry smile, making people wonder what he was thinking. I have 3 tasks for you. Di Yang poured himself a cup of tea, took a sip and said, first, take down Di Shuya within a month and make her obey you. No problem, I'll be there in a minute. Nightmare was about to do the same thing, and it didn't conflict with his plan at all. Di Yang nodded in satisfaction and continued, don't go now, Di Shuyo has gone to the Ice Continent and is in Ice Condensation's Imperial Dynasty. Second, go kill someone. Who? Bing Ning's brother. You're the Ninth Prince, you have countless experts under you, just send someone to kill you. The Night Underworld was puzzled in his heart. A prince of a 7th-class world dynasty was casually pinched to death, so why did he let him kill it? What's this dog money for? There are 99 million continents in the 9 Suns starfield, which are categorized into 1st to 9th class worlds according to their size and aura concentration, with the 1st class being the lowest and the 9th class being the highest. The only 9th class world in the entire starfield was this 9 Suns continent where he was. What? You don't listen when you're a priest? Di Yang, who had been speaking softly only moments ago, was instantly filled with hostility. Don't forget that you're only my double. I don't have the right to kill Taiji, but everyone thinks I'm Taiji except Mother. Even if I kill you, can Mother still blame me? When he said this, Di Yang didn't have the slightest bit of backbone. He couldn't understand why his mother had turned to an outsider and not to him. As for Bing Ning's brother, a great secret is at stake. That man, he must die. If you dare to touch me, I'll make sure the Empress flays you alive. Night Underworld said in a cold voice. I was just kidding. Di Yang suddenly looked like a different person, smiling but not laughing. We are in the same camp. In the future, we are the best brothers. If something happens in the harem, I will still ask for your help. How could I kill you? Look, Brother Knight, you're in trouble about Brother Bing Ning? Well said, Brother Di Yang treats me like a brother. I naturally treat you like a brother, and it is incumbent upon me to draw my sword for my brother. Nightmare stared and blew awesome. To be honest, in his heart, he quite admired the Ninth Prince. This person was sinister as sinister, but his patience and heart was truly terrifying. That would still be high and mighty, and now we call them brothers. Such people are not easy to deal with. Thank you, Brother Knight. Di Yang continued, these 2 things must be completed within a month, and then go finish the 3rd thing. In a month's time, you'll go to my territory as me and select a group of heavenly prides to prepare for the Emperor's selection competition. My fiancée Nalan Ghostmoon will accompany Brother Knight. I've already made a deal with her. Upon the coming of age of each imperial son, the Emperor would grant 10,000 worlds as fiefdoms. The selection of the Emperor is divided into 2 parts. One is to select the heavenly pride in one's territory and have a big competition, with more points added to the winner. The second is to look at the supporters. Whoever has more supporters behind them adds more points at election time. 3 days ago, that great prince killed Lu Chao of the Lu family, and the Lu family was full of grievances, and Di Yang heard it and laughed until his stomach cramped. The Grand Prince lost the Lu family, and he was supported by the Lu family. This back and forth, the scales were completely tilted in his favor, and the Emperor's position was on the line. In fact, the results of the great competition were no longer important. The reason for letting Night Underworld go to the selection of Heaven's Pride was that Di Yang felt that this double was getting out of control and was no longer useful to him, so it was time to get rid of it. Originally, he had come over to directly kill Night Hei, but he didn't expect the other party to become a DC. If he killed Night Hei again now, he was afraid that his mother would blame him and thus not support him as an emperor. After all, his mother's support was crucial. Therefore, he planned to have Nalan Ghostmoon get rid of Night Underworld outside. Ninth Prince, this matter concerns your choice of emperor. In case I mess up, I'm sorry, brother, it's better for you to go in person. Nightmare had realized the danger that was coming. The Ninth Prince is cruel and murderous, with countless enemies. Even if the Grand Prince didn't kill him, there were still many people who wanted him dead. Leaving the Nine Suns continent to go to another continent, killing opportunities were everywhere. In addition, don't look at Nalan Ghostmoon as the 7th beauty of the Nine Sun Starfield. This woman is vicious and venomous, kills people without blinking an eye. Even more frightening is that she is the Nining poison body of doom, an expert in using poison, kills people in an invisible way, and with her at any time, she will be haunted by bad luck. The Ninth Prince was clearly trying to get rid of him. It's time to consider getting rid of him yourself. But the Ninth Prince is a sinister and cunning person, a cunning rabbit with 3 holes. Now no one knows where he is hiding. Even this teleportation array is one way. It can only teleport to this place, it can't teleport to the other side. Moreover, this person was surrounded by countless strong men, and the divine mechanism guards and hidden dragon guards were always protecting each of the imperial princes, so it would not be difficult to kill him. This matter will also depend on the help of the Empress. I don't know if that woman is willing to kill her own son. It's okay, just go, bro, trust you. Di Yang smiled grimly. Alright then, I'll run for my brother. Unable to hide, Nightmare nodded in agreement. The best thing to do was to not let the ninth prince live until then. Really cannot be avoided, the disaster is a blessing, the blessing is a disaster. Maybe he can take over Nayland Ghost Moon, Green Death Dog Day. There was no way he would let the son of heaven's destiny be the emperor. Originally, Night Hay wanted to let the ninth prince be the emperor first, and then when his own child was born, he would find a way to get rid of him and support his own child. Plans can't catch up with change. It was too short a time, and unfortunately Chasing the Moon wasn't pregnant with his child yet. Diang looked at him with a smirk, half joking, half threatening. Brother Knight, the emperor is dead, my mother is single and maybe a bit lonely, we're good brothers. You wouldn't do anything to seduce your friend's mother, right? If you do that, it's the end of our brotherhood. Naturally, I'm a decent man, how could I do something nasty like that? Nightmare thought to himself, it was your mother who seduced me, how does that count? I trust you, Brother Knight, I'm going to check on mother now, don't go out until it's dark. After saying that, Di Yang walked away with the 4 Dao protectors. Night Underworld walked into the cultivation room and went to enlighten the Yin Yang Supreme Canon. This Gong method had 33 layers, representing the 33 heavens. At the moment, he's still only at the first level. With each level, the same amount of Yan Qi would raise the cultivation level many times over. Moreover, if you want one person and multiple people to practice, you can only grasp the comprehension. Within 1,000 years, this was the only way to get all of his women to ascend to the immortal world. This Gongfu was too obscure, and with Night Underworld's enlightenment participating into the night, it hadn't been raised to the second layer. He got up and left the cultivation room, ready to find Yu Linglong. Have some fun. Chapter 13, Companion Seizure Technique, Old Emperor Not Dead? The Ice Continent. Inside a luxurious women's boudoir, the two of them, Bing Ning and Di Shuao, were lying on the bed, chatting about the little secrets that only women talk about. Bing Shuao suddenly stared at Bing Ning without blinking with a serious expression. Sister-in-law, have you ever had sex with a man? Shuao, don't yell nonsense, your royal brother and I aren't married yet. Bing Ning pouted. Di Shuao wrapped her arms around her and said delicately, hee, that's not a matter of time. Come on, have you ever slept with a man? This girl is in love, she likes someone in her heart and can't be together for special reasons, so she is more curious about men and women. Had it. Bing Ning's heart wasn't on this channel of chatting, her mind was thinking about her father's poisoning, and she subconsciously nodded her head. She came back to give her father to eat the 3 Yang Bailudan. The beginning of the effect is really good, but not half a day after the good, Tianjin ghosting poison once again attacked. Then Cliffless came. After checking, it said that in addition to being hit by the heavenly gothic ghosting poison in the secret realm, her father had also been hit by the yellow spring heart eroding poison, and that unless there was a 15th grade 9 revolution soul restoration pill, her father wouldn't be able to live for more than a month. A 15th grade elixir, that's an imperial pill. Since the entire mortal realm was cursed, there had long since been no more imperial medicine. What can we do about this? She lived daily in agonizing pain. For some reason, when she was most annoyed in her heart, the first thing that came to her mind was not Di Xing, but Night Underworld. Whatever it took, she had to save her father. The reason why she felt so deeply for her father was that her father was the best father in the world. The Ice and Snow continent was a 7th-class world with a population of 20 trillion. Her family's Ice and Snow dynasty was again the overlord of this continent, and her father was the imperial lord, so if she wanted a beauty, no matter if it was a holy maiden or the lord of a sect, it was all within her reach. But her father loved only her mother, and her entire harem was made up of only her mother, and there were only 2 heirs in this life, her and her brother. Ah! Di Shuao's small mouth was so open that she could stuff down an egg, her eyes glaring round. Sister Ninger, you've been in the same room as a man? It's my brother, isn't it? No. Ice Ning said absent-mindedly. After saying that, her mind unconsciously floated back to the crazy images with Night Hay. Ah, who's that? Di Shuao was curious, quickly tell me, what is it like? Bing Ning realized that she had wandered off and blurted out the secret in her heart, her face instantly burned bright red, and she hastily changed her words. No, I haven't had sex with anyone. No way, you just admitted it, talk to me. Di Shuao was unforgiving, her hands cupping the other's chest and comparing it to her own again. Well, mine's bigger than hers. Princess Samba, stop it. Bing Ning was not in the mood to play around and was filled with sadness as she got up and said, I'm going to go see my father and return to the Nine Suns continent in a while. It was impossible to find a way to save his father here, so he could only go to the Nine Suns imperial city to think of a way. After all, it was the center of this starfield. Go on then. Di Shuao didn't pester the other party anymore and comforted, Sister Ninger, don't be anxious, when we get back to Nine Suns imperial city, I'll invite all the big family dudes to my residence and have everyone work together to figure out what to do. I don't believe that there's no news of the 9 turns rejuvenation pill. As long as there's news, my brother will fetch it for you even if there's a mountain of daggers. The other called her Princess Samba, not a curse word. The old emperor had 888 daughters, and she was the youngest princess, so for good measure, people called her Princess Samba. Thank you, Shuao. Bing Ning's eyes were not as dark and bright as in the past, as lifeless as a dry well, and he walked away with a heavy step. Ning had just left when a white-clothed teenager walked in. He had a clean and handsome, very manly face, born with sword eyebrows and starry eyes. The corners of his mouth were slightly hooked, like a smile, but his eyes were cold. The man came in front of Di Shueyo and without saying a word, hugged her. "Yaoer, I missed you to death." Di Shueyo's eyebrows contained anger, and she pushed the man away, like a small wildcat that had exploded its fur. Her voice milky and ferocious. "Bing Chen, what are you doing? Desecrating the princess of the Nine Sons imperial dynasty is a capital offense." That's right, the teenager was none other than Bing Ning's younger brother. Bing Chen not only didn't converge, but instead hugged Emperor Shueya once again and said in a stone-like manner, "Ninger, I'm your father, Emperor Tsang. Don't you want to be a father? Quickly let father hug my favorite little girl." Di Shueya was truly enraged. Her willow eyebrows rose up and she slapped a big mouth on Bing Chen's face. "Denizen, my father has already passed away. How dare you be so bold as to impersonate my father? If you weren't Bing Ning's brother, I'd take your dog's life." Pissed her off, under the heavens, besides the rest of the 8 power lords, whoever dared to call out Di Tsong's name, it would be a great crime that would lead to the 9 clans, and this asshole dared to say that he was her father. "Yaoer, I am truly your father. Do you still remember that when you were 3 years old, father gave you a 3-colored spectral lotus?" Hen's brain was sweating in a hurry. Thinking about being hit in the mouth by his daughter, his heart was as bitter as eating a yellow lotus. The matter of sending me the 3-colored spectral lotus is known to so many people, it doesn't mean anything. Di Shueyo burst into flames and warned, "If you dare to impersonate my father again, you will never be lightly spared." "I'm sorry, Princess Samba, I was the one who took offense just now. Please, for the sake of my sister, don't take it out on me." Bing Chen tried to recall, but could not find any secret in his memory that only the two knew, and had no choice but to give up recognizing his daughter. But he is indeed Emperor Tsang. It's not entirely accurate to say that. It should be said that he is a collection of Bing Chen and Di Tsong, 1 body and 2 souls. This body was Bing Chen's, but there were 2 souls, Di Tsong and Bing Chen. The two made a pact that one would control the body for 1 day. Emperor Tsong did die, but he came back to life in another way. Millions of years ago, after the curse descended, no one in the entire mortal plane could live past 1,000 years old, not even for 1 more day. Emperor Tsong was the overlord of the 9 Suns starfield, controlling 9,990,000 worlds, with just over 1 million concubines. Who would want to die with such a sexually blissful life? When he was alive, he searched for all kinds of ways he could live, and finally found an article of evil art in an ancient relic, companion seizure art. There are a few strict requirements to be able to take over a house. First, the person being taken must be a reincarnation underworld body. He had searched for hundreds of years before finding that Bing Chen was of this physique. Second, before you die, you must consume an elixir, the 15th grade 3 lives soul guardian elixir. The horror of the curse lies in the fact that when the 1,000-year lifespan is up, not only does the physical body die, but so does the soul. If the soul doesn't die, wouldn't it be the same as if it didn't die, and by taking over someone before dying, it could continue to live? But this doesn't work at all. For example, if a person can only live for 1,000 years, and at the age of 500 he takes over a person, he does not live another 1,000 years, but only the remaining 500 years of the original soul. But with the 3 lives soul guardian pill you can guard your soul for a year without dying. Third, the target of the seized body must consume a 15th grade soul melting pill. This evil art is not a full-blown takeover. You can't let the person who was taken over die. If the other person dies, only Di Tsong's own soul will still not be able to hide the power of the curse, so the soul melting pill is to make the two people's souls not reject each other and fuse together. In this way, the cursed power would only assume that he was the soul of the person who had been taken from him, to hide it from the world. Luckily, the relics had both of these elixirs. Before he died, Emperor Tsong captured Bing Chen in the Emperor Palace and force-fed the other party pills, but there was an accident and Bing Chen ran back to the Ice Continent after eating the pills. His soul couldn't find the other side after he died, and it took him half a month to get here to complete the soul fusion. One drawback to this evil art is that it has to suck the souls of thousands of people every day, or else there is no way to ensure the stability of the souls. The thing that Di Tsong wanted to do the most right now was to return to the position of emperor, because after taking over the body, the cultivation level was only that of Bing Chen. From Emperor Lin, he was able to utilize the resources of the imperial dynasty to rapidly increase his cultivation, and he was also able to obtain a devoured soul without any effort. After all, his realm was low, and it was always dangerous to find souls on his own. In addition, he missed his consorts even more, especially the imperial empress in Yum. Will they keep their bodies when they're gone? But now he didn't dare to blatantly go to the Nine Sons imperial dynasty and say that he was Emperor Tsong. Who would believe him then? Once his identity was exposed, it was expected that many people would want him dead, especially the ninth prince. What happened to father and son? In front of the emperor's imperial throne, this bit of affection was worthless. Before he died, he also left a backhand, but he had to return to the imperial dynasty to figure out how to do it, and the matter had to be rushed before the emperor's enthronement. If the emperor had a new candidate, and the divine mechanical guards and hidden dragon guards were controlled by the new emperor, he would have no hope at all, and would have no connection to the emperor at all, and in the future, he would only be a subordinate soul of Bingchen. Get lost, this princess doesn't want to see you. Di Shuiao's watery eyes were filled with disgust as she pointed at the door. Princess Sanba, can you take me to the Nine Sons Imperial Dynasty? Di Tsan pleaded. Ask your sister. Di Shuiao raised her chin and coldly said. Hey, okay. Di Tsan looked at this favorite little daughter and let out a helpless sigh. After a while, Ice Ning came back. Shuiao, let's go back to the Imperial Dynasty overnight. Chapter 14 Ghost Woman, Dragon's Blood Qin Kuan Dan. Night Underworld walked out of the cultivation room, intending to find Yu Linglong to talk about life and ideals. A woman dressed as a maid greeted her, speaking in an extremely nonchalant tone. Rubbish, what would the Ninth Prince be looking for you for then? Shout one more word of trash, and I'll have your life. It was as if a ferocious beast was imprisoned in the low voice of the night storm. 3 years ago, the original body because of the qualification is not able to. Coincidentally, the Ninth Prince is looking for a double for himself, and the two people look the same, so the original body was treated as an outcast, waste reuse, sent by the Demon Lord to be an undercover agent. This maid was a demon clan member, or the holy daughter of a powerful demon clan, and because of her resourcefulness she was arranged by the Demon Lord to be responsible for passing on information. In this world where the strong are honored, wastes are looked down upon everywhere. Lu Mei's dark eyes were filled with sarcasm as she said disdainfully, Rubbish, the Demon Lord has asked me to oversee everything you do, and if there is any intelligence, you must report it back to me. Also, your master is waiting for you at the usual place, hurry over after reporting on the Ninth Prince. Snap! Night Underworld gave the woman a big mouth, her gaze shot at the other party like an ice cone, and she said in a cold voice, alright, you can go to hell. Following that, he snapped his fingers. Ghost Woman. As the words fell, an old crone with a crutch and a gloomy body eerily appeared in the great hall. The crone's eyes were blood red, her face had wrinkles that could pinch a fly, her hair was a mess, and she looked like an evil spirit that had crawled out of hell. The bottom of Night Underworld's eyes had long been cold, pointing at Lu Mei and commanding the ghost woman, kill her. Without saying a word, the old crone stomped her walking stick towards the ground with force, a black mist spewed out, forming a large black hand grip towards Lu Mei. When Lu Mei felt the pressure of the physical apparition realm, the blood drained from her face and she said in fear, Night Underworld, you let people kill me, aren't you afraid that I'll reveal your identity? If the human race finds out, you'll surely die. She couldn't figure out, she used to call each other trash, but Night Underworld didn't dare to put a single fart, and still obeyed her, and now she said to kill, not ambiguous at all. You think I'm afraid? Waves of fury rippled underneath the night meditation's eyes. Just as the ghost woman was about to kill Lu Mei, Yu Linglong appeared and mouthed a Buddhist phrase. Immediately following, a golden swastika shot out, shattering the ghost woman's large black hand. It was so quiet that it didn't even ruin the decorations next to it. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what is this S cultivation level? The ghost woman was at the body heist realm, and she was stopped so easily? Nightmare thought to himself that he had still underestimated this chick. Amit Ba. Jade Linglong folded her hands together and a long and solemn Buddhist sound rang out as if it could penetrate the heart. Killing will only bring more pain and hatred. Please put away your killing heart. Just now, between life and death, Lu Mei was so frightened that her face did not have any blood on it, her lips and teeth trembled, and she was still in shock when she realized that she had been saved. The ghost woman looked toward Night Hay with an inquiring look in her gaze. Night Underworld walked over and touched Yu Linglong's little bald head, thunder and lightning seemed to appear in his eyes. Forgot about the covenant I said to you? And number 2, don't stop me from killing anyone. What do you want? Jade Linglong, conscious of her shortcomings, changed the topic and said, that little girl is not a great evil, why don't you let me purify her? Degree an egg. Night Underworld's mouth spat out fragrance, coldness spreading from the limbs, blood solidifying into ice. Don't think that I can't drive you away. Are you any more powerful than the Empress Dowager? There are powerful forces behind the Empress? Stay out of my business and I'll keep you around, stay out of my business and get the hell out of here. If it was just because Lu Mei called him a waste, he wouldn't kill the other party, not that he was as open-minded as he could be, he just wouldn't affect his layout for a minor character. The ghost woman was the protector sent to him by the Ninth Prince, hiding around him at all times, and apart from protecting him, it was more of a surveillance. Of course, the Imperial Queen's Palace ghost woman doesn't dare to go there. The Ninth Prince still didn't know that he was a spy of the demon race. Normally, Lu Mei would be very secretive in finding the original body to speak about things, in a place with an isolation array. Just now Lu Mei spoke recklessly, exposing him long ago. Now that you've been exposed, don't you want to kill them for New Year's Eve? For another, in addition to passing on information, Lu Mei also spied on him for the Demon Lord. Nightmare wouldn't let such a person stay with him, he'd have to replace him with one of his own, who was all figured out, the Demon Master who he'd go to meet in a while. Yu Linglong frowned slightly, a sulky look appearing on her face for the first time, and without saying a word, she turned around and left. Master, help me. Lu Mei's body couldn't stop trembling as she pleaded. Yu Linglong said without turning her head back, where there is a cause, there must be an effect. Compared to the fulfillment of the great demon, compared to the lives of all the people in the world, I can't save you. Sacrifice the little self to fulfill the big self. In my place, I would willingly die. This is a pithy statement, how Buddha is right. Night Underworld laughed in his heart and once again gave orders to the ghost woman, kill her. Night Underworld, you're a demon race, if you kill me, the human race won't let you go. Lu Mei felt death coming and decided to drag Night He to die with her. In the next moment, she was killed by the ghost woman with a slap. A woman with big boobs. A cold smile flickered in the bottom of Night Underworld's eyes. You're a demon? The ghost woman's eyes, which were as lifeless as a dry well, looked at him, her voice hoarse as if it had been cut by a knife. In the face of the ghost woman's icy cold killing intent, the bottom of Night Underworld's eyes didn't see any ripples and nodded. That's right, I'm a demon. Then old me will arrest you and hand you over to the Ninth Prince. The ghost woman arrived in front of Night Underworld like a ghost and was about to make her move when Night Underworld's palm reached out in front of the ghost woman's body, and in her hand lay a blood-colored elixir, which was draped in a rich blood aura. Dragon blood Qian Kuan Dan, do you want it? Seeing the other party's hand stop in midair, Night Underworld smiled evilly at the corner of his mouth and continued nonchalantly, at your current age, the chi and blood in your body is withered, so you simply can't survive the body tribulation, and you'll die at any time. This elixir will allow you to smoothly pass through the physical apparition realm. The price is to betray the Ninth Prince and be my dog. I'm warning you, don't think about killing for the treasure, I can destroy the potion with a single thought. As long as you're loyal enough, when you reach the Soul Calamity realm, I'll still have Soul Calamity pills for you. There is no absolute loyalty in this world. Whether or not you will betray depends on whether or not you have enough leverage. In front of life, Night Underworld believed that the other party would make the wisest choice. The Dharma Tribulation Realm, Body Tribulation Realm, and Soul Tribulation Realm were a major hurdle for cultivators, with 9 deaths, targeting the cultivator's mana, physical body, and soul. It's no exaggeration to say that the slightest misstep will kill you, and one misstep is harder than the next. 3 out of 10 cultivators could pass through the Dharma Tribulation Realm, but only one could pass through the Body Tribulation Realm, and as for the Soul Tribulation Realm, it would be good to have 1 out of 30 pass through it. The soul has always been the soft underbelly of the human race. The ghost woman's eyes were fiery, but she didn't take the elixir. Where did you get such a precious elixir? She had never heard of any other elixir that could help one cross the body tribulation. Seeing the rich blood chi on top of the elixir, she had no doubt about the elixir's effect. Eating this elixir would definitely make her body as good as an 18-year-old girl, and she wouldn't be tired even if she came 10 times a night. Even the power of the heavenly Dao eroding the physical body was enough to fight against it. You have too many questions, you only need to answer whether this young man agrees or not. Night Underworld said coldly. This was something he had spent 1,000 villain points on in the system mall, and it hurt like hell. For the layout, it's more expensive. The ghost woman hunched over and knelt on the ground, respectfully saying, "Greetings, master." Night Underworld threw the elixir in front of the other party. "Go out with me first and come back to eat it." "Yes, master." Like a dog, the ghost woman carefully picked up the elixir on the ground. Night Meditation in his mind remembered the beautiful master's devilish body, the corners of his mouth evilly smiled. Chapter 15, Pushing the Master Against the Disciple. The imperial palace was brightly lit, just like a country of daughters. A group of beauties dressed in gorgeous clothes, with delicate postures, as if they were fairies descending from the earth, shuttling back and forth in the imperial palace, but not a single man was in sight. Night Underworld and Ghost Woman quietly left the Sky City and arrived at the Nine Suns Imperial City, walking into a Dan building. He showed his boss a token, and the other party led him through the layers of formations and into the underground chamber. Afterward, Night Underworld sought his master, Demon Leonor. The woman is beautiful in a sexy black sari that makes no sense. Her beauty was different from that of the human women, with a hint of flirtation and evil. Her body was sexy and hot, with snowy lotus root-like jade arms, a wasp waist that was less than a handful, and long, beautifully rounded legs. The most eye-catching thing was that there was a tang snake mark on the woman's brow, and an innate tattoo of a half-destroying black lotus was exposed on her half-concealed chest, making her even more bewitching. Nightmare couldn't help but want to touch that black lotus. Ding! Demon Leonor and the host are successfully bound. The woman's favorability towards the host is 30, and her cultivation grows at 3 times the rate, total, 13 times. The 66 pages of the 100 Flowers Atlas were illuminated. Nightstorm took a few steps to the woman's body and held her snow-white fragrant shoulders. "Master, what's wrong with you?" The woman's absolutely beautiful face kept twitching, looking very painful. "It's okay, you go ahead and get out and come back in the morning." Devil Lotus' voice was breathless. Not only did Night Underworld not leave, he also wrapped the woman in his arms. "Master, be my woman. When I become the Demon Lord in the future, you will be the Demon Queen." For some reason, the first time he saw the woman, his heart was a little stirred. This woman gave him a sense of security he had never felt before. Crossing into this lonely world, Nightmare always felt like a stray cat, and the woman gave him a kind of home-like warmth. Asterisk 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 asterisk, do you want to be a pusher and a rebel? Devil Leonor endured the severe pain in her body and tried to break free from Night Underworld but had no strength. Because of her anger, dozens of blood crow's silhouettes appeared around her, making her even more evil. Master, your underworld soul-devouring poison is acting up, no different from a mortal. Do you have the power to resist? Night Underworld's crimson thin lips pulled out a touch of evil. Demon Leonor, the demon among the demons of the demon clan, was born with a blood moon in the sky, ghosts crying and wolves howling, and even has an innate tattoo on her body, the Black Lotus of Destruction. She represents killing. She represents destruction. Because Demon Leonor's qualifications were too terrifying, the Demon Lord was afraid that she would grow up to exterminate the royal family and become the new generation of demon lords, so from a young age, he fed her the underworld soul-devouring poison, an overbearing poison that was unique to the demon dragon planet domain, and he also captured all of her family members. To keep the woman under control. This poison strikes once a year, the temporary antidote is only available to the Demon Lord, and even if you take the antidote you will be weakened for 6 hours. Based on the original body's memories, Night Underworld could tell at a glance that the woman had just finished taking the antidote. In fact, the Magic Lotus child is also very depressed. I wanted to see the night meditation during the day, the night poison is just right to eat the antidote. I did not expect this guy to come at night. If you touch me, when my poison passes, I will drink all the blood from your body. Demon Leonor's gaze was cold and merciless, and her entire face was hideous. Don't worry, I won't force you. Nightmare let go of the woman and smiled evilly. He's a devil, but not a demon. The devil can have no good or evil, can have no right or wrong, can slaughter thousands and thousands of living beings, but cannot have no steadfastness, cannot export violence to his own side as well. There is also a clean slate in the world of magic, inhabited by people you care about. Devil Leonor stared at him warily and said coldly, I'll talk to you about the mission, so hurry up and leave. There's no rush, I'll tell you something first. Night Underworld raised his hand to interrupt the other party. I can help you completely detoxify the poison, I can help you save your family, and I can even help you take revenge, but I have one condition, and that is that you must stay by my side. Devil Lotus Air was slightly stunned, her eyebrows colored with a trace of sadness, and she asked repeatedly, in order to completely cure my poison, you need the Heavenly Soul Dew pill, which is refined from the purest dark night's dew in the heavens and earth and the celestial soul grass, and there's no longer any dark night's dew in the mortal world for a long time, so where did you go to get this kind of pill? You're only an inferior talent, how can you help me take revenge? How can I save my family? Even if you could, the Demon Lord is your father, and you would kill your father for me? Night Underworld's face was expressionless, and his voice carried a gentle hoarseness. The Demon Lord is not my father, I'm no one, I'm just me. If I kill the Demon Lord, I will be the Demon Lord and seal you as the Demon Queen. Immediately following, he took out his talent stone and tested his talent in front of the woman, and without any surprises, it was naturally a holy talent. How can talent still grow? Devil Lotus Air stared with wide eyes, full of unbelief at what was happening in front of her. She clearly remembered that her disciple was an inferior talent. What's going on here? Night Underworld shook his head, his gaze serene and deep. It doesn't matter how it grows, I can tell you that this is not my limit. If you want to save your family, you have to be absolutely strong. And I can take you to a fast level of cultivation. As for how to do it, you'll know when you turn around. Forget it, for the sake of you and I being master and disciple, and you were good to me before, I won't force you, everything is according to your heart. As the words fell, he exchanged 2,000 villain points for a heavenly mind Dan, pinched open the woman's fiery red lips, and personally delivered the Dan into the Dan's lips. Lume was killed by me, let's get another one. If you don't want to, don't connect with me in the future, and I hope you save your family soon. After saying that, Night Underworld turned around and left without dragging his feet. The underworld soul-devouring poison was quite overbearing and attached to the soul. When Demon Leonor ate the heaven's mind Dan, the torment of the soul immediately disappeared, and the black mist on the soul disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Helping her to completely detoxify the poison meant that she would never be under the control of the Demon Lord again. I didn't realize that this man was so good to her. Devil's Lotus is a brash person, the kind of woman who dares to love and hate. She stared at the teenager's sprightly back. The mind that had long been taken over by hatred actually appeared as a piece of pure land, and the figure of Night Underworld stood on top of the pure land. The young man was extremely handsome and unrestrained, his peach blossom eyes showed coldness and ruthlessness, and his long hair as black as a crow's feather poured down, carrying 7 points of wickedness and 3 points of negligence. It was as if it was the white moonlight of her heart. Looking at the upright figure that was fading away, she hurriedly shouted, "Wait! Pictures of Magic Lotus. Click in to see them." Chapter 16 Demon Lord poisoning the Empress, Ding Ning's decision. Ding! Devil Lotus Air's favorability towards the host plus 30, currently 60, cultivation growth rate 6x, total, 16x. Listening to the system's voice, Night Underworld was a little excited in his heart. According to this speed, he would be able to raise a layer of cultivation in 2 days. He stopped in his tracks and turned to look at the woman. "Master, you agree?" Giggle, agreed. Magic Leonor knew what the man wanted. The other party unconditionally helped her to cure the poison, so that she gave birth to a lot of good feelings. The character of the magic people has always been straightforward, and the heart agreed that it would not be twisted again. With a wave of her hand, a black lotus platform appeared on the ground. Devil Leonor laid directly onto it, pulled her hair up, and folded her two big snow-white legs together, striking a very provocative pose. Seeing Night Haze delay, she even urged, "Apprentice, hurry up." Night Underworld was really messed up by that woman chasing the moon. Her whole body was empty and she didn't have a single thought. In order to cover up his embarrassment, he babbled, "Master, I'm going to do this now. It's really unorthodox to give you pills with a purpose. It's better for us to cultivate our relationship first, and it's best when the water is right. Some other day we'll be at master and disciple heart to heart." This is really embarrassing. How can the word regret describe what he is feeling right now? Blame it all on chasing the moon. Ding. Devil Lotus Air's favorability towards the host +10, currently 70, cultivation growth rate 7x, total 17x. Night Underworld was delighted in his heart, not expecting an unexpected surprise from making things up. "It's okay, master doesn't think so." Devil's Lotus revealed a smile that was even more beautiful than the flowers on the other shore. Night Underworld's head shook like a rattle drum. No, the disciple is a righteous man. Unexpectedly, Devil Lotus Air snapped, "Hurry up, don't dilly-dally. Are you a demon or not? Like a pussy. What a disgrace to the men of the demon clan." Night Underworld was dumbfounded. His already pale face was as white paper as he negotiated, "Master, tomorrow, okay?" But he had underestimated the bravado of the demonic woman too much, and with a single grip of the Devil Lotus child in the void in front of him, a large black hand grabbed him directly in front of the woman's body. Devilish aura tumbled and his clothes were shattered. The Black Lotus swayed, and the mind swayed even more. 2 hours later, Night Underworld was lying on the Lotus platform, cradling Demon Leonor in her arms. "Master, I'm too tired, let me hold you and sleep well." Devil Leonor was like a changed person, taking out a quilt to cover the two, her voice extremely gentle. "It's cool here, cover up with some quilts." "What's next for you?" Nightmare asked rhetorically. "What did you come to see me about?" When the other party didn't ask, Devil Leonor almost forgot and said, "2 things. First, the Devil Lord asked you to think of a way to mess up the Nine Sons Imperial Dynasty. Second, the Demon Lord has told you that within 3 months, you must feed this elixir to the Empress Dowager." At the same time, she placed a black elixir into Night Underworld's hand. Night Underworld took the elixir and glanced at it, frowning slightly. "This is the most precious 12th grade elixir of the Demon Clan, the Rakshasa Sobbing Blood elixir. The old man even took out this kind of elixir. He's trying to control the Imperial Empress to be her lover, right?" The Demon Lord had liked chasing the moon for hundreds of years, and now he was still a thief. Devil Leonor nodded. "That's right, the Devil Lord has always had his heart set on the human Empress. That woman is just too Thai. What man would take one look at her and have his soul seduced? Old gangster, you don't know enough when you have a beauty like the Demon Queen, and you dare to hit on chasing moon." Night Underworld crushed the elixir into powder with a force. Chasing the moon was his woman, and anyone who dared to hit on her would never be spared. "How are you going to explain to the Demon Lord if you crush it?" Devil Lotus Air was a little heartbroken. The 12th grade elixir was worth a lot of money when sold. No need to account for it. Night Underworld touched the butterfly bone on the woman's back, his gaze deepening. "Master, don't go back to the Demon Clan, just stay by my side. Your family, I'll find a way to save them." "Yes." The two of them chatted, and Nightmare fell into a deep sleep. The following morning, Bing Ning had already returned to the Nine Sons Imperial City and moved into the Grand Prince's mansion, and Di Shuao, who was a good girlfriend with her, had also moved in. In the bedchamber of the Emperor's star, Di Shuao stared with big round eyes and asked in disbelief, "Big brother, aren't you living with your imperial sister-in-law? Why don't you live together and give her a separate room?" "Don't talk nonsense." Di Xing was a bit puzzled. "Ninger and I are innocent. Who told you that we live together?" "Sister Njek. She really said that?" "No." Di Shuao recalled and said truthfully, "Sister Ninger said she had sex with a man. She didn't say who it was." "She's your fiancé. Who else but you?" "Oops, she's not betraying you, is she?" "Impossible." Di Xing shook his head vigorously and snapped, "Don't talk nonsense. Ninger is a holy lotus. You're not allowed to defile her. It would be betraying the world, and she wouldn't betray me." He didn't believe it at all, thinking it was just two girls joking around. "What are you being mean about?" Di Shuao blankly glanced at the other party, crossing her arms and pouting her little mouth in anger. "Sister Nge admitted it herself, so I'm not going to lie to you. Besides, she doesn't look like she's joking to me." "I don't believe you. Stop stirring up trouble." Even if he killed Di Xing, he didn't believe that Bing Ning would betray him. Di Shuao was so angry. What did she mean by stirring up trouble? She wanted to say something about Cliffless, but thinking of Bing Ning's instructions and their extremely good relationship, she swallowed back her words as they came out of her mouth. "Never mind, maybe my brother was already with the other guy and just didn't want anyone to know." After a while, Di Shuao and her brother found the Bing Ning siblings to discuss the matter of the 9-turn soul restoration pill. "Sister Ninger, my brother also agrees with me. Cast a wide net. Tomorrow, call all the children of the great families to come to the mansion, and have everyone inquire about the 9 revolution soul restoration pill." Bing Ning nodded. "Thank you, siblings. You're welcome, we're all family from now on, Di Shuao said with a sweet smile. Yaoer is right, we are all family, no matter what the cost, I will save your father. Emperor Star concurred. I know where to find the 9 Revolutions Soul Restoration Pill. Bing Chen suddenly interjected. Now it was true that Bing Chen was in control of this body, but he had the same memories of Di Song, and the Di Xing in front of him was just like his son. The 3 men looked at him in unison. Where? The Imperial Palace's hidden dragon building, Bing Chen said with a mysterious face. He had to help Di Song sit as an emperor. For Di Song to sit as an emperor, it would be the same as him sitting as an emperor, and at that time, he himself would be able to have Di Song's more than 1,000,000 emperor concubines. Especially the Imperial Empress chasing the moon, that was a natural beauty that drove all men crazy. I heard that a single look could make a person sink. I've only heard of them before, but I've never seen them. When he returned to the emperor, he would be able to pamper that woman every day, realizing the dream that all men dare not even think about. There's also Yu Mang, the 5th beauty of the 9 Suns Starfield. She was likewise a mesmerizing woman. I heard that she knew more than 10 kinds of dance styles that had been lost in the ancient times. It was truly a dance of the country. Even Emperor Tsong had only ever admired her spirit snake wrapping dance and star illusion dance. Moreover, this woman was also a master brewer, and the silver origin snow she brewed was something that even other Starfield emperors were willing to spend a lot of money on. When the time comes to savor the beautiful wine, watch the stunning dance, and then have a witch mountain rain afterward, I wouldn't trade it for a god. The hidden dragon building is a secret of the 9 Suns Imperial dynasty. How did you know about it? Di Xing's gaze was stern, looking at Bing Chen with the pressure belonging to a superior. The hidden dragon building was the biggest secret of the 9 Suns Imperial dynasty. The treasures placed inside there decided the fate of the Imperial dynasty. No one knew about it except for the Imperial Prince. Even Di Shuao didn't know about the existence of the hidden dragon building. Seeing Di Xing's expression, Bing Ning realized the seriousness of the matter and hurriedly explained, Brother Xing, my brother must be talking nonsense, he hasn't even left the ice continent. To tell you the truth, I'm the old emperor's disciple, he told me. Ice Hen babbled. Even if he revealed his identity, Emperor Star would not believe him. In the eyes of outsiders, he was only surnamed Bing, just a prince of an imperial dynasty, who would support an outsider as an emperor. Besides, he doesn't trust anyone right now. There was no 9 Revolution Soul Restoration Pill in the hidden dragon building at all. There was Di Song's backhand placed there. As long as he could get in, the plan would be mostly successful. The Empress and the Yum are his women. You are my father's disciple? Di Xing half-heartedly said. Bing Ning glared at her brother. Bing Chen, don't talk nonsense. Really, I don't have to lie to you guys. Bing Chen was very calm, and even urged the core technique of the 9 Yang Imperial Dynasty, the 9 Yang Divine Dragon technique, and made up a whole bunch of stories about how the old emperor had taken him as his disciple. Di Xing and Bing Ning believed it, and only Di Shuao turned her watery eyes, not knowing what to think. Brother, you said that the hidden dragon building has the 9 Revolution Soul Restoration Pill, is that true? A flash of joy flashed in the bottom of Bing Ning's eyes. Seeing her brother nod his head in confirmation, she couldn't control her excitement and looked at the Grand Emperor. Brother Star, please save my father. Di Xing shook his head helplessly. Ninger, it's not that I won't save her, it's that I can't open the hidden dragon tower either, and it can only be opened if a new emperor ascends to the throne. Even if I can become an emperor, but time is running out, your father won't last that long. Bing Chen's voice raised a few points because of his anxiety. Isn't the Imperial Seal of Transmission able to be opened? The Imperial Seal of Transmission was lost a few days ago. Di Xing laughed bitterly. How could the Imperial Seal of Transmission be lost? Bing Chen was so angry that his prostate gland popped and ached. There is another way. The 9 Imperial Princes can drop their essence blood into the bloodline array of the Hidden Dragon Tower at the same time. Emperor Star said helplessly, I naturally have no problem with this. Now that the 9th Prince has the best hope of obtaining the Emperor's throne, he won't agree to this. When he becomes an emperor, all those treasures will be his. I can convince the 9th Prince. Ice Ning said subconsciously. You can convince Dion? Tizung looked at the woman incredulously. Just under the excitement off the mouth, Bing Ning, afraid of Emperor Star misunderstanding, immediately changed his words. I mean can try, after all, now there is no good way, cannot think of other ways. A wave of guilt over Tixing welled up inside her, having to deal with that asshole again. Just let my sister try. Bing Chen thought to himself, in a moment, he would have to persuade his sister, no matter what the cost, he would have to convince the 9th Prince to open the Hidden Dragon Building. Chapter 17, Master Don't Make a Difference. Nightmare woke up leisurely and rubbed his drowsy eyes. This sleep was the most solid sleep he had ever had when he crossed over. In the past few days after crossing over, for some reason, his heart was like a rootless duckweed, isolated and unsupported, with nothing to rely on, confused and despondent. And it was a moment of inner grounding that never existed. At this moment, Night Underworld was refreshed and full of energy. The woman's earlobes were full and also superior to hibiscus, which he took in his mouth. Some other time, it's not the right time, you've been out too long, you'll be easily exposed if you don't go back. De Villanelle stroked the man's cheek. I wasn't trying to do anything, it's called waking up with a kiss. Nightmare stared at the black lotus swaying on the woman's chest, still controlling himself. The main focus at the moment is still chasing the moon and having a son first. Somehow, Demon Leoner suddenly bit his neck, and Night Underworld grimaced in pain and begged for mercy. Master, be gentle, it hurts. If you don't say it, it bites harder. Is he to blame for not continuing? In order to get the woman to let go, he hurriedly said, I've figured out how to save your family, it'll take at most a year. Hearing these words, Demon Leoner really loosened her mouth and looked up at him. How can we save it? The Empress is now my woman, so I can have him pretend to be poisoned and lure the Demon Lord here. Nightmare spoke the plan over. Ding! Devil Lotus Air's favorability towards the host plus 10, currently 80, cultivation growth rate 8x, total, 18x. Ding! Favorability to 80, rewarding the host with 10,000 villain points and a mysterious treasure chest. Ding! The host can view the profile of Demon Leoner. May I ask if you want to view it now? Night Underworld didn't expect there to be a reward for goodwill up to 80, and said in a heartfelt voice, what's the mystery treasure chest? Ding! The mysterious treasure chest could be a rare treasure such as a special physique, worth hundreds of thousands, or even millions of villain points, or it could be a common elixir, worth dozens of villain points. It all depends on the host's luck. The hosts mainly don't want to open it, so they can trade the mystery treasure chest for 20,000 villain points, a solid profit. What are the odds of something good? The probability of something good is certainly low, 95% is full of worthless stuff. Hearing this, Night Underworld didn't hesitate and immediately made a choice. I'll trade for 20,000 villain points. He was looking at one thing in the system mall, a unicorn kidney. This treasure has 4 benefits. First, enhance the talent. The speed of raising cultivation was based on talent. The higher the talent, the faster the raise. Second, the ability to change blood and possess the holy blood of the Kirin. The Kirin sacred blood allows one to be wise beyond their years, to perceive the first opportunity, to avoid misfortune, and also to have strong defense and recovery abilities. In battle, you can use the Kirin's various aptitudes, such as Thunder Fury and Flame Breath. Third, it enables the body to produce more yang energy. The Yin-Yang Supreme Codex is all about transforming the body's yang into cultivation, and with the unicorn kidney you don't have to be afraid of not having enough. As for the fourth, we all know what we are talking about. When you have a Kirin kidney, open the mystery treasure chest and take your chances. Ding! Has helped the host change 20,000 villain points. Is it possible to check the news of Demon Leoner? Check. Immediately following that, Demon Leoner's profile appeared on the panel. Name, Mirai. Identity, the first demon of the demon race. Talent, divine. Realm, Nirvana 9. Physique, Black Lotus Destruction Body. Age, 100 years. Face value, 99. 36, accurate to 2 decimal places. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. 3 circumference, 90 centimeters, 58 centimeters, 96 centimeters. Favorability towards the host, 80. Note, this woman dares to love and hate. In front of the Taoist couple is obedient and obedient, a little birdie, but in front of outsiders is a female devil, cold-blooded and heartless. X experience, 04. People I have liked and still like. 1 person, night meditation. It had to be said that this woman was indeed a demon, reaching the 9th level of nirvana at the age of 100, and at the age of the Emperor's star, she wouldn't be much worse than the son of heaven's destiny. 90 is a little small, but it's the shape he likes. Just now, Night Underworld raised another layer of cultivation. At the same time, he tapped his panel to look at it. Host, Night Hei, 26 years old. Realm, 5th level of the Shin Pulse. Gift, Holy Grail. Technique, Yin-Yang Supreme Code, 1 level, 33 levels. Sword technique, 1 sword leveling the 4 Cs, progress 0/1000. Scripted role, supporting role, villain points, 42,000. Night Underworld was looking at the panel when Devil Lotus Air drilled into his arms and said in a bird-like manner, Apprentice, Master is talking to you, do you hear me? What did you say, Master? Devil Leoner spoke in a sour tone, obviously jealous. You kid Lina, the Demon Lord misses the woman for hundreds of years. The human emperor only died half a month. The emperor queen was you get your hands on. No wonder you only stayed with me for so long last night, so you were drained by that vixen. Master, stop it. Nightmare cupped the other's cheeks and kissed them. The profile was right, and it really is a little birdie. Who dares to think? A demoness in everyone's eyes would have such a gentle side. This scene could blind anyone if they saw it. Devil Lotus Air hugged his arm and pouted, in the future, I'll be the older sister and she'll be the younger sister. As long as you're happy. Night Underworld then said perfunctorily, come on, let's go out and take a look. Devil Lotus nodded and worried, if I go to the Imperial Palace with you, my soul can be covered up with treasures, but what about the appearance? My demon look is different from yours, it's too obvious to be seen at a glance. If only the ancient transfiguration pill hadn't been lost, but it's a pity that no one knows how to make it now. Fear not, I have an idea. Night Underworld bought 2 transfiguration pills in the system mall, one with 500 villain points, and said in a meaty voice, Master, save your pennies. When we get to my chambers, you won't need to disguise yourself and try not to go out and about. and I'll replace the entire chambers with my own people. I didn't realize you even had this elixir. Everyone had their own secrets, and Devil Lianer didn't ask Night Hay why she had improved her talent and had so many rare elixirs. She ate a disguise elixir and walked out of the chamber with her arm around the man. When I came outside and asked, it was already midday. Night Underworld said to the boss, Lume is dead, now my master will replace her, then you inform the demon lord to have my fiancé come over to meet me. The original's fiancé was also a great beauty, and was definitely on the 100 Flowers Atlas. When the original body came to work as an undercover agent, the demon lord made a marriage promise to the two of them, saying that the original body would be able to marry the demon dance when they returned. To put it bluntly, it's a blank check. Night Underworld reckoned that the demon lord just didn't think that the original body could go back, or else there were so many demon sons. Why would the demon lord promise such a beautiful woman to the original body? Devil son, how did Lume die? The owner frowned. If a dog doesn't listen, kill it. Night Underworld said gently. When you killed Lume, did you ask me? The boss had a cold face and an unkind voice. Master, kill him. A wolf-like ferocious light flickered in the bottom of Night Storm's eyes. What gives you the right to kill me? The boss was tongue-tied from fear. Does this demon need a reason to kill? Just as Night Underworld's voice fell, Demon Lianer lifted her finger and shot out a demonic chi pie refinement that penetrated the boss's brow, leading to a box lunch on the spot. Immediately following, a flash of blood color was killed in her eyes, killing intent as cold as a viper, staring dead at the second shopkeeper next to her. Did you hear what the Devil Son said? Hear ye, hear ye. The other man nodded in fear, nearly pissing himself. Night Underworld smiled faintly and returned to the Nine Suns Imperial Palace with the Ghost Woman. He asked the Ghost Woman to help Demon Lianer arrange for a place to stay, replace the palace made with the most trusted person, and then investigated if Di Shuao had returned before returning to his own chambers. Just as he walked into the dormitory, a soft and charming voice rang out behind him. Egu, this palace is heart little baby, slave, but I miss you to death. Where did you go to fool around last night? Immediately following, a pair of white, tender, jade hands adorned with precious jewels, like a spirit snake, wrapped around Night Underworld's waist from behind. Chapter 18 Yin and Yang reversed, Ice Nimbus comes to trade. What brings you here, little fox? Nightmare broke free of his bonds and turned around about to embrace the woman when the Empress Dowager had already appeared on the bed. The woman wore a phoenix crown on her head, a semi-transparent golden tulle nightgown, the kind that just covered her hips, a pair of black damask socks wrapped around her legs, and her two long white legs elegantly folded together. The woman's jade leg was lightly lifted, and her jade foot nodded in his direction. Her charming eyes were like silk, and her voice gently teased, the slave wants to be a husband, so I came over to see you. But I came last night and waited for you all night and all morning, so you'll have to make it up to your cutie. What does it take to make good amends? It's really a vixen. Night Meditation found that the woman's tulle skirt was empty under the skirt. The Empress put her hand on her fragrant cheeks and looked at him with a smile, her eyes getting more and more charming. That depends on the Emperor's sincerity. Night Underworld sat beside the woman and wrapped his arms around her water snake waist. Not bad, Emperor, this name I like it. If the old Emperor heard it, it is estimated that the coffin board can fly in anger. Why don't we go to the Emperor's tomb to see the old man someday? Let him see the power of the husband. Night Underworld scraped the woman's agitated nose and smiled evilly. Yes, I'll definitely go some other day. The words fell out, and the two of them collapsed smoothly onto the bed. Emperor, would you reward your slave with that drop of Nine-Tailed Fox's essence blood? Chasing Moon helped Night Hay wipe his sweat and pampered him. Night Underworld bit down hard on the woman's neck, which was like white porcelain, leaving a row of clear bite marks. I said, when you're sincere with me, I'll give it to you without you having to say anything. The Empress Dowager bit her lip daintily, her voice was crispy and numb as she said, your slave is willing to give you children, willing to do anything for you, your whole heart is all yours. You didn't. Night Underworld shook his head, his gaze appalling, and he didn't bother with nonsense. The other party's small mind could not be hidden from him. This woman wanted to get the essence blood of the nine-tailed demon fox and did not want to pay for it yet, and even more so, she wanted to use the 9 emperors to hold him back so that he would give the antidote on time. Could it be that he can see through hearts? The Imperial Empress suddenly understood, this man is not simple, broke her fragrant soul to attract the spirit, but also able to take out the Imperial soldiers and the essence blood of the nine-tailed demon fox, knowing that it is not difficult for her to have reservations. Wanting the essence blood of the nine-tailed demon fox was genuinely useless without taking it. Forget it. My palace's heart is not even given to the old emperor, so I'll give it to you. Ding. Chasing the moon's favoritism towards the host plus 20, currently 80, cultivation growth rate 8x, total, 20x. Ding. Favorability to 80, rewarding the host with 10,000 villain points and a mysterious treasure chest. Ding. The host can view Chasing the Moon's profile. May I ask if you want to view it now? Night Underworld's heart rejoiced. The villainous points came again. By exchanging the mysterious treasure chest for villainous points, he would have 71,000, only 30,000 short of buying the unicorn kidneys. View profile. As his heart dropped, Chasing the Moon's profile appeared on the panel. Name, Moonchaser. Status, Queen of the Human Race. Talent, Emperor's Peace. Strength, Sage 2 levels. Physique, Zhou Mei Tian Fu body. Age, 500 years. Face value, 99. 91, there are only 9 people more beautiful than her. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Circumference, 92 centimeters, 56 centimeters, 94 centimeters. Favorability towards the host, 80. Note, Chasing the Moon is dedicated to the Tao, an exquisite profit seeker. Everyone can be a pawn in her hands. It's hard to conquer her, but once conquered, she'll willingly die for you. The most loyal Tao couple under the sky, nothing can make her betray. X experience, 43. People I have liked and still like. 1 person, night meditation. This woman's cultivation is really not low, Saint 2nd level. By the time a saint arrived, the speed of cultivation would become strangely slow. If there were no strange encounters, it would take a great many decades to raise a layer of cultivation. Under normal circumstances, Chasing the Moon would only be at the 9th level of saints until death, at best to the lesser saint realm. Trying to ascend, daydreaming. Above the lesser saints there are the great saints, the celestials, the paramount emperors, and the great emperors. Before the curse was sent down, it would be a demon to ascend at the age of 5,000. Husband, what's on your mind? Chasing the Moon's eyes clearly changed, becoming deep and affectionate. Nothing. Nightmare asked, what does the Night Prince want with you? Chasing the Moon panted, ask if this palace knows your identity. Why did you pass the Teiji to you and not to him? And asked if the two of us had an unseemly relationship. What did you say? I thought you wouldn't let me, but of course I didn't, and if you'd let me, I'd really like to tell him that I found him a stepdaddy, so he can give you the father-son salute. Say it and you won't be able to keep your position as Empress. Night Underworld told him about the matter of the Demon Lord having him poisoned. Chasing the Moon's pair of eyes rolled with killing intent. That old scumbag, chasing me for hundreds of years and still won't die, even using such despicable means. Sooner or later, one day, I will kill him. By the way, husband, where is the poison? After saying that, she felt that something was wrong, that person's relationship with Night Hay was not ordinary, and hurriedly apologized. Husband, I didn't mean it that way. I was just talking in anger, don't take it seriously. The poison was crushed by me. Night Underworld said seriously, it's fine, you can kill me if you want to, dare to hit my woman's idea, damn it. In fact, he never acknowledged the Demon Lord as his father. His soul crossing over from the blue planet was all secondary. The main thing was that the Demon Lord just didn't treat the original body as a son, or else he wouldn't have wasted his time and let him come undercover. Originally, he thought that by saying this, Chasing the Moon would increase his favorability a bit, but unfortunately it didn't. As you can see, this woman is really hard to conquer. Thank you, husband, you're so good to me. Chasing Moon kissed him and smiled alluringly. When Consort Dream Emperor is out of the gate, I'll invite her to my palace and fulfill the two of you. So understanding. Nightmare complimented and suddenly thought of something. Right, you go to the 100 Flowers continent and build an imperial palace, the bigger the better. The 100 Flowers continent is only a 6th class world, but it is very beautiful there. The sky is as blue as a jewel, the colorful clouds are long, and 50% of the entire continent is covered by various kinds of spiritual flowers, which are colorful and fragrant. What do you want? Chasing Moon wondered. Night Underworld smiled evilly. I want to move all of these imperial concubines of the old emperor. There's no need. Chasing Moon shook her head. You're the imperial division, there's no difference between here and your harem either. Spoil whoever you want. It's a nice setting there, and when it's built, we can go and live there. Alright then, I'll send someone to build it, but the imperial queen's palace is mine, and I'll be your imperial queen wherever you go. Chasing the Moon lightly hooked Dan's lips, even more enchanting. Well, wait, I suddenly had a bit of an epiphany. Night Underworld closed his eyes and began to comprehend the Yin Yang Supreme Canon. He suddenly thought of Lao Tzu's words, the Tao begets one begets two begets three, and three begets all things. As he sensed, Night Underworld understood more and more about the true meaning of the Yin Yang Supreme Canon. That's right, heaven and earth are divided into Qin Kuan, and everything is divided into Yin and Yang. No wonder the model of the three realms appeared in his Dantian and was still diffusing. Very suddenly, the Yin Yang Supreme Canon broke through to the second layer. Immediately following, a divine ability Yin-Yang reversal was derived from the Gongfu, not giving Night Underworld a chance to react at all, and forcefully inserting itself into the brain. And the catchphrase? Yin and Yang are reversed, Jinkuan is shifted, and with my lifespan, I will reverse the heavenly mechanism. Effect, consuming one's own lifespan to change the direction of established heavenly chances and destinies. Come on, let's practice for a while. Night Meditation wanted to try the second level of the Yin-Yang Supreme Canon. Yeah. Chasing the Moon begs to differ. The two sat facing each other on their knees, their hands facing each other. After a while, Chasing Moon's eyes widened, his face filled with shock and disbelief. Husband, how come the speed of raising cultivation has become so much faster again? At this rate, one day is almost as fast as 3 months. If I double cultivate like this for a few hundred years, I feel like I can reach the great emperor realm and ascension is not a dream. Ding! Chasing the Moon's favoritism towards the host plus 10, currently 90, cultivation growth rate 9x, total, 21x. It will be faster in the future, it's too slow to ascend for hundreds of years. Night Underworld didn't expect that Chasing the Moon's method of increasing her favorability was this kind. 90 favorability means loving him deeply and never betraying him. The matter of killing the ninth prince can be put on the agenda. Husband, I love you. Chasing the Moon was like a demonic lotus, and the entire person became even more demonic. Night falls and September hangs in the air. Ghost Woman's voice rang out from the doorway, Master, Fairy Bing Ning wants to see you. I said you were busy, and she was dead set on seeing you, saying you must see her, and has been waiting 2 hours. Okay, you tell her to wait, now. Night meditation is worrying. If nothing, Chase the Moon tonight will certainly not let go of him. Little Ning Ning is simply his own timely reign. Husband, you'll see her again tomorrow, and sleep with me in your arms at night, okay? Chasing the Moon really fell in love, even if it wasn't for the sake of cultivation. She didn't want to be separated from the man and couldn't wait to accompany Night Hay at all times. Who dares to imagine? The perfect goddess in the hearts of countless people, who could blow off decades just by looking at her, was so humble here at Night Hay that she spoke in a tone that was almost pleading. Good girl, wait a few days, I'll stay with you for 10 days in a row. I do have something going on right now. Nightmare was only 30,000 villain points short of buying a unicorn kidney, which could be achieved by taking care of Ice Ning. No, I want my husband to stay with me. Chasing the Moon pouted. Obey. The night meditation coaxed for a long time before the woman reluctantly put on her clothes and disappeared without a trace as a stream of light. Let Bing Ning come in. Nightmare shouted to the outside of the dormitory. Chapter 19 Bing Ning is pregnant. Bing Ning stood outside the bedchamber, looking afflicted, as her brother told her to get the ninth prince to agree no matter what the cost. In order to save her father, she was naturally righteous. But her brother's mouth made her a little sad. To be honest, she had been apprehensive, a little excited before she came here and a little scared when she got here. She also wondered if she was really addicted. When she heard the man's voice inside, her heart beat as violently as a drum. Bing Ning walked into the dormitory room and saw the night meditation lazily lying on the bed with an indifferent face, drooping his eyelids and not looking in her direction. Ninth Prince, I've come to beg you for something. Didn't you say the other day that you wouldn't be in touch for the rest of your life? What? Can't bear to part with me? Nightmare raised his eyes and glanced at the woman, a flash of blazing heat under his eyes, as if igniting the passion in his heart. The woman is wearing a white dress, floating like a fairy, eyebrows and eyes cool, a melon face and pointed and small, that feels like the autumn wind with some wetness. Her skin was cold white leather, her broken hair plastered to her face, lining it even more. Bing Ning didn't know how to answer, her heart was very nervous, her hands clutched her skirt tightly. I take that back now. Night Underworld's pair of eyes as cold as ink and jade looked straight at her. The color of this dress of yours, I don't like it very much, change your clothes and come back. After saying that, Night Underworld stopped looking at the other party and closed his eyes. There was one thing he still hadn't figured out. The number at the back of Chasing the Moon's profile was 43, the cultivator's memory was unforgettable, and he certainly wouldn't misremember that he had accounted for 40. Chasing the Moon is the number one beauty, looking so seductive, how is it only 3 without his previous experience? This dog man. Bing Ning gritted her teeth. In order to save her father, she did not dare to attack, knowing that the man was peeping. She was still changing clothes in front of the other party, but not much shyness. Where hasn't the other guy kissed? Still afraid to look? After changing into a green dress, shallowly revealing her snow-like breasts, she asked in a cold voice, is it okay now? Nice, my favorite color to see. Night Underworld followed the words of the Grand Prince and complimented, Ninger just looks good in a green dress, like a green lotus on a blue sea. These words make Bing Ning's heart to Dixing born a wave of guilt. Do not want to be ambiguous with the man, straight to the point, I came to find you. There's no rush, wait. Nightmare interrupted the other and sat up, pointing to his stubbed pants, come on, Njili little baby, sit in my arms and talk. After saying that, he saw the woman's ear beads red, full of shy clouds, but still walked slowly towards him. The same color of the belt will be the woman's waist to bind a slender grip, the style of the pendulum more lined with the breasts of the rich and strong. Nightmare was in no hurry, a tight smile on his lips, waiting for the woman to sit in his arms on her own. As Ice Ning sat up, images of the two going crazy came back to her mind. Ninth Prince, I want you to. Wait, the name calling has to be changed. Nightstorm's left arm wrapped around the woman's waist, and his right hand reached down the opening of the skirt. Bing Ning's lungs were about to explode with anger, and she forced herself to hold back her anger and said, Husband, I'll discuss something with you. Well, say it. I want you and the rest of the 8 emperors to open the Hidden Dragon Tower. What is Hidden Dragon House? Nightmare was slightly stunned and subconsciously asked. The woman looked at him with a skeptical face. Emperor Star said that all 9 emperors know. You don't know what Hidden Dragon House is? Night Underworld was only the 9th prince's double, so how could he know these secrets? But he still said with a calm face, of course I know, just say what's up. Ice Ning told the whole thing, and Night Underworld understood what the Hidden Dragon House was, and the purpose of the woman coming here. However, he didn't think there was a 9 revolution soul restoration pill there. Even the Grand Imperial Prince didn't know. Bing Chen was only the disciple of the old Imperial Emperor, how could he know? Associated with the fact that the ninth prince wanted to kill Bing Chen, he always felt that there was something odd about this person. Do you agree? Ice Ning pursued. What do I get for helping you? Nightmare laughed evilly. Bing Ning's jade cheeks secretly climbed a few wisps of redness, whispering, I'll stay with you for one more night. No way. Night Underworld shook his head. I seem to be losing a lot of money when you have both spiritual and material gains. Night Underworld indirectly refused. A stand-in by himself would not be able to convince the ninth prince to open the hidden dragon building. He was able to take out the 9 Revolution Soul Restoration Pill, but he had to exchange it with villainous points, and he couldn't even afford to spend villainous points himself. So what kind of goddess of mercy was he pretending to be? It's not worth it for one night's pleasure. So what will it take for you to help? Long eyelashes covered the loss under Ice Ning's eyes, and in exasperation, she removed the man's person from her chest. On what terms? I can't help you. Nightmare let go of Bing Ning and lay down on the bed, his back to the woman. Right at this moment, the soul transmission of Chasing Moon came from his ears. Husband, if you want to, just agree to her. The imperial seal of transmission is in my concubine's hands. Just be careful, the old emperor doesn't have a disciple at all. That Bing Chen is 90% problematic. My concubine guessed that he would want something inside. Why don't we make this work and see what he wants? Women are as smart as demons and analyze a lot with just a little information. You didn't leave? Nightmare didn't make a sound, just said with his lips. I'm gone, I'm in Fenghuan Palace right now. I just want to see what this girl is doing here. With my cultivation, my divine sense covers the entire Nine Suns Imperial Palace easily, and you didn't open the array here. Well, I won't bother you anymore, take it easy, other little girls aren't as resistant to a beating as I am. Night Underworld expressed his disbelief, but didn't say anything. It seems that this woman had already laid out a long time ago, and even stole the imperial seal of transmission. Just then, Bing Ning laid down beside him and wrapped her arms around him from behind, pleading, husband, please, save my father. You name it. I'll do whatever you want me to do. Even if it's my life, I can give it to you. What do I need your life for? Night Underworld activated the formation in the bedchamber and rolled over to embrace the woman. Don't think I'm heartless. I still remember that night of love. I was asked to kill your brother and I didn't even agree. Ding. Bing Ning's favoritism towards the host plus 10, IPs 50, cultivation growth rate 5x, total, 22x. Who wants to kill my brother? Bing Ning's heart was touched, and she unconsciously curled her body into Night Hei's arms, hugging him tightly. She wanted to cry out and vent her heart's tiredness. But in the man's arms, the stress and aggravation she had felt all these days receded like a tidal wave, and an inexplicable sense of security came over her. You don't need to know who it is. Nightmare gently stroked the woman's back. My conditions are simple. First, help me poison Emperor Star and kill him. Second, help me with Di Shueyao. He didn't believe that the destined son couldn't be killed, and that the only way to get rid of him once and for all was to die. Seriously, I can't do it. Bing Ning shook her head slightly. I don't know what you're doing to fix Di Shueyao. She's my best friend. I can't betray my friends. Di Xing helped me too much. He used his own essence blood in order to refine the 3 Yang Bila pill, and it will take at least 10 years for him to recover. She had heard about this from Di Shueyao. You're the one who just said, do whatever you want. Nightmare smiled sarcastically. With this amount of goodwill, he didn't really expect Bing Ning to help him. He was just testing the waters to see how the woman would choose between her father and her friend. It's okay. It's not the heartless type. I can die, but I can't victimize those who are good to me. Bing Ning tearful eyes, she can't say to move the night meditation, can only use the killer, honestly tell you, I'm pregnant, is your. For the sake of the baby, help me, will you? Chapter 20 Di Shueyao catches the adulterer. After hearing this, Night Underworld was first stunned, then happy, then bitter. In short, the expression on his face was a wonderful one. He eagerly placed his hand on Bing Ning's belly, and with a little bit of spiritual energy, he sensed a small group of very faint life breath. It's still ing there. If you plant a garden, you can't plant a flower, but if you don't plant a flower, you can't plant a flower. It would be nice to replace it with Chasing the Moon. Well, for the sake of the baby, I'll give you one more chance to move in with me, ready to serve. Do you think this is okay? Bing Ning hesitated slightly and asked weakly, in the future, when you miss me, I will come to accompany you. But our relationship can't be publicized. She didn't have much of a liking for Night Hei, and she couldn't do it righteously yet. If she did move here, there was so much to deal with, the finger pointing behind people's backs, the gossip, the guilt she felt towards Tixing, all the pressure pressed together would make her worse than dead. She didn't want to hurt Tizun, that was a good man. If Emperor Star knew that she had abandoned the other party only to turn around and throw herself into the arms of her enemy, how sad and angry would he be? Perhaps in a fit of rage he would destroy her family's Ice and Snow dynasty and kill all of her family members. With a child, she doesn't want to remarry Tizung either, and will make it clear when she has the right opportunity to do so. As for Nightmare, she didn't want to marry either. The best thing to do at the moment is to be on your own. Called to action? Night Underworld didn't have too many surprises. He already knew this woman's nature and knew how the other party thought. Well, if you need me, I'll be there. Ice Nimbus nodded, apprehensively, is this okay? No problem. Night Underworld raised 3 fingers, nothing to say. In addition to this condition, you have to promise me 3 conditions. First, when the baby is born and given to me to raise. Second, you must wear a green dress in front of the Grand Prince from now on. Thirdly, I have a way to take you to the hidden dragon house, but it will take 2 days, but you must keep it a secret, and go back and say I didn't agree to it. I promise you everything. Ice Ning's face was marked with maternal love, and she agreed without any hesitation, only asking if she could recognize the child after it was born, and if she could see it often. You're the baby's mother, of course. Night Underworld rolled over on top of the woman, but was stopped by Ice Ning, who was embarrassed. Not tonight, I moved in with the Grand Prince, he knows I'm coming here. If I get back too late, he'll be looking for me. Tomorrow I'll definitely come over and stay with you. Without saying a word, Nightmare hooked his lips and bit down hard on the woman's shoulder, not stopping until the taste of blood spread in his mouth. Ice Ning ate the pain, her nails digging into the man's back tightly to keep from screaming. Night Underworld looked at the oval-shaped teeth marks and smiled wryly. Go back. Tell me which room you're staying in, I'll find you later. You go to me? Ice Ning stared with wide eyes, feeling like her brain wasn't working too well. Cut the crap and honor the deal. Nightmare rubbed the tip of his nose against the other man's ear and gave it another gentle nip. Ice Ning said which room she was staying in and left. She had mixed feelings. Joy is that he can save his father. Worry is how to face the Grand Prince. In the midst of her cluttered thoughts, she returned to the Grand Prince's residence. Tixing was standing in the doorway, waiting for her with an anxious look on his face. Nell, how's it going? If you don't come back, I'm going to have to go look for you. Bing Ning put on a disappointed look and shook her head. The Ninth Prince did not agree. I knew Lao Jiu wouldn't agree. That person is vicious and cold-blooded. How could he help you? Dixing suddenly realized that Bing Ning wore a white dress when she left and came back wearing a green dress. Why did you change your clothes? Ha! Bing Ning as if waking up from a dream in general. Face reveals the panic of not knowing what to do, eyes hiding, and flashing said, I just went home for a trip. Didn't you say that I look good in a green dress? I changed a body. Her heart almost jumped out of her chest. She had the feeling of being caught in the act of adultery. Luckily her shoulder was blocked by her skirt and she didn't let Tixing find the bite mark, otherwise she would really be exposed. I've just been thinking about things and I can't believe I neglected my clothes. She seriously doubted that Nightmare was doing it on purpose. Well, you look better in green, it doesn't look cold. Dixing still wants to comfort Bing Ning, but Bing Ning panics and flees, citing that she's not feeling well. After returning to the dormitory, thinking that the night meditation will come in a while, her heart has a kind of indescribable small excitement, hurriedly ran to the bathroom to bathe, after the bath to find a pink lotus flower bib to put on. Looking at herself in the mirror, that shapely figure, she nodded in satisfaction. She picked through all her nightgowns again, and finally chose a black one that she had never dared to wear since she had bought it, the almost transparent kind that just covered her arse and perfectly revealed her long, snow-white legs. Before she could put on her nightgown, Di Shuao didn't knock on the door and directly barged in. Royal sister-in-law, you have a great body. Di Shuao came to Bing Ning's body, not yet as high as the other's neck, and instantly felt so inferior. Wow, your clothes are so beautiful. She snatched the black nightgown, holding it in her hands and turning it over and over, and said with a bad smile, good penetration, royal sister-in-law, I've seen it for the first time when you dare to wear such a bold dress. Shuao, stop it. Ice Ning snatched the clothes as soon as she could, just wanting to put them on quickly to cover the bite marks on her shoulder, but she was still spotted by the other party. Sister Nell, who gave you a bite on your shoulder? Honestly, are you having someone outside behind my brother's back? Ice Ning panicked and covered the bite mark with her hand, buried her head with a nervous face, and stammered, No, absolutely not. She also couldn't find a reasonable reason and made up, just now, the Ninth Prince wanted me to be his woman before he would agree to open the hidden dragon house, and I definitely wouldn't agree, so I was bitten by him. I gave him 2 mouthfuls before I ran out. You mustn't tell your brother, I'm afraid he'll get the wrong idea. That big bad guy, Ninth Brother, has the ability to bully me. What's the point of bullying you? Di Shuaya waved her small fists, the corner of her mouth hooked into a wry smile. It's fine if you don't say anything, but you have to promise me a condition. Sleep with your arms around me tonight. We haven't slept together in ages. No, I don't feel well today, tomorrow. Bing Ning decisively refused, but Di Shuao insisted on staying, and the thought of Night Underworld coming at any time made her forehead break out in fine beads of sweat in her anxiety. Good Shuao, you let me have a good sleep. Ice Ning talked nicely and finally pushed the others back and sent him out of the room. I just got dressed and my brother came back. Sister, I heard brother-in-law say that the Ninth Prince didn't agree? Bing Chen cried out and chided. Didn't you do what I taught you? What man doesn't eat fish? What happened to your sacrifice when it could cure father? Although Bing Ning was chilling to this brother, but did not hide it from him, after all, a mother was born, the Ninth Prince agreed, he has a way to bring me into the hidden dragon house, but only bring me in alone. You mustn't tell anyone about this. If the Grand Prince finds out, he'll surely know what I've paid for. Then the Ninth Prince is my second brother-in-law? Bing Chen was cheeky on the surface, but in his heart, he set off a monstrous rage. Great! The imperial seal of transmission was actually stolen by De Young. This rebellious son, he would do anything for the emperor. I should have known that I should have gotten him killed when I was alive. Although it was Bingchen who dominated the soul right now, the two Deetsong souls were fused together, and that feeling was connected. Don't yell! Bing Ning's cheeks were scarlet, and her tone was vaguely stern. Sleep on sleep. What can be shy? Not long. The Empress is my woman. For the Empress and the Phantom Dream, Bing Chen must go into the Hidden Dragon building, so begged, big sister, only I can find the 9 turns of the Soul Restoration Dan. You talk to the pro-sister-in-law and take me in it? Okay, I got it. Bing Ning gave an expulsion order and urged, hurry up and leave, I'm going to rest. My brother understands. I won't disturb you and your own brother-in-law. Bing Chen revealed a meaningful and lewd smile, humming a little song and left, thinking, okay, this 9th prince will play next to the Emperor star. When I become an emperor, it's your time to die. At this time, Night Underworld, accompanied by the ghost woman, had arrived outside the Grand Prince's residence. He bought 2 disguise pills, ate one, and easily became the 3rd prince's appearance, blatantly walking in. The 3rd prince was from the faction of the Grand Prince. According to Bing Ning, there were 3 chambers connected to the main hall, with the Grand Prince living in the very center, and her and Di Shueyo living on either side. Night Underworld went straight to Bing Ning's room, and what he didn't know was that there was a pair of eyes staring at him from afar. Di Shueyo always felt that Bing Ning was strange tonight. She had never driven her away before, and she couldn't wait to drive her away tonight. She felt that something must be wrong, so she hid outside the hall to observe, not expecting to wait for the 3rd prince. She tiptoed after him. Ti Shueyo Pictures, click in to see. Chapter 21 In 8 Taotai Tattoo, Things Fall Apart. Night Underworld came to the door of Bing Ning's room and pushed it in, his gaze looking around the entire room. Bing Ning stood by the fragrant couch, and the tantalizing curve of his chest made the knot in his throat roll a little. Points of red lips, painting willow eyebrows, tulle black skirt, snow tender skin hidden, gauze skirt half covered, revealing a pink bib, a trace of snow breasts like 2 inverted jade bowls, a pair of beautiful legs 3 feet long. Gollum! Nightmare gulped hard once again, his inside stirring. I didn't realize women had such a sultry side. 3rd prince, why are you trespassing in my boudoir? Bing Ning steeply sank her face, clearing it coldly. It's me. Night Underworld's mind moved to restore its own appearance. Scared me to death, I thought it was the 3rd prince. Ice Ning patted her chest with a sigh of relief and followed closely by opening the formation. Di Shueyo outside the door was still trying to listen to the wall. Suddenly she was cut off by the formation and couldn't hear anything. She was so angry that she gritted her teeth and waved her small fists. There's no need to open the formation, it's not like you can see it from outside. That will chase the moon set away. Night meditation simply do not believe. Divine sense is able to view a grass and trees, even an ant on the ground can see clearly, but there must be no obstruction to do, like the walls of this house, the divine sense simply cannot penetrate, the most is to listen to the sound inside through the ear power. Unless that kind of person with an extraordinarily powerful soul could ignore all obstacles, it was obvious that chasing the moon didn't have that kind of strength. Bing Ning pointed to the bedchamber next to her and said with a worried expression, the Grand Prince is in the next bedchamber, it would not be good for him to hear. Fearing that Night Underworld would get angry, she stepped forward and hugged the man's arm, her voice soft with a bit of petulance, husband, please, next time don't open the formation, okay? Just this once, next time you must listen to me. Night Underworld held the woman in her arms in a princess hug, lowered her head to contain her peach blossom-like lips, and walked towards the pink-colored fragrant couch. Maybe there was a way to save her father. Bing Ning's mood was good, or maybe it was a bit addictive. She wasn't as embarrassed as in the past, on the contrary. Her eyes that were flooded with lust seemed to be dripping, and she took the initiative to wrap her arms around Night Underworld's neck and responded enthusiastically. This kiss was completely different from her cool character, extraordinarily frantic, the hot lips kept rubbing together, and her nostrils became more and more ragged. Night Meditation gently unraveled the thin rope of the belly band on the shoulders, his big hand slid all the way to the waistline. Di Shueyi came to Di Xing's room with a heavy heart. Imperial brother, I have something to tell you. What is it? Di Xing was studying the gongfu and asked casually. Di Shueyi's words reached her mouth and swallowed back. On one side was her brother, on the other side was her best girlfriend, making her torn, not knowing whether to say it or not. Finally, she hinted, Sister Ninger seems to be sad, so go comfort and console her. She said she wanted to get a good night's sleep, so I'm not going. Di Xing's mind was all over the gongfu, and he perfunctorily said, Brother, if Sister Njek is sleeping, why is she still opening the formation? Di Shueyo continued to hint. It should be that father is poisoned, Ninger lacks security, and can't use a few spirit stones, so just open it. Di Xing waved his hand. Well, it's fine you grab back to cultivate, don't just know how to play all day long. I'm as big as you are into the Dao realm. Elm, you're hopeless. Di Shueyi gasped and walked away with her small short legs, shouting in her heart, green to death you. Why don't you green to death you turtle? Look at your head. It's green and grassy. Pissed off that this girl can't understand this, Ice Ning was very proactive, and 1,000 voices of hers floated around the dormitory. The two were as close as they could get when the runes on the formation rippled like water waves, indicating that someone was tapping on the formation from outside. It's a big night, it's annoying. When a good thing was disturbed, Bing Ning's heart wanted to kill, and she said to the night underworld on her body, "You must not make a sound, someone is coming." After seeing that the man was honest, she didn't remove the formation, only the function of the formation to block the sound, so that she could communicate with the people outside the formation. Who? The voice was like a knife wrapped in a knife, clearly impatient. "Ninger, it's me," Di Xing carefully said from outside the formation. "Are you asleep? I want to talk to you." After his sister left, he thought about it and felt that this was a good opportunity. Maybe if he comforted Bing Ning and their feelings warmed up, they would be able to obtain the Yuan of the 19 Avenue body and unlock the 6th heaven and earth shackle without having to get married. So he came. Just then, the originally honest Night He became dishonest. Instead of being honest, they're more capable of acting. Ice Ning's silver teeth clenched, her nails digging into the man's back, embedding themselves in the flesh, and the slightest trace of blood bubbling up. "Brother Star, I'm in a bad mood. I just want to be alone for a while. Go away." "Jack, are you okay?" Di Xing said with concern. "I heard your voice is not right. Are you crying? You'll feel better if you open the formation and I talk with you." "No, I can't right now." Bing Ning was haunted to death, and in her heart she slandered, "Let you go and hurry up. Grating is really annoying. How is it inconvenient?" Tizung thought to himself that there wouldn't be anyone in the house, would there? Because he had just heard a strange sound, but he immediately thought it was impossible. Jack would never betray him, and even if she did, she wouldn't be able to bring someone here. Maybe that naughty girl of his sister's was in there. "I've fallen asleep and don't want to remember." Bing Ning glared at the man on top of him, the eyes half with shyness and half with annoyance, a moment of style and charm. Immediately following, without waiting for Di Xing to reply, she directly restored the erase sound shielding. "Let yourself go again." Ding. The host makes the son of heaven's destiny suffer and leave in despair, obtaining the supreme level footwork, Qiankuan heavenly earthly steps, 1 step, 1 Qiankuan. Late night. Go to sleep. Nightmare was exhausted and lay lazily on the bed. Ice Ning, some intention not yet finished, boldly said, "This is not like you ah. That day I remember someone also said, sleepless tonight. You don't believe me when I say you're addicted." Nightmare flirted. "Don't be a smart ass, I'm just saying." Bing Ning was a little embarrassed and buried her head into the man's chest. "Well, I'll cuddle you to sleep and aim to wake up naturally." Nightmare reached around the woman's smooth, watery back and swept the shapely body into his arms. Ding. Bing Ning's favorability towards the host plus 10, currently 60, cultivation growth rate 6x, total, 23x. Cultivating with chasing the moon for a while in that meeting had done the trick, and Night Underworld's cultivation level had risen by another layer, the 6th Xian vein layer. Goodwill is just 20 points short of buying a pair of unicorn large loins. Bing Ning was much more familiar with Night He, not as scared as she was at the beginning, even she had her heart set on it, and she no longer spoke in a formal manner. "Give me another elixir, look at my neck, it's full of hickeys." "What are you afraid of? Let the Grand Prince take a look tomorrow." Nightmare gave a bad smile. Bing Chen also talked a little bit about his brother going to the hidden dragon house as well, and Night Meditation thought about what the Empress had said to see what Bing Chen really wanted to do, so he agreed with alacrity. As they talked, the two fell asleep. Bing Ning unconsciously burrowed into Night He's arms until her entire body was pressed into them. The next day, the sun came up. Nightmare woke up flat on his back and glanced at Bing Ning, still asleep. The woman's stunningly beautiful face faced him, one hand on his chest, her elastic snowy breasts pressed against his arm, slightly contorted, and drooling at the corners of her mouth. The other woke up as he gently wiped the woman. "You should hurry up and get up and leave, maybe Shueyao will come later." After saying that, Bing Ning didn't care about the man and started to put on her clothes. Night Underworld stretched a lazy waist, very satisfied with the days of the cultivation world. Fighting and killing is not the turn of their own hands, they are only responsible for waves. Bing Ning quickly finished wearing clothes. See, the man also wore a roughly, only naked upper body, pectoral muscles full, abdominal muscles angular, just that Taodai tattoo, give a person a kind of evil feeling. With a wave of her hand, she withdrew the formation. Right at this moment, Di Shueyao, who had been hiding outside like an elf, whooshed in. When she saw Nightmare, a hint of sadness colored her brows and her face was covered in surprise. "Nine? How could it be you?" "No, you're not the 9th prince, who are you?" At this point, she had already forgotten the purpose of her intrusion, staring with big, ooey-gooey eyes, attracted by Night He's Taodai tattoo. "You're not the 9th prince?" When Bing Ning heard Di Shueyao's words, she subconsciously kept a certain distance from Night He, and her cold breath emanated from her body all of a sudden, her face cold as if it were an ice slag in the winter months. "Say, who are you?" She subconsciously thought that she had been tricked, that she had begged for the 9th prince, and that this man was not, so hadn't she done all this for nothing? No wonder the man had acted strangely when the hidden dragon house was mentioned then. "Oh, how do you know I'm not the 9th prince?" Night Underworld smiled evilly, ignoring Bing Ning and sizing up the green-skirted girl. Visual estimate of the height of the young girl is about 155 centimeters, a head of green silk like a waterfall down to the buttocks, the face is very fleshy, the eyes are particularly beautiful, like a deer in the forest, and the overall feeling given is very sweet. The most eye-catching thing was her ferocious weapon, which was extremely incongruous with her height, and Bing Ning was a younger sister compared to her. Night Meditation wanted to go forward to help each other to continue, for fear of falling down to hit the surface of the feet. He dares to say that this is definitely the ceiling of the lowly world. The girl he recognized, the 10th beauty of the Nine Suns Starfield, Di Shueya. The system said that his identity was discovered in about half a month, but I didn't expect it to come so quickly. Ding! Di Shueya's binding with the host is successful, her favoritism towards the host is 20, her cultivation growth rate is 2x, total, 25x. 20 favorability points for coming up here? Night Meditation in the memory after searching some know the reason. This girl on the ninth prince has a different sentiment, just in the way of the relationship between the two. Do not dare to cross the minefield half a step, buried deep in the heart. It's only good for him because of that. Shueyao, how do you know he's not the ninth prince? Bing Ning came to the side of Di Shueyao, fully guarding Night He. Di Shueyao explained to Bing Ning, there are only 9 imperial sons in the Nine Suns imperial dynasty, and everyone born will be carefully examined to see if there are any great Dao companion marks. I've been checking out 9 in the treasure house. There was nothing on him, and this man had the innate Taotai tattoo on his chest. Taotai represents supreme evil, which means that he was born to be a great devil. I've heard that there's a punk devil son in the demon dragon Starfield who was born with an innate Taotai tattoo. If that's right, the demon son is him. Demons? When Bing Ning heard this, she had the heart to die, and her body went limp on the ground. Man and devil are not two sides of the same coin. She was looking for the ninth prince to do something, and it was just a matter of being defiled by someone else's innocence for nothing, but she herself was so moved by a demon that she was pregnant with a demon's child. Di Shueo said to Bing Ning, imperial sister-in-law, devils are cruel and bloodthirsty, let's capture this great devil. My brother hates demons, kill one on sight, give him to my brother. While checking for typos, I realized that in some places I wrote Night He as Ning Knight, who was the main character in the last novel and occasionally messed up. I have checked it 3 times, and I hope your majesties will forgive me if there are any omissions. Chapter 22, Taken Back to the Chambers, Encounter with the Son of Destiny. There's no hurry, he can't get away, listen to what he has to say. Bing Ning's face showed pain and a tangle of colors. If she captured the other party to the Grand Prince, her matter would be exposed. Di Shueya looked at Night He, who looked exactly like the Ninth Prince, and was also a bit at a loss for words as she questioned, Big Devil, say, why are you impersonating my ninth brother? Of course your ninth brother made it so. Night Underworld's eyes were filled with the confidence of I am the master of the world, as if everything was under his control. You fart, how could my ninth brother let you impersonate him as a bully? Di Shueya crossed her arms, her killing intent as frost. Pig brain, of course it's a double, he doesn't agree I can pretend to be him? Nightstick said without a trace of anger. It's possible that you killed my ninth brother and you replaced him. Silly girl, if the imperial prince of the imperial dynasty was that easy to kill, he would have been killed by other star domains long ago. A sneer crossed the half-narrowed eyes of the Night Meditation. Who are you calling a stupid girl? Di Shueya was like a little wildcat that had blown up its hair, milking the ferociousness. You asked my ninth brother to come here and prove that what you said is all true. Otherwise, this girl will arrest you to see the Grand Prince. Don't look at the fact that she and the Grand Prince were from the same birth mother, and the ninth prince was hostile to the Grand Prince, but her heart was like a wavering balance, wanting to turn toward the Grand Prince, but also wanting to turn toward the ninth prince. I can't contact the ninth prince, feel free. Indifference was written all over Nightmare's face. The second episode of the Destiny script says, Di Shueyo discovers his identity. And he used the Invincible Experience scroll to kill the 4 directions, but the Invincible Experience scroll only had 10 breaths of time, and after killing a few hundred people, he was killed by the Son of Heaven's Destiny. The key person to break the game, Ice Nimbus. The trajectory of fate had changed, and he now had no Invincible Experience rolls. Ice Ning was the strongest of the 3, and it was all about how she chose. It didn't matter even if the 2 women handed him over to the Grand Prince, the big deal was that they wouldn't be the stand-in. Night Underworld dared to come here to play with flowers, so it naturally had a bottom line. As long as something happened to him, the ghost woman would immediately go to the Imperial Queen. Besides, the Imperial Commander is no poser. The Grand Prince was the son of the mandate of heaven, all righteous and upright. And all righteous people have a common problem, which is to follow the rules and order, and have their own bottom line. Even if he knew that he was a demon race and had the identity of an imperial division, the great prince wouldn't dare to kill him, and would only hand him over to the Empress Dowager to deal with according to the rules. You're still afraid of a bird when you get to the Empress. Good, I'll see if you still have a stiff upper lip when you get to the Grand Prince in a while. Di Shueya's violent temper came up and she was about to make a move when Night Underworld pulled out the Emperor Commander and waved it in front of her. What, are you going to do the following? I'm the Imperial Division, governing all Imperial consorts and princesses, and you're no exception. When Di Shuao saw the token, she was only abashed for an instant, and with a flash of cunning under her eyes, she began to play the rogue. Great devil, the Imperial Division is the official position that the Empress Dowager has bestowed upon my ninth brother. You're guilty of impersonating the Imperial Division. Cistern Jack, let's take him down. Night Underworld had long known that this girl was quirky and didn't play by the rules. There wasn't a single ripple in the bottom of his eyes, and he drank at Bing Ning, who had a face that was lifeless. What are you still standing there for? Why don't you open the formation quickly and wait for the Grand Prince to find out? She's a stupid girl. Are you out of your mind too? The last time you begged me, I was the one who sought to move Cliffless, not the Ninth Prince. If you want to go to the Hidden Dragon House, it's useless to look for the Ninth Prince. No one can take you in except me. Bing Ning suddenly realized, rumor has it that the Ninth Prince is cruel, and also not trustworthy, while the man in front of her, although also cold-blooded and heartless, but keep their promises. These two transactions she has a deep understanding. The other party does not want to trade, will not promise, will let her go. If it was the Ninth Prince, he might have pretended to agree and put up his pants and disowned him after the game. The other party had promised her to go to the Hidden Dragon House, so I thought they wouldn't go back on their word. Also, this man seems to be treating her pretty well. Cold on the surface, pain in the heart. Thinking of this, Bing Ning activated the formation with a thought. Cistern Jack, what are you doing? Di Shuao looked at what was happening in front of her incredulously, her chest rising and falling violently because of her anger. We're the best of friends. How can you? You turned toward a demon? I'm sorry, Yo-Yo. Bing Ning's face was filled with guilt. For the sake of my father's life, I have no choice. Very good. Night Underworld nodded with satisfaction, his smile unchanged, but the light in his eyes was as cold as frost. Murderous intent with the smell of blood surged out, and he said to Bing Ning, this woman can't be kept, kill her. Once Emperor Xing finds out about this, do you think he'll forgive you? If something happens to me, will you still be able to enter Hidden Dragon House? Without the 9 Revolution Soul Restoration Pill, what will you use to save your father? Even though the script didn't recommend killing Di Shuao, Night He still had a killing intent. This woman was a time bomb if she stayed. Unfortunately, he couldn't beat this little lowly or he would have done it himself. My brother is right next door, don't you dare kill me. Di Shuao saw that the brightness in Night Underworld's eyes disappeared, leaving only a dark murderous intent, frightening her so much that her body involuntarily stepped back, her gaze wary of the two. Shuao, I. Bing Ning was in a dilemma, her gaze switching back and forth between Di Shuao and Night He. It's too late to make a move. Night Underworld thundered and shook, killing intent like a tiger in his eyes. Bing Ning bit her pale lips and took heavy steps, walking towards Di Shuao step by step, each step extraordinarily difficult. Sister Ninger, do you really bear to kill me? Di Shuao kept retreating, her back slamming into the formation stirring up a ripple, unable to retreat any further. She raised her stunningly ethereal face slightly, a bit of moisture glistening on it, more sadness that her best friend was going to kill her than fear. She went on and on about the past of the two of them, those happy times when they were as close as sisters, in an attempt to awaken her bosom friend's conscience. Mourning permeated the entire dormitory. But Ice Nimbus finally stepped in front of her and lifted a trembling hand. Di Shuao closed her eyes in resignation and said with all her thoughts, Sister Ninger, do it. If my death can save your father, I will. I hope you won't forget me as a friend. After waiting for a few moments, the jade hand that would take her life did not fall, and when she opened her eyes again, she saw Bing Ning kneeling in front of the fake Ninth Prince, hugging the other party's thigh and pleading, please, don't kill Shuao, okay? I promise she won't say anything about us, much less your identity as a demon. The most worthless thing in this world is a guarantee. Nightmare smiled sarcastically. Bing Ning swore, I promise you, Shuao definitely won't say anything. If she tells, I'll give my life for you. When the time comes, I'll die with you, and I'll go to hell to be your woman. How much is your life worth? Night Underworld's face was expressionless, his mouth spoke harsh words, but he held the woman's shoulders and helped the other party up, kissing away the bitter tears from the corners of her eyes. Whether you die or not has nothing to do with me, I don't care at all. I care about the baby in your belly, it's my flesh and blood. There was a bloodline divide between the different races, and the human race not only hated the demon race to the bone, but also feared the bloodthirsty cruelty of the demons. The fact that the woman wasn't afraid of him and said she'd go to hell to make a woman of him slightly tugged at Nightmare's heartstrings. After thinking about it, keeping Di Shuao wasn't entirely a bad thing. It took some time, but it would help him cultivate. When Di Shuao heard the word child, her mouth opened so wide that she could stuff an egg in it, and the shock in her heart made her forget her fear. How is that possible? Sister Njek is even pregnant with this devil's child? Then the top of my brother's head isn't even green, it's green with oil. So, you agree to let Shuaya go? Ice Ning was touched by the fact that Night Hollow had helped her kiss away her tears, and she knew in her heart that this man said he didn't care about her, but still cared in his heart. Ding! Bing Ning's favorability towards the host plus 10, currently 70, cultivation growth rate 7x, total, 26x. Night Underworld ignored Bing Ning, and his piercing gaze was directed at Di Shuaya. Want to live or die? I'm not saying anything. Di Shuaya raised her chin in a manner that refused to bow her head. Bing Ning hurriedly went over to persuade her. Shuao, quickly agree. I'm not going to let him hurt you, but don't make it hard for me, okay? My life depends on you. Kill if you want to. Di Shuao was clearly scared to death in her heart, clearly compromised in her heart, but she was just a dead duck. Ice Ning was about to say something else, when Night Underworld walked up to the little lowly's body, rubbing the belly of his fingers against the other's chin, suddenly picking it up, forcing the girl to look at him, and said with a vicious smile, eat it. At some point, an additional elixir appeared in his hand. Oops, spent another 3,000 villain points on a soul-devouring blood demon elixir, and now I only have 67,000 left. Another step away from the big unicorn loin. Di Shuao refused to eat, and after being coldly gouged out by Night He, she obediently opened her cherry mouth. Afterward, Nightmare said to Bing Ning, you see us out, I'm going to take the silly girl to my chambers and release her when the opportunity is right. Seeing Bing Ning's lust for words, he took the initiative to say, don't worry, I won't hurt her if I promise you. Bing Ning nodded and said to Di Shuao, don't be capricious when you go. If your brother asks, I'll tell him you went back to your retreat. Don't be afraid, he's not as bad as you think. Night Underworld utilized the transfiguration pill to take on the appearance of a guard. The three of them headed out of the mansion. Immediately about to walk out of the Grand Prince's residence, Emperor Star came face to face from outside. Nell, what are you going to do? Di Shuao ran to the side of Di Xing and hugged his arm in a resigned, pitiful manner. Royal Brother. Chapter 23, Hades Emperor, Demon Lord, Brother Knight. Nightmare and Bing Ning looked at Di Shuao in unison. Bing Ning's nervous hands were sweaty and she didn't know how to answer. What's wrong, little sister? Di Xing lovingly stroked Di Shuao's little brain. While Di Shuao was hesitating, Night Underworld made a decision and planned to use the yin-yang reversal. It would be troublesome if the identity of the demons was revealed. That would be useless because he was sure of his control over Ice Nimbus. Although Di Shuao had been poisoned by him and 90% wouldn't say anything, everything was just a matter of fear. He can't afford to gamble. Even if there was an imperial commander, even if the Empress would bail him out, but with the identity of the demon race exposed, he would definitely not be able to stay in the Nine Suns continent, which would affect a series of layouts he would make later on. By then, who knows what kind of scallion Nightmare is? Without the identity of the Ninth Prince's double, it wouldn't have been as easy to access the women on the 100 Flowers Atlas. Although it consumed his own lifespan, Night He was confident that he would be able to ascend to the immortal realm in a few hundred years. As he activated his divine ability, it seemed as if a special force descended on the entire space. He meditated on the divine law words in his mind. Yin and Yang are reversed, Zhenkuan is shifted, and with my lifespan, I will reverse the heavenly mechanism. Yin-Yang reversal, consuming one's own longevity to change the established course of heaven and fate. Nightmare thought about the current predicament in his mind. Immediately following, an image appeared in his mind, a useless yin-yang reversal of the direction of fate. Di Shuao, considering her own life and death, didn't reveal his identity as a demon, and went back to the Ninth Prince's chambers with him. In a couple of days, the Ninth Prince wanted to kill Di Shuao, but he was stopped. The girl has a knot in her heart and is depressed daily. Almost a month, the Ninth Prince came again, forcing Di Shuao to poison the eldest prince. The little lowly refused, was tortured by the Ninth Prince for 7 days and 7 nights, and finally chose to commit suicide under the double blows of the mind and the body. Emperor Star found his sister dead, and after understanding what happened, his potential exploded and he killed the Ninth Prince's bedchamber. Because Night Underworld's yin-yang reversal has just been initiated, with 0 proficiency and limited avatar ability, the results later on are unknown and can only be seen here. Night Underworld thought in his heart if he could make the course of destiny to turn Di Shuao and Di Xing into enemies, but unfortunately he couldn't. There are 2 reasons for this. First, the Emperor Star was blessed with the light of Chi Fortune on his body. Secondly, the reversal of yin and yang is only the initial stage, and at most, it can only sacrifice 10 years of lifespan, which cannot change the direction of major destinies. At this point, a second image appeared in Night Underworld's mind, of the direction of fate after using the yin-yang reversal. Di Shuao didn't reveal his identity and went back to the bedchamber with him. Under the persuasion of Bing Ning, one night, Lori suddenly burrowed into his comforter. The scene ended with the night meditation having 10 years less lifespan, but the person did not age a bit. He can probably live 120 years in his current realm, 10 years less nothing is called. Seeing that his sister didn't say anything, Di Xing pursued, Yaoer, what's wrong with you? Is someone bullying you? You talk to your brother and I'll clean him up for you. Di Shuao thought of her own life and death, thought of Bing Ning kneeling on the ground and begging others in order to save her, and shook her head sadly. No, I just want to close the door. I kind of can't bear to let go of you, and I can't bear to let go of Sister Ngier. Di Xing dotingly stroked his sister's brain. Cultivation is important, don't be upset. When Ninger and I get married, you must come out to attend the wedding. Oh, then I'm off. Di Shuao nodded her head with a bitter smile, thinking, Brother Green, you still want to get married? By then people's kids will be picking up girls. Because of Bing Ning's nervousness, the skirt on her back was drenched in sweat and clung to her skin, so that she could vaguely see her snowy skin. She said with a palpitation in her heart, Brother Star, I'm going to send Princess Samba off. Go on, I'm sending someone to investigate the news of the 9 Revolutions Soul Restoration Pill. It seems like there's a secret realm that has it. Emperor Star waved his hand. Icing exchanged a few pleasantries, and the 3 of them left the Grand Prince's mansion and returned to Sky City. Night Underworld decided to imprison Di Shueyo and release her when her goodwill reaches 90 and she won't betray him. In order to persuade the little lowly, Night Underworld didn't tell Ice Ning to go. The 3 of them came to a large hall, and the table next to them was filled with fine wines and delicacies. Night Underworld was sitting on a chair with Bing Ning in her arms. The woman peeled spirit fruits and sent them into his mouth, feeding him a mouthful of spirit wine every now and then. Di Shueyo sat opposite the 2, seeing their ambiguous behavior, pouted her lips and muttered in a small voice, shameless, at the expense of my brother who said that you're the Holy Lotus, the proudest phoenix of all, you're with a demon, and you're also giving birth to someone else's child. Nightmare ignored her, and with a mouthful of wine in his mouth, he hugged and kissed Bing Ning. Lori was there by herself, talking to herself. Seeing the 2 in love, she licked her pink lips, fantasizing about what a kiss would feel like. She had an active personality, and what she feared most was loneliness and cultivation, and having no one to take care of her was worse than killing her. About an hour passed. Di Shueyo really couldn't hold it in anymore and purposely puffed out her chest. Hey, big devil, what's your name? Night Underworld also felt that it was almost time to air it out, and his gaze lazily looked at the other party. I have 3 names, which one are you asking about? Bing Ning almost laughed out loud when she saw that her good best friend couldn't hold it in, and thought to herself, this guy, Night Hey, is just too bad. Shueyo was held in his grip. Which 3 names? Tell me all of them. Di Shueyo stared with big round eyes and a curious expression. Night Underworld smiled demurely. You can call me Underworld Emperor, or Demon Lord. Of course, these are all my future identities. You can call me Brother Night if you don't like it all. Hee, you're quite funny. I've never seen such a narcissistic and interesting demon before. Di Shueyo was like a heartless child, her eyes curving into a crescent moon when she smiled. Night Underworld no longer cared about the other party, carrying Bing Ning to the outside of the hall, and instructed, persuade the silly girl, and remember, don't talk to her much. It'll be fine in a minute, so just go back. The day after tomorrow, you sneak in and find me, and I'll take you and Bing Chen to the Hidden Dragon Tower. He touched the woman's belly and added, take care of my baby. Ding! Bing Ning's favorability towards the host plus 10, currently 80, cultivation growth rate 8x, total, 30x. Ding! Favorability to 80, rewarding the host with 10,000 villain points and a mysterious treasure chest. Ding! The host can view Ice Ning's profile, please ask if you want to view it now? We'll see about that later, first change the mystery chest to villain points for me. Nightmare's teeth ached. Currently have 97,000 villain points, just shy of that 3,000. If you don't wave you can buy unicorn kidneys. Bing Ning lowered her head, pinched the hem of her skirt, and her voice was so small that almost only she could hear it. Don't you need me to accompany you at night? Addicted? Night Underworld pinched the woman's absolutely beautiful face and said, darn it, I'm not. Bing Ning shyly blanked the man and ran into the hall in a panic, pulling on Di Shueyo's hand. Yower, why don't you be that big devil's woman as well? I know who you like, but you're not meant to be with that person. You're a good sport, but the big devil said that if you don't agree he'll keep you locked up all the time and won't let you see a single person for a year. Di Shueyo think about it is terrible, cannot see a person, their own non-suffocation, her voice deliberately raised a few points, as if to build up their own momentum. Humph, I will not agree to die, let him off, this princess is not afraid. What cultivator doesn't retreat for 8 or 10 years? I'll be closed for training in a little while. Really not afraid? Ice Ning scared, he's not locking you up here, he's locking you up in a small dark room, a dark room. That poisonous elixir will devour the soul and chi and blood, and the pain is unbearable without an antidote. Don't he dare, if the big bad man does that, I'll tear down like that. Di Shueyo was clearly scared, but stubbornly refused to bow her head. Seeing that the other party was flustered, Bing Ning said in a gradual manner, what's wrong with being his woman? Di Shueyo bristled, proudly lifting her chin, you're blind, but I'm not. How could this princess possibly find a demon as a Taoist couple? Don't you help that big devil persuade me, I won't eat it. Bing Ning patiently continued to persuade, I know you don't like cultivation, I'll tell you a secret. Night Underworld had a special cultivation method that could catch up with tens of days in a single day, and it would be even faster in the future. He and I said it was normal to catch up with thousands of years in a day by then. With him, you don't have to worry about practicing, you can just play around. Last night, the man told her to rest in peace and not to worry about cultivation. Also practicing with her for a tea time, that speed was simply too fast. Really? Di Shueyo's eyes were as wide as copper bells as she let out a murmur of surprise. Can I still lie to you? Bing Ning said with a serious face, when the time comes, we can ascend to the immortal realm together. If you don't agree, by the time you die of old age and I ascend to the immortal realm with an endless lifespan, I'll no longer have you as a good best friend. For some reason, a shy picture floated in her mind, with the big bad guy wrapping his arms around her and Di Shueyo on the left and right. Shueyo still shook her head and said with a serious face, Ninger, he's your man, and we're the best of friends. How could I steal your man? Nightmare was walking towards his chambers when joy fell from the sky. Ding! Shueyo's favorability towards the host plus 10. Ding! Shueyo's favorability towards the host plus 20, currently 50, cultivation growth rate 5x, total, 29x. Not bad, at the current rate of advancement, 1 layer of minor realm a day. It seems that the change in Destiny's trajectory is working well. As Night Underworld was walking, she saw the ghost woman leading dozens of courtesans towards Demon Lienner's room and asked a curious question. What's this for? The ghost woman respectfully said, Master Lienner said that she wanted to use the chi and blood of a cultivator to cultivate, and asked the old slave to find her dozens of people every day. Nonsense! Nightmare's brow furrowed in an angular frown as he pranced towards his master's room. Chapter 24, Jealousy Between Emperor and Empress. Devil Lotus Air was cultivating in her room with her knees crossed. Nightmare walked in with a cold face and questioned, Master, do you know what you're doing? Cultivation is cultivation. How can you use people to cultivate? Demon Lienner slowly opened her eyes, the corner of her mouth pulling out a wicked arc. For the sake of a mere few humans, how dare you speak to Master like this? Regardless of whether it is the human race or the demon race, they are all resources for my cultivation. In case your plan fails, I'm in a higher realm and can save my family faster. What, you pity the human race? The night meditation brow twitched slightly, cold ons flashed in his eyes, and he angrily shouted, I pity Nima, the old man cares about you. Do you know that it's easy to get carried away by practicing like this? By then, you'll be dead. Did you know you were dead? Even if you don't go off the deep end, you may attract a karmic fire calamity. Snap! Night Underworld raised his hand and gave the woman a big mouth, the storm raging in his eyes as he roared again, if you die, what about your family? What do I do? Have you ever thought of anyone else? The demonic people raised their cultivation fast because they took shortcuts and didn't take one step at a time. But there are two sides to everything. A rapid increase in cultivation comes with great risk. At least 3 out of 10 demons die from going off the deep end. Devil Lienner touched her fiery cheeks, and although she was beaten, a strong warmth swept over her, pretending to be angry. I don't need you to mind my business. Ding! Devil Lotus Air's favorability towards the host plus 10, currently 90, cultivation growth rate 9x, total, 31x. It's not just about practicing, I'll practice with you. Nightmare picked up the woman in one arm and ran for the bed. The sun and the moon shine together, the sun and the moon shine together, the yin and the yang balance each other. The yin-yang supreme codex is to transform the yin and yang of the human body into pure energy, directly enhancing cultivation. Currently, it could only transform the yin and yang chi of the human body. And with the continuous comprehension of the Gong method, it could transform the yin and yang power of the heaven and earth at the back. But the body's yin and yang chi is limited, like a bottle filled with water. Full of it can no longer be filled, the body is no longer born. If there is a depletion and the bottle is not full, the body will produce a steady stream of yang energy, but the production is slow and not something that can be replenished in a day or two. Night Underworld and chasing the moon cultivating for a day was like drying up the water in the bottle right to the bottom. And now they were also recovering, but only very little, and continuing to cultivate might damage the foundation. You let go of me, I don't want it today. Devil Lotus Air twisted her body and struggled violently. You're overthinking it, I'm just practicing with you. Without a hint of gentleness, Nightmare threw the woman on the bed and jumped on himself. Is practice used for bed? Devil's Lotus instinctively assumed that the guy wanted it. Just as she was puzzled, Nightmare straightened her arms and placed her forepalms facing each other. Immediately following, the two chi of yin and yang flowed through the palms of the two men's bodies, and finally converted into a dense energy that flowed into the dantian. Apprentice, what kind of cultivation method is this? Devil Lotus Air's expression was very exaggerated, her eyes were so wide that they almost jumped out of their sockets, and her whole body was as dumb as a fool. Cultivating like this is so fast, much faster than my Devil Lotus devouring blood. It suddenly occurred to her that the man had said the other day that he could take her to rapidly raise her cultivation level. If I had known, I should have asked that night. It's not so bad that you're just now practicing. My Gong method is special, there are no side effects from practicing like this. If you dare to practice like that again, I will never spare you. There was a seriousness in the tone of Nightmare's voice. I know. Devil Lotus Child nodded her head obediently. In the future, I won't let you worry about me. She saw not only the hope of saving her family, but also the hope of ascension. Nightmare looked at the woman's slightly red and swollen cheeks, which still had the 5 fingerprints he had left behind, and asked gently, does it still hurt? It doesn't hurt. Devil Lotus Air shook her head slightly, and there were tears flashing under her eyes. In the future, will you accompany me to cultivate every day? Night Underworld laughed bitterly. Not yet, this kind of cultivation needs to consume one's own yang chi, and cultivating for too long damages one's foundation. I'm demonstrating it to you now to show you that don't rush your cultivation. I have a faster way. Now a day is just a few dozen days, but in the future a day can be worth decades, centuries, or even thousands of years, so what's your hurry? Besides, after a while, I'll be able to fix the yang problem. I know, I'm all yours. Devil Lotus Air suddenly withdrew her own palm, stopped cultivating, and stroked the man's cheek, saying heartily, "I see that your face is pale, are you damaging your roots? I'm in no hurry, take your time. Out of the way." Night Underworld wrapped his arms around the woman and collapsed onto the bed. "Come on, let's continue to cultivate." The next day, Devil Leonor was like a lady of the house, snuggling in Night Hay's arms, the whole person suffering from a loss. "Night, I can't stay away from you. You're not going to not want me later, are you?" Nightmare was in a trance and felt that the other party was his little fangirl, stroking the woman's green silk. "That depends on your performance. If you don't perform well, I definitely don't want you." It had to be said that the women of the demon race were indeed brash and not at all squirmy. TSK TSK TSK. "Night, when we have children, I will be a good wife and mother." "Well, keep it that way from now on." Nightmare suddenly thought that he could check Ice Nimbus's profile, so he tapped on the panel. Name, Bing Ning. Identity, Princess of the Ice and Snow Dynasty. Talent, Emperor's Peace. Strength, Entry Level 4. Physique, 19 Avenue Body. Age, 40. Face value, 99. 18, accurate to 2 decimal places. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 54 kilograms. Circumference, 92 centimeters, 58 centimeters, 94 centimeters. Favorability to the host, 80. Note, do not like to mess with this woman, messing with the want to dump cannot shake off. She is very extreme, if anyone dares to play with her feelings, be prepared for 3. 1. Being a eunuch. 2. Die together. 3. A woman becomes a demon and kills all the negative men in the world. X experience, 12. People I have liked and still like, 1 person, night meditation. Note, the feeling of gratitude and admiration for the Grand Prince is only a feeling of gratitude and admiration, not fondness. Seeing the word eunuch, Night Underworld felt a cold wind swishing underneath. He found a problem. All the women on the 100 Flowers Atlas, there was not a single one with a face value of less than 99, and all of them were beautiful beyond words. No wonder, there are 9,990,000 worlds in the 9 Sun starfield alone, and there are so many other starfields around it. The human race isn't the only one on top of the Atlas. With so many worlds, if the face value is less than 99, it doesn't deserve to be on the 100 Flowers Atlas. The beauties of other races he hadn't had a chance to see yet. Night Underworld suddenly thought of the Demon Queen, the first beauty of the demon race, and wondered how many pages that woman was on. No, I should go around the Imperial Palace myself and do my duty as a Taiji. Getting dressed, Nightmare was just about to leave when Chasing Moon arrived. "Taiji, come over to this palace, I want to discuss something with you." While Chasing the Moon and Night Hay spoke, they glanced provocatively at Demon Leonor. She hadn't seen a man in over a day, and honestly, it felt like years. The mind was occupied by the figure of Night Hay at all times, lingering. Devil Leonor sneered and said in an unkind tone, "Don't pretend, I know about your relationship. He can't go to your place without my permission." Chasing the Moon frowned slightly, her flirtatious face steeply as if covered with a layer of frost, and the killing intent in her eyes danced like a flame. "Who the hell are you?" Seeing that the two were about to fight, Night Underworld's head exploded and he hurriedly stood between the two to round off the situation. "I'll introduce you guys." Pointing at Chasing the Moon, he said, "Empress of the human race, the #1 beauty of the 9 Sun starfield." Devil Lotus Air said disdainfully, "Just a Thai fox. Don't you say a word." Night Underworld chided and pointed at Demon Leonor to introduce her to Chasing Moon, the #1 demon of the Demon Dragon starfield, Demon Leonor. Chasing the Moon was also just behaving in front of Night Hay, in front of others, that aura, that majesty, it was just like a lord on the 9 heavens. Who did the mourner think it was? But it turned out to be that broken Black Lotus. "Slutty fox, who are you talking about?" Demon Leonor was about to go berserk right away, but was stopped by Night Hay. Night Underworld told Chasing Moon to go out and wait for him first, then said to Demon Leonor, "Master, don't make a scene, she's the key to whether or not you can save your family. What if you mess with her and she turns around and doesn't care?" Devil Lotus Air thought of her family members and immediately became honest, saying with jealousy, "But you promised me. Look at her just now, how she looks like a sister who is a sister. From now on, you are my demon empress, and the demon race is all under your control." Night Underworld's teeth ached and he said with a cold face, "I know, all yours." Devil's Lotus pouted and nodded. Nightmare went out when he saw that everything was fine on this side. Hey, it's so hard to be a man. A woman must be in pain when she should be in pain. Who will be in pain if her own woman is not in pain? You can't be spoiled when you shouldn't be, and you have to be a man of authority. Chapter 25, Taking on the Devil in Body. When he came outside the temple, Chasing Moon pestered him. "Husband, you did say that you would let me be your eternal imperial queen." "Yes, I did." Nightmare nodded, feeling the soft touch coming from his arm. He wanted to yell out, "Who? Who else? If there are still travelers, who's better than me? I, Night Underworld, have not disgraced the travelers or the people of Blue Star. In the future, I will be the lord of the heavens and the earth. What about her?" Chasing Moon pointed a finger at the temple. Night Underworld wrapped his arms around the woman's water snake waist and said with a wry smile, the future underworld emperor declares that he has named Chasing the Moon as the imperial empress of the human race, and in the future, he will help this emperor to lead the human race's harem. The woman still wanted to say something, and he coldly glared at the other party. Whoever enters and doesn't obey will be knocked into the cold palace, and she won't be brought to cultivate in the future, much less to ascend. Your little fox is the best behaved. What husband says is what he says. Chasing the Moon felt that this was not a bad result, not losing to that smelly black lotus, and pampered. Isn't it time to accompany your slave today? Well, let the empress serve today. Night Underworld spoke breathlessly. Not only did his legs cramp up, it felt like both of his large waists were cramping up. The two were about to go to Fenghuan Palace when Yu Linglong came. Amat Babuda, the poor monk has something to find the monk. Go ahead. Nightmare glared at the woman, which meant get me out of here, I want to be put out of my misery. I didn't expect Jade Linglong to be quite on board. Schmuck, can we go to my room and talk? Yeah, no problem. Night Underworld had been waiting for these words for a long time, and said to Chasing Moon, wait for me. If it's taking too long, it's okay if you go back first, I'll meet you when I'm done. No, slave will go with you. Chasing the Moon already possessed the charm of a mature woman, and when she was pampered again, no man could block it. Night Underworld had talked to her about Yu Linglong, and the other party knew Night Underworld's identity, so she didn't hide her relationship with Night Underworld. Instead, her face was filled with bragging rights, which seemed to mean that she was giving Yu Linglong a downward spiral. Night Underworld spent 2,000 villain points in the system mall to buy an antidote and put it in Chasing Moon's hand. Good boy, this is the antidote to the soul-devouring blood demon pill. The master and I are going to discuss the high Buddhist teachings, and it is inconvenient for you to be there. The woman's favorability is already at 90, she won't betray again, and there aren't enough villain points to buy a unicorn kidney, so it's not like it's 2,000 points. It's just that this front and back wave out to 5,000 villain points is really hurting his liver a bit. Okay then. Chasing the Moon reluctantly went to find a room to detoxify. Night Underworld and Yu Linglong came to the women's chambers. The woman was still wearing the gray monk's robe from that day, but it was hard to hide the proud figure. Thank you, master. Thank me for what? Thanks for helping me out. Amat Babuda, monks don't lie, the poor monk does want to speak to the scholar alone. Looks like I'm the one who made a fool of myself. You little monk, you don't know the first thing about the world, you don't know how to give me some face. Night Underworld's face was a bit unsettled, and when he saw that Yu Linglong had turned on the bedchambers array, he took 2 steps back and looked on guard. What are you doing opening the formation in broad daylight? This chick isn't going to react and kill herself, is she? Don't be afraid, monks, I won't hurt you. Yu Linglong could see the worries of Night Underworld and took the initiative to explain. Before every great chaos of heaven and earth, there will always be a son of heaven's destiny, and naturally, there will be no shortage of great devils that will plague the world. The time is not right, I may not be able to kill you. Even if you are killed, a new demon will be born. Instead of that, I'd like to enlighten you. The mission of the poor monk's birth is to enlighten you, and when you are enlightened, when the Buddha's path is complete, degeneration is degradation. What are you doing opening the formation? The corners of the eyes of the Night Underworld twitched as he said with a dumbfounded expression. Yu Linglong didn't answer him but asked, you want my body very much, don't you? Nightmare nodded and shook his head, yes, I know, what do you want? He didn't want to be led around by a woman. He couldn't guess the intention when the woman asked that. Immediately following, Yu Linglong lay down on the bed and couch, her face devoid of joy and sadness. Sure master, come on. Night Hollow was even more confused. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up. In the face of Yu Linglong's colorful boldness, Night Underworld suddenly felt like he had turned into a pure-hearted teenager and questioned, what exactly do you want? Let me tell you, brother is not a casual person, casual is not a person. Are all Buddhas so open-minded? That's a female ing hooligan. Yu Linglong said word for word, take, body, degree, devil, big sister, spare me. Nightmare's legs went weak and he almost fell to the ground. How much peach blossom luck does one have to meet so many flamboyant people? Yu Linglong's face carried a touch of rare complacency. Either you let me fall into the red dust, or I pull you to set up a life for the living world, and open up peace for all the worlds. This is the body to the devil. That master, another day, another appointment. Nightmare looked at the towering front of the monk's robes and was a bit distracted. Yu Linglong shook her head, either you let me take on the devil in my body, or you'll be baptized by me with Buddha's light for 2 hours every day from now on. Master, I would like to ask, I practiced tens of thousands of years in front of the Buddha in my past life to get all the things in this life? I can't tell, 1,000 things. Yu Linglong began to take off her monk's robe. Take it easy. Night Underworld took 3 steps to the bed, holding the woman's hand to stop the monk's robe from slipping off. The corner of his mouth hooked into an evil smile. Wearing it is quite good, taking off the monk's robe will blaspheme the Buddha. His little thoughts were not hidden from the other man, and the woman glanced at him with a smirk, pulling him down as soon as he was just on top of the woman. Begin. You volunteered for this, I didn't force you. Nightmare said as he stroked the woman's bald head. Jade Linglong nodded, her body emitting a nice Buddhist fragrance, her mouth spitting out lotus incense as she spoke. as one sows a cause, one receives a result, everything is destined. The physical body is just a skin to me, as long as I can fulfill the scholar, everything is possible. I think you're a bit possessed. The Night Underworld scoffed in his heart, was it really just for the sake of enlightening me? It's all just your obsession. I realize that the enlightenment of the scholar is truly extraordinary, and that cultivating Buddhism has great potential. Yu Linglong said from the bottom of her heart. I'm so far behind compared to the master. Night Underworld admired this woman's Buddhist realm from the bottom of her heart. No matter how his hands wandered, the other didn't react at all. The more the other party did, the more his desire for conquest was aroused. He really didn't believe it. Suddenly, the woman's pink lips imprinted on his. Wait, let me listen to the heart of the Buddha first. Nightmare's face came to the woman's heart, listening to her heartbeat. Chapter 26 Buddha Lotus Companion Lotus, Killing Emperor Shueo. 9 suns set in the mountains, September rises in the sky. The stars in the sky blinked shyly. Night Underworld lay down on all fours on the bed couch. The whole person was like a dead pig, his essence shriveled up. This time, it really hit him. People's Buddhism is boundless. He then did not intend to conquer Yu Linglong at once, according to his conception, half a day's time, how can also increase 10 points of goodwill, and in the future, after a long time, the other party is not obedient and he into the red dust. But the truth was nothing like what night meditation thought. Not to mention 10 points of favorability, even an increase of 1 point would be fine, at the very least it would give him some confidence. But not a bit of it. That kind of sucks. Suddenly, Night Underworld felt that a pure power was washing his soul and flesh, and it felt like being in a clear spring, ice cold. He hurriedly looked inward at his dantian. The dantian was isolated into 3 spaces by the 2 chi of yin and yang, which he named from bottom to top, hell, earth, and heaven. Hell is the black lotus of evil. There were 6 black and white arcane veins lying in the human body. The heavenly realm was originally empty, but at this moment a white lotus seed unexpectedly appeared. The lotus was the size of a fist, as if it were a pearl shining with divine light, and a bright and dazzling Buddha light blossomed around it. The light as dazzling as the rising sun, illuminating the entire space. What did you do to me? Night Underworld sat up with a whoosh, the calmness on his face instantly torn to shreds, revealing a sharp murderous streak as he stared straight at the woman. Yu Linglong said nonchalantly, I planted my seed of Buddha lotus in your body. This Buddha lotus will take root in your heart and purify your killing heart at all times. As for the lotus seed in your dantian, that is the companion lotus of the Buddha's lotus seed. I said, either I accompany you to become a demon, or you accompany me as a Buddha. You're just a crazy person, take it out for me. The killing intent within Night Underworld was like a sword unsheathing. Amitba Buddha, the Buddha lotus is planted irreversibly. The woman's words were like a pot of cold water poured on Night Hei's body, and she couldn't fight, so she could only understand the situation first. It won't harm me, will it? Hey, he had a feeling of being pitched, and he blamed himself for being greedy. If he was right, in order to plant the seed of the Buddha's lotus, he had to have sex with a man and a woman. Yu Linglong shook her head, it will only awaken the goodness within you, and will not harm you one bit. And, it's a great chance. A great opportunity beyond the reach of countless people. Hearing that he wouldn't harm himself, Night Underworld's heart was much more solid, pinching the woman's chin, coldness spreading in his fingertips. I hope you didn't lie to me, otherwise I'll slaughter all the Buddhas in the world. You always say I'm a big devil. How many people have I killed? Have I ever hurt an innocent person? What is goodness when a person is not measured by good or evil? What is evil? We all just have different positions. A small Buddha lotus can't affect me yet. I can be as good as I want to be and as evil as I want to be. You're not killing now, that's because the karma isn't finished yet, and that day isn't far off. When Yu Linglong said this, Night Underworld saw gusts of fear and despair crossing the bottom of her eyes, real fear. What would happen in the future that would make this woman, who was not frightened by the collapse of the sky, so afraid? Help me cultivate for a little while longer, I just had some epiphanies about the red dust tribulation. Yu Linglong took the initiative to invite. How does the red dust taste? Night Meditation did not expect the woman to be so active. He did not think that this is love, because the good sense is still 0-0, this cannot fool people. Yu Linglong took the initiative to sit on his body. In my heart, red dust is sorrow, red dust is tears, red dust is wine, red dust. Stop, I don't want to hear your insights. Nightmare raised his hand to cover the woman's mouth. And what is red dust in your eyes? Yu Linglong broke his hand and asked curiously. Amitba, the Buddha says it cannot be said. Night Underworld does not want to answer, but the woman is not relentless, must let him say, there is no way. He casually perfunctory 2 sentences, in my eyes, the red dust is cultivation. Rolling in the dust is rolling in cultivation. Then, in turn, he asked the other, why do you make a sound of love if you don't want to? In that meeting, the woman's voice had nearly toppled the roof of the room, but fortunately there was a formation. Love moves the heart but not the mind. Amitba. The woman folded her arms and said, Buddhas are human too, and Buddhas can't help themselves. Just then, the runes on the formation rippled. Yu Linglong waved her hand to remove the formation, and Ghost Woman's voice rang out from outside. Master, the Ninth Prince is looking for you. The ghost woman was afraid of revealing Night Underworld's identity, so she used the title of Ninth Prince instead of Ninth Prince. Got it, I'm on my way. What is this doggy doing? Night meditation again. Get up and get dressed. Before leaving, he touched Yu Linglong's bald head and said, "Baby, I'm leaving." For some reason, he especially liked touching the other man's bald head. "I'm here, you can always come back later." Yu Linglong straightened down her clothes and turned the Buddha beads in her hands, turning into a Buddhist master of high dharma again. "Okay, when I have time, I'll let you use your body as a demon again." When Night Underworld left and returned to his chambers, he saw the Ninth Prince sitting at the tea table drinking tea alone, with 4 Dao protectors standing behind him. "Brother Di Yang, something's wrong?" The other looked up at him with somber eyes and pointed to the chair across the coffee table. "Brother Nightmare, sit down and chat." "Say it." Nightmare sat in his chair and crossed his legs. Di Yang drank a mouthful of tea and slowly said, "The Grand Prince offended the Lu family and lost the Lu family's support. If there are no big surprises, the throne of the Emperor will be mine. However, Princess Qingdi, the biological mother of the Grand Prince, is not dead set on bringing the Lei family into the camp of the Grand Prince, and the two families have already talked about a marriage. Lei Ri, the head of the Lei family, is marrying Di Shuiyao, and Lei Ri's youngest sister, Lei Yu, is marrying the Grand Emperor. If that's the case, I'm not sure. What exactly is Brother Di Yang trying to say with all this?" Night Underworld knew about the Lei family, one of the 9 major forces in the 9 Sun Star region. "Hearth and fire, everything can be forged," said the Lei family. This family was famous for refining weapons because they controlled lightning and a secret method of refining weapons with lightning. 99% of all divine weapons come from this family. Di Yang said with a leathery smile, "It's simple, never let their union succeed. Originally, I was planning to use Di Shuiyao to deal with Di Xing, but now it's urgent. I'm going to kill her. I know, she's trapped here by you, will you kill her or will I? Can we not kill?" Night Underworld's tone appeared to be soliciting the other party's opinion, but it was permeated with a flavor that could not be questioned. Di Yang's eyes were like dark pools of water, not containing half a bit of temperature, and he said with a cold smile, "I could have killed her without asking you at all. The reason why I'm talking to you is because I respect you, and Brother Nightmare don't make it difficult for me." "No, you misunderstood me." Night Underworld's smile solidified as he faintly said, "What's the use of just killing a Di Shuiyao? Can you stop Master Lei's sister from marrying Emperor Xing? Either you can't, it's simply useless, and it's a waste of Di Shuiyao's pawn." At this point, he and Di Yang shared the same purpose, and must not allow Di Xing to become an emperor. If that happens, he won't have a good day. If he didn't kill Di Shuiyao, one was that he had promised Bing Ning, and the other was that the girl's favorability towards him had already reached 60, boosting his cultivation speed by 6 times per day, so it would be too much of a shame to kill her. The goodwill of the two went up when they said they would, because he had already discovered that the other party was shifting his love for the Ninth Prince towards his body, and right there, when he was with Yu Linglong, Di Shuiyao's favorability towards him had increased by another 10. In Night Hei's heart, Di Shuiyao was already his woman. When he was in Blue Star, who let him have Lolita control? If you dare to hit on his woman, then don't blame him for being unkind. Jia, the Lei family head's wife is called Yui. That woman is not easy. From the Yu family of the 9 great families, she and Dream Princess were sisters. Yu Meng was the 5th beauty of the 9 Sun Star region, while the wife of the Lei family lord, Yu, was the 6th beauty. Chapter 27, The Qin Emperor's Concubine Asks for Help. Di Yang tapped the desktop very rhythmically and suddenly asked Nightmare, "Listening to you, do you have a good idea? If you can stop the union, I can refrain from killing Di Shuiyao. When are they going to join forces?" Nightmare asked rhetorically. Intelligence says 1 month later. The corners of Di Yang's mouth slowly pulled back an evil arc. That smile was clearly handsome and astonishingly beautiful, but it made people cold with fear. Night Underworld held up 2 fingers. "Give me 20 days and I will break this union. If it doesn't work, you can kill Di Shuiyao again." He laughed inwardly at the ghost. "You're counting on it." "Counting and counting, the 9 Sun Starfield is also in my pocket. The rivers and mountains are mine, the beauty is mine. It's all mine. Then I'll trouble Brother Nightmare." Di Yang's words suddenly took a turn, his tone smacking of accountability. "I want to know why you haven't killed Bingchen by now? Can you tell us why you killed him?" Night Meditation tried to set up a conversation, but the other party was more refined than a monkey and only snorted with him, not saying why. In the end, he just perfunctorily said to kill it as soon as possible. The two chatted a bit more. Di Yang colored and said, "Why did you marry Ruyan Lu in my name? You have Nailingos Moon, the 7th beauty of the 9 Sun Star region. I'm marrying an 8th beauty and helping you establish an alliance with the Lu family. You won't be so petty, right?" Night Underworld's smile remained unchanged, but his eyes turned slightly cold. "Fellow travelers, of course I'm not that petty. But as far as I know, you have Bing Ning, and there is also a big demonic beauty by your side. Isn't that enough? Who can have too many beautiful women?" Night Underworld almost said, "I want your Nailingos Moon as well," but seeing the wry smile that hooked up at the corner of Di Yang's mouth made his heart tighten. The other side knows all about him, so to speak. He always felt that this dog coin knew about his demon clan, and this person was obviously not harboring good intentions. The two look so much alike. If the other guy impersonated him and slept with his woman, wouldn't he be green? Even with the Taodai tattoo, what if Di Yang imitated his tattoo? Greening people like this is definitely not an option for others to green him. He green others for granted. Night Underworld secretly decided that this hidden danger should be solved a bit as soon as possible. I'm off, your women are beautiful. There was a faint threat in Di Yang's voice as he got up and left. He slurred in his mind, a double still wants to marry Ruyan Lu? Do you really think you're a prince? The dog is not even a dog. It's not bad, marrying for this emperor. When the time comes, I'll enter the bridal chamber for you. Some other day, I will also taste the flavor of ice condensation, jia jia jia. Night Underworld looked at Di Yang's back, his breath sinking into his chest as killing intent flowed along his blood. Trying to treat me like a praying mantis, then you're wrong, I'm a sparrow, specializing in eating you, a praying mantis. After Di Yang left, Night Underworld called for the ghost woman. Master. After the ghost woman ate the elixir, her entire body was much younger, and she even threw a wink at Night Hay, causing his stomach to turn over. Night Underworld threw a storage ring filled with spirit stones to the other party. Go to the blood-killing building and buy details about the Lei family master, especially how his relationship with Lady Yui is, and find a way to make an appointment for me with Yui. Just tell her that I want to meet with her in secret. The ghost woman took the storage ring and carefully said, Master, concubine Qin Di wants to see you and has been waiting for 2 hours, do you see it or not? An imperial concubine, she hadn't dared to disturb the good things of Night Underworld, and had kept the woman waiting in the hall of meeting. Tell someone to bring her to my dormitory. Night Underworld searched through his memory and had the impression of this Qin imperial concubine, the daughter of the 9 Sons imperial city's city lord. Don't look at a city lord, this is an imperial city, go to other worlds, that's the treatment of the emperor, countless people to please and flatter. This woman was only second to the top 10 beauties of the 9 Sons star region, ranking 11th. Before Di Shuao had come of age, she was ranked 10th. Going back in time, before Ice Nimbus was an adult, she was 9th in line. The river and the mountains are full of beauties, and a generation of new faces changes old ones. Only Chasing the Moon was untouched. After the ghost woman left, not long after, a palace maid led a beautiful woman in. The beautiful woman was dressed in a floor-dragging purple dress, with golden phoenixes embroidered on her wide sleeves, and a thin waist, restrained by a cloud belt, which made her more voluminous. The charm that only mature women have is written all over the woman's face, and with every step she takes, her enchanting figure radiates all kinds of charm. That's right, scourge-level beauty. The nobility and majesty in her did not need to be intentional, it flowed naturally. Taiji, this palace is interrupting. Hanyukin bent over slightly and saluted. She could not have to bow to the 9th prince, but she had to bow to DC. Ding! Containing the Qin and the host are successfully bound, the favorability to the host is 0-0. Sit down, my lady. Nightmare rose and pointed to the chair opposite his own. By the way, glancing at the 100 Flowers Atlas, the woman is on page 96. Hanyukin elegantly sat down, her brows and eyes tinted with a hint of sadness. DC, this palace came over here to ask you for something, and please be sure to help me. The queen might as well say what is the matter first. Nightmare smiled evilly. Mist filled the bottom of Han Yuqin's eyes as she sobbed. The Empress Dowager issued a decree this afternoon for Princess Sanchi to be united in marriage with the Prince of the Blood Soul Star Realm. That starfield is full of demons who kill people. I've heard that they eat people's souls when they get upset. I only have this one daughter. I beg the Imperial Secretary and the Imperial Empress to say something. Don't let my daughter marry. It's not good. Night Underworld put on a difficult face and sipped his teeth. I'm just an Imperial division, and I don't have the right to intervene in the Imperial Empress's will. After a little thought, he understood what Chasing the Moon meant. This was to fulfill him and Princess Qin Di. That woman is the queen of the empire he has ordained and is recruiting for himself. DC, I begged the Imperial Empress at that meeting, she said, to discuss with you again. As long as you're willing to help this palace, I'll do whatever you want me to do. Night Underworld waited for these words. His big hand grabbed the woman's wonderful hand that was whiter than snow and softer than water. Your Highness is really willing to do anything? The woman's hand retracted like a spring. Taiji, this isn't good, you're... Knowing what the other party was going to say, Night Underworld immediately interrupted. Your Highness will just treat me as a DC. In fact, he was trying to imply to the other party that he was not the 9th prince. Being the 9th prince's understudy had its benefits, yet there were also many inconveniences. So many people would be jealous of this relationship. I should have gotten another identity and kept the double separate from Taiji. Ding! Containing China's favoritism towards the host plus 10, currently 10, cultivation growth rate 1x, total 33x. Nightmare understood instantly. This woman was pretending to be pure with herself, and in her heart she might be craving him. He got up and walked behind the woman, his hands resting on the fragrant shoulders that were pink in the snowy whiteness. Your Majesty's face is tired, let me press it for you. Well, thanks Taiji. Hanyukin smiled back, and suddenly 100 winks appeared, the eyes were like with hooks, and his voice became soft. Night Underworld gently massaged her and teased. Your Highness, the old emperor is dead, aren't you lonely alone? Hanyukin thought to herself, lonely for what? That old colorist isn't poking at the windowpane, he's just on his way to poking at the windowpane. When the other party was alive, she wouldn't be able to see them once in decades, and even now, there were still a large portion of imperial concubines who hadn't metamorphosed from girls to women. Besides, monks have to practice. The old emperor would take decades to close his eyes once. However, while she thought this in her heart, on the surface, she put on a pitiful look inside. AI, it's bitter to be a woman, and it's even more bitter to be the emperor's woman. As long as you marry into this deep palace, you can only die of old age. Your highness can look for me in the future if you are lonely, and I will accompany you to talk with you by candlelight. Nightmare's fingertips gently traced over the woman's delicate lips, and it was obvious that the woman's body trembled slightly and her breathing became uneven. Ding! Containing China's favoritism towards the host plus 10, currently 20, cultivation growth rate 2x, total 34x. I'm just afraid that Taiji is too busy to spend time with me. Hanyukin's beautiful eyes were raised, and her eyes looked like two dancing sparks. I lack everything but time. With a flick of the night meditation's fingernail, the thin rope around the woman's shoulders came undone. Is Taiji too eager? Hanshin let out a pout and got up to avoid it. What percentage of certainty do you have in persuading the Empress Dowager not to allow my daughter to marry into the Blood Soul Starfield? Ding! Containing China's favoritism towards the host plus 10, currently 30, cultivation growth rate 3x, total 35x. Night Underworld of course understood that the woman is not to see the rabbit not to spread the eagle, Evil Smile said. I have a few percent of certainty. Completely look at the Empress has a few points of sincerity. Contains pictures of the piano, click in to see. Chapter 28 Di Shuyao's Identity, Killing Soul Eaters. In a large, antique-colored hall. A graceful noblewoman leaning lazily on a chair. She has rosy, sexy cherry lips, a small, upturned nose, and a flimsy skin plus lips that are about to drip blood, making people want to hold up their faces and bite them. The woman was none other than Emperor Star's birth mother, Enching. Although she was only the 15th ranked beauty in the Nine Suns Star region, she was still shockingly beautiful and devoted. It was just a little bit worse than Bing Ning and the others. Among the emperor's more than 1 million imperial concubines, she was enough to rank in the top 10. That speaks volumes about her beauty. Let's not forget that the old emperor's more than 1 million imperial concubines were all the most beautiful women in every world, and picking out any one of them at random, there was no one with a face value lower than 96. Emperor Star sat across from the woman and said in a loud voice, Mother, what do you want with my son? And Xing pointed to her temples. For your sake, Mother has worried her heart out. Come over here and rub it for the grieving lady. Only when Di Xing helped her rub her temples, did she leisurely say, I've already made a deal with the Lei family. In a month's time, your sister will marry the Lei family master, and you will marry the Lei family master's sister, Lei Yu. Di Xing's hand suddenly came to a screeching halt, slightly drooping his eyebrows, his attitude resolute. I'm not marrying. Besides Bing Ning, I'm not marrying anyone. AI. Anara let out a long sigh. What can I say about you? Isn't it normal for men to have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Marrying Lei Yu won't stop you from marrying Bing Ning. Di Xing said with a serious face, please don't force my child. My child's heart is only for Ninger, and he will only find her as a Taoist partner in this life. Ha! And Xing felt ridiculous when she heard this and her face immediately turned a few points colder. You will be running for emperor soon, and with your current supporters, it's impossible. If you hadn't killed Lu Chao on impulse, would we be in this situation? With the support of the Lei family, you have a chance. Lu Chao is bullying men and women. Just to start over again, I will still kill him to rid the people of evil. The emperor may not do it, but I will only marry Ninger. Di Xing's words completely enraged Xing. The woman's towering breasts rose and fell violently, got up, turned around, and fiercely gave Di Xing a big mouth. Sinful son, are you going to piss off your mother? You are comfortable in punishing evil, but the empress has proposed a marriage to the Lu family to have the 9th prince marry Lu Ruyan. A hand of good cards has been messed up by you. This harem is a meat grinder. If you don't become an emperor, this palace won't even know how to die. Instead of dying when the time comes, I'd rather die now. At the same time, she took out a sharp sword and poured spiritual energy into it, emitting a dazzling white light as she wiped her neck. Di Xing was a very filial person. His big hand gripped the sword to stop his mother from committing suicide, blood dripping down his fingers as he fell to the ground, softening. Mother, I was wrong. Don't be angry. I agree. I agree to marry Thunderstorm. It's just that, can you let me marry Ning before I marry her? Ninger, you only have that woman in your eyes. Do you have any for mother? Was it easy for me to give birth to you and raise you? With a snap, and Xing raised her hand and gave her son another big mouth. Who is this palace doing this for? It's still all for you. What's so great about that woman? If she liked you, would she have delayed the wedding until a year later? But the rumor in the palace is that she and the 9th prince have been eyeballing each other and are not getting along. Maybe, people slept together long ago. Mother never interfered with your feelings in the past. That was because you were qualified to be a well-deserved emperor. But it's different now. The 9th prince is more promising than you. Extraordinary times for a woman to be your enabler. What can a princess of a small dynasty do for you? When you sit as an emperor, what kind of beauty won't be available? No way, Njek isn't that kind of person, I won't allow you to talk about her like that. Hearing his mother speak ill of Bing Ning, the veins on Di Xing's forehead jumped viciously. And Qing stroked her son's cheek and said bitterly, "Son, if you let the ninth prince become the emperor, will you be able to keep your Bing Ning?" At that time, the new emperor could seal Bing Ning as his imperial consort with an imperial decree. If you become an emperor, wanting Nalan Ghostmoon is just a matter of words. You have to understand that only when you become an emperor can you guard your woman. In Di Xing's heart, filial piety is greater than heaven, and what his mother said made sense. The coldness in his eyes faded away, leaving only endless gentleness, and he plopped down on his knees. "Mother, my son was wrong. My son shouldn't have been mean to you just now and shouldn't have raised his voice to you. I'm at your disposal. Just can you not let the royal sister marry the Lei family master? Shuiyao is only 20 years old, and that Lei family head is over 900 years old and won't live for a few years. If my sister marries him, she'll be a widow." "No way." And Sheng's tone was determined. "This matter is not negotiable. A woman's mission is to join forces. If she doesn't marry, will the Lei family really help you? Besides, the Lei family is one of the 9 major powers. How many young and beautiful girls who want to marry there don't have a chance? Shuya being able to marry there is a blessing for her. In the 9 Sons imperial dynasty, she was at best a princess, marrying over to compete for favor, playing with her heart, and serving the Lei family lord well. What was that Yui? And perhaps, she was the Lei family's future matriarch. As far as I know, the Lei family head likes her kind of childish girl." Di Xing, all pride and righteousness, did not want his position as emperor to be exchanged by sacrificing his sister, argued with reason. "Shuiyao is playful, how would she know about mind tricks? She'd die of grief if she was allowed to marry. She's my own sister, mother, you can't push her into the fire." And Qing didn't want her son to see that she was a ruthless woman. Many images floated in her mind and told the secret of one of them. "To be honest with you, Shuiyao is not my daughter at all. I raised her so well, shouldn't I let her do something? Shuiyao is not mother's daughter?" Emperor Star's eyes widened with a shocked expression. "Then who is she?" "She's my sister's child." "Then how did she pass the bloodline test in the first place?" The birth of an imperial son or princess would have a special person conduct a bloodline test to ensure that they were the heirs of the imperial family. The corner of Qing's mouth hooked up with a cold smile. "There are some things that you think are too simple. The old emperor can't see anyone for decades. Just the birth of a princess. Would he care? As long as there's a treasure to cover it up and bribe the person testing the bloodline, it's not difficult." Next, Di Xing asked who Di Shuiyao's father was, and Qing said she didn't know. It only said that before her sister died, she entrusted Di Shuiyao to her. Even so, Di Shuiyao was his cousin, and Di Xing still couldn't bear to let her marry Lei Ri, but he couldn't carry his mother's insistence. In the end, he had no choice but to leave. Returning to his mansion, Di Xing found Bing Ning and told him about marrying Lei Yu. "Nell, I'm sorry, can you forgive me?" Bing Ning's heart was no longer on Di Xing, full of the figure of night underworld, full of concern. "It's fine. It's normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Besides, you're a royal prince, so it's impossible for you to marry only one person. Ninger, you're such an understanding girl, I wasn't wrong about you." Di Xing smiled brightly and secretly resolved in his heart that in the future, no matter what the cost, he would use his life to be good to the girl in front of him. Bing Ning was a bit embarrassed and touched her belly, her mind unconsciously remembering Night Hollow. "I'm not as good as you say." "No, you're the best fairy in the sky." Di Xing looked at Bing Ning, who was dressed in a green dress, and the more he looked at her, the more he liked her. Even his mind was already fantasizing about the scene of the two of them getting married a year later, when he would be able to unlock the 6th heaven and earth shackle of the supreme body of the heavens. Both talent and strength will see a surge. When he reached the great sage realm, there would be no more rivals in the entire 9 Sun starfield. He will rule the world equally for all and make every world a thriving place. When he ascends, he will find the immortal medicine and descend to the earth so that Bing Ning will also ascend. 10,000 years passed in his mind in a short moment. Bing Ning's mind was only thinking of a bright future with Night He. She wanted to take this opportunity to draw a line with Di Xing, and just as she was about to say that, the butler hurried in. "Grand Emperor, Fairy Bing Ning, it's bad. Duke Bingchen has been captured by the city lord's mansion, and the city lord said that he's a demonic cultivator who sucks people's souls." "How could my brother be a demonic cultivator?" Bing Ning looked at the housekeeper in surprise and said anxiously, "Quickly, what's going on?" The housekeeper carefully said, "Man and stolen goods. Duke Bingchen killed people and ate their souls in the alleys, and was caught by the guards patrolling. And it's not just killing one person. In the last 2 days, thousands of people in Imperial City have died all like this, and it's already causing panic." Ice Ning only felt her brain booming after hearing this, like a heavy hammer hitting her brain kernel, followed by her brain going blank and buzzing. The Ice and Snow dynasty only had 2 heirs, her and her brother, and during the period of time when her father was poisoned, her mother was already physically and mentally exhausted, and if her mother knew that something had happened to her brother, it was estimated that if her father didn't die, her mother would die first. 9 Suns Imperial City has strict rules. Killing people and eating their souls is a capital offense. Helplessly, she tearfully looked at Di Xing, pinning all her hopes on the other party. "Brother Xing, please save my brother. Dixing suddenly looked like a different person, with a vast and righteous light flowing through his body as he shook his head mercilessly. Ninger, I'm sorry. If Bingchen really did the murderous soul-eating thing, not only will I not help, I will also make the city lord's office enforce the law impartially and return justice to the victim. Tears rolled down in bunches like beads at the corners of Bing Ning's eyes. She wasn't begging the other party, she knew what kind of person Dixing was. There was only justice in this man's eyes, no matter who it was. As long as they did something wrong, it was simply impossible to beg for mercy with him. The only person who could save his brother now was Nightmare. But he had begged him too much. Would he care about this kind of thing against the Grand Prince? Ninger, I'll go check the situation first, there might be some misunderstanding. Emperor Star disappeared into a stream of light. And Ching's picture. Click in to see it. Chapter 29 Demon Lord, Demon Queen, Demon Dance. An inconspicuous first-class world in the Nine Suns starfield. There is a lack of aura here, and many people are not even qualified to cultivate immortality, and they are already considered strong at the Dao realm. This continent has a forbidden land called the Death Mountain Range, which is covered in poisonous fog all year round, and no one who enters walks out alive. Deep within the mountain range was a lavish and imposing hall, surrounded by layers and layers of great formations. A man in black sat in the main seat of the great hall. His skin took on a bizarre deep purple color, as if it had been eroded by the power of darkness. His eyes were like an abyss burning with flames, revealing endless evil, and his wings were like thick ink that couldn't be melted, inciting as if they could devour all light. Next to the man sat a woman so beautiful that there were no words to describe her. Even if the human empress was compared to her, it seemed to be that much worse. The two were no one else but the demon lord of the demon dragon star realm, Night Elegy, and the demon empress, Joyuinger. This is a secret stronghold established by the demon race and the human race. Nightshade came here only to chase the moon. He had his heart set on this woman, and it was as if grass had grown in his heart, and he had reached the point of soul-searching daily without tasting it. Ever since he had asked demonic Lianer to give the Rakshas a sobbing blood pill to Night Underworld, he had brought a group of people over. As long as the Night Underworld side succeeded, he was well on his way to meet the Imperial Empress in the shortest possible time. Demon Empress, you're not angry that this demon lord made chasing moon my demon empress as well, are you? Night Elegy appeared to be soliciting the opinion of Joyuinger, but her tone did not have the slightest intention of discussion. Even though Nine Spectral Shadows was a bit more beautiful than chasing the moon, he didn't dare to put his mouth on it. In the Magic Dragon Starfield, Nine Spectre's shadow child had a nickname, Ghost Girl. This woman had had several men, and by the time she got to Nightshade it was already the fourth hand, and the previous three men were all dead. It was rumored that she had a special ability, but no one knew what it was. 500 years ago, when the Magic Dragon Starfield was four-footed, the Nine Phantom Shadows child married the lord of one of the forces for less than 3 days, and that person died. Because she's so beautiful. Who wouldn't want that? After the first Lord of Power died, a second took over her and died less than a year later. A third Lord of Power, unbelieving, married her. It ends the same, still dead. In the end, the Nightchin family is the only one. He also wants to hold the beauty, but married to the hands of fear like those three people, even dare not cave. The two had only the name of husband and wife, not the reality of husband and wife. This is like holding a cup of fine wine, wanting to drink it but fearing that it is poisonous, splashing it but feeling sorry for it, and in the end, it is not a good idea to drink it or splash it. Before Nine Spectral Shadows could say anything, a red-haired man in the hall grabbed the opportunity to say, Demon Lord, for tens of millions of years, the Demon Clan has never had two demon queens to speak of. There's something wrong with you, isn't there? Noisy. With a wave of Nightshade's hand, a cloud of black mist transformed into a huge palm and jerked the red-haired man away. When is it your turn to meddle in this demon lord's business? There weren't two demon queens before, but there will be in the future. After the red-haired man was honest, Night Elegy once again looked at Joyuinger. What does the demon empress think? Cluck cluck cluck. The Nine Sephiroth shadow air covered her mouth and laughed, looking 1,000 times more charming. You're the demon lord, I'm just your demon empress. It's fine for you to be the master of such matters. If there is a need, I cannot be the demon empress. Let Sister Chasing Moon be the demon empress, and I'll just be a demon concubine. Good, then it's settled. Not yet having obtained the Chasing Moon, Nightshade had already fantasized about that day and started to prepare for it. Just then, someone came to report. The visitor told the story of Nightmare killing Lu Mei and the boss. Waste. Nightshade's finger pointed in front of his body, killing intent spread along with his finger, spreading outward like ripples, and everyone's pupils suddenly shrunk. Bang! The person who came to report didn't even let out a scream before exploding into a bloody mist. Night Elegy's eyes rolled with fury as he said grimly, Night Underworld has great guts, killing the people I sent there just because I say so. Do you still have me, the Demon Lord, in your eyes? This time, we must not punish him lightly, we must skin him alive. There's no need for the Demon Lord to be angry, this Empress does feel that he has the shadow of the Demon Lord back then. The Nine Phantom Shadow Child hooked her lips and smiled. This smile was extremely eerie, and in the next instant it was completely converged, as if it was just an illusion just now. Give, don't worry Demon Empress, this Demon Lord won't punish him now. Then who poisoned the Imperial Empress? When will I be able to hold the beauty? Nightshade's laugh was like a ghost's cry, giving one goosebumps when listening to it. What are the Demon Lord's next plans? The Nine Spectre's shadow child licked her red lips, and an undetectable icy killing chance flashed across the bottom of her eyes. Nightshade shifted his gaze to a purple-haired woman. She was wearing a tight black dress that fit her devilishly well and made her body even sexier. Butterfly backs, ant waists, swan hips. Devil dance, Devil Son asked you to go over. I think he must have missed you, his fiancé, so go over and keep him company. Remember, this demon lord doesn't care what method you use, you must make him poison the human empress within 2 months. There is a reward for a job well done, and a penalty for a job badly done. It was supposed to be 3 months, but he couldn't wait. Even if he let Devil Dance seduce Night Underworld with his color, he would still have to advance a month. Of course, Magic Dance knew what that punishment meant, and it could be the extermination of the clan. She wanted to refuse to see that trash Night Hay, but when she felt the other party's cold killing intent, she held her words back as she reached her mouth and knelt down on one knee. Don't worry, Demon Lord, my subordinate will definitely complete the task. At this moment, Nine Spectre Shadow Child interjected, Demon Lord, let this Empress accompany Dancer, I want to see the Nine Suns Imperial City. Nightshade nodded in agreement after a brief moment of contemplation. 3 days passed in a flash. Nightmare lay down on the large soft bed, rubbing his drowsy eyes and moving Chasing Moon's long legs away from his body. Because of his body, he didn't have an intimate relationship with Hanyu that day, he just hugged each other and talked for a while. He also gave himself a noble reason, he was a decent man and would not ask for favors until the thing was done. In these 3 days, his cultivation level reached the transcendent mortal layer. The world of Dantian underwent a not-so-small change. Not only did the Dantian become larger, its height also increased by several hundred miles, the thickness of the yin and yang alone was hundreds of miles, and land appeared in every space. Hell, earth, and heaven were more distinct, and there was absolutely no sense of muddiness as before. However, when the cultivation level was raised to an 8, the speed of cultivation slowed down again, and it would probably take around 10 days to raise a layer of cultivation. Originally Bing Ning said well, the day before yesterday to take her to the hidden dragon house, but this woman also did not come to him, I do not know what was delayed. Nightmare got up and washed up, returning to his chambers. As soon as he entered, Devil Lotus Air greeted him. Disciple, Master misses you. I miss you too, stay with you later. Nightmare had a bitter look on his face. Now the woman is looking for him not to practice anymore, but to fulfill his duty as a husband. We'll see, when we get the unicorn kidneys, they'll all be cleaned up. Just as he was despairing, Icening arrived. The woman looked at him as if she had seen a lifesaver. Her eyes were red and swollen, her eyelids were heavy, the bottom of her eyes were covered with blood, and she looked like she had been crying. What's wrong? Can you help me again? Crystalline teardrops hung from the corners of Bing Ning's eyes, like dewdrops on the petals of a flower in the early morning, threatening to slide down at any moment. I don't have anything left to trade with you. If you don't want to, forget it. She hadn't wanted to beg Night Hay again, but there was really no other way. The Grand Prince refused to help and insisted on killing Bing Chen, and she had searched for all the connections she should have, to no avail. The brother is to be executed in public tomorrow at the execution ground. How can I help you if you don't say what's wrong? Night Underworld told Demon Lianer to go back first as he pulled Bing Ning into his chambers. Ice Ning said things once again, the night meditation thought what a big deal, so this little fart. The Imperial Division can't get one more person out of it for nothing. He sat down on a chair and took the woman into his arms. Don't worry, I'm sure I'll get my brother-in-law out. But then, you have to promise me one condition. Ding. Bing Ning's favorability towards the host plus 10, currently 90, cultivation growth rate 9x, total 36x. Chapter 30 Fusing the Unicorn Kidney, Beauty in the Bathe. Icening did not ask for any conditions, hooked the neck of the night meditation, directly kissed up, dexterous pink tongue easily pry open the man's yagwan. She was completely in love with this man, her mind and body too tightly entwined with the other's presence to let go. She didn't care if Night Underworld was a man or a devil, a ghost or a Buddha, she would follow the man forever, without complaint or regret. So, whatever the other person asked her to do, she would agree unconditionally. It was the only way she wanted to express her thoughts and love for her man in this moment. Nightshade clasped the back of the woman's head and responded enthusiastically. An extremely soft, loving and long kiss fell, causing Bing Ning to feel unprecedented happiness. Husband, what do you want me to do? A little thing, I'm saving my brother-in-law now. Go find Di Shueo and tell her she can go. Seeing Bing Ning's puzzled look, Night Underworld continued, you tell her that the real Ninth Prince wanted to kill her, and it was only after I went through a great deal of effort that I was able to save her. But remember, don't say I said it. Just say you overheard it. Another thing, her mother is going to marry her off to Ray Day, and you say I let her go to consummate the marriage. With that girl's character, how could she marry Lei Ri? She won't even leave if she's kicked out, instead she'll stick around. Husband, you're so bad. Bing Ning didn't hold back and hugged and kissed Nightmare for a while longer before going to find Di Shueya. After the woman left, Night Underworld called for Ghost Woman and told her to go to the city lord's mansion to bring Bing Chen back. This kind of small matter is not the turn of a prince personally, must force Grauman, so he did not go in person. The ghostly woman hadn't been gone for a while when everything went as she expected and the system's voice went off. Ding! D. Shueyo's favorability towards the host plus 20, currently 80, cultivation growth rate 8x, total 38x. Ding! Favorability to 80, rewarding the host with 10,000 villain points and a mysterious treasure chest. Ding! The host can view D. Shueyo's profile. May I ask if you want to view it now? Night Underworld exchanged the mysterious treasure chest for villain points, totaling 125,000, and spent 100,000 on a pair of large golden unicorn waists. Then clicked on D. Shueyo's profile. Name, D. Shueyo. Identity, from a mysterious land. Talent, Emperor's Peace. Realm, Transcendent 3. Physique, 9-star moon spirit body. Age, 20. Face value, 99.09. Height, 155 centimeters. Weight, 44 kilograms. 3 circumference, 94 centimeters, 52 centimeters, 86 centimeters. Favorability towards the host, 80. Note, she is kind-hearted, savage and capricious, quirky, making heaven and earth, yet savage but not barbaric, a little arrogant. The person she falls in love with, no matter right or wrong, or righteous or evil, she will stand on the side with her Dao partner, and in her heart, she prefers her Dao partner to be the overbearing kind, who bullies her, and does not ask the reason to clean up the other side first. X experience, 00. Persons who have been and are currently fond of, 2. Note, it used to be Diyang, the kind you secretly like without having any relationship, and now it's Night Hey. Now Diyang is nothing in her mind. Seeing the woman's circumference, the knot in Nightmare's throat rolled hard. This girl was the shortest of the bunch, but the fiercest. It's as if all the meat on your body has grown there. Just identity there. Why right mysterious place? Shouldn't it be the princess of the Nine Sons Emperor dynasty? Wasn't she Emperor Star's sister? After thinking for a while, Night Underworld stopped thinking and with a thought, the Qilin kidney appeared in front of his body. It was golden in color, shaped like a scaled-down version of a griffin, and covered with a layer of delicate scales. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's bigger than me, how can I fuse it? He was about to ask the system about it, when the system was good enough to start fusing it for him. The unicorn kidney turned into 2 golden dots and flew into his body. The fusion process was quick, less than an incense stick of time. There was no too obvious feeling after the fusion, only that the body was much stronger, and the body was a bit hot, as if it had inexhaustible strength. After a while, Night Underworld realized that wisps of gold color had appeared in his blood, and even his veins were emitting a faint golden light. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Brother has a unicorn bloodline now? I wonder how it compares to the war god bloodline of the Son of Heaven's destiny. Not only this benefit, the speed of raising cultivation became 10 times faster. Originally 10 days to raise a layer of cultivation, now only need a day. Night Underworld hurriedly took out the talent stone to test it and discovered that he had turned into an emperor-grade talent. Talent is so important to a person. As far as he knew, having some special eye pupils and physique could also increase talent, and he would have to save up his villain points to buy both of them next. Emperor Star's special physique was number 1 on the 10,000 body list, and his couldn't be too bad, so he must get the 9 Yang Star Moon body, which was number 2 on the 10,000 body list. It wasn't that he didn't want to have Emperor Star's supreme body of the heavens, it was that it wasn't in the system. A physique that ranked in the top 10 of the 10,000 physique list could only be possessed by one person in the 10,000 realms of the heavens. Once someone else has it, there will never be a second one. Just then, the ghost woman returned. Master, you punished the old slave. The Grand Prince is in the City Lord's mansion. The City Lord doesn't dare to release him, and said that he will severely punish this kind of demonic cultivator. With the Grand Prince involved, things were indeed not easy. Night Underworld didn't want to get tough with the chosen son yet, in case he went to ask for someone himself and the Grand Prince didn't let him go, and he couldn't beat him. The loss of face was a small matter, and it was disturbing. After thinking for a moment, he walked towards the outside of the dormitory and waved his hand at the ghost woman behind him. Go, take me to the Qin Immortal Palace. The palace of the Qin Immortal is the palace containing the Qin. The woman's father is the lord of the city. The imperial consort's palace here wasn't as small as it had been in the ancient times of the Blue Star. The consort's bedchamber here could be as big as a city in Blue Star, but it wasn't just the urban area, it was the overall area, even the countryside was counted. There were more than 1 million imperial concubines in the Sky City, so it was obvious how big the city was, and with Night Hay's speed it would take not a short amount of time to rush over there. Of course, he had the right to let the Qin concubine come over, it was just that he was a little curious about the residence of these imperial concubines and whether or not underwear would be flying all over the place. In addition to chasing the moon's chambers, he hadn't seen any other imperial concubines' chambers, so it was a way to satisfy his curiosity. Soon, Night Underworld arrived at the Qin Immortal Palace. The courtesan was stopped by him from trying to inform, and quietly walked into the woman's chambers. There was no one inside, only the faint scent of spirit dew wafting from the bathroom next door. Night Underworld followed the scent and lifted the pink veil. A picture of a beautiful woman bathing appeared in front of him. Hankin had his back to him and was frolicking in the water. snow white back and smeared with a layer of condensed honey like, inging flooded with water, teasing the butterfly bone as if in the writing of 1,000 kinds of flavor. Daring. Who are you, and who gave you the nerve to watch the queen bathe? A courtesan spotted him and chided angrily. Hearing the voice, Hanshin turned around and saw Night Hei. Under nervousness, she submerged her delicate body into the water, only revealing her stunningly beautiful face that seemed shy and annoyed. At the same time, she thunderously shouted at the dozen or so palace maids serving her. Shut up and get out of here, all of you. In the past, other than the old emperor, no man had ever come here. There hadn't been a man here for decades, and there were so many palace maids guarding outside, so Hanyukin had completely emptied herself and was in alert, which was what caused Night Underworld to come here without her being aware of it. More than 10 palace maids didn't dare to say a word and walked out with their heads bowed. When the palace maid who had just rebuked Night Underworld passed by him, she was yanked by Night Underworld's left arm and her right hand pinched her jaw, forcing the woman to tilt her head back and look directly at him. Tisk, TSK, this girl is quite watery looking. The Night Meditation's eyes were so stern that they went from skin to bone. Although the palace maid did not know the identity of the Night Underworld, she saw the corners of the man's mouth turn slightly downward, and a cold aura flickered in the bottom of her eyes, and her body knelt down uncontrollably. My lord, please spare the slave girl's life. Taiji, Spring Grass is my beloved, can you spare her life? Hanyu cries out for DC, and Chun Xiao faints in direct shock when she hears it. Night Underworld raised his lips and smiled. What is this that concubine Qin is saying? I am a hallowed imperial priestess. I'm not so bad as to have a general understanding with a palace maid. Nightmare waved her hand to signal the other palace maids to carry Spring Grass out, then gently closed the bathroom door. At the moment, only he and Qin Fei were left in the entire bathroom. Below the bath was a spiritual spring, gurgling with bubbles. The spring water was hot, emitting water vapor, curling up. The entire space was misty and hazy, like a dream, just like a fairyland. Ding! Hanshin's favorability towards the host plus 10, currently 40, cultivation growth rate 4x, total 39x. Maiden, do you need a back rub? Night Underworld looked at the beauty in the water, somewhat unable to bear to break this wonderful picture. Hanyukin gave him a glance and pouted. People have come and still pretend what? Quickly down The woman's voice is like a woman's couch spitting out grievances like a soul stealing, and her appearance is even more flavorful. Where's a bit of imperial consort left? Without undressing, Nightshade walked straight into the bath and took a step behind the woman. He reached out his hand and gently cupped a handful of water, then slowly sprinkled it on the woman's neck that was like white porcelain. The water droplets slid down the woman's snow-white skin as if it were a beautiful string of pearls. The long, slender hands of the Night Meditation move around like spiritual snakes. Wash for a while. Haichin's fair cheeks climbed with redness, eyes a little disoriented, as if drunk. Square inches will be able to hook away a man's soul. DC, slave will help you wash too. This spirit spring water is so comfortable to wash in. With that, she made to help the man undress. Chapter 31, Playing with Yui, D. Shueyao's quilt. Nightmare clutched the woman's hand and stopped the other woman from undressing herself. I'm not washing it, just help you. In the past few days, he thought about the fact that D. Shueyao knew about the Taodai tattoo, and it was impossible for these imperial concubines who had been favored in the imperial palace not to know about it. Where there are people, there is a Zhenghu. In this kind of like cultivation world is even more not an exception, and the harem is the cradle of cultivating women's heart. There is no good woman here. The heart is more venomous than a snake and scorpion, and ruthless. One is better to be careful. Before Hanshin's favorability towards him reached 90, Night Underworld didn't intend to reveal his identity. Who wouldn't want to be an emperor? The Great Prince and the Ninth Prince have the most hope, but did the remaining 7 princes really not want to? Who the hell this woman belongs to, hell knows. Just now, I don't know whether it was a wrong feeling or the woman really had a murderous intent towards him. An icy cold killing chance flashed by. Taiji, isn't the slave beautiful? The woman's jade hands, which were born to play the piano, stroked Night Hei's cheeks, and the gazes under her eyes burned like 2 throbbing and burning sparks. Beautiful, everywhere. Night Underworld cupped the woman's white and pink face. Your ladyship, why is your body so hot? It's hotter than a furnace. You're not sick, are you? Badass, you're helping me look sick. Hanyukin's breathing became rapid and her eyes gradually became mesmerized. Nuya hasn't experienced the pleasure of belonging to a woman for decades. As the words fell, she flung herself into Nightmare's arms and kissed frantically and indiscriminately, starting from her neck. Nightmare wrapped her arms around the woman's slippery back and accompanied the other woman in a kiss for a while before stopping. Well, let me tell you something serious. Now that's business. Without waiting for Night Hei to say anything about Bing Chen, Hanshin completely lost his mind and frantically tore his clothes. At this moment, Hanyukin was like dynamite with a fuse lit. There was no way to stop her from exploding. Lust was burning in the bottom of her heart, spreading rapidly down her blood toward her limbs, and it was out of control. Rip! Night Underworld's clothes were torn to shreds, pieces flying in all directions, revealing the evil Taodai tattoo on his chest. Ah! Hanyukin was startled by the lifelike beast, as if it was about to leap out the next moment, and subconsciously let out a shriek. The overturning lust receded like a tidal wave. The entire group stared at Tao Tai like they were stupid. The Taotia's eyes were long in his armpits, flashing with a blood-red light, and his fangs were as sharp as knives. The night underworld's muscles were well-defined, mirroring the Taotai tattoos, making his entire body appear even more demonic and evil. After a few moments, Hanyukin reacted from the shock, tightened her brows, and coldly questioned, "You're not the Night Prince?" "No." Night Underworld thought to himself that he had guessed correctly. This woman really did know the information about the 9 emperors. He didn't want to be exposed, but the women were too crazy. This was still the woman he had met who did not hide her desires the least, except for Demon Lianer. "Who the hell are you?" Facing the woman's questioning, Night Underworld stood in the pool, his face sullen and his gaze frosty as he looked down on the woman and said, "It doesn't matter who I am. I don't care who you are, who you work for, why you showed that instant killing intent just now. From this moment on, forget everything you just saw. If the slightest bit of information leaks out, I'll make you die a horrible death. Not just you, but your family, not one of them. You're not the 9th prince. Why did the Imperial Empress make you the Imperial Secretary?" Instead of being fearful, Hanshin stretched out her pink tongue and licked the corner of her lips, revealing a touch of seductive smile, which made Night Hei a bit puzzled, reaching out to pinch the woman's chin, killing intent breaking out with her breath. "There are things you have no right to know, but I can tell you that the Empress knows who I am." He could deter the other party by saying this, and in this vast harem, no one was not afraid of chasing the moon's tactics. It was no exaggeration to say that there were imperial concubines whose bodies went limp and whose hearts raced when they heard the name of the Imperial Empress. Because that woman is so mean. Don't look at her like a Thai fox in front of Night Hei, but in reality, her heart was harder than an iron stone. Now, if Hanshin still doesn't understand why the man is indifferent when he delivers himself to the door, it would be a wasted life. She stood up without a stitch of clothing, showing off her proud figure, and purposely waved it in front of the man's face as she explained, "To tell you the truth, I'm not taking sides with anyone. I would have thought that you were the real emperor and I was the imperial concubine. I just loathed this incestuous relationship, but for the sake of my daughter, I had to commit myself to you. So there was a moment when I wanted to kill my daughter and then kill myself, so as not to let her stay in the world and suffer. I don't dare to kill you, and I can't. If we really did that, I'm afraid none of the hundreds of millions of people in my family would survive. Now it's good that you're not the 9th prince. My heart is completely without regard and I can enjoy the pleasure you bring me with impunity." As the words fell, she stood on her tiptoes to kiss Night Hei again. Not knowing that Night Underworld was the fake 9th prince before, why was Hanyu still acting like a thirsty woman when she clearly detested this kind of relationship? This could not be blamed on her, but only on Night Hei's massage technique being too skillful, and Hanyu Chin had suppressed it for too long, and once that string of lust was aroused, she would lose her mind. Without sanity, who cares about imperial concubines and emperors? Anything crazy can be done. Now that she had regained her senses and had taken the initiative to throw herself at him, she naturally had her own little plans. The fact that the Empress knew the identity of the man in front of her and still let him be the Emperor's secretary meant that the relationship between the two was not ordinary. Holding on to his thigh is the same as holding on to the Empress' thigh. This man could still help her daughter. Also, the old Emperor was dead, and the number of times the two had been together didn't add up to triple digits, and she was a woman who sought the happiness index, so she didn't want to be alone in this life. In the future, she would have the company of Night Hei, and that cold bed would no longer be hers alone. Why not kill 3 birds with 1 stone? Ding! Hamkin's favorability towards the host +20, currently 60, cultivation growth rate 6x, total 41x. The sudden favorability made Night Hei believe the woman's words and responded fiercely to the woman. The two fell smoothly into the water. Nightfall. Night Underworld stepped out of the bath, used spiritual energy to steam dry his body, and took out a brand new set of robes from his storage ring and put them on. Looking again at Hanyu, the woman was clad only in a light veil, with no inner wrap. She's like a different person now. It felt like a flower that had been dehydrated for a long time, suddenly moisturized by sweet dew, glowing with vitality, with skin as delicate as petals, slightly flushed, like the morning sun in the morning sun. The aura of the beautiful woman was raised several notches in half a day. Nightmare noticed that his blood had slightly metamorphosed, more golden color, as if there was a golden thread in his veins, roughly 1% of all his blood. It was a big surprise for him. The eyes of Hanshin looking at Night Hei changed, became rippling, and it was that kind of true love. Moreover, even the name calling changed. Lover boy, why did you end it so early? It's the evenings that are the best. Truth be told, she was a little underwhelmed, even a little uptight. Nightmare took the woman into his arms and gave her a light pat on her arse. I have something for you to do. You go to the city lord's mansion and bring Bingchen back to me. Talk to your father. Don't make me do it myself. When I step in it's time to kill too. The words seemed to be a warning to the city lord, but they were meant for the woman. I've given the face I should have given. If you don't let go, don't blame him if you don't show any mercy when the time comes. Hanshin assured, don't worry, Ailang, I will definitely bring the person back. What about my daughter? With a relationship like ours, can I still let my daughter marry so far away? Don't worry, I've already spoken to the Imperial Empress, she'll get a different princess. Boo! Hanyukin gave him a peck on the lips, looked at him blearily, and negotiated. can you stay with me more in the next 2 days? When it's done, there's no shortage of you. Nightmare is now full of confidence and comes to the rescue. Ai-chan, I'll go then. Hanchin changed into a white floor-length dress and went to the city lord's mansion, and Night Underworld went back to her chambers with Ghost Woman. When he came back, he saw Bing Ning lying asleep on his bed. The woman had a haggard look on her face, and without disturbing the other, he went to an unoccupied bedchamber. Not long after that the Ghost Woman came back. Master, Blood Slaughterhouse has already compiled the information on the Lei family head, this was just sent over. At the same time, he handed over a piece of soul jade. Night Underworld took the soul jade and his divine sense probed into it, and densely packed information poured into his mind, as many as a few million words. From the birth of Lei Ri to now, how many women have had, how many children have had, how many people have been killed, what age to what realm, recorded in detail, and even how long to perform a rune once. Night Underworld couldn't help but feel the power of the Blood Slaughterhouse. The Blood Slaughterhouse was a mysterious organization whose main business was assassination and intelligence, and was likewise one of the 9 major forces in the Nine Suns star region. The remaining 8 forces are I. The Nine Suns Imperial Dynasty. 2. The Empress's Family Chase. 3. Ruyan Lu's Lu Family. 4. Jade Linglong's Buddha Hall. 5. The Ray Family of Ray Day. 6. The Yui's Yui Family. 7. The Nalan Family of Nalan Ghost Moon. 8. The Ancient Sacred Land. Night Underworld didn't bother to read this unnutritious stuff and directly found the messages from Yui and Lei Ri. It probably meant that Yui had agreed to marry into the Lei family in the first place, and that she had to be allowed to be the main mother, and it was also stipulated that Lei Ri was not allowed to take any more concubines. Lei Ri, for the sake of the beauty, immediately abolished the previous matriarch and put Yui in the position of matriarch. The two of them started off on a relatively good relationship, but Lei Ri's old colorful batch loved little girls, especially little loli like Di Shueo. Over the course of 100 years, he had collected hundreds of thousands of stunning little lolitas in various worlds, and he had also secretly built millions of luxurious palaces in a 7th-class world to keep these women. When Yui found out, the two were estranged and wouldn't even let Lei Ri touch them anymore. Instead, Lei Ri was quite happy to spend most of his time guarding those little lolitas of his, which made Yui even more disappointed and resentful of the man. The two have long been strangers. The current Lei Ri does not have many years to live, and Yui is an ambitious woman who only wants to secretly control the entire Lei family. After digesting this information, Nightmare raised her eyes to look at the Ghost Woman. What did you say about asking Yui to meet you secretly? The Ghost Woman returned. She agreed and told us to wait for her notice. Stand down. Nightshade waved his hand. Accustomed to sleeping at Blue Star, he just wanted to get a good night's sleep. Just as he got under the covers, a laughing figure tiptoed in. Who else could it be but Di Shueo? Nightmare pretended to be asleep and let out a heavy snore. Di Shueo, wearing an ultra-short skirt, her thighs wrapped in the 7-colored stockings that are only found in this world, carefully lifted the quilt and burrowed into his comforter. Chapter 32 Devil Empress speaking, Emperor Star killing the door. Di Shueo lay beside Night Hei, lying on her side, holding her fragrant cheeks with her hands, her large, soulful eyes staring straight at the man. Demon, you're so good looking. I didn't realize that Ninth Brother was going to kill me. It would be you who saved me. I realized I'm falling for you, but you're a demon, and Nell's man. Nell is my best friend. How can I steal a man from her? What the hell am I supposed to do? Mother used to love me, but now she's making me marry that awful old man Lei Ri. I feel so sad inside. I'm dying to know what kissing is like. I want you to cuddle me to sleep so bad. Di Shueo reached out her hand, wanting to touch the man's face, but afraid of waking the other party, she could only give up in the end. She wanted to get into the man's arms, equally afraid of waking the other, and could only get infinitely closer to Nightmare, but didn't dare to get next to each other. Nightmare couldn't hold back his laughter in his heart and pretended to roll over just in time to take the girl into his arms, and pinched his chest, pretending to talk in his sleep. Huh, what's so soft? Ah, stinking rascal. Di Shueo thought that Night Underworld had woken up, and her screams resounded through the silent dormitory. Why are you in my bed? Night Underworld pretended to have just woken up and looked at the other party with a puzzled expression. I came to thank you for helping me. Di Shueo stammered out a sentence. Thank me? What are you doing burrowing under my covers? Night Underworld looked at the other party and said with a bad smile, oh, I know, you like me right? Bah, don't you stink, I don't like you. Di Shueo stared with big round eyes and denied it. Night Underworld pretended to be impatient and said, get lost, if you don't like it, forget it, I'm going to sleep, so hurry up and leave. By the way, you must leave my place tomorrow. I don't keep idle hands here. In case your stepmother finds it here, I'm too annoyed. Even if she killed Di Shueo, she didn't want to marry Lei Ri. How could she leave this place? She only wanted to hide here. Night Underworld suddenly drove her away, making her a bit at a loss for words, threateningly saying, big bad guy, you're driving me away. Aren't you afraid that I'll tell your secret? If you're not afraid to die, feel free to say that no one but me can cure your poison. The night meditation is nothing to be called a road. Seeing that the threat was not there, Di Shueo played a rogue. I'm not going to leave. You're the one who got me here, and now you're trying to get rid of me. No way. Even if I die, I'll die here. Live as my man, die as my ghost? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk, I don't like demons. Fine, I'll notify Princess Ching Di to take you away tomorrow. Big bad, you're not allowed to tell my mother. Seeing that there was no way out, Di Shuya beamed her little mouth, glared at Night Hey, and whispered, I admit to liking you, okay? How much? Just a little bit. Di Shuya used her thumb and forefinger to gesture the height of a soybean grain. Give me a whack and I'll let you stay here. Hee hee, I'm not. Di Shuya slid into Night Underworld's arms like a loach. Tonight you sleep with me in your arms, but you're not allowed to do that kind of thing to me. I'm not going to sleep with you if you're short and ugly. Nightmare flirted. You're the one who's short and ugly. This girl is the prettiest, cutest, kindest super invincible fairy in the universe. Di Shuya sat on Night Underworld's body and pinched his neck. You big bad guy, upsetting this girl, quickly apologize with me. Donning an ass ode, no way. If you don't apologize, I'll bite you to death. Di Shuya couldn't help but bite Night Underworld's lips. Slowly, she went from biting to sucking, frantic and raw. Kissed for a while before letting go. Night Underworld pretended to wipe the saliva left on the girl's lips with a look of disgust. How disgusting, you can't even kiss a mouth. Why are you kissing me when you won't let me touch you? Kissing is fine, not that. Di Shuya recalled the feeling just now, indescribable feeling, in short it was fun, no wonder Sister Ninger likes to kiss this bad guy. She didn't want that because she was afraid of the pain. The bite marks on Iceglue's shoulder, which she suspected were from this bad guy, were horrifying to think about. Besides, she was still young and hadn't had enough fun, and didn't want to have a baby now. Nightmare wrapped the girl in his arms as his hand came to the place where chaos had been. It's okay here, isn't it? It's okay here. I'll listen to the heartbeat for you. Zhouyang Imperial City Xianlai Inn. The 9 spectral shadows slowly opened her eyes, and the demon dance beside her hurriedly asked, Demon Empress, what is the demon son doing? Don't we see him yet? The demon lord only gave him 2 months. It's better to inform him as early as possible. 9 spectral shadows smiled wryly. That little guy is beautiful and is flirting with the little girl. Seeing that he's not in a hurry and observing him for a few more days, I always felt that this man wasn't the same demon son he used to be. I'll help you take the blame for the demon lord's side of accountability. There's still people who like a loser like him? Magic Dance didn't want to see Night Hey, mainly this person's qualifications were too bad. But the demon lord also told her to do whatever it takes to make sure that Night Underworld poison chasing Moon within 2 months. She was really afraid that when she met the other party at that time, Night Underworld would make excessive demands. Would she agree or disagree? With a single glance, 9 Spectre's shadow air saw through the other party's mind and warned, don't forget, you're Night Underworld's fiancé, so it's normal for him to want to do something about it. The demon lord asked you to keep him company, so you'd better be more enthusiastic. If you can't complete the demon lord's mission because of your attitude, this empress won't help you. I know. Devil's Dance thought to himself that this time losing his body was inevitable. In fact, the 8 devils had been pursuing her, and compared to Night Underworld, she preferred to be with the 8 devils because of that person's good qualifications. Nay, she was Night Hey's fiancé and didn't dare to accept the other party's advances. If the 8 devils knew she had lost her virginity, I wonder if they would still pursue her. Hanyakin arrived at the city lord's mansion, and the Grand Imperial Prince was still there. She stayed up until the Grand Prince left and told her father the whole thing. Han Feng looked sad and sighed. How did this kind of thing get me into this mess? No lord can be offended. It's like the gods fighting and mortals suffering. Xianqin didn't say that Night Underworld wasn't the 9th prince, and took the initiative to help his father analyze the pros and cons. The 9th prince is a ruthless person who does what he says he will do. He's been giving you face, first by letting the ghost woman come, and then by letting me come. If you don't let go, he'll really dare to kill you when he comes himself. At that time, your daughter will be unable to do anything to save you even if she wants to, and your granddaughter will have to marry into the Blood Soul Star realm. And the great prince is righteous, will not kill innocent people, as long as you, and he said clearly, he was forced to do nothing, cannot afford to mess with the 9th prince. He will not take you how, at best, is to reproach 2 sentences. How to choose, father, you weigh it. How could Han Yufeng not understand this, and nodded helplessly. You take the person away. I'll go to the Grand Prince's temple right now to ask for forgiveness. Han Qin went to bring Bingchen, and Han Feng went to the Grand Prince's residence. Early the next morning, Emperor Xing saw the kneeling Han Yufeng and asked, City Lord Han Yu, what do you mean by this? With a handful of snot and tears, Han Yufeng wailed, Great Prince, kill me. Yesterday, after you left, the 9th prince sent someone, and if I didn't hand over Bing Chen, he would kill me and the entire city lord's mansion. I really had no choice but to hand the man over. I also asked the Grand Imperial Prince to leave me a whole body for the sake of my dedicated service to the Imperial Dynasty. Di Xing's brows tightened as blood chi boiled in his heart, killing intent surging out like a dark tide. Di Yang, you are simply lawless. As long as I become an emperor and take control of the Divine Mechanism Guards and the Hidden Dragon Guards, I'll be the first to destroy you. Hearing the creaking sound of Di Xing's clenched fists, Han Yufeng didn't dare to breathe. You too, why didn't you inform me? Emperor Star kicked him dozens of feet. Grand Prince, my humble servant simply does not have the time to report to you. Han Yufeng couldn't care less about the pain in his body and kneeled down again. Get lost, it's not your fault. Di Xing glared at Huan Feng and instructed the butler, go, gather the generals of the residence and follow me to the ninth prince's residence to bring Bing Chen back and give an explanation to the families of the dead. Thank you, great prince, for not killing me. Han Yufeng wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and ran faster than a rabbit, disappearing in the blink of an eye. He was really afraid that the Grand Prince would kill him in a fit of anger. Looks like he made the right bet. Chapter 33, The Script of Destiny, Episode 3. When Night Underworld woke up, Di Shuya was like an octopus, lying in his arms and huffing and puffing. He reached out and touched it, his skin smooth as a mirror. I wonder when this girl took her clothes off. He helped the other party to wipe the saliva. The little loli also woke up. She looked a little anxious, peach cheeks and pink face. The appearance is very cute. Big Bad, close your eyes, I'm getting dressed. It's not like you haven't seen it before, why are you so shy? Night Meditation expressed speechless. Last night the other party kissed his mouth numb, only the last step. That's different, shut up. Seeing Night Hay close his eyes, Di Shuyo began to put on her clothes and smiled wryly. You big bad guy is okay, not too bad. Ding! Di Shuyo's favorability towards the host plus 10, currently 90, cultivation growth rate 9x, total 42x. Ding! Di Shuyo will not betray the host. The second episode of the Destiny script has been rewritten by the host. The danger is temporarily lifted. Reward, 30,000 villain points. Luck bonus, 10,000, total 20,000. Enlightenment bonus, 10,000, total 20,000. Taoist heart bonus, 10,000, total 20,000. Potential bonus, 10,000, total 20,000. Destiny script episode 3 generated. This time, just like last time, the text of the second episode of the Destiny script similarly transformed into a black mist and drilled into Night Underworld's Dantian. The bonus villain points are also 10,000 more. Night Underworld saw that the Black Lotus seed in Hell had changed. Some tiny cracks appeared on it, a sign before germination, and the Buddha Lotus seed in the heavenly realm was in the same situation as it. It's amazing how the two seeds grow in sync. The third episode of the Destiny script appears on the screen. Scripted events. 1. The justice of the chosen son is recognized by many, and when Emperor Star marries Lei Yu and Lei Ri marries Di Shueo, the chosen son gains the strong support of the Lei family, and the throne of the emperor is secure. 2. The chosen one went to the ancient secret land to find the 9-turn soul restoration pill for Bing Ning, and came across the heaven and earth's most precious treasure, Nining Daodu, which filled the sky with heaven and earth's visions after consuming it. Emperor Star not only unlocked the 6th heaven and earth shackles, cultivation is soaring, to become the emperor on the nail. When Emperor Star sits as the emperor, the first thing he will rectify is the 9th prince, and as the 9th prince is double, the host currently has two choices. First, give up the power and beauty in front of you and run now, run as far away as you can, one step slower and you're dead. Secondly, sabotage the chosen son's union and breakthrough to prevent him from sitting as an emperor. The key characters to break the game, Yui, Di Shuio. Run for the hammers, there's no such thing as running without a fight. Nightmare had the feeling of dancing on a tightrope. Not strong enough, he wasn't even qualified to cross swords with the chosen one, and could only play little schemes. Hey, it would have been nice to have been born 300 years earlier. He also understood in his heart that it wasn't that easy to run, the 9th prince wouldn't let him get away. Night Underworld's cultivation level had risen by another layer, but he still felt slow, hating to raise a layer in a single breath. At that moment, Ice Ning walked in. Di Shuya was putting on her stockings. When she saw the other party, she looked like a child who had done something wrong and hurriedly explained, Ninger, you don't misunderstand, nothing really happened between me and the big bad guy, don't believe me, ask him. That's right, it was nothing, just cuddling and sleeping all night. Nightmare said truthfully. Yes, we're dressed. Di Shuya was on the verge of crying, but Bing Ning smiled and held her best friend's hand. Shuya, you don't have to explain to me, I won't blame you. On the contrary, I'd like you to be his woman. When the time comes, we'll unite against his other women, or I'll be alone, and I might be bullied. Is this really good? Di Shuyo pinched the corner of her coat, not daring to look up. There's nothing wrong with that. Bing Ning took the initiative to walk to the bed and sat in Night Hay's arms. Husband, did you sleep well? It's okay, it's just that the little girl is making too much noise. Nightmare pointed to his lips. Look at that, it's swollen from being kissed. She's young, so you accommodate her. It is an ant. You will go back and tell the Grand Prince in a moment. Just say that there is a 9 revolution soul restoration Dan. With the elixir, he felt that the Grand Prince would not go to the secret realm to look for the elixir, and then he would not be able to touch the 9 vaginas do, and he would not be able to unlock the heaven and earth shackles. Bing Ning didn't ask why, and nodded her head obediently, taking the initiative to come to Night Hollow's side and massage his shoulders, looking like a maid. Di Shuya opened her mouth wide, unable to believe what she saw in front of her. In everyone's eyes, Bing Ning was an unearthly fairy, cool and proud, but at this moment she was so humble. If anyone else saw this, it would shatter their minds. When she saw Bing Ning like this, she also put down her arrogance and came to the man. Big Bad, I'll rub your legs. Well, that's a good boy. Night Underworld explains something else to Lori. Just after that, the voice of the ghost woman appeared outside the dormitory. Master, concubine Qin Di and Bing Chen came yesterday night and waited until now. Do you see them? Come in the future. Princess Qin Di can come here without reporting. She can see me anytime. Yes. A short while later, Han Yukin and Bing Chen walked in. Han Xin saw Bing Ning massaging Night Hei's shoulders with affectionate eyes, while Princess Samba squatted on the ground and rubbed the man's legs with a happy smile on her face. She rubbed her eyes a little in disbelief at what she saw before her. Yes, it's true. These two women, one is the proud daughter of heaven, one is a princess, which take out as not a godlike figure, but to a fake prince this. And looking at the two women's demeanor, they didn't seem to mind each other's presence at all. Bing Chen hadn't devoured souls for several days, and his soul was extremely unstable. His entire face was as pale as paper, without a trace of blood, and his spirit was depressed. Seeing Night Underworld, he felt more intimate than seeing his own father. The entire dormitory floated with his sobbing, but it was dry and thunderous, not rain. Kissing brother-in-law, you're the one who's my kissing brother-in-law. If it wasn't for you, I'd be dead this time. Wow. Although it is now Song who dominates the soul, but during this period of time, he has also figured out that if he still can't let go of the once emperor's frame, and is unbeatable all day long, sooner or later, he will play himself to death. In the past, what's wrong with swallowing a few souls? Who dares to fart? But this was not the past, and one had to lower one's stance in order to have the life to live and return to being an emperor. This time it was the oldest son who almost killed him. Oops, too much talk is tears. The ninth prince in front of him could let him get the backhand. It wouldn't be too late to pretend to be an emperor when he was back on the throne. Bing Ning was overjoyed to see her brother, but instead of running over, she continued to massage Night Hei. Night Underworld glanced at the other party. Well, what's a big man crying and whining? Yes, brother-in-law is right in his lesson. Ice-Hand was busy nodding his head. Night Underworld turned around and saw Bing Ning glancing at Han Yukin every now and then, looking like she was about to say something, and said, if there's something, just say it, there's no outsiders here. Bing Ning nodded. Husband, Bing Chen is back. Can we enter the Hidden Dragon building? Bing Chen took the first step and said, no, I'm going out for 2 days, and I'll go back in 2 days. He had to find a place to devour the soul, or in a few more days, it would dissipate due to instability. In the Nine Suns continent, he wouldn't dare to go to the small world to devour it. The two are one body and two souls and are companions. One soul dies, both souls die. Night Underworld's gaze shot towards Bing Chen like an arrow. Let me ask you, why do you devour other people's souls? Why did the ninth prince have to kill this man? What's the secret? This was something he had to get to the bottom of. It's nothing, brother-in-law, so don't ask. There was no way Bing Chen would reveal the secret, then the first person to want him dead would be the ninth prince. Brother, it was your brother-in-law who saved you, why are you even hiding it from him? Ice Ning said unhappily. I'm not hiding it from my brother-in-law, it's just that there was an aftermath of practicing a technique, and now I won't be devouring souls anymore. Bing Chen turned to leave. I still have a few things to do, so I'll go first. Right at this moment, the thunderous and furious shouts of the Grand Prince resounded from outside the bedchamber. Di Yang, get out here. Hand over Bing Chen, or I'll level your mansion. Thank you to Stars and Moon for the rewarded hypnotic charm. Chapter 34 Gambling for Life, Binding Emperor Consort Haruai. When Bing Chen heard the Grand Prince's voice, he went numb with fear on the spot and was close to kneeling down for Night Hei. Kissing brother-in-law, you have to help me. You only have me as a brother-in-law, my sister must die of grief if I die. Not even telling the truth with me, I'll save you a basket case. Night Underworld kicked the other party away. His eyes did not contain half a bit of warmth as he indifferently said, Ghost woman, take him out and hand him over to the Grand Imperial Prince. Bing Ning wanted to say something, but the words came out of her mouth and she swallowed back. Previously, the hallowed emperor was kicked like a dog. Tsang in Bing Chen's body really wanted to curse his mother. His hands clenched bit by bit, and after some struggle, he loosened them again and cried, kissing brother-in-law, you can't be like this. I'm telling the truth, I did accidentally cultivate a gongfu. Do ghosts believe? Nightsticks twisted his head to stop paying attention to the dog days. The ghost woman grabbed the clothes on Bing Chen's back and walked out. At first Bing Chen thought it was to scare him, but when he walked to the door of the dormitory, the night meditation was still cold and did not say a word, and Bing Chen was in a hurry. Brother-in-law, I said it all. You get the ghost woman to let go of me. Night Underworld handed Ghost Woman a look, and after the other party put Bing Chen down, he said with a few shady faces, last chance, if there's a single word of lying, the god of heaven won't be able to save you. Bing Chen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said half-truthfully, when I went to explore a secret realm, I was intruded into the sea of consciousness by the soul of an old monster. He tried to take over me, but it didn't work and he was devoured by my soul. But he's not completely dead, I have to suppress him by devouring his soul, and if I don't I'll be devoured back by his soul. So are you still my brother? Bing Ning raised her head violently, her gaze like a knife, as if she wanted to pierce through the secrets of Bing Chen's heart. Sis, it's definitely me. How do you prove it? When I was little, I peeked at the palace maid's bath, and when you caught me, sister, you almost opened my ass up. Icehan had to tell the embarrassing story in order to prove himself. Night Hollow knew that the other party hadn't told the truth yet, but he didn't ask again. The soul thing should be true, but not the old monster in the secret world. If it's an old monster in the secret realms, how would he know about the hidden dragon house? The 9 turns of soul restoration pill thing is even more bull *********. But Chasing Moon said that Emperor Tsun didn't have any disciples at all. To be able to say all this, it was obvious that the soul that had taken over was related to the 9 Sons Emperor dynasty. There were many clansmen in the Emperor family, but very few knew about the hidden dragon house. Who could it be? Past emperors are most likely. Could it be the old emperor? It's impossible. No one can live past 1,000 years, including the soul. And in the original body's memory, the old emperor was truly dead. Right at this moment, Di Shueo said to him in a soul transmission, "Big bad guy, there's something odd about this person. When I was in the ice continent, he said he was my father and was scolded by me." He really said that? Really? Lori was sure as well as certain, which made Nightsticks even more confused. Whether it's the old emperor or not, we'll know if we try it later. If that's true, it's going to be fun. Bing Ning whispered, "Husband, only my brother and I in that palace maid know about the bath, and he is indeed my brother." Night Underworld nodded and said to Bing Chen, "I'll go out to meet the Grand Prince, you hide here and don't go out." "Thank you brother-in-law, you're the only one who treats me the best," Icehan said gratefully. Night Underworld spoke 2 words to Bing Chen alone, and then whispered to Han Qin, "You don't need to go out, bathe well and wait for me in the dormitory, and continue what you did yesterday." Even though Hanyukin was a person who had been there before, her face still suddenly reddened, revealing a touch of shyness that only a young girl could have. She is this kind of person. When she is sense, she is a chaste martyr. When she loses her sense, she is the most flavorful. Her voice can't wait to scream out 100,000 miles. Bing Chen gritted his teeth as he watched this scene. That's his concubine, who apparently committed adultery with the Ninth Prince. You've only been dead for less than a month. He thought about it. For the sake of the greater good, it didn't matter if an imperial concubine whose beauty was ranked 11th. As long as the Empress doesn't betray him. There was also consort Mang Di. That woman would certainly not betray him. When Night Underworld brought the ghost woman and the others to the outside of the hall, they saw Di Xing dressed in a golden armor, holding a 10-foot-long purple thunder-coiled dragon gun. His body was upright, and his gaze was like a sword, piercing straight through the heart. That pussy is pretending to be like a god of war on the 9 heavens. When he saw Bing Ning and Di Shuaya, the calmness on his face was shattered, revealing doubt and anger. "Jack, what are you doing here?" Bing Ning explained, "The 9th Prince has the 9 Revolution Soul Restoration Pill here, so I came over to ask him for one. He's already agreed, so you don't have to find it for me." All of this was said by Night Hei, who told her to say so. Di Yang is just a profitless person. He would give it to you for nothing without paying the price? Di Xing's face was slightly distorted, and his voice was even more sour. "Ninger, listen to me, don't want what he has. You're my fiancé. I'll help you find the elixir even if I have to put my life on the line." "Big brother, you seem to be prejudiced against me." Night Underworld wasn't angry or annoyed, smilingly saying, "A small elixir is just a small elixir. Isn't it normal for me to give it to my future royal sister-in-law?" "You shut up." Emperor Star Thunder shook his voice. "I don't have a murderous imperial brother like you. If it weren't for the fact that the divine mechanical guards and hidden dragon guards don't allow imperial sons to kill each other before an emperor is elected, I would have picked you off with a single shot right now." Facing Di Xing's provocation, Night Underworld smiled without saying anything. At this moment, the surrounding crowded with watching the imperial concubine and palace maiden. Everyone saw the 9th Prince did not say a word, all face unbelievable. What's wrong with the 9th Prince today? The 9th Prince can even tolerate this? This isn't like the 9th Prince's character. Yes, if it were the previous 9th Prince, he would have already been flying with murderous intent and had his men strike. Now that the 9th Prince is still the Imperial Division, how come there's no temper at all? Night Underworld's silence gave Di Xing the feeling of his entire body's strength hitting cotton, and with Bing Ning and the 9th Prince walking so close to each other, the anger in his chest was hard to repress, and he aimed his anger at Di Shueo. "What are you doing here?" Di Shueo, following what Night Underworld had explained, said in a bad mood, "You guys married me off to that awful old man Lei Ri and didn't even ask me. I'm going to break off my friendship with you guys and follow Ninth Brother in the future." "Nonsense. Get back with me later." Di Xing suddenly realized that he was here to ask for Bing Chen. Talking about this was far from the truth. His gaze was unfathomable as he looked towards Night Underworld. "Hand over Bing Chen." "He's gone." Nightshade shrugged. "Impossible, it must have been hidden by you in the palace." Di Xing had asked the guards of Sky City when he arrived, and Bing Chen hadn't gone out since he came in. The guards were his people, there was no way they could lie to him. "When I say I'm gone, I'm gone." The corners of Night Underworld's mouth slowly pulled back in a teasing arc. "I must take Bing Chen, since you won't hand him over, don't blame me." With a wave of the purple thunder-coiled dragon gun in his hand, Di Xing pointed it straight at Night Underworld and commanded the generals behind him, "Go, turn the entire Deyang Palace upside down and find Bing Chen for me as well. Anyone who dares to stand in the way, my gun will pierce his head." Wow! Thousands of generals surged forward like a stream of water. Knowing that she couldn't beat Di Xing, the ghost woman still stood stiffly in front of Night Underworld, her eyes scanning the crowd like evil spirits from hell. "This is the Ninth Prince's residence, I'll see who dares?" To everyone's surprise, the Ninth Prince, who usually valued face the most, told the ghost woman to stand down and smiled at Di Xing. "You can search if you want to. However, I'm a Taiji now, so if you can't search me, you'll have to give me an explanation." The crowd was dumbfounded at Night Hei's actions. They really couldn't figure out that Night Underworld would even agree. Regardless of whether or not it was searched, having one's territory searched was a slap in the face. Besides, the Grand Prince and the Ninth Prince were the favorites to compete for the Emperor, and each had quite a few supporters behind them. If the supporters behind the Ninth Prince saw that he was such a softie that he didn't dare to say anything when he was searched in the palace, who would still have the confidence to support him? "What do you want to be accounted for?" Upon hearing the words DC, Di Xing frowned slightly and waved his hand to signal his men to stop. A flash of blood color flashed in Night Underworld's eyes as he faintly said, "Search it out and my life will be given to you. If you can't search it out, you kill yourself." This was a gamble on life, and everyone around them sucked in a breath of cold air. Ding Ning and Di Shuya were also startled by Night Hei's words, and their hearts suddenly shrunk. Ice Hand was in there, they knew it well. In case the Grand Prince agrees, what will happen then? Ding Ning even said in a soul transmission, "Husband, I won't save my brother, hand him over, I don't want anything to happen to you." Nightmare shook her head slightly at the woman and smiled faintly. "Okay, I'm Di Xing just to say I agree." Wearing a white dress of the woman descended from the sky, followed by hundreds of courtesans, showing that her status is not ordinary. "Wait." The woman's voice was as soft and gentle as a floating white cloud. Her white dress was embroidered with a dark pattern of phoenixes, her head of green silk was lightly herded with butterfly tassels, her forehead was embellished with a pink petal pattern, and a crystal necklace around her neck set off her white collarbones even more crisply. She was gifted with a stunning talent, her skin was like snow, towering like a peak, her waist was like a willow, and her body exuded a gust of fragrance that could be smelled from a long distance away. 8 words, noble model scourge-class beauty. The woman is not someone else, it is the great prince's birth mother in Qing. The status in the harem is not low, the surrounding palace maids and imperial concubines have saluted when they see it, but Qing ignored it, and gave a slight salute to the Night Hei. "Greetings, Taiji. Your Majesty is beautiful." There was a teasing tone in Night Underworld's voice that made the Grand Prince kill like a tiger. Ding! And Cheng and the host are successfully bound, the woman's favorability towards the host is 0-0. Night Underworld glanced at the 100 Flowers Atlas, the woman was on the last page, page 100. The woman's beauty ranked 15th in the 9 Suns starfield, meaning that 12, 13, and 14 women were all on the chart. "It's good to know who it is." And Qing smiled and nodded slightly, shifting her gaze to Di Xing, her face bristling with coldness. "Stop fooling around and hurry up and leave. Mother, a soul-killing and soul-eating demonic cultivator is hiding inside, my son must catch him out, so you can leave this alone." Di Xing was all righteousness and firmness in his eyes. "This is the Emperor Yang Palace, what does a devil cultivator have to do with you? Are you the only righteous one under the sky? Without you, no one kills devil cultivators?" And Qing's lungs were about to explode with anger. His own son didn't know anything about human feelings, and he had offended countless people just because of this. The union has just been successful and the situation has improved. It's another rip-off at this toss. "No, my son must give an explanation to the victim's family." In the face of her son's persistence, and Qing really wanted to give him a mouthful, but with so many people here, she had to give her son some face. She shifted her gaze to Night Hei. "Ninth Prince, should we let your royal brother search? If it's really not there, he's dead in the water." Night Underworld said indifferently, "Yes, as long as you can't search and give me an explanation. You are brothers, betting on life and death makes others look at the joke. Can you give this palace a face and the stakes become smaller?" Anaru discussed. Night Underworld breezily said, "No problem, I definitely have to give face to the Empress. If the search doesn't work, the Grand Prince can choose any punishment. First, kneel before my temple for 3 days and 3 nights. Second, take one of my poison pills. Third, give up the fight for the Emperor." When Qing didn't say anything, Di Xing jumped ahead and said, "It's fine. Men, search me." As a large number of people poured into Diyan Palace, Ding Ning and Di Shuya's hearts were in their throats. Chapter 35, The Fierce General's Atlas. "I'm willing to clean up Emperor Harui's concubine." Just as Di Xing was searching, a white-clothed man came next to Night Hei. "Ninth brother, when did you get so good-tempered?" The man was very handsome, all bookish, with a touch of imperceptible arrogance on his face, as if there was a moonlight-like clear radiance flowing from his body, giving off a feeling of gentleness and elegance. He was the 7th Prince Dimu, of the 9th Prince's faction, and his mother was the famous 5th beauty of the 9 Suns starfield, the Dream Imperial concubine. Night Underworld replied, "When will your mother come out of the gate? I kind of miss her." Ding! The system has detected the terror-level villain, Timu, and is gifting the host with the Fierce General's Atlas. Ding! Hosts are rewarded for taking villains under their wing and getting their loyalty to 80. Both the chosen one and the villain are categorized into 6 classes: average, terrible, horrible, trembling, hellish, and epic. Asterisk 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 asterisk, to put it bluntly, it's just woefully inadequate. Night Underworld cried and laughed, and when he looked inward into his sea of consciousness he saw an atlas, similar to the 100 Flowers Atlas, and one of the pages had been lit up, and it was none other than Demu, the dog coin. Underneath it says loyalty, 30. Ding. The host's analogy is just right. Then let me ask you, what level are both Emperor Star and I? Nightmare wondered. Ding. Emperor Star is an epic chosen son, and the host is an epic villain. Night brother, what do you mean? Taimo stared at him with a wary look on his face, his tone slightly displeased. Night Underworld hurriedly explained, don't misunderstand 7th Imperial brother, I just have some cravings for the silver origin snow dew brewed by Imperial concubine Mang, so when she comes out of the gate, I'll go and ask for a cup. Drunkenness. It's said to be a pleaser for wine, but it's even more of a pleaser for people. Demu breathed a sigh of relief. That's fine, I'll let you know when my mother comes out of the gate. Great. Nightmare continued, how is your sister-in-law doing in the Lei family these days? Taiki's sister-in-law is Yui, a key character in the 3rd episode of the Destiny script. Speaking of his sister-in-law, Demu's wariness was much smaller, and he lowered his voice. Let me tell you, my sister-in-law and Lei Ri don't have a good relationship. I don't know if it's the lack of men or what, but I haven't had a smile on my face lately in years, and I'm very grumpy. Lack of pampering. Night Underworld half-joked. Why don't I be your sister-in-law's husband and save your sister-in-law? You can pull yourself together, it's a critical time for choosing an emperor. Letting Thundersun know would not be good for you. Demu thought that the other party was joking and didn't take it seriously, but unexpectedly, Night Underworld said seriously, the Lei family is going to marry the Grand Prince and is already an enemy, so what are you afraid of? Are you serious? Of course. Then wait until you sit as an emperor. Although Demu is the 9th Prince's gang, but also has his own small mind, now help the 9th Prince to dig Lei Ri's corner, in case the eldest prince sits on the emperor, Lei Ri settling scores in the autumn, he is not so stupid. Night Underworld patted the other party's shoulder and boasted, as long as I become an emperor, I'll appoint you as a state master, under 1 person and above 10,000 people. Ding. Taima's loyalty to the host is plus 20, currently 50. Alright, for your words, I'll support you as an emperor even if I go up the mountain of swords and down the sea of fire. After Demu finished with conviction, he smiled lewdly again and said, when the time comes, if you really let me be a state master, I will definitely help you pull strings with your sister-in-law and make her your lover. Good talk, good talk. Nightmare thought to himself, I'm using you to pull the strings? Ben Shao took care of it himself. The two of them babbled a few more times, and the Grand Prince walked out with a disheveled look on his face after bringing people to search the Imperial Yun Palace 3 times and not finding Bing Chen. This result was already loaded in Night Meditation's mind. When he came out, he anticipated the possibility of searching the hall, so he secretly gave Bing Chen a transfiguration pill, and gave another one to Devil Lotus Air. Nightmare looked at Di Xing playfully and said in a shady manner, have you thought about which punishment to choose? I advise you to choose to kneel in front of my temple for 3 days and 3 nights. It's not like you're going to lose a piece of meat anyway, it's just a bit of face. Choosing to eat poison could kill you. Di Xing said grimly, it is better to die standing than to live on my knees. I choose to take the poison pill. Tisk, TSK, have guts. Night Underworld smiled evilly, no more nonsense, took out an elixir and sent it to the other party with spiritual power. It was the soul-devouring blood demon elixir. Eat, everyone's watching. He knew that Emperor Star would definitely eat it, he just didn't know if he could poison the Chosen Son. After all, the Chosen Son's chi was not ordinary. When Di Xing was about to receive the elixir, he was snatched by Yin Chang. The woman said with a smile on her face, just kidding, what's for dinner? Mother, are you trying to cheat? Nightmare steeply sank his face. And Chang said disdainfully, the bet is just a joke, why take it seriously? Besides, what can you do if you cheat? What can you do to me? You have backers behind you and I don't? Heh, if that's the case, I'm going to bring the Imperial Empress here to dispense justice. Night Underworld took out the Imperial Commander and waved it in front of the woman. Recognize it, don't you? Since I can't control this harem of yours, let the Imperial Empress control it. Hearing the name of the Imperial Empress, and Xing's face instantly became incredibly ugly, and the person was no longer arrogant. Is it okay if I eat it for my son? Mother, I'm willing to gamble, so stay out of it. Di Xing went to grab the elixir from his mother's hand, but Xing swallowed it directly into her mouth. Taiji, I've already eaten it, is this okay with you? Forget it, if you eat it, you eat it, no one can be poisoned by eating it, I'm just trying to save face for myself. Nightmare was like a good old boy, indifferent. In fact, he was not a good old man. Di Xing even had the chance of the 9 vaginas due. He was really afraid that the poison would not kill him, and Xing ate it better. At the very least, he could control this woman. If he took this woman under his wing, he would have more power to defend himself in the face of the heaven's destiny. Mother, are you alright? Di Xing asked In Chang with a concerned face, and In Xing shook her head. It's fine, no reaction at all. Di Xing was quite relieved to hear this and thought to himself, could it be that Di Yang had changed his nature? He turned his gaze to Ice Nimbus. Jack, let's go back. You go back, I'll go back to my place later. Bing Ning Ching Ching said coldly. Okay then. Di Xing instinctively thought that Bing Ning was angry. After all, he was trying to kill someone's brother. In fact, Bing Ning just wanted to accompany Night He. In the end, Di Xing took Di Shuio away. Di Shuio obediently followed her back, as Night Underworld spoke to her, promising that she wouldn't let her marry Lei Ri, and also gave her a task. That's to monitor every move of the Emperor's Star. If Emperor Star goes to any secret realm, he must figure out where the secret realm is. Everyone dispersed, and Night Underworld returned to his chambers, sitting and waiting for Di Yang's arrival. He knew that the other side would definitely come, because he threw face all over Di Yang. Why is it okay with him if the Emperor's Star almost rides his neck and S on him? Because he was just a stand-in, it wasn't like he was losing face. People would just say that the Ninth Prince was a wimp. Can the Ninth Prince stand it? Can't stand it is right, that's what Night Meditation wants. Let the two of them pinch, and develop obscenely on your own. Everything was just as Night He had expected, and in the evening, the teleportation array lit up, and Di Yang led a group of people out in a huff. His face was gloomy and his eyes were full of hostility, obviously infuriated. When Emperor Star came to cause trouble, why didn't you fight him hard? Why did you spoil him? He searched the Imperial Sun Palace, why did you let him? Do you realize that my face has been completely disgraced by you? What do those who support me think of me? You are my understudy, maintain my honor. Also, why did you save Bing Chen back? Wouldn't it have been better to let the Grand Prince kill him? It's fine to save him, why don't you kill him? When Di Yang received the news, he was so angry that he really wanted to tear Night He into 8 pieces. In fact, he wanted to kill Bing Chen because he knew that Deetsong's soul was fused with Bing Chen's. He didn't do it himself because he was afraid that Deetsong would have a backhand. When he couldn't be killed at that time, and Bing Chen ascended to the emperor, the one who died would be him. If the Grand Prince killed Bing Chen, it would be equivalent to indirectly killing his father, and when the news was announced, he wouldn't be able to sit as an emperor even if he was exhausted. As for letting Night Underworld kill, it was related to a series of plans he had behind him. In the face of the Ninth Prince's successive accusations, the laughter in Night Underworld's eyes dissipated, replaced by a biting cold light. You're mean to me, Jiba. Have the patience to look for Di Xing to settle the score. You're defended by the hidden dragon guards, you can't die. I'm just a stand-in, and you've only given me a ghost woman who can beat the Grand Prince. If I could beat that, I'd have ate him. Besides, Xing ate the poison and I controlled the Grand Prince's mother. Isn't that a bad result? There's also the fact that Di Shuio has already been used for us, so what else can Di Xing turn over? Di Yang's voice was extraordinarily hoarse. Di Shuio is not the daughter of the old emperor and Xing, and Di Xing already knows that she is of little use. In the future, don't you ever hit on her again. Di Shuio is not Xing's daughter? Night Underworld pretended to be surprised. In fact, from Di Shuio's profile, he had already guessed this result and tried. Then who are Di Shuio's parents? Why can't you hit on her again? At first, the system had determined that Di Shuio was the sister of the Chosen One, but now it was saying that she wasn't. How many ing meanings did this have? Oh, I see. Surely as the trajectory of destiny develops and changes, something reveals the truth. Di Yang nodded and said grimly, that's right, I only realized it in the past 2 days as well. It's a good thing you stopped it and didn't kill her in the first place, or we'd both be dead. Her parents came from there, a place that makes people tremble. Remember, even if she's useful, you can't use her again in the future, and you have to make sure that not a single thing can happen to her, or you won't even know how you'll die. Where is that place? And who are her parents? Night Underworld saw that when the Ninth Prince mentioned Di Shuio's identity, the bottom of his eyes were filled with infinite fear and afterthought, and his lips trembled as he spoke. Just what kind of place would make a Starfield's royal prince afraid like this? It's just that this dogcoin is so tight-lipped that he won't say a word about what he shouldn't. There are some things that are not for you to know. Di Xing turned to leave. I'm going to settle the score with Di Xing right now. And Xing even disregarded me. You're the Imperial Division. Go to her place in an hour and clean up that stinking. Better sleep with her for this emperor. No problem, this one's on me. Nightmare readily agreed. This was something he was willing to do. Chapter 36, Catching an Adulterer in the Bedroom. Di Yang left not long after. Night Underworld had heard all about the great battle in the Nine Suns Imperial City from the Sky City. The voice was like thunder, and the sword light and spearons pressed across the sky. It made it seem as if heaven and earth were about to be shattered. Needless to think, it must have been the Grand Prince and the Ninth Prince's protector who had up. A rather perfect smile surfaced at the corners of Nightmare's mouth. Within an hour, the sound was gone. Night Underworld glanced at Hanyu underneath her. Alright, that's it for today. I have some things to do. I'll spend some time with you some other day. Okay then. Hanshin let out a long sigh, his voice dripping with resentment and helplessness, and walked away with an unhappy look on his face. Night Underworld came to the Qing Emperor's palace. It's brightly lit, with courtesans passing through. Under the guidance of the maidservant, he met the Haratora imperial concubine. The woman, still wearing the same dress she had worn during the day and looking a little haggard, saw him with a faint surprise on her face. Taiji, something wrong with you? I've come to care for the queen. Nightmare smiled evilly, his aggressive gaze sweeping the woman's hot body from top to bottom. This palace doesn't need your concern. Anaru's brow swung out with an inconspicuous disgust. The man's gaze traveled from her clothes to her skin, from her skin to her bones, giving her the feeling of standing naked in front of the other woman. Facing the woman's unkind voice, Nightmare didn't care and took a step towards her dormitory. Anaru was busy catching up. Teiji, what are you doing? That's my boudoir, no man may enter except the old emperor. Night Underworld ignored the other party and continued to stride forward. You stop! Facing the woman's cold drink, Night Underworld said without turning his head back, I am the Imperial Division, responsible for monitoring the style of all Imperial princesses and princesses. The old emperor is dead. I suspect you can't stand the loneliness and seduce men. Now, I'm going to examine you here in detail. Just as he was about to walk into the dormitory, the woman appeared in front of him in a flash, arms open, ears beaded red, face clouded with shame. The large grapefruit on his chest swayed violently. No, you can't go in there. The more the woman was like this, the more curious Night Underworld became in her heart. Your Highness, you prevented me from checking. Could it be that the wild man is hiding here? Don't you bloody well say there's no such thing as a wild man. Anaru's expression was tense, and fine beads of sweat broke out on her forehead. Asterisk 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 off. Night Underworld bellowed loudly, coldness appearing in his eyes. Seeing that the woman was still blocking the doorway, he said in an ultimatum, if you don't let me go, I'll report to the Empress and say that you don't abide by the ways of a woman, and that you're meeting men in secret, and blocking the inspection of this Imperial division. The consequence is that you will be thrown into the Soul Thunder Abyss, and your soul will be subjected to the bombardment of soul thunder at all times. Hearing this, Anaru couldn't help but shiver. Please, I'm really not being ungrateful, so don't go in there, okay? Get out of here. Taking advantage of the other party's days, Nightmare yanked the woman out of the way, lifted the beaded curtain and walked in. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's like a sea of pink. The entire dormitory was roughly the size of 5 soccer fields, and the room was filled with the faint scent of a woman's body. The decoration is luxurious to the extreme. The roof is a rare moonstone, looking like a sky full of stars. The walls are inlaid with warm-colored glazed pink jade, exuding a faint pink light, making the whole dormitory full of moody mood. Without the moonstone, Nightmare would feel like a hair salon on Blue Star. A 60-meter-wide pink carpet led straight to a large pink bed 500 meters away, and on both sides was a fish pond, which swam with all the famous dragonfish, 9-colored fairy fish, devilfish, and even dozens of mermaids. 100 meters forward, the fish pond disappears, and on either side are rows and rows of hangers with all kinds of phoenix robes and skirts. 100 meters further, the clothes on the hanger changed, all kinds of bibs and other intimate apparel. But it was also quite moderate. After all, people were imperial concubines. It was normal to have a few thousand sets of clothes. But another 100 meters and it gets stale. What to say, the clothes are very daring. When Night Underworld looked at it, his blood boiled. No wonder the women wouldn't let him in, they were afraid he'd see this. I didn't expect that. I really didn't. The usually noble and elegant Princess Chingy had such an unknown side. At this moment, Xing's face seemed to be dripping blood, and she couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground to drill into, and said in an almost pleading tone, DC, don't look at it, okay? There's just so much space here, you can see your head at a glance, there's no place to hide anyone. That's not good enough, this division has to be worthy of its position and live up to the Imperial Queen's weight. Nightmare walked over to a row of hangers, pinched a thin, cicada-like pink bra with 2 fingers, and put it under her nose to smell it. Anaru was ashamed and angry at this. Teiji, how can you touch my palace's things? Couldn't a little bustier hide someone? This division is just checking to see if you're not misbehaving. Nightmare suddenly blushed. Why does it smell like a man's sweat? No way, this one hasn't been worn by this palace. And Xing took it over and sniffed it, and her entire body instantly froze in place. It also really smells like men's sweat. Immortal cultivators have unusually sensitive noses, and this can never be wrong. What's going on here? No man had ever come into her chambers except for a few beloved maids. How do you explain this, mother? I really haven't betrayed the old emperor, there's only one man in my life. Anaru said with an innocent face. Night Underworld saw that the woman's expression didn't look like a lie, but the smell of sweat on top of her clothes couldn't be faked. Originally he only wanted to satisfy his curiosity, but he ended up catching the woman in the act. It's hard to say, this division will continue to check. The further the night meditation went, the cooler his clothes became. He found a few more pieces of clothing that smelled of men's sweat. Tell me, who was the man you committed adultery with? This palace really didn't. I've always abided by the ways of women. There must be some kind of misunderstanding here. And how do you explain all this? Night Underworld slammed the sweaty clothes hard on the woman's face. One piece of sweaty clothes and you say it's a misunderstanding, so many of them are also misunderstandings? That means you had a wild man when the old emperor was alive. And most of you are here. Anaru took it over and smelled it, and immediately panicked. It really did smell like sweat all over. I don't know. Humph, you're screwed this time. Nightmare continued on. The clothes were simply too numerous to count, stretching all the way to the large pink bed. The bed was surrounded by a pink bedspread that fluttered gently in the breeze. Lifting the bedspread, Nightmare saw something that should have been in the cell. What does that mean? The woman panicked and ran to him, trying to block his view with her delicate body. Please, don't look. Let's talk outside. Out. Night Underworld pinched the woman's chin, the corner of his mouth containing a wicked smile. As long as I tell Empress Dowager about this, it'll be hard for you to die even if you want. The taste of soul thunder will make your life worse than death. Not only that, if you seduce another man, the reputation of the Grand Emperor will also be affected. It must be you who are wronging me. Anaru's first thought was that the other party had set herself up, and those clothes must have been put there by someone in advance. Why else would they suddenly search her dorm room? Oh, you have a vivid imagination. Night Underworld violently raised the woman's chin, forcing herself to meet her eyes. If you don't go to my temple today and act like a pussy, I won't even be able to remember you as a person. I'm not so idle as to have nothing to do with wronging you. What the hell do you want? Anaru said with a fury in her eyes. Night Underworld pointed at those cool undergarments next to them, the corner of his mouth hooked up in a debonair smile. I wonder what effect the noble Lady Qing would have wearing them. Chapter 37. Be the woman you'll always hide in the Golden House. You won't tell the Empress as long as I wear it for you? And Sheng bit her pink lips as if she would break her defense the next moment. That depends on how the maiden behaves. If it makes me happy, I might just leave it to rot. Nightmare rubbed the woman's head. That won't work. You have to promise me before I wear it for you. Cooperate or get out. You don't have the capital to bargain with me. Nightmare didn't hide the impatience in his heart. And Qing's pink lips were bitten out with a trace of blood, and her already delicate lips became even more demonic. After a violent internal struggle, she nodded. Okay, I'll wear it for you, and you'll be in the mantle of the bed, and you're not allowed to peek in and see me change. She didn't feel like the other woman had set her up, but she really hadn't stolen a man, and she was confused as to what was going on with the smell of sweat. No matter what, if this were to spread out, with her connections it wouldn't be enough to enter the Soul Thunder Abyss, but her son's reputation would really be affected. This was very unfavorable to the campaign for Emperor. Night Underworld said disdainfully, what kind of beauty has this division not seen, not so much as to peek at you? In fact, there is no need to peek, the pink veil translucent, in the inside can also see the outside. Exactly that kind of haziness is more deadly. Anaru went out, and Nightmare lay on her large soft bed, resting her head in her hands, looking at the woman's wonderful silhouette as she waited for the model to make her entrance. He couldn't help but feel that power was good. If one was not an imperial division and dared to threaten an imperial concubine like this, one would have been slapped into a bloody mist long ago. Not long after, the light veil lifted and Qing walked in with some embarrassment. Pink bibs with a line. Dazzling white collarbones, slender waist, cold white luster emanating from the snow-white rounded long legs, a pair of exquisite jade feet an inch off the ground, and two phoenix anklets tied around the ankles. Nightmare didn't hold back, and the knot in his throat rolled hard. Take a few steps to show this division. The willow waist should be twisted up, the eyes should be affectionate, and the look should be flirtatious. A huff appeared on Anaru's face in the face of the man's demand. The man in front of her was her son's archenemy. It wasn't too much to say enemy, and to dress like this in front of an enemy and show off, it made her feel humiliated in a way she had never felt before. Hesitating for a moment, she still suppressed the anger in her heart and took a lotus step in front of the bed, her waist swaying. The tap of the jade foot is a seduction, and the lift of the jade leg is a vibration. Nightmare admired the modeling show and thought about how to raise his goodwill. Only good heights can make a woman loyal to herself. After looking at it for a while, past the freshness and somewhat tasteless, he said faintly, "Go change again, and make it a tulle one." The woman stubbornly went out to change anyway, and soon walked in wearing a 70% sheer pink gown with no wrap underneath. Night Underworld nodded with satisfaction. Although your dancing skills are not as good as Dream Imperial Concubine, I've heard that they're not bad either, so dance a song for this division. And Qing's brows furrowed in an angular frown, the anger in her heart suppressed and suppressed. Finally, she relented and began to dance. The light veil danced with the wind, and her body was as delicate as a cloud, floating like an immortal. The dance is smooth and natural, as if it is one with the breath of heaven and earth. The light veil of the woman's cuffs occasionally brushed against Night Haze's cheeks, and the swaying of that chest paired with the delicate dance was simply mesmerizing. Night Underworld sipped the beautiful wine and watched the flowing clouds dance. To be honest, he's still a bit in the clouds to this day. Knowing that it wasn't a dream, it always felt as if it was all a dream that he had had after falling asleep at Blue Star. Such a beauty, such a day, in Blue Star, he wouldn't even dare to dream of it. Now, there would be women fighting over him every day, and their eye-rolling eyes, making him worry every day over who to spend time with. Dusty and uncluttered, just like the fairies, Ice Nimbus. Enchanting and charming, the world's most beautiful woman chases the moon. Naughty, cute, and choppy Di Shueyao. The cold, demonic, soul-sucking devil's lotus. A stunningly beautiful mature woman, the passionate and proactive Han Yu Qin. Buddha's dharma is infinite, and Jade Linglong who uses her body to eliminate devils. This is just the beginning. What's behind it? Ask Blue Star who has lived a life like him. Yes, the internet always says who has hundreds of mistresses, the whole neighborhood is his harem, what sisters, what mothers and daughters, and made a pen with that, but is the quality the same? It's not blowing. The imperial palace's 1 million or so imperial concubines can take out any one of them and hang on to the blue star beauties. Compared to the number, it doesn't seem to be able to beat him, does it? As long as he wanted to, the $1 million or so would be all his in no time. One dance complete. Nightmare made the woman change her clothes many more times to feel 1,000 flavors, until aesthetic fatigue set in and he slowly closed his eyes. Seeing this, Anaru asked in a small voice, Teiji, is it okay? It's okay. Then can you not tell the Empress about that meeting? Can't. You tricked me? And Xing, who had been speaking softly only moments ago, was instantly filled with hostility and coldly said, I didn't expect you to be this kind of villain. Night Underworld opened his eyes fiercely, his eyes as harsh as a blade. I didn't promise you in the first place, did I? Even if I promised you, I'm backtracking now. You what? Faced with a woman on the verge of a violent outburst, Night Underworld sat up lazily. Your Highness, don't be so angry. If you promise me one thing, I promise not to tell. What is it? Anaru reached out and sucked in a hand, ingesting a tighter dress to wear on her body, covering the hidden, crying out snowy whites. It's easy. Night Underworld walked up to the woman and used his fingers to pick off the woman's clothes, once again revealing a black super ultra short skirt and a less than a penny weighted bustier. As long as you don't let Di Xing marry Lei Yu, and don't let Di Shuiyao marry Lei Ri, I'll help you keep this secret. Don't worry, I'll keep my word this time. Never. Without any hesitation, and Xing decisively refused. It was a matter of Emperor Star's imperial throne, and she would never compromise. Without any surprises, Night Underworld came behind the woman, his finger pointing at the woman's butterfly bone, threateningly saying, don't forget that you've been poisoned by me. That's a 14th grade soul-devouring blood demon pill. No one has the antidote except me. Would you like to taste the taste of having your soul and blood devoured now? A flash of determination flashed in Xing's eyes, and the person became a bit maniacal. Ha ha. You don't want to threaten me, the big deal is that I will kill myself. As long as I die, it won't affect my son's ability to become an emperor. When Xinger becomes an emperor, you'll be the first to die. Then why don't you die? Night Underworld shrugged, playfully, I'm watching you die now. When you die, I'll help you go to mourning. Seeing that the woman was unmoved, he urged, hurry up and die. Why haven't you done it yet? Talking about it and actually doing it, those are two different things. Even if Xing was not afraid of death, her heart was still filled with fear if she was really allowed to die. The corners of Night Underworld's mouth pursed tightly, and his blade-like gaze shot to the woman, don't dare to die, then don't even bother blowing on the power. Who are you trying to scare with death? It's none of my business whether you die or not. Under the watchful eyes of Night Hei, the woman slowly removed the restraints on her body and stood naked in front of him. She suddenly looked like a different person, becoming 1,000 times more charming, and her two jade arms, which were like spiritual snakes, hooked around his neck. I know you crave my body. How about I make a deal with you? As long as you don't compete with Emperor Star for the Emperor, and then help this palace get rid of the Imperial Empress, I'll be your woman, the one you'll hide away in this golden house forever, and you can come over and find me whenever you want. Not only me, but all of my maids, including Mylan Shueju, are all your little harem. And I promise that when Emperor Star becomes the Emperor, he will never harm you, and let you live your life in honor and wealth, surrounded by beautiful women. As she spoke, she began to undo Night Hei's clothes. Thank you very much, Stars and Moon, and the other bosses for the gifts, and thank you sire for your support. When the validation period is over, Cat will add more like crazy. Chapter 38, Discovering the Favorability Code. Snap! A crisp sound rang out. Night Underworld smacked a big mouth on Xing's face, the corner of his mouth slightly turned down, killing intent flickering under his eyes. Who do you think you are? Don't be so self-absorbed. Don't talk about a golden house, you barely look like a maid to me. Joke, chasing the moon didn't even tempt him. That woman is the 9 May Heavenly Fox body, or the #1 beauty. Who gave this woman the confidence? In fact, it didn't matter whether or not he answered the other party's competition for the emperor, he was just a stand-in anyway. And yes, it's totally okay to say yes and eat it first. But she said that she had killed chasing the moon, which made Night Hei furious. His woman, besides him, whoever touches her dies. Ding! Anaru's favorability towards the host plus 10, currently 10, cultivation growth rate 1x, total, 43x. Night sticks. What do you mean? How come a slap in the face is still good? Thinking about the odd news stories he read on Blue Star, he understood. And Xing's eyes flashed with a flash of undetectable excitement, pretending to be in a state of full-blown rage, and roared, bastard, you dare to hit this palace? I'm the imperial concubine, and I'm also the biological mother of the Grand Prince. I warn you, you must keep what happened just now a secret, and you must also give me the antidote to the soul-devouring blood demon pill. Otherwise, I'll shout now and say you molested me. When that time comes, don't say you won't be able to become an emperor, but you'll also be severely punished. Night Underworld was unimpressed, pointing at the entrance to the bedchamber. Shout louder, so that the entire Clear Emperor Palace can hear it, so that the entire Sky City can hear it. At the same time, he blasted a fist into the woman's heart. Bam! The woman flew backwards through the pink veil and fell to the ground. Ding! And Qing's favorability towards the host plus 10, currently 20, cultivation growth rate 2x, total 44x. Night Underworld heard the system voice inside in his heart. Sure enough, it's true that all people have weaknesses, and Jade Linglong definitely has one as well, just that I haven't found it yet. And Qing's cultivation level could be higher than his, and if the other party wanted to defend, he really couldn't hurt the woman. But she didn't, instead withdrawing all defenses. The excitement in the bottom of Qing's eyes was about to be suppressed. Licking the blood from the corners of her mouth, she said with a wry smile, "You're not the ninth prince." The woman's words caused Night Hay to faintly freeze, and he hurriedly looked down at his chest. His clothes were intact and did not reveal the Taotai tattoo. It was because of this action of Night Underworld that made Qing 100% certain that he was not the ninth prince. A moment ago, Qing was still only skeptical. She had an in-depth understanding of the ninth prince's character, and compared to the man in front of her, the two were two kinds of ruthless. The ninth prince was arrogant and ruthless, cold-blooded and ruthless. If the ninth prince had faced the threat she had just made, he would have definitely pretended to agree to her conditions, and when she was unable to falsely accuse the other party, the ninth prince would have retaliated crazily, and would even go out of his way to get her killed. Also, the ninth prince would never come to her to take risks with just a ghost woman. The man in front of her was the opposite of the ninth prince, and she couldn't describe the ruthlessness. In short, the man's ruthlessness is somewhat arbitrary. No one knows what he's thinking. It's the kind of ruthlessness that's so insidious that at some point, he'll laugh you to death. Such a person would be too much more terrifying than the ninth prince. From the moment she walked into the bedchamber, the man's every word and action made her feel that this man did not look like the ninth prince, which was why she suddenly swindled. I didn't realize the cold would work so well. I am the ninth prince. Nightmare realized that he had been negligent and careless, but he wouldn't admit it. Women can't help him without actual proof. Come on, if you can beat me into submission, I'll keep your secret. Okay, meet you. In the face of Qing's provocation, Night Hollow took a few steps to the woman's body and sat directly on top of her, his big hands opening left and right, his mouth smacking. I told you to play dumb with me. I told you to take the pills for the Grand Prince. Ding! And Qing's favorability towards the host plus 20, currently 40, cultivation growth rate 4x, total 46x. Just as Night Underworld was fighting with vigor, and Qing's fingertips suddenly flashed with white light and pointed at his body. Bang! The clothes instantly turned into pieces. The Taotai tattoo on his chest was immediately revealed. The two men met with abject sincerity, and Qing revealed a smile that was even more wickedly beautiful than the flowers on the other side of the river. What else do you have to say now? The ninth prince doesn't have a Taotai tattoo on his chest. Actually, she was trying to. Hey, anyway, it's just inadvertently discovering the secret and getting proof that the other party is not the ninth prince. This is still a heavenly surprise. One doesn't have to be so passive anymore. Knowing that he was completely exposed, a wave of anger flared up in his heart, and the corners of his mouth hooked up into an evil smile. What? Want a man? Why don't I help you? Unfortunately, I kind of can't see you. As the words left his mouth, he choked the woman with one hand and slapped her with the other. Suddenly, footsteps came from the doorway of the dormitory. The two men hurriedly got up and dressed each. Immediately following, Di Shueya walked in, and when she saw that the two were unclothed, the woman's face was flushed, and she was alone in a room. She subconsciously assumed that the two were having something they were not allowed to tell anyone about. What are you two doing? Nightmare rubbed his nose. We didn't do anything, we just talked together. You're not the ninth prince or my man, there's no need to explain yourself to me. Di Shueya's tone was clearly angry. She was biting her almost bloodless lip, her flower-like face tear-stained, and I felt sorry for her. Just now, she asked if Tizun didn't hurt her anymore. Why did you marry her off to Lei Ri? Emperor Star revealed her identity, and she realized that she was not the old emperor's daughter. It turns out that her own mother died and entrusted her to Anaru before she died. Asked who the father was, Tizun didn't know. She came here to ask Anaru how her mother died and who her father was and why he didn't want her anymore. I didn't expect to see this big bad guy. It looked like something else was going on between the two. Night Underworld was wearing a black robe. The whole person appeared to be evil and uninhibited. Faintly said, I do things only by heart. There is no need to explain anything to anyone. If you think that there is something wrong with Princess Qing and I, then there is something wrong. His attitude towards women had always been that they should be hurt, but never spoiled. And Qing was a little embarrassed, her cheeks crawling with red and becoming unusually hot, but she did not explain. She pointed at Night Underworld and questioned Di Shueya. You've known for a long time that this person isn't the ninth prince. Why didn't you tell this palace earlier? Chapter 39, I'll talk to Princess Qing about life. Who are you to tell you what I am? Di Shueya cast an apologetic glance at Night Hay, while she herself acted like a child who had done something wrong, as if she was the one who had exposed the other party's identity. And Qing ran her spiritual power to recover the injuries on her body, and once again turned into that queen whose bones exuded a graceful and honorable aura, and was simply a different person from just now. Since we all have no secrets to keep, let's open up. She looked at Night Hay and said in an undeniable tone, why there is a man's smell on the clothes. this palace really doesn't know what's going on. But it doesn't matter, and I don't want to explain. As for you not letting Di Xing marry Lei Yu and not letting Di Shuao marry Lei Ri, that's impossible. You have a secret from me, I have a secret from you. We keep each other's secrets. You have to give me the antidote now, or else I'll reveal that you're the fake ninth prince. When Di Shuao heard that Night Underworld had come here, for her sake, a strong guilt welled up in her heart, and at the same time, she was moved to tears. She went forward and hugged Night Underworld's arm, saying pitifully, "Big bad guy, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have misunderstood you. Don't get mad, will you? I was never angry." Nightmare rubbed the girl's head and shifted her gaze to Anqing. "Wanting an antidote is impossible, I'm not stupid enough to go that far. Once you're detoxed, the whole mansweat thing won't be enough for you to keep my secret. If you're not afraid to die, you can say who I am. Your name is Night He, the demon son of the demon clan, isn't it?" And Qing understood in her heart that the other party would not hand over the antidote easily, and being able to achieve this balance without affecting the Emperor Star's competition for the Emperor was currently the best possible outcome. If you don't have a handle on the other side, you're really passive, and the only way to break the game is to die. "That's right, it's me." Nightshade nodded. "Remember to give me the antidote on time, and off you go." And Qing waved her hand, but Di Shuya didn't move and said with pain in her eyes, "Your Highness, Princess Qing, I want to know who my mother really is. How did she die? And who is my father?" The corner of Anqing's mouth was half hooked, but she was carelessly converging her eyebrows. "Your mother is my sister, in terms of seniority, you should call this palace an aunt. Your mother was murdered. I'm not sure who the murderer was. I've been investigating all these years. As for who your father is, I'm even less sure. If you're my aunt, why did you marry me off to that old man Lei Ri?" Di Shuao pursued. "I'm doing this all for your own good, the woman who wants to be the Lei family's master. I don't know how many women there are in the world, you'll marry there and live a life of honor and wealth," Yasuharu said with a straight face. "Well, you can stop your nonsense." Night Underworld already knew from the ninth prince that Di Shuao's background wasn't simple, and if Anchang was the sister of Di Shuao's mother, there was no way she wouldn't know. How terrifying should a character who could make the ninth prince fear like that be? As long as Di Shuao's father was still alive, this woman wouldn't dare to force Di Shuao to marry Lei Ri even if she didn't consider her kinship. "Big bad, do you know something?" When Di Shuao raised her head to look at Night Underworld, a flash of uneasiness flashed under Anqing's eyes. Night Underworld shook his head. "I don't know who your parents are either, I only know that they came from a mysterious place and were not ordinary people. Moreover, Princess Haruai is 90% not your mother's sister. She should know something." When Di Shuao heard this, it was as if a wild beast was imprisoned in her dark eyes as she looked at Anchang. "Tell me, who the hell are you? And who is my mother?" "I'm not lying, I'm your mother's sister." A flash of weakness crossed Anqing's eyes, which happened to be captured by Night He, who stroked Di Shuao's little brain and comforted, "Don't be anxious, I have a way to know if she's your real aunt." "Aha!" Di Shuao nodded her head like garlic. Night Underworld turned to Anchang and said, "Remove the treasure that seals the bloodline on Yaoer's body." "You're crazy." The icy coldness under Anqing's eyes flickered. "If she takes it, someone will soon find out that she is not the princess of the Nine Sons Imperial Dynasty. When that happens, she may be executed and I will be implicated. All you need to do is take it off. I have my own way to hide Yaoer's identity. If you don't agree, then we'll be fish out of water." Under Night He's repeated pressure, Anqing pinched her hand with a spell and her fingers traced a graceful arc in front of her body. Not long after, a blood-colored bead flew out of Di Shuao's body, precisely the sheltering blood bead. Night Underworld exchanged 2,000 villain points in the system mall for a blood talisman, and with a wave of his hand, a blood-colored talisman floated to Anqing's body. "Drop your blood on it. Where did you get this? Haven't blood charms been extinct for a long time?" Anqing stared with wide eyes and a shocked expression. The sheltering blood bead on Di Shuao's body had already been removed, so as long as her and the other person's blood dripped on top of the blood talisman, they could tell if there was a blood relationship. "Cut the crap and hurry up." Night Underworld breathed deeply, his aura of bitterness overflowing. Knowing that she couldn't hide it, Anqing truthfully said, "I admit that I'm not Di Shuao's great aunt, but who she is, I really don't know." At that time, there were 887 princesses in the Nine Sons Imperial Dynasty, and the Heavenly Pavilion said to the old emperor that it would be an omen of heaven's fortune if he could give birth to the 888th princess, and I wanted to compete for favor in front of the old emperor at that time, so I lied that I was pregnant. Originally, I was thinking of going to another world and finding a random baby girl and claiming that it was the old emperor's child. While out searching, he happened to come across a woman dying with a baby girl in her arms. When she met me, the beautiful woman entrusted the baby girl to me, and I agreed as I saw that the baby girl had a special constitution and very extraordinary qualifications. And that baby girl is Di Shuao. The Night Underworld frowned slightly, his gaze sharp. "Don't make things up. What you said is broken everywhere. You were pretending to be pregnant and Princess 888 was the lucky star. How could the old emperor let you go out in person? How are you going to explain this when you come back with a baby in your arms?" And Qing said calmly, at that time, the old emperor's birthday was approaching, and he was only concerned about favoring one imperial concubine after another, so he had no time to care about this. I stayed out for a few months before returning to the imperial palace. The reasons were all thought out, but the old emperor didn't even ask, only the Tenji pavilion tested the bloodline. And those people, I've been hitting on them for a long time. Even if what you say is true, that beautiful woman should have explained something to you before she died. At the very least she would have told you to give the child to her father. Nightmare pursued the question, trying to find a break in it. And Qing lightly lifted her eyelids and indifferently glanced at him, that condescending attitude like a female emperor. She only said at that time that the father of the baby girl's surname was Yu, and that the baby girl's name was Yu Yao, and then she passed away. I came back and named her Di Shueyao. She's going to marry Ray Day whether she's my child or not, and this is non-negotiable. I gave you face. Nightmare walked up to the woman and threw a big mouthful over. And Qing's face turned green and then turned scarlet, her eyes half happy and half angry. She glanced at Di Shueyao shyly and glared at Night. Hey, I'm the old emperor's imperial concubine. What are you doing? You've got too much nerve. Tisk, TSK, and pretending with me. Nightmare slapped a mouth, but the woman clutched her wrist. Any more nonsense and I'll charge you with molesting the imperial concubine. Night understood in his heart that Di Shueyao was here, and in Qing, as the imperial concubine, wouldn't it be very disgraceful if she didn't fight back if she was beaten by him? He gave a wink to Di Shueyao. Go wait for me outside. I'll talk to Princess Qing about life. Thank you to the Star and Moon and the other sires for their gifts. Chapter 40, The 9 Beautiful Gods of the Ancient World, Star River Goddess, thank you for your gifts and support. A short while later, Nightmare came out. The woman was a bit put out and got her ass kicked by him, with no goodwill added at all. Asking Di Shueyao about her life, the other party still had the same set of words and kept their mouths shut. True or false, who can tell? Just wait, things will come out one day. As for Di Shueyao marrying Lei Ri, he had other plans. Big bad, thank you. Di Shueyao put away her old mischievousness and said with moist eyes, I don't have a family anymore. From now on there's only you and Ninger. You'll love me, right? Night Underworld pinched the other party's face and nodded. Don't worry, I won't let you marry Lei Ri. Ding. Di Shueyao's favorability towards the host plus 10, currently 100, can't be raised any further. Cultivation growth rate 10x, total 47x. Ding. Favorability to 100, rewarding the host with 50,000 villain points and a mysterious treasure chest. A good feeling of 100 means no reservations, it means dying to love, it means more than life, more than love. It's very, very hard to get there. The reason why Di Shueyao was like this was purely because she had no more relatives and had taken Night Underworld as her entire dependence, and Night Underworld was single-mindedly devoted to helping her. She then pours all her feelings into the man. Then I'll go back to the Grand Prince's mansion and keep an eye on Di Xing for you. From now on when it's just the two of us, you call me Yu Yao. I don't want to be any Di Shueyao. Yu Yao smiled sweetly and delicately. Okay, I'll call you Yu Yao from now on. 10,000 villain points apiece. Night Underworld bought 2 quasi-imperial artifacts in the system mall, the Spirit Rhinoceros Mirage Ring, and handed one of them to the other party after establishing a connection. Put a drop of your blood on it and wear it for a long period of time. Treasures, treasure artifacts, spirit artifacts, magic artifacts, holy artifacts, honored artifacts, quasi-imperial artifacts, imperial artifacts. What's this for? Yu Yao took the black and unattractive ring and looked it over and over, skimming her lips, feeling so ugly. Night Underworld explained, there are many functions. You can illusionize the bloodline of the Emperor family, conceal your realm and soul, and also serve as a storage ring. If you don't like the look, you can change the appearance of the ring as you wish. Anyway, there are many, many features, and the most important thing is that we will be able to sense each other. If someone pretended to be me and approached you, you would recognize it immediately. Nightmare had recently been thinking about how to prevent Di Yang from impersonating him and getting close to his woman, and finally chose the Spirit Rhinoceros Mirage Ring. Expensive, yes, better than being green. Amazing, I want to play it now. Yu Yao reveals a touch of innocent smile, drops blood on it, and with a thought, transforms the ring into the shape of a duckling, and then into Baifeng, the phoenix. Have fun with it. More to the point, she had established a sort of telepathic connection with night meditation, and no matter what the other person turned out to be, she knew it was the big bad. Night Underworld didn't expect the reward for goodwill to 100 to be so rich. Anyway, he wasn't too short of villain points right now, and directly opened the mysterious treasure chest. In case a special eye pupil is opened, won't it be a big profit? Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a set of JK, clothes, 3-striped knee-high socks, shoes, etc. All holy weapons, which can be arbitrarily changed in size, color, and... Damn, the system is awesome, let me relive my old dreams. Nightmare said to Yu Yao, who was still playing with her ring, I'll give you another outfit. He gave the JK to the other man, even the animal-patterned inner lining, and said a little about the function. Yu Yao was very happy to take it over, loving it as a treasure. This dress is so nice, next time I'll wear it for you. Well, I'll have the ghost lady send you back. A picture appeared in Night Hollow's mind of a girl wearing a JK, sitting at a school desk. It was also associated with Jade Linglong's appearance in her stepmother's dress. After Yu Yao left, he went straight to the Empress's chambers to hurry to let Chase the Moon pregnant with Vile, then you can control the Ninth Sun Starfield. It wasn't that he didn't want to kill the Ninth Prince and directly impersonate the other party, but the hidden Dragon Guards and the Divine Mechanism Guards were always protecting Di Yang, and he probably couldn't hide his identity as a double from them. Just as Yu Yao's sheltering blood bead was taken down just now, in an unknown valley, a blood bead emitted a rich blood light. There was a 10,000 feet ice spring in the valley, and a woman with a dense starburst around her stood on an ice lotus, revealing only a pair of snowy eyes. Her eyes seemed to harbor a blue lake and a bottomless abyss, enough to make anyone willingly leap into it and fall into eternal reincarnation. Even if you couldn't see her, you could still feel the thrilling face under the starlight. Haiwa, go fetch your fiancé Yu Yao back. The woman's voice was like a magic butterfly in a dream world, fluttering in the valley. On the bank of the icy spring lay a dark-skinned man with a dogwood in his mouth, his eyes closed and a cozy look on his face. Mother, I'm not going. Ever since I saw your immortal face, I've lost interest in any woman, no matter how beautiful she is. I'll never look for a Taoist couple again in my life. Haiwa's mind recalled his mother's appearance, her entire body without a single flaw, so beautiful that everything in the world was dwarfed in front of her. Candlelight frowned slightly, her voice sounding like an ethereal immortal tone. If you don't want to go, Mother will send you to the sword prison retreat. She was helpless, too. It wasn't that she intended to hide her looks, because people being beautiful to a certain extent was also an annoyance. Her face, anyone who saw it would have a huge impact on the heart and soul. Even his own son's eyes were straight when he saw it, unable to be deflected for even a moment, as if he had been sucked into an eternal phantom dream. You can't wake up without 10 days and half a month. It wasn't so much that her son had any thoughts about her, but that pure appreciation of something beautiful. Hearing about the sword prison, Haiwa winced, suffering inhuman pain there. He snapped his eyes open and conceded. Sword prison or forget it, I can pick up Yu Yao and bring her back, but Mother has to let me see you again. His mother was Candlelight, the Star River Goddess, one of the 9 beautiful gods of the ancient world. In the future, the wife he would find must also be a woman from one of the 9 beautiful gods. Other mediocre girls, can't see it at all. Don't be ridiculous, Mother will never show her face again in her life. Candlelight pretended to be angry. Haiwa laughed cheaply. Che, I don't believe it, my father has been dead for so many years, maybe you'll find me a stepfather someday, and let him look at me every day. Why don't I go to the 9 Suns continent this time and help you find one and bring my stepfather back? Ever since I was a child, I've had no father's love. Just the thing to make up for the trauma in my soul. Candlelight's tone was vaguely stern. Don't be ridiculous, no one will ever move me again in this life. Go and return quickly. Come back and catch up on your training. There's a big problem in this realm. If we can't ascend in the limited time we have, we'll all die, both of us mothers. Mother, what happened in the past? Made you lose all your cultivation? Don't ask what you shouldn't. Go. 3 days passed in a flash. For the past 3 days, Anaru had been checking out the smell of men's sweat on her clothes. Check around. Of the men, only Tizung had been in her chambers. And for these 3 days, Night Underworld had been accompanying the Empress, fighting for her ideals. With his current cultivation speed, it didn't even take him a day to raise a layer of cultivation, and with the addition of cultivation, he raised 6 minor realms in 3 days to the transcendent mortal 8th layer. Slutty, so Tai. Nightmare lay on the large bed, caressing the woman's snow-white, smooth back. Chasing the Moon twisted her watery waist in his arms. Yes, I'm A, and that's what you like about me. You're such a little fox to me. Night Underworld cupped the woman's chin and faintly said, getting down to business, have someone call Bingchen here and we'll test him out. In a moment, you must scream loudly. He had already stated his guesses, and Chasing the Moon had also said that Bingchen must have some sort of relationship with Deetsong, and it was hard to say whether it was Deetsong or not. Although no one can escape the fate of 1,000 years, the cultivation world is so big that some incomprehensible things are not surprising at all. Don't worry, it's my strong suit. Chasing the Moon immediately called for his beloved, asking her to call Bing Chen in the name of Night He. Then he sent another person to observe in the dark, and a moment later Bing Chen came in to hear the expression of the woozy voice. Chapter 41, Mausoleum as Quilt, Coffin as Bed. Ice Chen had been back from the other worlds for a day. At this moment, his heart was like growing grass and thorns on his buttocks. He couldn't sit or stand, he only wanted to enter the Hidden Dragon building earlier. Where did that go? Why don't you take me into Hidden Dragon House yet? Once I enter the Hidden Dragon Tower, it won't be far until I return to the throne of the Emperor, and when that time comes, I'll be the first to kill Hanyukin and pamper the Imperial Empress. Yes, and Phantom, and Anaru. These little beauties, each one beckons. Bingchen had already asked his sister 6 times where his brother-in-law had gone, and was about to ask again when a cold beauty appeared in his room. Blue. This woman he recognized, the Imperial Empress's beloved maid Blue Snow. He was just about to call out the other party's name, then hurriedly closed his mouth. He was Bing Chen. How did he know each other? Lan Shue's brows were clear and cold as she glanced at Bing Chen. The 9th prince is in the Imperial Empress's palace. He's looking for you to talk about something. Come with me. Yes, fairy. Bing Chen bowed respectfully. Afterward, Lan Shui led him to fly towards Phoenix Luan Palace. Arriving at the main hall of Phoenix Luan Palace, Lan Shui walked in front and Bing Chen followed behind. When they reached the door to Chasing Moon's dormitory, unpleasant sounds drifted out from inside. Blue Snow raised her hand to stop Bing Chen from continuing on. Empress Dowager and the Ninth Prince are inside discussing important matters, so when the discussion is over, you'll go in. Bing Chen was no stranger to Chasing the Moon's voice. In an instant, the veins on his forehead rippled, the killing intent in his eyes was like a tiger, and his fingertips were set into his palms, accompanied by a coldness in his bones. Just as he was about to rush in and question Chasing the Moon. No, it's a test. Di Tsang in Bing Chen's body immediately realized that something was fishy. The moment of fury was completely reined in again, as if the back button had been pressed, as if it had just been a hallucination. He was an emperor and had lived for 1,000 years, and compared to playing intrigue, he dared to say that he was an ancestor. Bing Chen pretended as if nothing had happened, and even pretended to be hot and horny as he surveyed Lan Shui's figure. Why did Chasing the Moon try to test him? Did it really betray him? Ever been with another man? This woman could only belong to him, no matter who it was, not to mention touching Chasing Moon's body, even touching her clothes, he would kill her. In the meantime, on top of Chasing the Moon's fragrant couch, Night Underworld's hand was removed from the woman's belly that didn't have an ounce of fat. My little baby, you're so annoying. Chasing the Moon gave the man a flavorful blank look, and said lightly and teasingly, we might as well get real. Knock it off, was just doing my job. Nightmare said seriously. Just as the voice fell, a ball of black light landed in front of the bed, transforming into a masked woman in black. Empress Dowager, Bing Chen acted very angry at first, but he returned to normal in an instant, and there was nothing more wrong behind him. Go down. Chasing the Moon waved her hand, her gaze looking toward Nightmare. Emperor, what do you think? Night Underworld carried the woman into his arms and wrapped his arms around her slender waist. If he really is an old emperor, or has the memories of an old emperor in his soul, that's a 1,000-year-old fox, and it's only normal to find out that we're trying to test the waters. Even momentary exposure proves that our suspicions are 89% correct. Why don't I try it with a scented soul to lure the spirit? No. Night Underworld tilted the woman's body and slapped hard on her arched buttocks. My woman, I can't let others take advantage of her even in the illusionary realm. Giggle, giggle, you're so bossy. How do I clean you up honestly without being bossy? Master, your slave loves your dominance. Well, let Bing Chen come in. Bing Chen heard the sound inside stop and knew that he was about to go in, and was a little apprehensive in his heart, fearing that he might see an image he didn't want to see. If that was the case, when he became an emperor, should he kill Munchaser? Just then, a voice came from inside to let him in. When he walked in, he saw Chasing Moon sitting in the man's arms from a long distance away, feeding the man spirit fruits. The two of them were moving in a very ambiguous manner. His heart instantly pulled out of his chest. This vixen is still greening him. Just now it was just a guess, but now I've seen it with my own eyes. When exactly did the two have an affair? Bing Chen didn't know the identity of Night Underworld, and his heart was even angrier. But in the end he held back, telling himself in his mind, calm down, be calm, don't expose yourself. Soon, he himself would soon be able to rejoin the Emperor. Be sure to light this sky lantern when the time comes. But when he thought about how to punish Chasing the Moon, he didn't have an answer in mind. When he saw Chasing the Moon's world's most perfect face, Bing Chen realized that he couldn't even hate it, even if the other party had done something wrong to him. He said that he could forgive it. When he sits on the Emperor himself, he still favors her. Why don't you kneel when you see the Empress? Blue Snow kicks him in the crook of the knee and Ice Hand drops straight to his knees. He was pissed. Even a maid dares to make a move against this emperor? This time, Bing Chen endured again and hurriedly bowed respectfully. I have met Empress Dowager, and I have met my brother-in-law. Who gave you the nerve to climb relatives here? When Lan Shui was about to teach Bing Chen another lesson, she was stopped by Night He raising her hand. Well, you can call it that when no one is around. Blue Snow didn't say another word when ordered and quietly retreated. Chasing the Moon lethargically leaned in Night He's embrace. Her face was like a peach blossom, but her tone of voice spoke with the majesty of a queen. Bing Chen, right, the name is quite nice. Crawl over here on your knees, closer, and let mourners see the elegance of the reincarnation underworld body. Yes, Empress. What Chasing Moon didn't expect was that the other party actually knelt and walked over. She said to Night Underworld Soul Transmission, Husband, I'm sitting in your arms and spilling my guts and humiliating him like this. If he really is an old emperor, he couldn't possibly be this stoic. Could it be that we guessed wrong? Not really. Night Underworld lowered his voice and said, if you're going to sit as an emperor soon, and then you'll be able to wipe out your former shame, will you be able to endure anything? Yes, I can endure anything and turn around and make those people pay back 100 times over. Bing Chen has been trying to enter the Hidden Dragon building. If he really is Emperor Tsang, it means that there are arrangements for him in there. Well, we'll find out tomorrow when we go. Between the two exchanging words, Bing Chen had already come close and saluted once again. Little man meets the Empress. Emperor. Chasing the Moon suddenly shouted out these two words. Bing Chen thought that the woman was calling him, recognizing his identity, and his heart suddenly jumped so hard that it almost jumped out of his throat. Immediately following, Chasing the Moon continued, I see that this teenager has a clear look and is your brother-in-law, so why don't you stay by your side and do something? Bing Chen then realized that Chasing Moon was shouting Emperor to Night Underworld. He really wanted to curse. You can yell all you want, but don't take a big breath. Night Underworld nodded, well, let him be a general manager in the harem. Many thanks to the Imperial Empress, and many thanks to brother-in-law. Bing Chen pretended to be ecstatic and kowtowed 3 times. Chasing the Moon gave Night Underworld a soul transmission. Next, we'll go to the Emperor's tomb to try and test him. When the time came, let Bing Chen personally destroy the old Emperor's physical body. Also, what I told you last time, fulfillment. You're mean enough. Nightmare gave the woman a thumbs up. TSK, TSK, TSK. Lings for quilts, coffins for beds. Chasing Moon used her spiritual eyes wisdom to check Bing Chen some more, and didn't see anything. Night Underworld gave Bing Chen a wry smile. Empress Dowager misses the old Emperor and wants to go see him, so why don't you come with us to the Emperor's mausoleum? I'll take you into Hidden Dragon House tomorrow. Chapter 42, Looking at Immortals on the Immortal Lotus, the Empress is pregnant. The Emperor's tomb was tens of thousands of miles away from the Sky City. 9 auger dragons pulled a luxurious beast carriage speeding through the sky. There were tens of thousands of people in the front and back, protecting the beast caravan and flying forward in an organized manner. The outsiders flew in the air, and the maids close to the beast cart all had flying mounts of their own. Bing Chen and Blue Snow sat on a snow sculpture, only 100 feet away from the beast carriage. There were only 2 people in the beast car, Night Underworld and Moonchaser. Bing Chen gazed at the rhythmic trembling of the beast car. Although he was expressionless, the heart of the line of defense has long collapsed. The chest seems to have millions of pounds of weight, so that he could not catch his breath. This time for real. It was exactly midday when we arrived at the Imperial Tomb. The tomb keeper finished saluting Chasing the Moon and opened the 998-layer formation. Chasing the Moon told the others to wait outside and flew in with a few of his minders standing on the back of the auger dragon, of course not missing Bing Chen. The Emperor's mausoleum was located underneath a huge mountain range, more than 1,000 feet deep, with an overall area comparable to a blue star. The people here have mana, and it's not hard to fix it. Inside, apart from being cold, it wasn't creepy at all. Instead, it was golden and bright, with long lamps and sunshades. The whole underground palace was as bright as day. The vast underground palace is divided into many mausoleum palaces where past emperors are buried. The old emperor's mausoleum palace was bigger than a province. The dragon came to a halt only when it came to the old emperor's main chamber. The treasures that passed by were all collected into the storage ring by Night Underworld, although he didn't lack money, but who would mind this much? Chasing the Moon told a few people to wait outside and walked in with Night Hay. The main chamber was too big, with mountains, rivers, lakes, flowers, plants, trees, and exotic animals all over the place, giving people the feeling of a small world in the temple. Instead of the eeriness of a mausoleum, birds and flowers. The aura here was even more ridiculously dense. One puff is like inhaling pure oxygen, it's so refreshing. In the center there is a spirit lake, in which grows a lotus plant that looks out for the immortals, and the coffin of the old emperor is in the lotus flower, signifying that the old emperor longed to become an immortal and waited for the arrival of the immortals to take his soul to soar to the immortal world. Hope Immortal Lotus is an extremely rare celestial treasure in heaven and earth. The lotus alone is 10 miles large. As long as the aura is thick, the lotus can bloom for hundreds of years without withering, and there is no fear that the coffin will fall down. Chasing the Moon broke the formation that shrouded the spirit lake and flew to the lotus flower with Night Underworld. Night Underworld saw the old emperor's coffin. Here with the blue star is not the same, is not a coffin but also the outer coffin, just a coffin, but the head is very big. There is a villa so big, is with rare snow jade bone crystal to build, completely transparent. In the coffin lay an old man dressed in a 9-dragon robe, 6 feet tall, with a sword eyebrow and starry eyes, and without a bit of decay in his flesh. It was as if he was asleep. This person was none other than the old emperor, Deetsong. Even if he died, he still carried the pressure of belonging to the superior, giving people a feeling of transcendence, so that people could not help but give birth to a submissive heart. Chasing the Moon licked the corners of his lips, his face flushed with red, his eyes were slightly disoriented, as if he was drunk. His charming demeanor was very soulful. Emperor, do you see how beautiful my slave is? As the words fell, her person was already lying on the snow jade bone crystal, throwing a mesmerizing wink towards Night Underworld. Nightmare swallowed hard. In this situation, I would like to recite a poem. Oh, tell me about it. Chasing the Moon rapped. Night Meditation running spiritual power, flew to chase the moon, glanced at the dead Emperor Song, slowly said, looking at the immortal lotus on the lookout for immortality. Immortal did not wait to come, came to the tawdry wife and false son, open-eyed painting of spring light, closed the eyes of the woozy voice, hate like the wind like electricity, vowed to chop red men and green women, Niho. Giggle, giggle, fun. Chasing the Moon urged, alright, slave can't wait. Night Underworld said, holy, the old thing won't lift the coffin board off the ground, will it? If he dares, I'll burn him to ashes in a single fire. Chasing the Moon sounded overbearing, and Night Underworld put her hands above her head and banded them with one hand, while the other waved at the dead Deetsong. Hey, old king, I'll take care of little Yu for you. I'm a man who likes to do good, so you don't have to thank me. Husband, don't bull asterisk 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 with him. Little fox, you're the one who's in a hurry. At the entrance of the main chamber, Blue Snow's few people appeared to be careless, but they were secretly observing Bing Chen's every move. Bing Chen stood in place with a statue as motionless, without a trace of expression on his face, calmly terrifying and frightening. His mind conjured up a picture of the two Munchasers at this moment, and the anger in his heart was like a volcano erupting, surging along his blood to every corner of his body. Di Yang, you deserve to die. When I become an emperor I will break you into pieces. No, shattering your body into pieces is light. I'm going to give you ice torture, fire torture, water torture, thunder torture, and use all the punishments on you once, torturing you for 9,981 years, making your life worse than death. And chasing the moon, I'll put you in a cage. No, this person doesn't look like Di Yang. Bing Chen suddenly realized that something was wrong. The first time I saw this man, when his soul was about to dissipate, I didn't think much of it. I was so overcome with anger again today that I didn't pay attention. He could be said to know the character of the ninth prince quite well, and the man inside was 80% not Di Yang. Sister is already with this man, she must know something. Go back and ask Bing Ning to know if her guess is right. Knowing that Night Underworld might not be the ninth prince, Bing Chen's heart was still a little tuckered out, as if all that resentment was a little less. He felt from the start that it was impossible for Chasing the Moon to do something against human decency. If this person wasn't the ninth prince, everything would make sense. You err, it's me who misunderstood you. You must have something unspeakable, being threatened by this person. When I return to the emperor, you'll still be my most beloved empress, but this fake emperor Yang must die. Time flickered to the following morning. Night Underworld's cultivation had already come to the first level of the Tao entry. Entering the Tao realm not only enhances strength, but also comprehends the meaning of the Tao, so that the spiritual power is endowed with various attributes, such as gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, yin and yang, time, space, life, death, light and darkness. The great realm breakthrough, the Dantian had changed again. The three spaces of heaven, earth, and hell were completely independent, forming three separate worlds, still upper, middle, and lower, and the yin and yang that filled each other were diffusing toward cosmic nothingness. The 9 arcane veins in the human body were 10 times larger than before, and the black and white colors showed signs of fusion. The speed of raising his cultivation level slowed down again. Night Underworld perceived that it would take about 9 days without cultivation. He got up and put on his clothes, glancing at Di Sung in the coffin, the corner of his mouth hooked into an evil smile. Old thing, seeing you is annoying. I'll let Bing Chen destroy your flesh right here. Chasing Moon also stood up, her face still flushed, slightly excited. Master, I'm having a baby, we're having a baby. The cultivation world was different from the Blue Star, even if they were only just bonded together. As long as they were there they could sense the faint scent of life. Really? Come on, let me see. Nightmare placed his hand on the woman's belly and sensed that there was indeed a baby. If only we had postponed the emperor election until our son was born. Then he's the emperor, and we're hanging down the curtain. He suddenly thought of a way to deal with Yu Linglong. What if he made her pregnant? He hadn't been with a woman since the last time. Spend some time with her sometime. Sunga, postponing the selection of the emperor is impossible. We can think of another way. Night meditation listening to the woman's various names, the heart secretly said, Goblin. God forbid not to be a leprechaun. He stared at the woman and said seriously, if I asked you to kill the ninth prince, what would you do? Thank you, your majesties, for your support and encouragement. I'll make a decision for Night Underworld and divide the old emperor's 1 million or so imperial concubines, one for each of you. Please also smile. Chapter 43, Human Palace, Demon Palace, entering the hidden dragon building. The corners of Chasing Moon's mouth hooked up into a wicked smile, and without even thinking about it, her delicate red lips only spat out a cold, icy word. Kill. He's your own son, and you're willing to give it up? Night Underworld said with a smirk. What's not to give up? Chasing the Moon's smile was bizarre and her demeanor was inscrutable. Husband, to be honest with you, Diang has been playing tricks on me, even hiding the double from me. He doesn't regard me as his mother in his heart. What's the use of keeping such a son? In this life, there is only one person who will not let me betray. That person is you. I'd die for you. Whoever dares to hurt you a bit, I'll slaughter his whole family. If the people of the world dare to be your enemy, I will slaughter all the people in the world. The lives and deaths of the rest of you have nothing to do with me. Even the child in my womb. If in the future he doesn't treat me as his mother and turns his back on me, then I won't treat him as my son. This word Night Meditation believe, because Chase the Moon this woman, before there is no he is bent on the pursuit of the great Tao, the heart without emotion and desire, the world is a pawn. If he didn't have the 100 Flowers Atlas as a divine tool to see the other party's favorability, he was worried that the woman would click him one day. Night Underworld wrapped the woman into his arms, tenderly stroking her long, waterfall-like hair, and spoke of the matter of the spirit rhinoceros mirage ring. If someone is pretending to be me, I know you have a way of determining that that person is not me. Do you still need this kind of ring? Chasing the Moon hugged him tightly, itching to melt into his body, and complained, "Don't care if I can recognize you or not, it's all your woman, I have to have what others have, you can't be biased. You are all my treasures." Night Underworld leveled the playing field and spent 10,000 villain points to buy a spiritual rhinoceros mirage ring and gave it to the woman. Count on your conscience. The first time he received a gift from a man, Chasing the Moon looked happy. It won't be long before the nine-tailed demon fox's essence blood will be given to you as well. The Night Storm could feel that the woman's love for him was getting deeper and deeper, not far from 100. Actually, it would be fine to give it now, except that he had originally told himself that he would only give it to the other person if he had a goodwill rating of 100, so he would definitely do what he said. This was the case with the character of Nightmare. Chasing the Moon shook her head, "There's no rush, I don't care too much about the nine-tailed demon fox's essence blood now, instead, I care more about you, and I just want to be by your side every day. Even if I don't cultivate and just stay quietly together, I feel so happy." The two of them carnalized for a while longer and called Ice-Hen in. Bing-Chen pretended as if nothing had happened and said with a fawning face, "Brother-in-law, what is the matter you asked me to come for?" Chasing the Moon had already opened the coffin, the old emperor's physical body was thrown on the lotus flower, and the coffin had long since been put away by Night Underworld into the storage ring. He pointed at the body and smiled evilly. "This man is annoying to look at, help me destroy this body." Bing Chen's cultivation alone was still unable to destroy the corpses, and Night Underworld had specially permitted him a bottle of bone-pinning corpse liquid, which was thoughtfully placed in his hand. Ruthless, too damned ruthless. Now that Bing Chen's body is dominated by Di Tsong, this fake ninth prince in front of him, he even let him destroy his own physical body. Excessive, to send bar excessive. When he was an emperor, he pissed 10 feet against the wind, and now he is wet all over his shoes. Hey! Life is hopeless and unpredictable. Brother-in-law, this is the old emperor's physical body, will there be trouble if it's destroyed? Knowing that it was a test, Bing Chen still couldn't stop the killing intent in his heart. The coldness spread through his limbs and his blood solidified into ice. Night Underworld's face was gloomy as he coldly said, "I just sensed a strong killing intent on your body. What, you want to kill me? Or is that soul in your sea of consciousness this old thing?" "No, never." Bing Chen hid his panic well and hurriedly explained, "Brother-in-law, you treat me better than my own father, how could I possibly kill you?" To prove himself, he pointed at the fluffy corpse and said with a grimace, "I do hate this old scumbag, who chose my first love into the Nine Suns Imperial Palace when he took a consort for the last time. Just destroying his corpse is too cheap for the old scumbag, I think." The corner of Chasing Moon's mouth contained a contemptuous smile, thinking, if the person in front of him was really the old emperor, there was no one else to scold himself like this. "Oh." Night Underworld stared at Bing Chen with a playful gaze, "Then what do you think will relieve your hatred?" He really knew about the other man's first love. Because that woman was the 14 beauties of the Nine Suns continent, he had deliberately looked up the other party's information. The woman's name was Bing Lu, and the old emperor married her not even 2 years before Karma. Since ancient times, there has been a saying that the ice continent produces beautiful people. Bing Ning was the #1 beauty of that continent, Bing Lu ranked second, and Bing Ning's mother ranked third. Almost all of the people on that continent had the surname Ice, and even though it was a surname, Ice-Tu and Ice-Chen were not related. Back then, the two Bing Chen were in love with each other. Lang has the talent, the woman has the appearance, and they were the divine couple in the eyes of countless people. But the two went on an adventure together, and when they encountered a life and death crisis, Bing Chen left Bing Lu behind and ran away on his own. Bing Lu despaired in her heart and hated herself for looking at the wrong person. But then not only did she not die, but she also met a great opportunity in that encounter. Why he didn't die, and what kind of chance he had, the information was not in the information, and the night meditation was not clear. Ice-Tu severed her relationship with Ice-Chen when she returned. It wasn't long before the old emperor named her as his consort to marry. Bing Lu Xian was already dead, and in addition had no ability to rebel against the Nine Suns imperial dynasty, so she became the imperial concubine. "Brother-in-law, I think we should chop up this old dog's body and feed it to the wild beasts." Bing Chen had wanted to say that he would eat his flesh and drink his blood, but for fear that the other party would really make him eat flesh, he casually pulled such a harsh sentence. Night Underworld shook his head, "Forget it, I'm a kind-hearted person, I'm not as ruthless as you are, dust to dust, earth to earth, just turn into ashes." This is a harsh word, if you step on the horse to be kind, there is no bad person in the world. Bing Chen strongly despised in his heart, but his mouth did not say anything. Pretending to hate Di Tsong, opened the cap of the bottle of the pin bone body transformation liquid, and ruthlessly poured the liquid inside on the corpse. It's just that my hands kept shaking when I poured it. Seeing his physical body turn into flying ash, his heart ached like a twist. "What are your hands shaking for? Not giving up?" Nightmare played with the flavor. "Brother-in-law, you don't know, I do hate the old thing, so much that I can't stop trembling." A hideous killing intent appeared on Bing Chen's face. Night Underworld smiled without saying anything else, and after finishing and scavenging some more treasures, the group left. On the way back, Chasing Moon asked, "Husband, do you think he's an old emperor?" "Yes." Nightshade nodded. "Where can I be sure?" Nightmare held up 3 fingers. First, that momentary outburst of rage outside the dormitory. Secondly, that out of its calmness at the entrance to the main tomb. Thirdly, although Bing Lu was his first love, the two are in the past and he's not so angry that he's overacting. So what's next? Go straight to the hidden dragon house and see what he's looking for. Nightmare whispered some instructions. Okay, listen to you. Chasing Moon lay on the phoenix couch of the beast carriage. Husband, I want you to toss me again. Can't you ever stop? Nightmare checked the woman's profile, and the number at the bottom became over 100. Chasing the Moon intentionally revealed half of the snow-white fragrant shoulders, raised her small white and tender neck, and her two long legs like sheep's fat jade were elegantly folded together, striking a seductive pose, making the exquisite curves wrapped in the silky long skirt even more bright and charming, and seductive any way she looked at it. Giggle, giggle, husband is the best in the world. By the way, do you want to collect the ice dew? Night Underworld nodded. You turn around and reward her with some more heavenly materials, I'll do the rest myself. By the way, I asked you to build the Imperial Palace in the 100 Flowers continent, how is it going? If he was right, that woman was on the 100 Flowers Atlas, and it would be of great help to his cultivation, so he definitely couldn't miss it. I've already sent someone, it can't be that fast. Chasing the Moon wrapped her arms around his neck and pulled so hard that Nightmare was on top of the woman. It's just as well that it hasn't been built yet. I'll make a suggestion to divide the entire Imperial Palace into 3 parts, the Human Palace, the Demon Palace, and the Demon Palace. Aya, your ambition is really not small. A demon didn't have to build a demon palace, they can know the star-sucking technique. Will you be busy by then? Chasing the Moon used her index finger to point at Night Underworld's brow in a flavorful manner. Don't worry, you won't be owed your pay. Nightmare gagged the woman's tinkling mouth. Back to Sky City. Night Underworld told Bing Chen to call Bing Ning and immediately enter the hidden dragon building. Chapter 44, Washing Feet in the Yao Qi, announcing to the world that a dragon heir is existing. On the way to Flingyuan Palace. Ice Chen asked his sister who the night meditation is in the end. Ice Ning only said that it is the Night Prince, nothing else. Sister, I didn't think you'd even hide it from your brother. Brother-in-law has told me that he's not the Night Prince. Ice Hen swindled. Why did he tell you that? Bing Ning subconsciously asked. This question of hers made the old fox Bing Chen 100% certain that today's Ninth Prince was not Di Yang, but someone else. Bing Ning also reacted at this time and hastily remedied the situation. I was just thinking about something and asked in passing. He is the Ninth Prince, don't test me. Bing Chen's eyes flickered with a cunning glint, and he played the emotional card. Sister, we are a family, and I'm your own brother. What do you have to hide about this kind of thing? My brother-in-law saved my life, how could I betray him? I'm just curious. You don't know it yet, do you? But he got into it with the Empress, and the two of them were in the animal car. He's with the Empress? Bing Ning's eyes widened, surprise written all over her face. Yeah, and the person who brought us into the hidden dragon building is the Imperial Queen. Bing Chen used to think that it was the Ninth Prince who stole the Imperial Seal of Transmission, but he didn't expect it to be Chasing the Moon. This woman has a lot of ambition. He was about to rejoin the Emperor himself. What to do with this woman? He was in trouble again. It's too bad to kill it. It's hard to meet a beauty like this in a million years. If you don't kill it, you betray him again and again. But he couldn't contain his excitement at the thought of getting his hands on the backhand soon. When the time comes, spoil your first love first. Then Anqing, Phantom Dream. Even if he killed Chasing the Moon, he would still have to get over it himself first. I didn't realize your brother-in-law was quite good. Instead of being jealous, Bing Ning had a touch of pride on her face. The fact that even the number one beauty had her eyes on a man meant that she had the right vision, and compared to Chasing the Moon, she was a bit inferior regardless of her beauty or status. Sis, you've slept with your brother-in-law, have you noticed anything special about him? Bing Chen didn't know that Night Underworld had a Taodai tattoo. He was just casually asking. Some people were born with birthmarks, maybe this fake Emperor Yang had one too. In case of any accidents in the hidden dragon building, having the other party's handle would not only better protect himself, but also have the right to take the initiative. As long as the backhand is successfully taken out, no matter if you are a real prince or a fake prince, all of them will die. How dare you green him? You've got a lot of guts. We haven't slept together yet, don't be ridiculous. Bing Ning's cheeks flushed with a blush, and she lowered her head, not daring to look directly at the other party. Why are you shy? It's not a normal thing. Tell your brother about it. No matter how much Bing Chen asked, Bing Ning didn't say anything. Bing Chen repeatedly urged his sister that the conversation between the two must not be told tonight. Hey! To the Phoenix Luan Palace. Bing Ning saw the man of her heart. It was really like a day without seeing him. Looking around, except for her brother there was no one else. She directly jumped into the arms of the night meditation to express her inner thoughts. At the same time, Soul Transmission said, find a place where no one is around. I have something to say to you. Nightmare brought her to Chasing Moon's chambers and asked, what's the matter? Bing Ning lowered her head like a child who had done something wrong and told the story of her accidentally revealing her identity. Night, don't worry, my brother won't betray you. He doesn't count as your brother anymore. Night Underworld didn't hide anything and spoke out his guesses. What? Bing Chen has the old emperor's soul inside his body? Bing Ning's sea of consciousness was shaken, somewhat unable to digest this information. Chasing Moon's brows furrowed slightly, the killing intent in her eyes was like a dancing flame. Husband, he already knows your identity, kill him. The night underworld made a decision after a brief thought. Let's see what he's looking for before deciding whether or not to kill him. The ninth prince wanted to kill him, and so did the grand prince. He has no one to rely on but me, and won't betray me for a moment. It wasn't because Bingchen was Bing Ning's brother that made him womanize. It's just that he thought of a brilliant move to deal with the chosen one, and Bingchen is the key. Being alive is the only thing that counts in this Thai world. Whatever is a stumbling block in his path is cut down. Well, as long as it's under control, it's okay to stay for a moment. The corner of Chasing the Moon's mouth hooked into a cruel smile. Night Underworld glanced at Bing Ning and said bluntly, Bing Chen, I will have to kill sooner or later. If you can't accept that, you can cut me off right now. Bing Ning still had some nagging feeling inside. According to what Nightmare said, half of Bing Chen was still his brother. One side of the family, one side of the loved ones. When thinking about the last time before looking for Night Hay, her brother compelled her to sacrifice her body to enter the hidden dragon house as well. Just now, her brother was using her. The other party just didn't see her as a sister, so what was there to get yourself into? She looked at the man imploringly, without a trace of concealment of the love under her eyes, like the waves of the sea. Knight, I have no regrets of meeting you in this life. You live. And I live, you die. And I die. I'll support you in anything you do. Don't be born dead. Turn around, I also want to take you to the immortal world. I heard that there is a Yao Chi there. Snatch it for you to wash your feet with. Nightshade took the woman into his arms and gave her a punishing slap on the ass. Since they are your own women, they should be treated equally. He exchanged another spirit rhinoceros mirage ring for Bing Ning and said what it did. Ice Ning was surprised and delighted, and took his gift and loved it. Ninger, we'll be sisters from now on. Chasing the Moon took the initiative to pull her hand. Bing Ning was flattered, hurriedly broke away to salute. A sentence stuttered, Emperor. Empress, I don't dare to be a sister with you. I can make you a maid. Finished stuff. Night Underworld pinched Bing Ning's white face and educated, she's not a tigress, you're afraid of her hammer. From now on, she'll be your sister you. Talk to her if there's something wrong, and if she dares to ignore it, you tell me and I'll give her the family law. Moon. Sister Moon. Bing Ning always felt something strange. The three chatted for a while and came outside the temple. Chasing the Moon exudes a noble and charming temperament. To the Blue Snow commanded, pass the morning family decree, notify the 99 million worlds of the 9 Suns star field. This queen has a dragon heir more than a month. This is the old emperor blessing, should be celebrated by all the heavens. At the same time, she deliberately glanced at Bing Chen, and the other party's face was drawn longer than a donkey's, incomparably unsightly. This was a young conspiracy, but Bing Chen could do nothing about it yet. He didn't dare to reveal his identity to anyone, and no one might believe him if he did. Ice Hand said that the baby was suffering in his heart. The two were last seen 100 years ago, how could they have a child now? That is, Crawling also crawled to the place long ago. It's obviously that mother *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************̈̈ This Nine Suns starfield. The Nine Suns Emperor dynasty was the lord of a domain, so how could it be so easy to take over? The world only knew about the divine mechanism guards and the hidden dragon guards, but they didn't know that the backhand he was going to take was the lifeblood of the Nine Suns imperial dynasty. Even if he didn't go and get it, apart from the emperor family's heirs, outsiders wouldn't be able to be emperors at all. However, Bing Chen was still infuriated, and with a sweetness in his throat, a mouthful of old blood almost sprayed out, which he forced back down again. Blue Snow went to do it, and the four of Night Underworld came to Hidden Dragon House. The Hidden Dragon building was located in a forbidden area of the Nine Suns imperial dynasty. There is no one guarding this place because very few people know about it, and it is guarded by the bloodline array, which can't be opened at all without something special, so there is no worry about being stolen. Chasing the Moon used the Imperial Seal of Transmission to open the bloodline formation, and a nondescript attic appeared in front of him, with 3 large golden characters written on the door plaque, Hidden Dragon House. When the four walked in, there was something else inside. The space inside was as big as it was endless, with mountains, grasslands, oceans, and so on. It was a small world. The Hidden Dragon building itself was a space imperial artifact. Bing Chen said to the 3 of them, to be honest, I don't know where the 9 Revolution Soul Restoration Pill is either. Let's spread out and look for it. I don't know how long it would take to find them if they were all together. He'll just have to fetch the piece himself and sneak it out. These days, he suffered from too much harboring. The fact that he could endure until now was entirely due to a belief that supported him. One will soon be able to take revenge. Didn't you tell Ninger that only you could find the 9-turn soul restoration pill? Nightmare deliberately questioned. Brother-in-law, I lied to my sister, I just wanted to come in. Ice Hand made up a reason. Forget it, let's look around. Chasing the Moon nodded slightly at Night Hay and disappeared as a stream of light. Bing Ning knew that this was Bing Chen's conspiracy and didn't hold much hope for the 9 Revolution Soul Restoration Pill, but in order to save her father, she still held a glimmer of hope and went to look for it. Nightmare smiled faintly and left as well. Ice-Chen was afraid that someone was following him, walking and stopping, the direction changed, and finally determined that no one was there when he came to the edge of a lake, his hands strangled, and his mouth recited the words. Immediately afterward, a black light rose from the lake. A black token slowly rose along the black light. There were hundreds of skeletons carved on the top of the token, and each of them had a different expression. Some had their mouths open, some showed their hideous teeth, and some had their eyes tightly closed, giving off an eerie and evil feeling. Ah, I finally got it. Bing Chen laughed up to the sky, laughing wildly, as if he had laughed out all the grievances in his heart. But just then, a silvery laughter came from behind him. Cluck cluck cluck. Chapter 45, One Step, One Shenkuan. The clear and pleasant laughter was a ghostly howl from hell in Bing Chen's ears. Done. It's all over. Bing Chen's body trembled and he sat on his butt. At the sound of laughter he knew who it was. Who else but the moon-chasing one? At this moment, his heart do not know what is the ji, sweet and sour, bitter and salty, in addition to the sweetness of all Tama have. The Emperor's position was close at hand, the dawn of hope was right in front of us, but it was suddenly dashed. Who could bear that kind of blow? Put! Bing Chen spewed out several mouthfuls of old blood in a row, almost spitting out even his heart. Beauty after beauty flashed through his mind. He knew that none of this had anything to do with him anymore. Not to mention first love and phantom, I'm afraid I don't even have my own share of courtesans. With an effort, he stood up and turned to look at Chasing Moon, who was stepping into the void, trying his best to act as if nothing had happened to him to see if he could muddle through. Empress Dowager, I found a treasure here. I was planning to fetch it and turn around to give it to you. Alright, stop pretending. Chasing Moon reached out and sucked in, and the skull token appeared in her hand. This thing doesn't belong to you. You'd better think about how to explain it. Since it was recognized, Bing Chen also stopped pretending. Suddenly, like a different person, his gaze was stern, and the bottom of his eyes flashed with a calm luster that only comes from experiencing vicissitudes of life. You all know. What else do I have to explain? In fact, he also knew that his plan was rough and full of loopholes, and the identity of Emperor Song's disciple alone could not stand. I only blame myself for being too eager and thinking too much about those women from before, especially the moon chaser in front of me. Just thinking about having sex earlier night after night. Hey, it is said that the red face is a scourge, and at this moment, he deeply understands it. He hates it. I hate myself for hiding the token here in the first place. At the time, all I could think about was that I was safe, that I would light up and people would still compliment me like they used to, and I didn't think about how hard it would be to fetch. This palace wants to know how you escaped the 1,000-year curse? Chasing the Moon hooked his lips and smiled. The whole person was like a flower on the other side of the river, dangerous and deadly and tempting to sink. Bing Chen didn't hide it, and briefly described the companion seizing technique, and seduced. I still have the pills to use this technique, so as long as you return the token to me and help me become an emperor, I'll pass this technique on to you. How's that? That kind of crap. You might as well keep it to yourself. Chasing the Moon was full of disdain. Night Underworld's cultivation was changing day by day, sometimes raising 2 minor realms a day, and with that powerful method of dual cultivation, she had already seen the hope of ascending to the immortal realm. And the man promised to take her with him as he ascended, and to snatch Xiaoqi as her foot-washing basin when the time came. Who looks at this kind of metamorphosis? Don't you want to live another 1,000 years? Bing Chen's ancient weltless eyes snapped wide, an unbelievable look on his face, completely not expecting Chasing the Moon to be so disdainful. With his understanding of Chasing the Moon, for the sake of this technique, the other party would have used all sorts of charming techniques to please him and coax him by all means. 1,000 years is nothing. My man can take me to the immortal realm and have an endless lifespan. The corner of Chasing Moon's mouth hooked up into a teasing smile. Besides, what kind of rebirth are you? Ask yourself, are you still you? The real Emperor Song is dead. You're just a monster fused with someone else, or one of those incestuous, lingering monsters. No, I'm still alive, and as long as I can ascend to the immortal world, I'm sure I'll be able to find treasures to solve the drawbacks, or even separate our two souls. Bing Chen suddenly fell into madness, his face grimacing. He didn't believe that anyone could ascend to the immortal realm. No one had been able to do so since the curse descended. Those have nothing to do with this palace. You'd better tell us what the token is for. Facing Chasing the Moon's inquiry, Bing Chen replied with deep emotion in his eyes, for the sake of us being husband and wife, help me. When I become the emperor, I'll also make you the empress. I'll give you whatever you want. Besides, I don't blame you for fornicating with the false emperor. Shut up, is Zhuer what you call her? Chasing the Moon's brows were filled with disgust, and in a flash of coldness, not to mention that you're not Deet Song now, even if you're still him, I'm making love to my husband in front of you, do you have a temper? And you're telling me we're a couple? You know why I'm closed when you're out and I'm out when you're closed? Because seeing you makes me feel sick and want to throw up. In the past, Chasing the Moon had no children's feelings in her heart, and her mind was focused on cultivation, but Deet Song kept hitting on her. Hundreds of years ago, Emperor Song united with 4 of the 9 major powers and together they turned on the Chasing family. As long as she didn't marry, the Chasing family would be doomed. Even if the clan was facing a life and death dilemma, she didn't care at all, but she couldn't help that all the clansmen knelt in front of her, even her parents. Forced to agree, she had no choice but to repay her parents for their birth and upbringing. After being the empress, she avoided Deetsong for various reasons. Chasing the moon's words were too poisonous. Bingchen only felt a surge of qi and blood rising up from his heart. His throat was sweet, and with a poof sound, a bloody sword sprayed out. Chasing the moon's eyes were cold and unimpressed as she turned back to look into the distance, her voice becoming whiny. Husband, have you seen enough of the fun? Your little fox is being bullied, why don't you come out? As the words fell, dozens of miles away, the figures of Night Underworld and Bing Ning appeared out of thin air. Dare to bully my little fox, beat him all over the place. Night Underworld catalyzed the Qianquan heavenly ground steps. Although the Xian technique did not have upgraded proficiency, it was still very terrifying, and it was truly a step in the right direction. Dozens of miles away, Night Underworld is like a ghost. A step will appear in front of Bing Chen, grab the other party's hair, a fist blast to the other party's cheeks. Bing Chen was 30 years old this year and was only at the 9th level of transcendental mortality, while Night He was already at the 1st level of the Tao, and the other party was simply powerless to fight back. Bang! Bing Chen's hair was ripped off by a large handful, and the person flew out backwards, slamming hard on the ground, blood froth mixed with teeth coming out of his mouth. Nightmare stepped forward and shined another punch at his opponent's other side. In just 2 strokes, Bing Chen had a mouth full of toothlessness. Night Underworld kicked the other party off again and turned back to chasing Moon with an evil smile. Bow, satisfied yet? Chasing the Moon was still in shock. Just now Night Underworld's footwork was too mysterious. Hearing the man's voice, she took a step into the other's arms and softly said, well, it's still Master who loves me. This woman is 500 years old. The voice comes with the function of provocation. Night meditation by the voice of Master called Pants are deformed. You pair of dogs. Ice Hand's eyes were somber and he spoke with his mouth full of wind. You old undead, your flesh has turned to ashes and you still come out to make a demon. With a casual wave of his hand, Night Underworld shot a spiritual force into the other party's stomach, soaring out a wave of blood. Tell me, what is that token? When Bing Chen saw that Night Underworld's killing intent was as silent as a viper waiting to strike, his body couldn't help but shiver. Humph! I can tell that you're not the 9th prince. As long as you return the token to me and help me become a human emperor, I won't treat you badly. How about I not only fulfill you in chasing Moon, but also give you all the imperial concubines? Night Underworld's smile froze and his gaze was like a knife. SB, do I need you to give it? They are now all in this young man's harem. You might as well think about how you're going to get out of here alive first. Bing Chen had a countermeasure in place. His sister loved him the most and would definitely not let this bastard kill him. As long as he made it out alive and had a hold on Night He, he would have a chance to retrieve the token. There was still hope for the emperor's position. He quickly stepped next to Bing Ning and pretended to be pitiful. Sister, father and mother only have one son like me, you have to save me. Mother will die of grief if I die. I thought that my sister would definitely help him, but I didn't expect Bing Ning to walk to the side of the fake prince, take the other party's arm, and said to him in a clear and cold manner, this man is all I have, and I listen to him all the time. Bing Chen's eyes widened, not believing that this was coming from his sister's mouth, suddenly feeling that the sky had collapsed, his legs weakened and he paralyzed on the ground. Well, it's no use begging anyone. The corners of Night Underworld's mouth gently lifted, a smile with a hint of playful killing intent. Kneel down and be my dog. Agree and live. Bull ******** one word and die. Oh, to make a past emperor a dog, it was estimated that he was the first person. 6. Many thanks to Win66, immovable plums, orchids, bamboo and chrysanthemums, born on the beach all by the waves, and solo green hills for their gifts. Thank you all for your support. I finished changing the text yesterday and we'll see if I can put it up in the next couple days. 1 or 2 shifts for the next 2 days first. Sorry. Chapter 46, there are 99 mountains and 33 heavens. Poof. Bing Chen knelt on the ground without hesitation. I'm willing to be a dog for you. I'll bite whoever you tell me to. He only had one thought now, get out of there alive and then figure out what to do. If you can't, you can hire the blood slaughterhouse and kill the fake emperor to grab the token back. He's got a lot of treasure hidden in one place, enough to hire assassins. Great. Night Underworld stepped forward and grabbed the other party's hair, coldly saying, tell me, what is that token for? Remember, one word of a lie and I'll never let you live through a single breath. Should we give this dog money a poison pill to control it? Thinking about the thousands of villain points, Nightmare gave up. 2 months at the most, when this dog coin helped him complete a plan he could kill it, spending thousands of villain points was a waste. No one but him could shelter the bastard, and he wasn't worried about the other side revealing his identity. That token is called the Undead Blood Order. As Bing Chen finished speaking, the Night Underworld few understood. This token was an imperial artifact, and the only people who knew the secret were the emperors of each term, and whoever was chosen to be an emperor would simply open the enshrinement ceremony, and the token would go to the hands of the new emperor on its own. So if Bing Chen wanted to become an emperor, he had to hurry before he was enthroned. The token was for fear of any accidents in the Nine Sons imperial dynasty, and was the last insurance policy to protect the imperial family's kingdom. Before each generation of emperors died, they would use the secret techniques of the emperor family to leave a faint soul in their flesh, and this token could summon those souls. Anyone who joins the Divine Mechanism Guard and the Hidden Dragon Guard will have the imperial family's soul seal planted in their blood, and once the souls are all together, they will be able to command these two forces, and even if there is an outlaw who sits on the throne of the emperor, the souls can set up another new emperor, so that the Divine Mechanism and the Hidden Dragon will listen to the orders of the new master. Because of the soul seal, they were absolutely loyal. If Night Underworld and Chasing Moon's children sat as emperors, because they weren't of the emperor family's bloodline, the undead blood order wouldn't go to their children, and it would automatically choose a master and go to the most promising imperial son. The royal son who gets the undead blood order will be able to summon spirits, take control of the divine mechanism and the hidden dragon, and abolish the children of the Night Underworld. Nightmare was hanging on by a thread, so it was a good thing he found it by mistake. Otherwise one's efforts will be wasted when the time comes. Chasing the Moon was furious, her gaze as cold as frost. These old things, they almost influenced my son to sit as an emperor. I'll send someone tomorrow, to destroy all their corpses. I'll see if their spirits can still be demons. No, you give me the token, I'll use it. There are two sides to everything, and Night Meditation wants to make use of these spirits. Okay, listen to you. Chasing Moon gave the token to Night Underworld. Bing Chen lowered his head, an undetectable wry smile flashing under his eyes. It was useless to destroy the corpse, even if you destroyed the undead blood order. How could he tell all the secrets? Bing Ning suddenly asked Bing Chen, is there a 9 Revolution soul restoration pill here or not? No. Bing Chen shook his head slightly. Even though Bing Ning was psychologically prepared, she still planted herself because of disappointment when she heard it, and was held up by Night. Hey, don't worry, I've got you covered. Night Underworld took out an elixir bottle and handed it to the other party. He had long anticipated that there was no 9 Revolution soul restoration pill here, and had decided to give it to the woman the other day when he had Bing Ning and Di Xing say that he had it. This is a 15th grade elixir, 10,000 villainous points for one. No matter how expensive it is, this money must be spent. For one thing, it was necessary to prevent Emperor Star from entering the secret realm to help Bing Ning find the 9 Revolution soul restoration pill, thus changing the destiny script and preventing Emperor Star from unlocking the heaven and earth shackles. Secondly, Bing Ning is his woman. The Night Meditation is never stingy with his woman. It is time to hurt and talk. Night, you're too good to me. I can't repay you in this life. I can only accompany you until the end of time. Bing Ning took the Dan bottle without too much surprise. This man was omnipotent in her heart. Only 2 strings of touched teardrops slid down her absolutely beautiful cheeks. If it were before, such meaty words, she felt that she would never say it in her life. But now not only was it natural to say it, she even felt that it wasn't meaty enough to express her love. Ding! Bing Ning's favoritism towards the host plus 10, currently 100, can't be raised any further, cultivation growth rate 10x, total 48x. Ding! Favorability to 100, rewarding the host with 50,000 villain points and a mysterious treasure chest. Night Meditation heard the system voice is very satisfied. Another dead woman to love him. With a hand gently wiped away the woman's tears, flirting. Call the husband. Husband. Bing Ning jumped into Nightmare's arms, stood on her tiptoes, and kissed frantically. How could Nightmare not understand the signals the woman was sending, and gave a wink to Chasing Moon, who understood and led Bing Chen out. Nightmare wrapped his arms around the woman and fell smoothly into the flowers by the lake. Husband, can you accompany me back to the ice and snow continent? Ice Ning panted. What? Can't stay away from me? Well, then you'll have more time for me. Since when? After the first time it will always be a reminder of when we were together. Why didn't you admit it when I asked you? I'm embarrassed. Are you coming back with me or not? I'll see what time it is and meet the in-laws if I can. Nightshade doesn't know if he can walk away. He still has to meet Yui and change the destiny script. Also want to meet Ice Dew and Ching. Busy. Too busy. Well, I'm going back in the next couple days, so stay with me if you're free. There was disappointment in Ice Ning's voice. Stickler. Night Underworld pinched her chest. Don't worry, as long as I'm free I'll definitely accompany you back. Aha! You're so nice, husband. A few hours later, the two left the hidden dragon building. In fact, there were still a lot of chi artifacts here that Night Underworld hadn't taken away, so let's help him suppress the chi of the 9 Suns Star Realm here. Back to the Emperor Yang Palace. Jade Linglong, however, had said that she could be found at any time, and Night Underworld was about to go when a point of light suddenly floated out in front of his body, which then transformed into a small bird. The bird is only the size of a soybean grain, but it spits out human words. My master is Yui, she's waiting for you in the clear wind and bright moon room of the Immortal Lion. Disguise yourself before you go over, no one is allowed. Master said, if you don't have the guts, don't go, she'll only wait for you for an hour. After saying that, the little bird disappeared as a point of light once again. Asterisk 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 asterisk, it's not like you're cheating and you're alone. Night Underworld pulled the corner of his mouth and used the Spirit Rhinoceros Mirage Ring to simply disguise himself. Although this ring is not as good as the Transfiguration Pill, it has no problem fooling ordinary people. The little bird just now is not simple. It's called a phantom sparrow. Don't look at it as small and without much offensive power, but it controlled spatial power, was fast beyond imagination, and was capable of illusory bodies. Passing on information, its king. In the Nine Suns starfield, mirage sparrows belong to extremely rare spirit beasts. Even the Nine Suns imperial dynasty didn't have any, and only the people of the Yu family could harness them. It was because the Yu family was the only imperial beast family among the 9 powers. Yui is the 6th beauty, and her maiden name is Yui. There's a saying about the Sai family. There are 99 mountains and 33 heavens. The beasts of the world are harnessed to drive nature. It means that there is no demonic beast in the world that the Yu family can't handle. The night underworld would have the ghost woman send him to the Nine Suns imperial city, and he would head to the immortal lion alone. The mysterious treasure chest was opened on the way. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the disposable Xian Ice treasure armor, which can withstand any strike below the Great Emperor realm. Wear it on your body, no need to deliberately activate it, and it will automatically protect the host in times of crisis. I've had some luck with this, opening it twice without a single piece of junk. Night Underworld's mind moved, and the Xian Ice treasure armor was worn snugly on the inside, with a black robe on the outside. That's because the probability of a mystery treasure chest with 100 favorability is a little higher than 80. Just as Night Hay was rushing to the immortal lion, the 9 spectral shadows, who was also staying at the inn, licked the corners of her lips and transmitted her voice to the devil dance in the next room. The devil's son is coming, so you'd better be mentally prepared. I'm afraid you won't be able to rest tonight. Spooky pictures click in to see. Chapter 47, Telling Yui to be affectionate. Night Underworld arrived at the Xianlai Inn. This inn had a total of 999 floors, and the Clear Wind and Moon Room was on the 999th floor. That high? It's not a rendezvous, you have to pick a place with a nice view. Little, wait for me, let's see how I'll fix you when I see you. That pissed him off enough. One cannot fly up, even if one has the Qiankuan heavenly ground steps, they cannot be utilized here. If this is in Blue Star, there is still no elevator. Night Meditation twisted his head and left. See a hammer. After a lot of effort, Night Underworld arrived at the 999th floor. There was only this one guest room on this floor, and he tapped hard on the formation on the door. Soon, a door appeared on the formation, and a slightly unpleasant voice came from inside. I hear you're going to clean me up. How? This woman heard me grating. Night Meditation stepped in, at the same time said, Lady Yui's heart will not be so small, right? Walking through the door, he saw an upside-down beauty sitting at the tea table. Beauty aside, this was the most feminine woman he had ever seen. A femininity that is not even polished without experiencing the red dust. A pink phoenix dress with a story in her eyes. Skin like fat, green silk like a waterfall, face like a poem, eyes like water, lips like Dan, neck like porcelain, collarbone like a pool, towering like a peak, waist like a willow. Ding! Yui's binding with the host is successful. The woman's favorability towards the host is 00. Ding! Yui's moving index, 5 stars, extremely intentional moving. 1 star, ice heart, no emotion, no desire, extremely hard to move. 2 stars, not easily moved. Samsung, more rational. 4 stars, more emotional. 5 stars, heart is made of water, very easy to be moved. Ding! Don't be afraid, host, easy to love doesn't mean that it comes and goes quickly. It just so happens that women are the kind of people who are easy on the head and stay on the head. Just fall in love with the host and she can glue you to death. Wait, when did this become an extra feature? Why wasn't it there before? Nightmare said in a heartfelt voice. Ding! There are 2 people whose favorability has reached 100 before the function is turned on. There is nothing to use, no matter if it is 1 star or 5 stars, as long as this young man wants, all ing 5 stars. Night Underworld said with great confidence. However, Yu Linglong was an exception in his heart. After communicating with the system, the woman's cold voice rang in his ears. I'm angry, what do you think should be done? The woman's face did not have a bit of a smiling look, and Night Underworld thought to himself, it was really right by the 7th prince, obviously lacking the nourishment of love. Is ma'am the kind that can't be coaxed, or the kind that can? Hey, I don't know. Yui gestured to the chair across from her, signaling for him to sit down. My massage skills are good, the Empress has praised them as good, why don't I rub it for the lady as an atonement? No need, man and woman. Yui shook her head lightly and continued, tell me, what do you want from me? Also quite reserved. Night Meditation sat down and went straight to the point, I want to cooperate with the lady. How to cooperate? The woman presses, and Nightmare reveals the sabotage of the marriage between Emperor Star and Thunderstorm. Unexpectedly, Yui shook her head, sorry, I can't work with you. In her eyes, whether or not to join a marriage had nothing to do with her interests. What she wanted was to control the Lei family. There was no need to set up the Grand Imperial Prince as an enemy for the Lei and Yu families. Night Underworld naturally know how women think, fingers rhythmically knocking on the desktop, making a thud 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 sound. Misses. Do not be in such a hurry to refuse. Listen to me to help you analyze the pros and cons before deciding it's not too late. So you say. Yui closed her eyes with a disinterested look, but it didn't affect any of Night Hay's emotions, and slowly said, destroying the marriage may seem like it won't do any good for madam, but there are a few issues that must be resolved if you want to take control of the Lei family. First, as long as Lei Ri is alive, you can't control the Lei family. As far as I know, Lei Ri still has a few decades to live. Can you wait that long? Secondly, even if you can solve this problem, once Lei Yu marries Di Xing, then they are two people. Di Xing's eyes can't rub sand in it. If he knows that you've taken over the Lei family, will he let you go? Thirdly, if Di Shuao marries Lei Ri, Princess Qing Di will intervene. Can you handle it? How do you know? Yui stared wide-eyed, no smile-molded face reveals thick shock, raised his hand to point at the night meditation. There is annoyed and angry appearance. You dare to investigate me? Ma'am, I'm sick of people pointing their fingers at me. Night Underworld's smile froze, his gaze raked over the other party's finger that was pointing at him, and a killing chance had appeared. It's just that he can't fight it, and if he could he'd just break the woman's fingers. In terms of status, the two were half a catty to 8 tails, but it was still the ninth prince who was a bit higher. Although the ninth prince was not an emperor, he was a popular candidate to compete for the emperor, and the Nine Sons imperial dynasty was the #1 power in the entire Starfield, while Yui was the main mother of the Lei family, and her mother's family was also a ninth power, with the backing of two great powers. Of course, that was the position of the ninth prince and did not represent Night Underworld, but the other party did not know that he was a double and thought that he was the ninth prince. Yui understood that the ninth prince this person was not to be messed with. It was best not to be an enemy if you could not be an enemy. Thinking of this, she retracted her slender white wonderful hand, a rare smile on her face. I was just joking with the ninth prince. You wouldn't be so narrow-minded, would you? Some jokes are okay, some jokes are not. The frozen cold smile at the corner of Nightmare's mouth slowly pulled away, becoming harmless. Forget it. For the sake of the lady being so beautiful, this matter is over. The ninth prince is really good at talking. Without thinking about it, Yui knew that the other party had gotten her information from the blood slaughterhouse, because she was definitely secretive enough in her work that it was impossible for others to find out. Since the other party knew, there was no need for her to hide it. Listening to the ninth prince, it seems like you have a way to deal with Thunder Sun? Wouldn't it be better to kill him? Night Underworld said gently. Yui hesitated slightly and shook her head. Killing him won't be that easy. It's not hard to kill him as long as your ladyship cooperates. I'm afraid you won't be able to bear it. Anyway, we're husband and wife. A quiet sigh. Without another word, Night Underworld walked over to a 10,000 square meter floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the Nine Suns Imperial City, which was densely packed with buildings below. The Imperial City was endless, and even standing this high, one could only see a very small portion of it. Floating in the sky to the east was a giant city, higher than the Xianlian, the very city in the sky. Only the tip of its iceberg could be seen. Night Underworld pointed at the rows of buildings below and said indifferently, "Ma'am, what can you see when you stand here?" A little puzzled, Yui came to the window and stood side by side with Night Hey, glancing downward. Countless buildings, streets, beast carts, pedestrians. What else is there besides these? Why is it that you can't see so many buildings on the ground, but you can hear? Nightshade asked, twisting his head to stare at the other man's cheek. For standing tall, Yui said subconsciously. That's right. Nightmare followed the other's words down. It's precisely because you're standing tall that you see so much more than if you were standing on the ground. What if you stood taller? Isn't it possible to see the entire Zhouyang Imperial City? Why do we have to look up at the city in the sky and only see one corner of it? Because it's taller than us. If we were standing on the stars of the universe, wouldn't the city in the sky be at our feet? Back then, we saw it as just a dot. To stand taller, you have to step on someone else's shoulders to climb up. How can we not be tough? How can you control the Lei family when you don't even have the courage to kill Lei Ri? The night meditation paused for a moment, instantly changing into a person, transforming into a knowing big brother, his voice gentle like a feather. I know that what Madame aspires to is a love that lasts forever and ever, a love that is withered by the sea and the stones. I know that the Taoist couple in the eyes of the lady is, he sees all beings as grass and trees, but the only one who sees you is the green mountain. I also know that you have encountered a man who is heartless and uncaring. First love abandons you for the second beauty's enchanted dress. You had thought of single-mindedly growing old with Lei Ri, but he kept hundreds of thousands of wonderful girls behind your back. Your current situation is not good. The family's parents encountered a crisis. Only you control the Lei family can be resolved, but the Lei family now people to prevent you. Not to mention the rest of the Lei family, even Lei Ri is guarding against you. You and he haven't slept in the same bed in, what, 100 years? Ding! Yui's favorability towards the host plus 10, currently 10, cultivation growth rate 1x, total, 49x. The man's words completely touched Yui's heartstrings. Her body couldn't help but tremble, tears lingering in her eyes, past events playing in her mind like a slideshow, the bitterness in her heart no one to talk to. Oh, more than 100 years? She couldn't remember how many years it had been since she'd been in the same room with Ray Day. She was disappointed in the man. At first, she was afraid that Lei Ri's status was high, and she got back tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of women, so she put forward the condition to be the Lei family's main mother before the marriage, and it was agreed that Ray Day would not be allowed to have another concubine. But Lei Ri is good, is no concubines, there are hundreds of thousands in other worlds. That's just it, now even she's defended. Night Underworld swept a glance at the woman's front and back figure. The corners of his eyes already had teardrops rolling down, and the corners of his mouth hooked up with a seemingly evil charm. He walked slowly behind the woman and gently wrapped his arms around her willowy waist from behind, his chin braced on her shoulder, his voice like a warm tide. Cry out loud if your heart is bitter. You're just a woman, you deserve to be loved and pampered by a man. There are some things you shouldn't carry on a weak woman, there should be a man to help you share them. Many thanks to Win66 for rewarding me with 3 hypes, and everyone else for the love. There is no traffic right now, thank goodness for your bounty. Chapter 48, I think you two would make a good couple. As soon as Nightmare had finished speaking, Yui turned around and jumped into his arms and let out a loud cry. Cry your heart out, cry your liver out. The air was filled with a smell of sadness, as if she had been wronged. You can see how much she suffered alone and in silence. Ding! Yui's favorability towards the host plus 30, currently 40, cultivation growth rate 4x, total 52x. Hee, it really is extremely easy to get emotional. I just said a few words and increased my favorability by 30 points. If I had a deep love package, it wouldn't be love at first sight. However, Nightmare understood that a woman's emotional abundance was also relative. At the very least, they have to be in the other person's eye and have a status to match. If he was a shabby cultivator with a thief's ugly face and dared to embrace the other party's waist, he would have been slapped away by a slap in the face. Rarely, this time, Night Underworld did a decent job, just gently patting the woman's smooth, snow-white back, without moving his hands. Because he knows what kind of woman takes what kind of strategy. What if Bing Bing waits for her to fall in love with you a little bit? Congrats on waiting until the monkey's tail. A girl like her, who is cool on the outside but fiery on the inside, has to be conquered first. Yui is a person who has been here before, and when the goodwill is there, you don't have to take the initiative, she will take the initiative even more than you do. Crying for a while, Yui got up from his arms and tilted her face up slightly, a little wetness on her face. Sorry to make you laugh. You're welcome, ma'am, my shoulder is always available to lend. Night Underworld raised his lips and smiled lightly, almost enchanting. There was a fluctuation in space. The soybean-sized phantom sparrow suddenly appeared, flapping its golden wings. Master, I think you'd be perfect as a pair. Why don't we just hole up here? Kong, no nonsense. Yui's pretty face flushed, revealing a touch of shyness that only a young girl could have, glancing at Night Underworld and then hurriedly withdrawing her gaze. Why is the lady still shy? Night Underworld grabbed a handful of phantom sparrows. I think this little guy has a point. The phantom bird looked like a scaled-down version of a phoenix, and when it saw Night Hay grabbing at it, it appeared 100 feet away with a shock of its wings, milking the fierce. Big bad, don't you touch me. You'll ruin my pretty feathers with your dirty hands. Dare to say my hands are dirty, believe it or not I'll roast you and eat you? The gentleness in the eyes of the night meditation faded, scaring the little one. The phantom sparrow flew to Yui's shoulder, living like a little wildcat that had exploded. Master, this big bad guy wants to eat me, you clean him up for me and beat him to death. Yui said with a smile on her lips, he was just joking with you. At your size, you're not big enough for stew, let alone baking. Well, master, you two are wearing the same pants so soon. The little guy seemed to be angry and disappeared without a trace after saying that, causing Yui's cheeks to burn red and her body to crisp up, just like being drunk. An awkward yet charming atmosphere filled the room. After a while, Yui sat down at the tea table, collecting her inner emotions and restoring her initially cold face. Ninth Prince, I heard that you're going to marry Ruyan Lu? For a moment just now, she really wanted to get back at Lei Ri. The other guy is out in the world every day, surrounded by swallows, so why should he be alone in his room? It's not too much to ask to find yourself a man, is it? But when she calmed down, she felt that this man wasn't a good bird either, having a marriage contract with Nalan Ghost Moon and wanting to marry Lu Ruyan, a kind of goods with Lei Ri. The other party cared about her and was definitely using her to sabotage the Imperial Stars union. Once the marriage between Emperor Star and the Lei family succeeded, it would be extremely unfavorable to the Ninth Prince in front of him. You can't fall for it yourself. Although Yui was the kind of person who was extremely emotional, she was not promiscuous, and she had her own principles. Even if she got back at Lei Ri, she would find someone she liked, not just any man. In her mind, married life without affection is tasteless. There are so few people who might be worthy of her. It's all the Imperial Queen's arrangement, I'm not quite sure. Night Underworld could see the woman's thoughts at a glance, but he couldn't say that he was the fake Ninth Prince yet. Ma'am, let's talk about cooperation. Allow me to think. Yui asked, can you tell me how you're going to let me take control of the Lei family? And why did you have to kill Thunder Day? Unexpectedly, as soon as her words left her mouth, the man didn't say a word and got up to leave. Ninth Prince, what do you mean by that? I didn't say I disagreed, just thought about it. The Night Underworld said without looking back, the lady has no heart, so saying more is just futile. As long as your parents can wait, then you can take over the Lei family yourself. But I'll tell you this, a man can't be cruel without being cruel, and a man can't be crazy without being crazy. If you come begging me someday, it won't be as simple as cooperation, the price you'll have to pay will be huge. These recent days, the concentration of his Qilin's sacred blood had reached 5%. This bloodline increases one's intelligence. Brother is no longer the brother he was back then. Through a woman's words and actions, he can see through each other's mind. There are other ways to go if this one doesn't work. In short, Lei Ri must die for hitting on his woman. Yui stared at the man's back and muttered, "This guy, he's too smart." And yes, she really didn't want to work with the other side. Because the ninth prince is too insidious a person. Such a person has no commitment or credibility in his eyes, only interests, and at some point he will betray his teammates and stab her in the back. It was too dangerous to cooperate, and she didn't want to take any chances. At the same time, the 888th floor of the Immortal Lie-In. The 9 spectral shadows said to Demonic Dance, "He's coming out, go wait for him." I know what you're thinking, but I'm going to warn you, this man is not someone you can fool with a couple of winks and a pie in the face. Demon Queen, I don't want to lose my virginity to him. Magic Dance's heart really didn't want to go down in blood. Night Underworld is just a waste, he can't live for many years even if he cultivates again, more than 100 years tops. Moreover, the Demon Lord didn't like this person, and I was afraid that if I followed him, I wouldn't even be able to mix cultivation resources. The 8 Devil's son was well liked by the Demon Lord and had a demonic talent, and was still pursuing her all the time, making him the most suitable Taoist couple. When we finish this mission and have the credit, we will ask the Demon Lord to break off the marriage contract with Night Hei and agree to the 8 Demon Sons quest. As long as you can fulfill the Demon Lord's mission, do whatever you want, but I'm telling you clearly, your little mind is useless. Zhou Yue's shader smiled evilly, like a deep pool of eyes hiding the heart of playing with power. The scourge of the country and the people's face is filled with the desire of power over the world. The corners of Devil Dance's mouth hooked up in a haughty arc that was simply harder to suppress than AK, Devil Empress. You probably don't know that Night Underworld could like me. In the old days, he'd do whatever I told him to do, and he was very obedient. He can be happy for days when I say something to him. As long as I'm gentle for a while and give him some hope, he'd surely be willing to die for me. If I can't, I'll threaten him with his life. Night Underworld has long since ceased to be the Night Underworld of the past. The 9 Spectre's shadow child smiled brightly, a flirtatious sense of indulgence. This person is now a sinister and cunning fox that ordinary people can't deal with. Trying to get him to do something for you, if he doesn't have something to offer, you're dreaming. Forget it, it's useless to talk to you anymore, you'll know in a while. Be good. In the past few days, she already knew about the relationship between Night Underworld and the Imperial Empress, so how could she possibly help the Demon Lord? I'm afraid the Demon Lord is going to fall in the gutter this time. The good stuff is coming soon. Demon Queen, I'll go first. Devil's Dance was unconvinced and went to wait for night meditation. A ghostly laugh escaped from the 9 Spectre's shadow's throat. Interesting, too interesting. 2 brothers, one a false emperor and one a stand-in for the false emperor. Magic Dance pictures click in to see. Chapter 49 Yui's ideal Dao couple, Ruyan Lu agrees to marry. Heaven and earth are divided into dry heavens and earth, and everything is divided into yin and yang. The man's body generates its own yang energy and the woman's body generates its own yin energy. A brief word with His Majesty, who is after more. No major adjustments to the plot this time in the small dark room, and a few tweaks to the yin-yang supreme codex. The gong method was adjusted from the original dual cultivation to 4 palms facing each other between a man and a woman, so that the 2 qi of yin and yang would flow through the 2 of them and finally be transformed into cultivation. At the first level, 1 day was equivalent to about a month of cultivation for others. As the gongfu was comprehended, the speed of raising the cultivation level would greatly increase with each level, and multiple people would practice together later. A few people practice, and the protagonist boosts his speed a few times. This is done in response to the platform's request, and secondly, the protagonist can take all the women to fly up to the immortal world together. The gong method was comprehended to a certain layer, and then the initial kind of cultivation began to be pleasant. In short, it's a lot of new abilities that appear as the feats improve. Text. Night Underworld regained his appearance and was flying down the stairs using the Qiankuan heavenly ground steps. When he came to the 888th floor, there was a delicate figure standing in front of him. Night, wait. The woman saw him and raised her beautiful eyes. Ding. The magic dance is successfully bound to the host. The woman's favorability towards the host is 00. Ding. Magic Dance's moving index is 3 stars, more rational, won't fall into love blindly, only chooses the right Dao partner for himself. Fiancé? What are you doing here? Nightmare surveyed the girl, her face devoid of joy or sadness. This woman was beautiful, on page 67 of the 100 Flowers Atlas, next to the Devil's Lotus. She was very good at dressing herself, with thin silver earrings that hung down to her shoulders, and on her nose she wore a sort of open-ended silver eyepiece with a beautiful pattern that set off those fox eyes in a sinister way. A sexy black dress, or the kind of design that exposed the back. The night meditation stood high on the stairs, just enough to see the straps on the snow-white back, and her delicate butterfly bone. Paired with the woman's less than a handful of thin waist, plump swan buttocks, the whole gives a hot and mysterious beauty. You don't seem to welcome me? Magic Dance hadn't heard any surprise in the man's tone just now. His voice was nonchalant, which made her a little unexpectedly dismayed. Night Underworld's eyes were playful and deliberately flirted. If you came to visit because you wanted me to, then I'll welcome you and treat you to a big meal in the evening. If you're here with a mission, I'm not welcome. To put it mildly, the original body was an unabashed licking dog in front of this woman. He didn't even lick it at Blue Star, much less here. With this arrogant and a little green tea woman, you must not be taken by her. Magic Dance's face showed a slight surprise, thinking that this man was indeed different from before. Thinking of his mission, he said in compromise, I came here with a mission, but I miss you too. Want your grandfather a leg? Night meditation to see through and not say anything, went forward and pulled the woman's smooth small hand. Since you want me, then do your duty as a fiancé. Which room are you in? We'll go to your room. An inconspicuous disgust swirled between Magic Dance's brows, and he whooshed his hand back, not now, let's wait until we're married. As long as you complete this mission, I'll tell the Demon Lord that I won't let you work as an undercover agent anymore, and we'll go back to the Demon Dragon Star realm to finish our marriage. Burning newspapers at the graveside, are you fooling the ghosts? Night Underworld flip-flopped literally faster than releasing a book, get lost, I can't finish. Although he didn't know what kind of mission it was, through the other party coaxing him with getting married and somewhat deliberately lowering his stance, Night Underworld probably guessed that it must have something to do with the Imperial Empress. I haven't said anything about the mission yet and you can't finish? Devil Dance was choked for a moment, and her proud heart received a great sting. Night Underworld, how did you become like this now? Are you still the same nightmare who loved me? Before, you never talked to me out loud. Sorry, I won't be a dog. Whenever you put away your little mind, come back to me. After finishing his speech, Night Underworld turned to leave, but was called back by Devil Dance. I've agreed to marry you, what more do you want from me? If you like me, can't you even wait this long? Devil Dance was unconvinced in her heart. If she had said this to Night Hay in the past, the other party would have been able to jump up and down with joy, thinking that she was hallucinating. Who said I liked you? You're a demon, not a green tea. Have some of what a demon woman should look like. Night Underworld swept a glance at the surrounding space. There was a faint spatial fluctuation just now. Knowing that the illusory sparrow was nearby, he intentionally uttered the words demon race. You don't like me? Magic Dance's eyes widened as if she had heard a big joke. You heard right, don't look at me like that. Aren't you afraid of being punished for failing to complete the Demon Lord's mission? The Devil Dance was so enraged that she said the words Demon Lord regardless of the location. I don't know anything about the mission, does it matter to me? The Demon Lord has allowed you 2 months. Not waiting for the other party to finish, Nightmare coldly interrupted her and warned, if you say it here and let others hear it, the Demon Lord will skin you. Devil Dance couldn't help but shiver and hurriedly shut his mouth, his heart palpitating. Let's go to my room and talk. No go, I have things to do. Seeing that Night Underworld had completely changed into a different person, Devil Dance daintily bit her lips and said after a moment of hesitation, Night, I really miss you quite a bit. It's inconvenient for you to do what you want to do here. Let's go to my room. Thinking of the brutality of the Demon Lord, if she failed to complete the task, her entire family might be exterminated. She could only cheapen the other party. Consider it a pig in a poke for once. Not going, not interested in you. The man's words pierced her heart once again, and Devil's Dance didn't realize that after all she had done, begging the other to go to her room, Nightmare was still here pretending. But for some reason, the more a man treats her with disinterest, the more she wants to stick it to him. Ding! Magic Dance's favorability towards the host plus 10, currently 10, cultivation growth rate 1x, total 53x. Hearing the system's voice, Night Underworld didn't have too many surprises. The Magic Dance is this kind of person, the more you rush up, the less she takes you seriously. If you want to ignore her, she can't stand it in her heart instead and wants to conquer you in turn. Afterwards, Magic Dance came to his side and took the initiative to hold his hand, her gaze soft as water, her voice so small that only 2 people could hear it. Night, we haven't seen each other in 3 years, don't you miss me? Go to my room, I'm all yours. Night Underworld shrugged off the other party's hand and said without any good humor, do you say you're cheap? You rejected me when I offered to take your hand, and now you're upping the ante. After saying that, he walked away without looking back, leaving Magic Dance standing alone and dumbfounded. All of this was seen by the 9 Spectres' shadow child. Interesting, really interesting. Demon Dance has clearly delivered the door, and in the face of what is within her reach she does the opposite, thus completely destroying the arrogance in Demon Dance's heart, making her turn into a person without the slightest principle in front of you, and in the end obediently listening to your words and at your mercy. It seems that if you want to deal with the Demon Lord, the Demon Dance is also an important part. Little one, I am liking you more and more. In the meantime, after listening to Shao Kong's report, Yui's brows tightened and her face was covered with doubts as she muttered to herself. Your name is Night Hay, I remember your name. Such a beautiful girl, offered to come to your door, and you're not even a little bit moved? It seems that you're a man worth trusting, not a sleazy lousy guy like Lei Ri. That's the kind of Taoist couple I'm looking for. You're not the Ninth Prince, or a demon. What do you want? Why do you want to stop the marriage between Emperor Star and the Lei family? Why did you have to kill Ray Day? Did you let me hear those words on purpose, or did you really not know Kung was around? At this moment, Night Underworld's image was infinitely elevated in Yui's heart, from a vicious and venomous person to a dedicated man. She was becoming more and more interested in Night. Hey. Ding. Yui's favorability towards the host plus 10, currently 50, cultivation growth rate 5x, total 54x. Night Underworld had already arrived at the entrance of the inn, and when he heard the system's voice, the corner of his mouth hooked into a wry smile. He knew he'd made the right bet. When he met Magic Dance, he decided to take a gamble. He himself was a D-sure. Even if Yui knew that he was a demon, there was nothing she could do to him without evidence. But it doesn't work so well when you say it yourself. Letting the other person overhear will arouse a woman's curiosity. Once a woman is curious, is she far from falling? If he was right, Yui would definitely be watching his every move during this recent period. All in all, the benefits of letting the other party know that he was not the ninth prince outweighed the disadvantages. Nightmare was walking when Blue Snow suddenly came. Master, the Empress Dowager wants you to hurry back. What is it? The specific slave girl doesn't know. I only know that it's the marriage between Master and Lu Ruyan. The other party agreed to it, but then there was an accident. Chapter 50, Hellish Villain Girl. Night Underworld and Blue Snow were flying towards Sky City when the system's voice suddenly rang in their heads. Ding! The system has detected the hellish villain, Kill the Falling Snow. The host has taken it as his subordinate, and there will be a reward if his loyalty reaches 80. Hell of a villain? There were 6 levels of villains, but the hell level was second only to him, the epic level. Night Underworld hurriedly called out to Blue Snow, wait, drop to the ground, I have something to do. Coming to the ground, his eyes looked around and he saw a young girl confronting 6 guards. The young girl looked no more than 13 or 14 years old or so, but had already fallen into a pavilion, with picturesque eyebrows and snowy skin, just like a budding flower bud. Such an age is already a beauty embryo. In addition to the youthfulness, already does not lose Bing Ning's face. One can imagine, in a few more years, what kind of dumping beauty she will become. It was just that she was in a very sorry state at the moment. A white dress was dyed red, a sword was stuck in her heart, and her life was rapidly draining away. Even so, the young girl still stood straight, with a tyrannical ruthlessness in her eyes, staring at the opposite several people like a bloodthirsty beast. Nightshade stepped closer without a word. There was a lot of chatter around. AI, this girl is quite pitiful, having offended the king of the Nine Sons Imperial Dynasty. She's dead this time. Yes, I heard that the Imperial Power Prince has taken a liking to the girl's mother, and the young prince wants to take the young girl as a maid by his side, and the mother and daughter refuse to obey, inviting murder. Pity what? Do you know who the maiden's mother is? Who? Wonderful hands, divine thief Qing Yao. Is that the woman who deserves 1,000 kills? Cultivators in the cultivation world, even if they have divine sense and unusually sharp perception, still have the industry of stealing. It's just that there are especially few people in this industry. After all, we all put things into the storage ring. There is nothing valuable on the body. To steal can only steal the storage ring, but the storage ring is worn on the hand, the cultivator, and perceive abnormalities. It is too difficult to steal. A god thief like Qing Yao, she doesn't need to take off your storage ring. Give her some time. She can crack the soul branding on the storage ring, and silently transfer the things in other people's storage rings to her own storage ring, and other people can't find out. Nightming's heart rejoiced when he heard Qing Yao. Originally, he had planned to look for the woman when he had time. It was because this woman was the 13th ranked beauty of the Nine Suns star region, skilled in the art of disguise, and usually seen by the gods and dragons. I didn't realize it was such a coincidence that it would be this young girl's mother. Shut up, you guys, and if you keep talking nonsense, watch out for your dog's life. After the lead guard finished shouting at the people around him, he turned to the young girl and said, you're about to die. As long as you're obedient and work as a maid for the young prince will let Wayazi save your life even if it costs him 1,000 gold. A good death is better than a good life. Grandma's drops, they come to catch a teenage girl, and they let the other one commit suicide without noticing. Don't dream of it. I'll just die and not let that asshole get what he wants. Killing Falling Snow's lips without a trace of blood pulled out a wicked arc, suddenly pulling out the sword stuck in his heart. A wave of blood spurted out. The lead guard said disdainfully, ha, what's the use of just being ruthless without strength? What's wrong with being a maid for our little prince? How many people can't even beg for a chance? Your mother has been captured in the king's mansion and is probably being favored by the king. As long as little lord saves you, you mother and daughter can still be reunited. Get lost, in the next life you will destroy the royal family. In the crowd's shocked gazes, Kill Falling Snow's right hand that held the hilt of the sword was violently raised, and the tip of the sword was viciously stabbed towards his brow. Cultivator's life force is tenacious, her cultivation is still short, and she does not know much about cultivation. She wanted to commit suicide, but she did not expect that even stabbing into the heart did not lead to immediate death. Just when the tip of the sword was a finger's distance away from her brow, only a dang sound was heard, and the sword came to an abrupt end, unable to inch in any further. She raised her eyes to see a black-clothed boy holding his sword with both fingers. The corner of the teenager's mouth contained a smile, evil and cold, his long black hair pouring down like a raven's feather, carrying 7 points of evil and 3 points of sparseness. Who else could it be but the Nightstorm Pretender? Don't be afraid, little sister. Brother will do it for you. Night Hollow's voice carried a gentle hoarseness and a lazy casualness. I thought to myself, I'm going to be a good guy this time, and I'm going to do justice, and I'm going to get rid of the violence. That Yulong Linglong said I am a devil every day. Look, I am doing good deeds. Call me a big devil again, and my ass will be opened. Amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, he whispered into the void, Shadow Charmer. Immediately following, a woman wrapped in a black robe appeared on the scene, her raspy voice sounding as if it had been cut with a knife. Master, go to the royal residence and rescue this girl's mother, and by the way, arrest that dog father and son of Emperor Quan for me. Night Underworld was in such a hurry because he didn't want that dog coin of D Quan to defile Chang Yao. I wonder if it's too late. Shadow Charm is the heart of the Empress. The woman is afraid that something will happen to him, so she asked Shadow Charm to protect him secretly. The murderous aura on Shadowmist was so strong that the people around her couldn't stop trembling, and it wasn't until the woman left that they dared to whisper. Who is this man? What a big pie. Yeah, D Quan's father is D Tsong's younger brother. Is this person even afraid of D Quan? Looks a bit like the Ninth Prince. Don't be ridiculous, it's a good thing that the Ninth Prince doesn't kill people. How could he still save them? At this time, the leader of the guards also reacted and asked somewhat timidly, Who are you? Dare to meddle in the affairs of Prince Quan's residence? Without waiting for Night Hay to speak, Blue Snow smacked the talking leader away with a big mouth in the air. Dare to talk to the Ninth Prince like this, don't want to die. She knew that Night Underworld was not the Ninth Prince, but the Empress had explained that when no one was there, she called Night Underworld Master or Emperor, and when someone was there, she had to call the Ninth Prince. Hearing that it was really the Ninth Prince, everyone poofed to their knees, not daring to breathe. Night Underworld removed Kill Falling Snow's sword and placed a green-colored elixir to the young girl's mouth with a faint smile. Eat it, and your injuries will be healed in no time. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air at the sight of this vibrant elixir. 11th grade healing Holy Dan Greenwood Dan. This kind of injury doesn't need such a good elixir at all. It's worthy of being Cliffless' grandson. 11th grade elixirs are like no money at all. Kill Falling Snow's venomous snake-like cold gaze softened a lot when she looked at Night Underworld, and after another glance at the elixir, she obediently opened her mouth and swallowed it. Ding! Kill Falling Snow's loyalty to the host is plus 20, currently 20. After doing so, the smirk underneath Night Underworld's eyes dissipated and was replaced by an icy cold light, staring dead on at the 6 guards. Blue Snow, kill it. The lead guard's guts were scared out of his wits, and he begged for mercy. Ninth Prince, spare his life. It's not what you heard, it's the divine thief Qing Yao who went to the prince's residence to steal. That's why he angered the king, and that's why the king wants to punish the mother and daughter. No need to explain to me, I never ask for reasons for killing. There wasn't a trace of warmth in the eyes of the night meditation. Ninth Prince, Prince Quan is on your side, and we are also your dogs. Please, spare my dog's life. Seeing that it was useless to talk like that, the guard leader changed another set of words and cut out his head with a thud. I don't like him as a dog, and as for you guys, you don't even have the qualifications to be dogs for me. Night Underworld's fingertips gently tapped the hilt of his sword, unmoved, with only one word in his mind, kill. Wait. Just as Lan Shui was about to make her move, Kill Falling Snow looked at Night Hay and asked, can you let me kill them with my own hands? May. Night Underworld nodded and said to the 6 guards, whoever dares to move, I'll exterminate his 9 clans. Not one person would question that statement. The 9th Prince's reputation preceded him, and it was never a joke to say that the clan was exterminated. The 6 guards' hearts plummeted when they heard it, their lips and teeth trembled in fear, and they even dispersed their fleshly defenses to cooperate with the killing of Falling Snow to kill themselves, and they looked like turtles with their necks stretched out waiting for a chopper. Ding! Kill Falling Snow's loyalty to the host is plus 20, currently 40. Kill Falling Snow walked up to a person, the bottom of his eyes flashed with ruthlessness and bloodlust that shouldn't be present at this age. Hands up and swords down. Poof! The head of one of the guards fell flush from the neck to the ground, or it rolled around bone deep several times before coming to a stop. Blood gushed out like a fountain, splattering the young girl's body like bloody ink. Kill Falling Snow was like a bloody person at the moment, even her face did not have an inch of skin exposed, and her white dress, which was already dyed red with blood, was dripping blood down the hem of her skirt. Instead of a hint of discomfort, the young girl stuck out her tongue and licked the blood around the corners of her mouth in a manner that was both cruel and insane. When the surrounding people saw this scene, their bodies couldn't help but shiver. If you're so tough at such a young age, what will you be when you grow up? Nightmare stood by and nodded in satisfaction. Under everyone's gaze, Kill the Falling Snow strides his slender, bloody legs toward the second person. Third person. Until she killed all 6 of them, she shifted her gaze to Night Hay's body, a sentiment hidden under her eyes that no one else could understand, and suddenly smiled playfully. Am I not ugly enough to be your woman? Chapter 51, The Red Dust Seed. How old are you? Night Underworld wouldn't dare to scourge a young girl for fear of being locked up in a small black room by the Heavenly Tao. 14. Kill Falling Snow returned. Night Underworld shook his head and said in a firm tone, this is absolutely not possible. Your age is the right time to properly cultivate, don't think about what's not there. You can be my disciple if you want. 14 years old and Blue Star is still the flower of the motherland, how can he do this inferior thing? He actually still liked Yui's kind of maturity and femininity, even if it was a young girl past the age of 18, he wasn't very interested. Poof. Kill Falling Snow knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times respectfully. Master is above, receive 3 obeisances from my disciple. Instead of letting the other party get up, Night Underworld crouched down and choked the other party's neck, coldly warning, remember, you must be loyal to be my disciple. If you ever betray me, I'll crush your neck myself. The villain's bones are all untamed, and his heart won't be at rest until his loyalty is 90%. Master saved my life and sent someone to save my mother. Falling Snow swears that I will never betray Master even if I betray the world. In the face of the young girl's oath of faith, Night Underworld shook his head with a cold smile. I don't believe in bull asterisk 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 oaths. You just need to remember what I just said. Speaking. Shadowmist wrapped a beautiful woman and 2 fat-headed men in her psychic power and returned, gently putting the beautiful woman down and the 2 men on the ground as she slammed them down hard, her figure disappearing without a trace. Ding! Qingyao and the host are successfully bound. The woman's favorability towards the host is 0-0. Ding! Qingyao's moving index is 2 stars, not easy to move. Night meditation surveyed the beautiful woman, even though the person looks beautiful, is too cold, as if a piece of 10,000 years of cold ice, more warmth cannot be melted. A long plain white dress that doesn't stir up any dust. That indifferent eyes appear to reject people, melon face cannot see half a bit of emotion, red lips pink, but there is no smile of the city, but just coldly dotted in the cold face. It wasn't until the woman saw her daughter that a touch of female motherly love swung out on her cold face, and she quickly stepped in front of Kill Falling Snow. Falling Snow, are you okay? It was Master who saved me and you. Kill Falling Snow pointed at Night Hay and told him what happened. Xingyao looked at Night Hay full of gratitude, her face that had never smiled before showing a smile that was even worse than crying. Thank you Ninth Prince for saving us mother and daughter. I have nothing to offer in this life, I would like to be an ox. Ding! Xingyao's favorability towards the host plus 50, currently 50, cultivation growth rate 5x, total, 59x. Well, from now on, you'll stay by my side and do your work, come back to Sky City with me in a while. Night Underworld didn't make a polite gesture, much less say anything that was not enough to raise his hand. Shabibi only said that. It's not easy to get 50 favor points out of people who aren't easily moved. To put it bluntly, 2 lives for 50 good feelings. Currently, the 100 Flowers Atlas lit up 9 pages, but it was only 59 times the cultivation speed, and Night Underworld felt that it was still too slow. Yasuharu, 100 pages, 40, Goodwill. Qingyao, 98 pages, 50. With piano, 96 pages, 60. Yueyao, 92 pages, 100. Icing, 88 pages, 100. Magic Dance, 67 pages, 10. Magic Lotus, 66 pages, 90. Sai, 59 pages, 50. Jade Linglong, 36 pages, 00. Chasing the Moon, 10 pages, 90. From now on, my life is the Ninth Prince's. Even though Qingyao's bones carried a kind of cool condescension, she still plopped down on her knees. Night Underworld nodded with satisfaction and shifted his gaze to Emperor Quan's father and son, realizing that the 2 men's cultivation was all sealed by the shadow charm, and they couldn't even speak. He asked Blue Snow to unlock the 2 men's voices. Emperor Quan was finally able to speak and grumbled at Night Hey, Ninth Prince, what do you mean by this? Privately, I'm your cousin. Publicly speaking, the king is your most loyal supporter. You did this to us father and son for the sake of 2 stinking pussies, aren't you afraid that the other supporters will chill on you and turn to the Grand Emperor? Di Quan's father was of the same generation as Di Tsang, not to mention that he was now 300 years old, and the real Ninth Prince was indeed a cousin. The most unforgiving imperial family. The imperial family itself was an imperial dynasty and a huge family with a population that was measured in billions, and to be honest, blood wasn't worth anything in such a family. Night Underworld snorted coldly, fish looking for fish, shrimp looking for shrimp, just you bunch of stinking that don't do anything right all day. Besides me, the Grand Emperor would want you? There were mostly righteous people in the camp of the Grand Prince, and there weren't many good people in the camp of the Ninth Prince. Di Quan didn't know that the person in front of him was the fake Ninth Prince, and in his heart he cursed, this shabby, calling me a stinky, then aren't you a stinky yourself? If you're okay, we're going back. He didn't think that Night Underworld would dare to kill himself, then who in their camp would still be loyal to the other side? I had people bring you here, I didn't ask you to come for a trip, bullying my disciple, 1,000 of you won't be enough to die. Night Underworld looked toward Kill Falling Snow, killing intent like a tiger in his eyes. Apprentice, will you kill or will I kill? Ding! Kill Falling Snow's loyalty to the host is plus 20, currently 60. Master, can I wait until I grow up and kill them myself? Killing Falling Snow's eyes were dark and solicited. Night Underworld didn't reply, but pointed at Di Quan and asked Qingyao, did the old thing touch you? If you touch it, the man must be killed. He wasn't licking Qingyao, but a kind of dominance engraved in his bones. There are some things that no one can get their hands on but him. It's even if he didn't come before, but now that he's crossed over, it won't work. Qingyao shook her head, no, almost got it, luckily that senior came in time. Hearing nothing, the killing intent in Night Underworld's eyes slowly faded, and he said to Kill Falling Snow, this set of yours is something a decent person would do. Since you want to, let it be this time. It's just 2 dogs. I don't care when they die, but only this once. You have to remember, when you do things in the future, when you face an enemy that you can't control, you should never leave any breathing room for the other side. If you don't get rid of the grass, it will grow again in the spring. My disciple honors my master's teachings. Killing Falling Snow held his sword in his hand and smiled wickedly. We won't kill them now, but we can't be so cheap. With that, she walked towards Emperor Kwan's father and son. What do you want? Seeing the bloodthirsty madness in the young girl's eyes, Emperor Kwan had a bad feeling, chills spread all over his body, and cold air swished out of his crotch. Seeing the other party approaching step by step, he hurriedly begged for help from Knight. Hey, Ninth Prince, we can both be surnamed Emperor, you can't be like this. I didn't know she was your disciple. Please spare me this time. From now on, I firmly and unswervingly support you. Who the hell follows your last name, Emperor? There was a coldness in the bottom of the Knight Meditation's eyes, and he didn't even look at the other party. It was followed by a pig-killing scream. That scene was much worse than when I first became a eunuch. After settling the matter, the Night Underworld few went back to the Sky City, leaving the mother and daughter to the Ghost Woman as he and Blue Snow went to meet the Imperial Empress. Just as he walked into the dormitory, Chasing Moon jumped into his arms. Missed you so much. First things first. Nightmare sat on the bed and held the woman in his arms, his large hands roaming around. Chasing Moon wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him before saying, Rui and Lu agreed to get married, but only after passing one of her tests. She used to have a marriage contract with someone else, because the man was a waste. She couldn't see the other party, so she forcefully withdrew from the marriage. The man was insulted, and she agreed to fight in 100 years to get back her dignity. Later, I don't know what happened, but the man rose strongly, with a demonic talent. Both of them were practicing in the desolate ancient Holy Land, and 3 days later would be the agreed upon 100 years. Rui and Lu asked you to go over there just to watch her duel, and at the same time to compete with you on the prediction of the heavenly chances. If you win, you can get married whenever you want. If you lose, this marriage is off. Alright, I'll go to the desolate ancient Holy Land tomorrow. Nightmare always felt that Lu Ruyan's story was a bit like the plot of a novel in the withdrawal stream. However, having come to this world and not yet seen the local customs, it's a good time to go out and have a look around. Seeing the Chasing Moon look like she wanted to say something, he stroked the woman's pointed chin. Let's say what's between us, without regard. Chasing the Moon said bluntly, the wind and moon are boundless, counting all the living beings. The Lu family's heavenly diffusion is too powerful than the Nine Suns Imperial Dynasty's heavenly mechanics pavilion. It's impossible for you to win against her. That woman is full of heart, she might be counting on you. Why don't we just forget about it? What do you say? Losing face is a small matter, don't fall for that woman's ways. Don't worry, it won't be that easy for her to beat me. The Night Meditation looks calm, nothing to say. The other party's heavenly diffusion art was only a deduction of heavenly chances even if it was powerful, and the destiny trajectory would change at any time due to certain things, but he had a divine ability yin-yang reversal, consuming his lifespan to reverse the heavenly chances and change the established direction of heavenly chances and destiny. Who was actually stronger? He really wanted to try. Seeing the man's resolute attitude, Chasing the Moon didn't persuade him any further. Alright then, I'll arrange the Xian boat for you in a while, and let Shadow Charm and Blue Snow accompany you. Yes. When you go to the desolate ancient Holy Land, don't be mesmerized by the enchanted garments, that cultivates the Red Dust Avenue, and is looking for someone to enter into love and plant the Red Dust Seed. Chasing the Moon sourly. Tell me about Mystic Shirt, hasn't Feng Aotian been pursuing her? How come he hasn't planted the Red Dust Seed yet? Night Underworld was very interested in Mystic Sharon, the second most beautiful woman in the Nine Suns Starfield. Yui's first love was for this woman who abandoned Yui and worked as a licking dog for Mystic Sharon. Don't tease, would Mystic Shampoo look at Feng Aotian? Let me tell you about it. As Chasing the Moon recounted the story, Night Underworld had a rough idea of the Mystic Dresses story. Misty Xuan was originally the holy maiden of the Red Dust Valley, which belonged to the forces of the desolate ancient sacred land, and was chosen by the desolate ancient sacred land due to her demonic natural talent. After years of cultivation, he was now the holy lord of the desolate ancient Holy Land. Cultivating the Red Dust Avenue, at a certain stage it is necessary to fall in love with a man and plant the Red Dust Seed, otherwise the Red Dust Avenue will fall into a bottleneck. After planting the Red Dust Seed can no longer be taken out, this life can only love this man, the heart will not have a little reservation. In the words of the Night Meditation, is the good sense directly pull full. If one cuts off the red seed, one will die. Therefore, for women who cultivate the Red Dust Avenue, they must be careful and cautious in choosing the object to plant the Red Dust Seed. In case they meet a scummy man, they are finished. In the beginning, Feng Aotian fell into the first sight of Mystic Sharon, unable to extricate himself, and wanted to let Mystic Sharon plant the Red Dust Seed on him. Nay, Mystic Shirt couldn't even look at him. Besides, Feng Aotian abandoned Yuiyu, such a man is even less able to get into Mystic Sharon's eyes. Over the years, Feng Aotian had been licking the lost garments, but had made no progress. The two exchanged words for a while, and it was already dark. Stay here for the night. Chasing the Moon lay in the man's arms and said fondly, No, I'm going to meet Ice-Dew, and I'll accompany you when I return from the desolate ancient Holy Land. Nightshade got up and dressed. Ice-Dew was Bing Chen's first love, and was now the ice concubine of the Nine Sons Imperial Dynasty, and this woman was equally vital in his plans. I rewarded Princess Bing with so many cultivation resources and implied that she got them from you, Chasing Moon said as she helped him straighten his clothes. Well done. Night Underworld turned to leave, and had just stepped out of Phoenix Luan Palace not too far when Inqing's beloved greeted him. Slave girl has met the Imperial Secretary. My lady wants to see the Imperial Secretary for a moment. I have things to do, I don't have time. Thank you to user 10112404 for the inspiration capsule, and to whom to tell the thoughts and the other sire for the gifts. Thank you. Chapter 52, Husband, Officer, Eunuch, Brother Knight, choose one. A small courtyard in Nine Suns Imperial City. Bing Ning sat on a chair in her own yard and beamed, with a faint loss in the bottom of her eyes. She was going back to the Ice Continent tomorrow, and it seemed that Night Underworld couldn't accompany her back. Just then, a familiar voice disrupted her thoughts. What's on your mind, Nell? A white-clothed, handsome Emperor Star walked in. Nothing. Bing Ning pointed to the stone chair across from him. Great Prince, sit down. Previously, she had called Emperor Star Brother Star, and she had changed her name to keep her distance. In fact, she wanted to speak to Tixing about their relationship. Thinking that Night Underworld was just a stand-in for the Ninth Prince, and fearing that Di Xing would hurt her man, she planned to turn back and draw a line in the sand, and if Di Xing was unfavorable to Night Underworld, she might still be able to gain a bit of information. Jack, I've come to talk to you about something. Di Xing sat down on the chair. The other party calling him Grand Imperial Prince made his heart a little uncomfortable. It was probably because he was going to kill Bing Chen and the other party was still angry, so he didn't think much of it. Oh, go ahead. Bing Ning's nonchalant attitude caused Di Xing's heart to sting slightly once again, but his tone was very gentle as he said, I came over to talk to you. In 10 days, I'll be getting married. After the wedding, I will go to the secret realm to help you look for the 9-turn soul restoration pill, and it should be too late to save your father. Don't you feel too bad? Didn't we say 1 month? Why 10 days? Is Shui Yao also marrying the Lei family head that day? Bing Ning knew that Night Underworld was sabotaging this marriage, never letting Di Xing marry Lei Yu, much less letting Di Shuiyao marry Lei Ri, and suddenly changing the time. Wouldn't that disrupt Night Underworld's plans? Yes, on the day I married, Shuiyao got married. Di Xing nodded and continued. Mother was afraid of a long night, plus the fact that the Lei family master couldn't wait any longer, so she decided to advance the marriage. Well, congratulations. Bing Ning thought that Night Underworld had said that she couldn't let Emperor Star help her look for the 9 Revolution Soul Restoration Pill, so she hurriedly took the pill out and showed it to the other party. Great Prince, I really do have the 9 Revolution Soul Restoration Pill, and I'll be going back to Ice and Snow Continent to save my father tomorrow, so don't you worry about my affairs. You just find it and I won't want it. The 9th Prince gave you this? Yes. He didn't offer you any price? No, there are no conditions. Emperor Star was a bit surprised and nodded. I really underestimated him this time. He should be showing me favor, fearing that I will kill him when I sit as an emperor. For the sake of him helping you, as long as he doesn't continue to do evil, when I become an emperor, I can consider leaving his body intact, or locking him up in the Thunder Prison and locking him up there for the rest of his life. Great Prince, if you're fine, go back, I want to sleep. A flash of coldness crossed the bottom of Bing Ning's eyes, and he coldly gave an expulsion order. Whether the 9th Prince died or not, she didn't care at all, but Night He was the 9th Prince's double, and with Di Xing's cynical character would never let Night He go, that's why she couldn't stop the chill in her heart. But how could her expression be hidden from a powerhouse like Emperor Star? Nell, what's wrong with you? It's okay, I'm a little tired. Well then, I'll leave now and come back to see you some other time. Di Xing got up and left. He suspected that it must be because the 9th Prince had made some conditions, and when he said that he would leave the 9th Prince with a whole body, the other party's eyes revealed a chill. Thinking of this, he decided to go to the secret realm after the wedding. Regardless of whether or not the 9th Prince had made any conditions, he had decided to get the 9 Revolution Soul Restoration Pill and have Bing Ning return it to the 9th Prince, not owing the other party a single needle or thread. He was Bing Ning's fiancé, and it wasn't the 9th Prince's turn to help Bing Ning's father cure his poison. Also, the mother was poisoned. Though his mother said nothing was wrong, he knew the poison was not simple. Someone told him about an ancient secret land, saying that there might be a 9-turn soul restoration pill there, and if there were 2 of them it would be just right to give one to his mother as well. At this moment, Di Xing had decided to go to the ancient mysterious realm, but Bing Ning didn't know that, and she thought that if she said that, Di Xing wouldn't go looking for the 9 Revolution Soul Restoration Pill anymore. Just after Di Xing left, she was about to go and tell Nightmare about Di Xing's early marriage, when her best friend arrived. Sister Jack, did you miss me? Shuya, you followed your brother here? Yes. Yuyao walked in with a bounce and rolled her eyes. Call me Yuyao, don't call me Shuiyao again. If you can't remember next time, I'll let the big bad guy clean you up. Bing Ning snickered. I've already been cleaned up by him and I'm not afraid of cleaning up, but it's you, who hasn't been cleaned up yet. With your little cultivation you still dare to follow the Grand Prince. He would have found out long ago. Hee, I have to fulfill the task given to me by the big bad guy. Come on, let's go inside and talk. Bing Ning pulled the little lowly's hand into the house, opened the formation, and talked about the early marriage, then instructed, I'm going back to the ice and snow continent tomorrow, so make sure you tell Night Underworld about this news. Leave it to me, don't worry about it, I missed the big bad guy and I'm just going to go check on him. Yu Yao patted her chest in assurance. Okay then, you go back. I'm going to sleep with you tonight, we haven't slept together in ages. I don't want you to get your big bad arms around you. Hee. Early the next morning, the 9 suns rose into the sky. The first rays of sunlight hit the bed, and Nightmare slowly opened his eyes. He saw that Yu Linglong was sleeping soundly on her side, hugging most of his body, her smooth breath blowing at his neck, tickling him. Night Hollow moved the woman's long white snow-like legs away from her stomach, stroked the little bald head, and got up to dress after a faint smile. He doesn't even need to sleep, not to mention Yu Linglong's cultivation even less need to sleep, and last night he was fooled by him, saying that a Buddha has to experience all kinds of things in life in order to solve the sufferings of all living beings and reach the top of the Buddha realm. The woman heard it and actually said it made sense, which led to the two of them sleeping together under the same blanket. Yasuharu called in yesterday and he didn't go. That woman must be up to no good, either negotiating a deal or her meat skin is tight and needs loosening. A trip to Ice Dews resulted in the woman not being there. When he came back, he came to see Yu Linglong to discuss Buddhism. I'll go with you to the desolate ancient Holy Land. When Night Ming was about to leave, Yu Linglong was already fully dressed and said without joy or sorrow, How did you know I was going to the desolate ancient Holy Land? The Empress told me. Don't you go, I'll be back in a few days. Night Underworld knew chasing Moon's intention, having Jade Linglong around could better protect his safety. No, I'll have to degree you at all times. That's sticky, let's go, bald bodyguard. Next, Night Underworld rushed to the teleportation array with Qing Yao and Kill Luo Shui, Jade Linglong, Blue Snow, Shadow Charmer, and Ghost Woman. The 9 Suns Starfield consisted of just 9 ninth-class worlds, named after numbers, from the first Sun continent to the 9 Suns continent, with a major power occupying one. And the desolate ancient Holy Land is in the 8 Suns continent. One incense stick of incense after the Night Underworld. Several people entered the teleportation array. Yui also came here and once again opened the teleportation array to the 8 Suns continent. She had been having Phantom Sparrow follow Nightmare. She didn't realize that the other party had gone to the 8 Suns continent, where her first love was. She was now endlessly curious about Night Hay, and the more she learned, the more she wanted to know. In her heart, Nightmare was the enigmatic man. It's just a matter of having a good relationship with the Buddha's daughter in the Buddhist temple, and an even better relationship with the Empress. That was the Imperial Empress, the number 1 beauty of the 9 Suns Starfield. Even when she was in front of the Imperial Empress, she would unconsciously develop a sense of inferiority. But the Empress was like a clingy vixen in front of Night Hay. After hearing Phantom Bird's report, she froze like a statue for half an eon before accepting such a fact, her 3 views shattered. She suddenly felt that it was fine for someone like Night Hay to have a few more Taoists. When Night Underworld came out of the teleportation array, he had Lan Shui summon the Shen boat and rushed to the core of the desolate ancient Holy Land. The layout of each power is different. The 9 Suns continent's teleportation arrays are all in the 9 Suns Imperial City, and it is very convenient to enter and exit, while the desolate ancient Holy Land is built in the middle of a deep mountain-blessed land, and for the sake of tranquility, the teleportation arrays are far away from the core of the sect. This star was so big that even the Shen boat would have to fly for a day to reach its destination. When the Shen boat flew into the Night Underworld ended its enlightenment from the cultivation room. 20,000 enlightenment is really not to be blown away. The Yin Yang Supreme Codex easily comprehended to the 3rd layer. Now a day of cultivation could catch up with half a year of hard cultivation by others. When Night Underworld returned to his chambers, a delicate figure greeted him. Master, the water is ready, slave serves you a bath. Qing Yao tried to make her voice as gentle as possible, but it was still clear and cold. You're Falling Snow's mother, you don't need to be called master. What should I call you then? Call me husband, officer, Sangong, or Night Brother, you can choose one from among them. Nightmare flirted. Pust. Qing Yao was actually amused by him, her pretty face crawling with 2 sharp blushes. Sir, slave serves you a bath. No more washing, I'm a bit tired, I want to lie down for a while. Nightshade shook his head. Immediately after that, he saw Qing Yao directly lying down on his bed, covering her face with the quilt. What do you mean? Officer saved my life and Falling Snow's life. If you don't mind that slave is a crippled flower, I'm willing to be your bed maid. Nightmare walked towards the bed and thought, do I have a reason to dislike it? Since people are not polite, I'm polite kidneys. Chapter 53, The Insensitive Kill Falling Snow, Yui's first love Fomeo Tian. Nightmare had just kissed the woman's delicate lips when bam, it was pushed away. He whooshed to his feet while looking back at his visitor. Master, what are you doing? Kill Falling Snow poked a small head in, staring at the two of them with big, ooey-gooey eyes, curiously surveying them. Luckily the two were dressed. We're practicing. With a stern face, Night Underworld said, what are you doing here? Do you know how to knock before you come in? How old are you, and you still don't have any rules? Xingyao lowered her head after glancing at her daughter, her face instantly turned red, her ears were hot, and her heart almost jumped out of her chest. Master, I've come to ask you something about cultivation. Kill the falling snow. This moment is not like yesterday's ruthless, and normal young girls no difference, youthful spirit, sweet and lovely. She glanced at her mother, a sly glint in her eye. Go go go. Night Underworld waved his hand impatiently. Go ask the ghost woman, Blue Snow, whoever they are, just tell them I told them to ask, and they'll patiently help you out. Xingyao used her afterglow to sneak a glance at Nightmare, thinking, isn't it too obvious that you're sidetracking my daughter like this? You give her an answer before you let her go. It's been a long night. What's the difference? I'm not going, you're my master, of course I'm going to ask you. Instead of leaving, Kill Falling Snow walked in. We have to practice, we don't have the time to teach you. Night Underworld's tone is a little heartfelt. He knows a hammer cultivation. It is estimated that he does not know more than his own disciple. Why his own Dantian is like this, he did not understand. Where will teach people? When he took the other party as a disciple, he thought about it, scattering. But as a master, he can't say he doesn't understand yet. Then I'll see how you guys practice. Kill Falling Snow thought about it. No matter what, he wouldn't go out and couldn't let the two rub it in. Get out of here. Do you want to disobey your master's orders? Facing the serious look of Night Underworld, Kill Falling Snow's eyes rolled. As long as master helps me finish answering my cultivation questions, my disciple will go out. Night Underworld had no choice, and in order to not expose himself as a straw man, he pretended to say, when your mother and I are done cultivating, master will help you answer the question. Seeing as you're a good learner, the master licenses you to observe and learn from the side. Afterward, he said to Qingyao, come, let's continue our cultivation. Can that be another day? Qingyao was a bit at a loss for words. She only felt that her face was on fire, and her heart was even more like a herd of deer were banging around. Never in her life had she been so shy, and the feeling made her both excited and nervous, and a little scared at the same time. Night Underworld said in a serious manner, it's just practicing, but not doing something unseemly, so what are you afraid of? Sit cross-legged on the bed with your arms outstretched and palms facing outward. Xingyao didn't know what the man was going to do, but still did what the other said. Night Underworld sat cross-legged on the opposite side of the woman, similarly stretching out his palms and the other party's palms together. A vast stream of chi flowed along his arms, through his palms, and surged into the woman's sea of yin veins. Xingyao's body similarly gushed out a raging air current, intertwining with Night Haze air current, and then walking along the great circumference. Knowing that it was this kind of cultivation, Xingyao's hanging heart dropped. But no sooner had he put it down than his heart thumped wildly again. Her eyes were round, and her entire body seemed to have been struck by lightning, frozen in place with an exaggerated expression of disbelief on her face. Because of the extreme shock, the speech became stuttered, and even shouted out the most ambiguous name, Night. Night brother, what is going on? Just a short period of cultivation just now had unexpectedly caught up with her usual one day of cultivation. Even more shocked than her was Killing Falling Snow. The young girl covered her mouth and looked at her mother in dismay. His own lonely and arrogant big iceberg mother actually called Master Night brother? Is there something wrong with my ears? Night Underworld was unimpressed. Don't make a fuss, it's like you've never seen the world. Xingyao wanted to say, at this rate of cultivation, not to mention the great emperor realm, ascension would not even be a problem. But no one has ascended in a million years. Who can be calm no matter who they put it on? Ding! Xingyao's favorability towards the host plus 10, currently 60, cultivation growth rate 6 times, total, 60 times. What followed was a long practice. Night meditation originally thought to stay a while to kill the falling snow will go. They can also feel the cold of the iceberg. But this girl froze to accompany them to Lena Night, dead or not go. It wasn't until the following morning, when the ghost woman came to inform of the arrival at the desolate ancient Holy Land, that the little girl left. As she left, the girl gave him an impish smile. After a night's cultivation, his cultivation level reached the second level of the Dao entry. The Shen boat was suspended in the sky above the desolate ancient Holy Land like a city, and there was no light below in the blackness, as if the sun had been swallowed. Countless disciples stopped to watch. Everyone knows it's a big shot coming. I don't know if it's to back up Lu Ruyan or Han Feng. Han Feng is the one that Lu Ruyan withdrew from the marriage, and his family's power is similarly not weak, although not as good as the 9 major powers, it is only second to the 9 major powers. At this moment, a figure rose up into the sky and came to a position 100 feet in front of the Xian boat and clasped his fists, his voice respectful yet not losing its poise. Elder Feng Ao Tian of the desolate ancient Holy Land is here to greet you. May I ask which divine son of the 9 Sons Imperial Dynasty is visiting? Divine Son, the name that other powers called the Imperial Son of the 9 Sons Imperial Dynasty. Hearing the visitor, the corner of Night Underworld's mouth hooked up with a touch of evil. Feng Ao Tian? Isn't this Yui's first love? He walked unhurriedly in front, followed by a group of followers, giving people a sense of his status and majesty. When he came to the deck of the Xian boat, he saw a beautiful man among beautiful men. It was Feng Ao Tian. Man in a purple robe, people like jade, hair like ink, eyes like glaze, eyebrows like oblique sword, an ethereal temperament like the favorite of all things. No wonder he was able to conquer Yui's heart in the first place. Based on this looks and temperament alone, it is worthy of the Duke world without peer. Chapter 54 Phoenix Woman, Chosen Son disturbing Night Underworld's good things. Night Underworld glanced obliquely at the other party, his words were direct and did not hide the displeasure in his heart. Elder Wind, why didn't Mystic Shampoo come and send you, an unimpressive elder? Is it because you were looking down on this imperial prince? Although he was the ninth prince's double, he was the ninth prince in the eyes of others. The ninth prince is a possible emperor. If you really want to be an emperor, even if Mystic Shuang sees you, you will have to salute, or make a big salute. To be honest, even with his current status, an elder coming to greet him wasn't really enough. Fomeo Tian slightly frowned, his face just showed displeasure and then instantly disappeared, accompanied with a smile and said, please forgive the ninth prince, the Holy Lord and the Supreme Elder and the others have some important matters, they are in the Forbidden Land. You'll be the first to see the Holy Lord when he comes out. The shelf of the desolate ancient Holy Land is really big, even bigger than my 9 sons imperial dynasty. Nightmare Yin and Yang. I dare not, it is indeed the Holy Lord who has something to do, I beg the ninth prince's pardon. Fomeo Tian hurriedly apologized. Forget it, it would be detrimental to this emperor's status if he were to bother with a little person like you. Just after the voice of Night Underworld fell, a firelight rose up to the sky, followed by a girl with a stunning face standing next to Fomeo Tian. Her body was surrounded by seemingly endless phoenix inflammation, exuding scorching heat outwardly. The girl was really beautiful and pretty, more beautiful than Yu Linglong. A low-cut fire-red dress, head wearing phoenix feather, the whole person is full of youthful atmosphere, a pair of watery eyes as if they can speak, giving people a feeling that can be sweet or salty, as if the first love is generally good. Ding! Feng Xianer and the host are successfully bound, the woman's favorability towards the host is 0-0. Ding! Feng Xianer's moving index is 4 stars, more sensual, this woman is simple and innocent, pure like a white sheet of paper, very good at cheating. Night Underworld glanced at the 100 beauty record, the woman was on page 14, second only to chasing the moon in existence. The girl smiled sweetly at him, her voice as refreshing as a trickle of spring water. You are the ninth prince? The one who was going to marry my sister Ruyan? That's right, is Miss Siener here to act as a gatekeeper for Ruyan? Night meditation and just now is completely two people, instantly transformed into a spirited young man, the voice is clean and gentle, like flowing water striking a stone. Ha, how do you know my name? Feng Siener's clean and clear eyes were full of curiosity. Miss Sienna is so beautiful, and she's the princess of the Fire Phoenix clan of the demon god's astral domain. Not only me, but I'm afraid all the clans know your name. Nightmare wasn't complimentary, it was telling the truth. Feng Sienna was like the imperial empress of the 9 Sun Starfield, and all the other starfields knew about chasing the moon. It's not as dramatic as you make it sound. Feng Sienna was a little embarrassed and smiled sweetly, haloing her cheeks. Fomeo Tian stood next to him, feeling a bit redundant, and interjected, Ninth Prince, I'll take you to your residence first, and then you guys can talk? Night Underworld didn't even look at the other party and said to Feng Xianer, Miss Xianer, I haven't ridden a flying demonic beast in my long life, especially a fire phoenix, can you fulfill my wish and let me ride it? You didn't lie to me? Feng Xianer slightly opened her small pink mouth, revealing a look of dismay. She was a little disbelieving that a royal prince had never even ridden a mount. I couldn't lie to anyone but a kind girl like you. Alright then, your sister Ruyan's fiancé, and you're also considered my friend, so I'll fulfill your wish and let you ride once. Saying that, Feng Xianer transformed into a fiery red-bodied fire phoenix, with its wings and tail burning with a blazing fire, and its eyes like 2 blazing jewels. Come up, I'll take you to see Ruyan. Coming! Nightmare jumped onto the back of the fire phoenix, thinking that it was really so simple and so easy to trick. Glancing at the sky, if he was right, Yui was almost there. He told Qingyao and the others to follow Fomeo Tian to his residence, then turned to Feng Xianer and said, There's no hurry to see Ruyan, you take me to fly a few more laps. You sit on me or fall off. Feng Xianer took Night Underworld for a dirtbag. Night Underworld didn't care and sat on the back of the bird. Ch. A loud and clear phoenix chirp rang out, leaving only a fire shadow in the sky as the man and beast disappeared without a trace. The two flew around the neighborhood for quite a while. Finally, under the guidance of Night Hay, she descended to the top of a mountain, where Feng Xianer transformed into a human. Fairy girl, do you have a boyfriend? The Night Stalker began to show his fox's tail. What's a boyfriend? Facing the girl's gaze as clean as spring water, there was some intolerance in the heart of the night meditation, but that kind of intolerance was discarded by him in an instant, and only he could let such an innocent girl live in his dream world forever. Boyfriend means dog. Oh, then I don't have a Taoist couple yet. Mother said that so many people's hearts are black and won't allow me to find a Taoist couple, and that when the time comes, she'll arrange a Taoist couple for me within the clan. My heart is white. Why don't you be my girlfriend? What's another girlfriend? Facing the girl's question, Night Underworld thought to himself, what kind of brain circuit is this? It's also too pure. He patiently explained, girlfriend is also the meaning of Tao couple. Just as Feng Xianer was about to speak, a cracking sound rang out from the sky, followed by a lightning eagle shooting like a meteor, reaching the top of the mountain in the blink of an eye. On the back of the lightning eagle stood a tall, upright man with a clean, handsome, very manly face. "Miss Foam, I have something to find you, can we talk alone?" The person who came was no one else but Han Foam, who had been withdrawn from the marriage by Lu Ruyan, who glanced at Night Underworld and then hurriedly retracted his gaze, not daring to meet the other party's eyes again. Regardless of status or ironic killing, the Ninth Prince's name made him a bit wary. What kind of person is the Ninth Prince everyone is all clear about? When he heard the Ninth Prince and Feng Xian are alone together in the desolate ancient Holy Land, he was afraid that Feng Xian would be scourged by the other party, so he hurriedly came out to look for them. Seeing that Feng Xian was neatly dressed, the heart that was hanging in the air was put down. He wanted to tell Feng Xian what kind of person the Ninth Prince was, but he was afraid of angering the Ninth Prince, so he said to talk alone. That's right, Han Feng liked Feng Xian. Feng Xian had come to the desolate ancient Holy Land a month ago. She and Lu Ruyan were good friends and had come over specifically to play. At that time, when Han Feng saw her, he fell in love with this girl with just one glance, liking her innocence, her beauty, and her spirituality. During this month, although he did not confess, he has been hinting at his feelings, but the girl did not understand him at all. Han Feng pursued Feng Xian for another reason, deliberately showing it to Lu Ruyan. He wanted to tell the other party, if you withdraw from me, it's because you're blind, and I'm looking for a Taoist couple that's even prettier than you. It's not good, is it? I'm accompanying the Ninth Prince. Feng Xian said with a sweet smile. Night Hollow didn't say anything because the system's voice went off. Ding! The system has detected General Grade Chosen Son, Han Feng. Ding! The host will be rewarded for killing the Chosen Son, and the reward will be doubled tenfold if he makes the Chosen Son blackened. The Chosen One is divided into General, Terrible, Horrible, Trembling, Inferno, and Epic levels, with different levels and different rewards. What's in front of you is just a little shrimp. Pictures of Fengiel. Wow! Iron Man, who likes to touch bells, actually rewarded 2 inspiration capsules, scaring the baby. Also thank you to the White Lord who loves spicy sour pig heart, user 44856202, and the other sires who have rewarded me with gifts. Chapter 55, I'll bully you, what can you do? Nightmare ignored Han Feng and instead pulled Feng Xian's soft little hand. Xianer, we're talking here and this person comes over to interrupt, don't you think it's rude? Feng Xianer thought for a moment and nodded. When Han Feng saw Feng Xian's hand being pulled by Night Underworld, his blood boiled in his heart, but he dared not speak out in anger, and hurriedly explained for himself, Miss Feng, you've misunderstood me. In fact, I came over to give you a treasure. With that, he took out a blood gold-colored spirit medicine. The leaves of the elixir look like a phoenix and the flowers like a sun. Miss Feng, this is the 10,000 years phoenix sunflower. It has a 30% probability of enhancing the concentration of your fire phoenix bloodline, and there is even a 1 in 10,000 chance that it will allow your bloodline to evolve and give birth to a small amount of phoenix bloodline. The fire phoenix bloodline was only a branch of the phoenix bloodline, and it was 100,000 miles away from the pure phoenix bloodline. Even so, Feng Xian's fire phoenix bloodline concentration was not 100%. This kind of heavenly treasure had a chance to enhance the fire phoenix bloodline, and it was a heavenly chance for the fire phoenix clan. Brother Han Feng, is this for me? Feng Xian stared blearily at the 10,000 years phoenix young flower. The longing under her eyes simply could not be suppressed. Han Feng was extremely satisfied when he saw Feng Xian's fiery eyes. This was the expression he wanted to see. A touch of smugness floated on his face while glancing at Night Underworld, his gaze full of provocation and bragging. Of course, I came here to give it to you. As the words fell, Han Feng wrapped the 10,000 years phoenix young flower in his spiritual energy and graciously sent it to Feng Xian's body, but the muscles on his face twitched subtly, clearly distressed. Thank you, brother Han Feng. Feng Xian pulled her hand out of Night Hei's hand and wrapped it in a layer of mana to hold the phoenix young flower in her hand, swallowing a mouthful of saliva so hard that she couldn't wait to swallow it right now. This heaven and earth elixir was something that Han Feng had gotten with 9 deaths. It was impossible for him to give it away for nothing, so he summoned up the courage to strike while the iron was hot and confessed, Miss Feng, from the first moment I saw you, I was deeply attracted by your kindness and loveliness. I'm the holy son of the desolate ancient Holy Land, and my family is still a great clan of the human race. Are you willing to give me a chance to come into your heart? When he spoke, he purposely emphasized the word Saint Son to highlight the extraordinary status of his identity, completely worthy of the other party. Although Feng Xian was simple, she understood that the other party was trying to pursue herself. Her jade cheeks slightly floated a few wisps of redness, and she looked at the other party at a bit of a loss. At this moment, 10,000 years of phoenix sunflower in her hand is like a time bomb. Return some reluctance, do not return the equivalent of selling themselves. At the time of the dilemma, the voice of the Night Underworld rang out. Attracted by kindness and cuteness? Bull *******, I think you're just attracted to sex. With him around, it wasn't anyone else's turn to act like a pussy. Miss Fairy, what do you see here? Night Underworld's hand came in front of the girl's body, and there was a crystal clear drop of blood that looked like a blood diamond lying in his hand. The blood emitted a rich red glow, as if it was burning with endless flames, and through the bloodlight one could even see a phoenix silhouette inside. This is phoenix essence blood? Even though Feng Xian'er was a member of the Fire Phoenix clan and had heard of some of the Phoenix's treasures, she was still a little unsure when she saw this drop of blood. Because the Phoenix Essence blood was too rare and too precious, it was the most precious treasure in heaven and earth and only existed in legends. At this moment, Feng Xian'er's eyes were wider than a bullseye, staring dead on at the Phoenix Essence blood, her gaze unable to move even a fraction of a millimeter, her body couldn't stop trembling, and even her saliva was flowing out. I can't blame her for being so out of it. If the Phoenix Essence blood was gold, then the 10,000 years Phoenix flower could not even be considered as scrap metal, and the preciousness of the two was not comparable at all. It was no exaggeration to say that even if the blood of all the Fire Phoenixes in Feng Xian'er's family were refined, the Phoenix Essence blood obtained in the end wouldn't be as much as what was in Night Underworld's hands. Feng Xian'er's blood was suddenly pulled by the Phoenix Essence blood and became uncontrollably boiling like a boiling pot. She had the third highest bloodline in the Fire Phoenix clan, with 70% Fire Phoenix bloodline. If he could refine this drop of Phoenix Essence blood, he would at least evolve into the purest Fire Phoenix bloodline, and might even evolve into a Phoenix bloodline. Even 1% of the Phoenix bloodline was not something that could be compared to the Fire Phoenix bloodline. If that happened, she would be the only one in the Fire Phoenix clan with a Phoenix bloodline. The bloodline was too important to the Demonic Beast clan. How far you can go in the future is entirely determined by the bloodline. When Han Feng saw the Phoenix Essence blood in Night Underworld's hands, his face immediately became incredibly ugly, and it looked as if he had eaten fly poop. But he had nothing to say. Compared to other people's Phoenix Essence blood, his own 10,000 years Phoenix flower was indeed the trash of trash. You're the princess of the Fire Phoenix clan, you wouldn't even recognize the Phoenix Essence blood, would you? Nightmare flirted. I know, but haven't seen it. Feng Xian'er spat out her tongue in a cute manner. Are you giving me away? Of course. Nightshade nodded. Ding. Feng Xian'er has developed a favorable impression of the host due to his generosity, plus 20 favorable impression of the host, currently 20, cultivation growth rate 2x, total 62x. Feng Xian'er glanced at the 10,000 years Phoenix sunflower in her hand, and instantly felt that it didn't smell good anymore, and turned to Han Feng. My mother said that you can't receive gifts from two men at the same time, so I don't want yours. Just as she went about to return the 10,000 years Phoenix sunflower to the other party, she was snatched by Night. Hey, such a trashy thing, and you still dare to bring it out to embarrass people. Night Underworld threw the 10,000 years Phoenix flower at his feet and crushed it viciously with his feet. Yuck! And spit on it at the end. If anyone saw this, they would be spitting blood. DeYoung, you've bullied people too much. Han Feng felt as if his face had been smacked countless times, and it was hot and painful. An insult, that's the biggest insult of all. When he lost half of his life for this elixir, it took him a year to recover from his injuries, and now it was just destroyed? I'll bully you, what can you do? Night Underworld slowly raised his eyes, his gaze like an ice cone shot at the other party. The wind blew, his hair lightly raised, the killing intent on his body like a sword sheath. Get out! From now on, Feng Xian'er is my woman. If you dare to hit on her again, I will let you know why the flowers are so red. Han Feng was over 100 years old and his cultivation wasn't low. He couldn't really beat the other party, but he knew that Shadow Mistress must be nearby. There's another reason not to kill this dog coin now. Han Feng suddenly thought of his own add-up life. 100 years ago, he liked Ruyan Lu, and the two of them still had a marriage contract, but the woman forcefully withdrew from the marriage in front of hundreds of thousands of people because she disliked his qualifications, making him the laughingstock of the entire family. But now, that woman is going to marry the ninth prince. Later on, he had a golden finger, possessing a sword body, sword heart, and sword soul, and was the pride of heaven in everyone's heart, with countless women pursuing him, but he couldn't look at any of them, and was bound to find one that was better looking than Lu Ruyan. Now it was hard to find, and the chances were pretty good, but it was intercepted by the ninth prince. Can he not be angry? The more I think about it, the more I'm stifled and the more angry I get. Han Feng's forehead veins rippled, clenched fists, nails into the flesh but did not know. But he from the heart of the fear of the man in front of him, and did not dare to go out, can only be used to taunt to vent the anger in his heart. I didn't think that the titular ninth prince would want a snobbish woman like Lu Ruyan. Just wait, I'll behead her myself tomorrow. Without waiting for Night He to speak, Feng Xian'er was the first to step forward. Han Feng, what gives you the right to talk about Sister Ruyan like that? Originally, I thought you were a decent person, but I didn't expect to be this kind of person. You hold a grudge against people when they don't marry you and pursue their own happiness. You're too narrow-minded. Chapter 56, Pre-Wedding Bet, Ruyan Lu's Heavenly Diffusion Technique. Miss Feng, I'm not that kind of person. You don't know how Ruyan Lu humiliated me back then. Anxiety was written all over Han Feng's face as he kept explaining. Well, don't you dare explain. Night Underworld snorted coldly and said disdainfully, what's wrong with a powerful woman? That just means you're a loser. If you could conquer her, would she withdraw from you? Would she despise you? She'll just follow you with all her heart. In the end, it's you who are not good as a person, but you find so many reasons to blame this and that, so disgraceful to men. Also, I'm warning you, if you dare to hurt a single hair on Ruyan Lu, I'll skin you alive. Ding! Because the host's words were approved by Feng Xian'er, and because you defended her friend Lu Ruyan, Her favoritism towards the host is +10, currently 30, and her cultivation grows at 3 times the rate, total, 63 times. DeYoung, I'm not one to be bullied. Han Feng couldn't hold back any longer, the anger in his heart erupted like a volcano, and a hideous killing intent appeared on his face. You're nothing, you don't deserve to be bullied. Night Underworld didn't kill the other party at first because he didn't want to be counted on, but this dog coin even showed his killing intent towards him, so let's kill and take some benefits, and fatally said into the void, Shadow Charm, kill him. He had asked the system, even if someone else helped him kill the chosen one, as long as it came from him, there would be the same reward. Ninth Prince, Han Feng isn't too bad, can you not kill him? Feng Xianer's bright, water-stopping eyes looked toward Night He with a plea. Well, listen to you. Night Underworld nodded and stared at the nonsense. I'm the kindest person, if I really want to kill him, I'll feel bad about my faults for many days. Truly, a gentleman never makes a move until someone pisses me off. A woman hadn't been able to stop his decision, and promised Feng Xianer because he realized that Shadow Mistress wasn't there, or else she would have come out a long time ago. He can't beat Han Feng, in case he makes the other party anxious and plays himself to death, he might as well use the slope to get off the donkey, and he can still sell Feng Xianer a face. Ding! Feng Xianer's favoritism towards the host is +10 because of the host's kindness, currently 40, cultivation growth rate 4x, total 64x. Hey, shame on you, it's a bit of a shame to take this favor, Nightmare said in his mind. Hearing that he wouldn't kill himself, Han Feng let out a long breath of relief and cast a grateful glance at Feng Xianer, who had literally broken out in a cold sweat just now. Now that he was going to die, the humiliation that Ruyan Lu had brought to him could no longer be washed away, and Feng Xianer wouldn't have the slightest relationship with himself anymore. Feng Xianer was willing to stand up and help him, she definitely cared about him in her heart. Yes, definitely. Thinking of this, Han Feng's heart was sweet. Why don't you get lost and wait for me to give you a ride? The night meditation breathed deeply, coldness rising from the soles of his feet. Han Feng glanced fondly at Feng Xianer and left in the lightning eagle. Feng Xianer's eyes were fiery as she stared at the phoenix essence blood in Night He's hand, wanting and embarrassed to say it, asking a silly question. When you say I'm your woman, do dogs just kiss and tell? The other party asked what question. Night Underworld didn't even feel strange, pinched the other party's face and laughed. Yes or no, why don't we try? No, only if my mother agrees. Feng Xianer's little brain shook like a rattle. Who said to you that couples only kiss? Sister Ruyan told me. She doesn't even have a Taoist herself, so what does she know about shoveling? Night Underworld saw that the other party had been staring at the phoenix essence blood, so he naturally knew what the other party had in mind, but he was a night buckler, and he wouldn't let go of the eagle without seeing the rabbit. Fairy, let me ask you a few questions. Yeah, you ask. Feng Xianer's eyes were clear and her voice was as wonderful as a yellow warbler. Did your mother ever tell you not to take other people's gifts lightly? No. Feng Xianer shook her head and continued. My mother just said that cultivators fight with their destiny, fight with the heavens, and that for the sake of chance, brothers will turn against each other, Dao couples will betray each other, and fathers and sons will fight each other. She told me to never believe anyone's bull **** when I meet a chance. Your mother was right. Night Underworld placed the phoenix essence blood under the other party's eyes, then you say, is this considered a chance? Calculate, not only calculate, but also a heavenly chance. That's just it, this kind of heavenly chance, if others meet it will they fight to the death? Definitely. Right, the chance that others fight for with their lives, if I give it to you, you'll definitely think that I'm not being kind to you, won't you? Night Underworld thought that the other party would definitely say yes, and then he could say that he would give it away when the two of them were on good terms, but what he didn't expect was that Feng Xianer didn't speak right away, biting her lip, her eyes dribbling, and finally stifling a sentence. I don't think you're a bad person. Xianer, you're the only one who understands me best. Night Underworld regretted not bringing Yu Linglong out so that she could listen to what people said about this. Hey, it's the fairy's eyes that shine. He was so warm and touched inside that he almost dropped a few drops of cat pee. Fairy, do you think a normal friend would give such an expensive gift to each other? No way. Then shouldn't such an expensive gift be given to someone you like? Yes. Feng Xianer nodded. Night Underworld stroked the girl's head and continued to lasso. Xianer is so smart. Then when you like me, I'll give you the phoenix essence blood, okay? What's like? Feng Xianer said with a confused look on her face. Liking is when that person's shadow will be in your mind so often that it won't go away, and you'll worry about his safety and everything. So what does one do to like someone? Feng Xianer decided to go back and ask Ruyan Lu so that she could like the other person right away. This question is really difficult to Night He. After holding back for half a day, he pretended to be profound and said, like can only be expressed, cannot be said. Alright then, when I like you, you have to give me the phoenix essence blood. No problem. The two of them chatted for a while longer before Feng Xianer transformed into a fire phoenix to carry Night Underworld back to the desolate ancient Holy Land. Ruyan Lu was a member of the Lu family, and her status in the desolate ancient Holy Land was not low, having her own independent mountain peak. Feng Xianer landed in front of a large hall at the top of the mountain, and Night Underworld jumped to the ground, not letting the other party follow her in, and also letting her walk away from her, fearing that if she hurt this innocent and lovely girl in a while. Seeing Feng Xian'er leave, he walked into the large hall and saw Lu Ruyan. She wore a white embroidered pink lotus flower bustier and a long black dress underneath, with 3 pink petals painted between her eyebrows, and her lips were dainty and beautiful. Shapely body, skin racing snow, a head of green silk hanging down to the waist is not a handful, jade legs are long and round, lotus breast is jade peak propped up an exaggerated arc. Ding! Lu Ruyan and the host are successfully bound. The woman's favorability towards the host is 0-0. Ding! Ruyan Lu's moving index is 2 stars, not easy to move. At the same time that Night Underworld was sizing up the woman, Ruyan Lu was also sizing him up. After sizing each other up, their eyes met in the air. Lu Ruyan hooked her lips and smiled. The look was as if everything was under her control. Should I call you the Ninth Prince, or should I call you the Demon Son? Being recognized identity, the bottom of the eyes of the night meditation did not give birth to a ripple. Walked to the woman's body, big hand in her like porcelain neck rubbing, as if at any time will be crushed the smooth snow-white neck, evil smile, believe it or not I kill you to silence? Unbelievable. Ruyan Lu shook her head slightly, her ancient well was unperturbed. Ha ha ha, I know you don't believe me, so I have no intention of killing you. Nightmare retracted his hand, but violently yanked the woman into his arms. The woman's back pressed against his chest, and he wrapped his hands around the other woman's slender, waspish waist. Lu Ruyan didn't resist, letting the man embrace her. Her autumn water-like eyes suddenly deepened, making people wonder what she was thinking. It seems like you know it all. Is this my punishment? That's right. Night Underworld supported his chin on the woman's shoulder, a wisp of murderous intent rising from the depths of his chest like winter descending. Are you disappointed that I didn't kill Han Feng? That's right, he didn't want to kill Han Feng at that time. He just didn't want to get into this woman's trap, and then he decided to kill Shadow Mistress and wasn't there. From the time Feng Xian'er went to pick him up, Ruyan Lu had already laid out her plans. This woman knew that Han Feng liked Feng Xian'er, and also knew his character well enough to conclude that he would like this innocent little fire phoenix, which was why she deliberately let Feng Xian'er go alone. Didn't let Feng Xian'er in because she didn't want her to know that she was being used by her best friend. Whether or not Lu Ruyan had used the technique of heavenly diffusion, Night Underworld wasn't too sure. If she hadn't, then this woman's mind was not simple. No disappointment, Han Feng's destiny is powerful, it won't be easy to kill him. Ruyan Lu didn't deny it and admitted it greatly. When are we getting married? Nightshade's hand traveled up from the small of his back. Win me anytime, even in a couple of days before you cave in first. Tell me, what do you want to compete with me? It's simple. Lu Ruyan broke away from Night Underworld and turned around to hook his neck. Tomorrow, Han Feng and I will go on the life and death stage. We'll bet on whether Han Feng will die or not, and as long as you pick the right one, I'll marry you. I'm sure you'll say I have a heavenly diffusion. To be fair, I'll let you choose first. You pick the rest to be mine. You know what I choose, isn't it redundant to ask? Nightmare smiled lightly. It doesn't say, you picked Han Feng to die? That's right, this time I was willingly used by you. Nightmare nodded, and in his heart, he did think so. From the moment Han Feng revealed his killing intent towards him, he had sentenced the other party to death. Even though blackening the chosen one would have a tenfold reward, he was too troublesome, so he might as well just kill the pain. Lu Ruyan had the art of heavenly diffusion and must have predicted something to happen, but he really didn't believe in it. Even if he didn't need to use yin-yang reversal, he could still decide the life and death of a Han Feng. Where are you being used by me? You are displeased with my heavenly diffusion technique, aren't you? After Ruyan Lu finished, the two of them looked at each other and smiled, with a great feeling of hating each other. Ding! Ruyan Lu appreciates the host's intelligence, plus 10 favorability towards the host, currently 10, cultivation growth rate 1x, total 65x. Nightmare picked the woman up in a princess hug and strutted toward the dormitory. This time you will lose for sure. Why in 2 days cave-in? I see now is quite good. Pictures of Lu Ruyan. Thank you, Shinong Emperor and your majesties, for your gifts. It's the beginning of the month, and the cat wants to try to get on the list, shamelessly for once, pleading with everyone to give a brush for the love of power. Forget it, you guys just don't see it. Shame on you. Chapter 57, Bullying his woman, not even his own father. There is a bamboo house in a lush green bamboo forest. 2 women sat opposite each other, one in a black robe and the other in a red dress. The woman in the red dress was unreasonably beautiful, unrealistically beautiful, indistinguishable from Chasing the Moon, except that Chasing the Moon's beauty was flirtatious and enchanting, while her beauty was intellectual. If placed in Blue Star, she is somewhat like a teacher in the university, full of poetry, quiet and elegant, with connotation, taste and cultivation. The black-robed woman was none other than Shadow Charm. She stroked the sword in her hand and said without lifting her head, Elder sister, I heard that you're looking for a man to enter into a love affair and plant the red dust seed? The red-skirted woman was none other than the second beauty of the Nine Suns star realm, Mystic Sharon, who nodded her head slightly. That's right, I've already reached my bottleneck, and if I don't plant the red dust seed, my cultivation will stop at this point. How have you been all these years? Is the Empress treating you well? I can't talk about good or bad, but the Empress is treating me well. Shadow Phantom's voice was hoarse, but it wasn't hard to hear that it was filled with a faint sadness, as if he no longer had any hope for life. Why don't you come back? Senior sister will take care of you, Mystic Shirt advised. Shadamas shook his head and rejected the other party's goodwill. No, let's talk about your business. Have you thought about who to find to plant the red dust seed? I heard that Fong Aotion has been courting you. How is he? Him? Mystic Sharon laughed disdainfully, lifting her teacup, her delicate lips resting on the rim of the cup, and faintly took a sip before saying, that person has beauty alone, but his character is no good. Senior sister, you've spent time in the Red Dust Valley, and you know that if you find someone with a bad character to enter into a relationship, then senior sister will live the rest of her life as if it were worse than death. The universe is huge and there are countless worlds, but the right person is so hard to find. Character is good but not the qualification. Qualification is good but not the appearance. Appearance is good but not the background. Hey, all in all, the perfect person is not easy to find. Through my screening of character, qualifications, appearance, and background, I finally felt that only one person was suitable. Planting the red dust seed was the equivalent of giving oneself unreservedly to the other person, and that person's qualifications were equally important in addition to good character. Because a man's credentials affects the lost garments. It's like a complementary relationship. The better the other party's qualifications, the faster she would cultivate, and vice versa. The Emperor's star? Shadamas looked up at the other man, his hand stroking his sword, pausing. She certainly knew the importance of character. In the beginning, she fell in love with a man and intended to enter into love with that person, and just when she was about to plant the red dust seed, she realized that the other person was actually an evil cultivator. Countless women have been sucked to death by that man, and with her, they just wanted to suck her. Though she had not planted the red dust seed, she was already in love too deeply. Unable to accept such a result for a while, he became a devil from the red dust and killed millions of men in anger, completely losing the sanity that he should have. It was chasing the moon that made Cliffless save her. Since then, she had given her life to chasing the moon. That's right, I think only Di Xing is the most suitable. His qualifications, character, background, and appearance are all extraordinary. I plan to talk to him in the next few days. Mystique had already made up her mind that there was no one else better than Tixing. Originally, the desolate ancient Holy Land had supported the ninth prince as an emperor, and if Emperor Star had agreed to her entering into a love affair, then she would have supported the other party. Senior sister, this person is not suitable for you to enter into love. Shadamas took the initiative to explain, this person is good at everything, but he's too old-fashioned and too serious. You know about him killing Ruyan Lu's brother, don't you? Such a person will not live long unless he has the luck to go against the weather. He's going to die, and you're in love with him, and then you'll have to go with him. Seeing her senior sister's tangled face, she said again, Senior sister, I do have a suitable candidate. I wonder if you're willing? The most terrible thing about the red dust species is that when a man dies, the woman simply can't get over her grief and ends up martyring herself for the man. In the beginning, Shadow Charmer did not plant the red dust seed, just too deep into love, betrayed by men or into the devil. Who? Mystic Shirt's eyes lit up with interest. Ninth Prince. Hearing her senior sister's reply, Mystic Shuang's face, which had been so excited just a moment ago, was suddenly covered with a layer of frost. Senior sister, are you kidding? Who doesn't know what the ninth prince is like? If I planted the red dust seed on him, I'd be jumping into a fire pit. Do you know why we didn't go to greet you, but only sent Fong Aotion? Because I hate this man. If it weren't for the face of the Empress, would I support him? I'm your senior sister, so don't hurt me. Shadowmist was chasing the moon's beloved, so there were some secrets that he naturally knew. Thinking that Mystique was just like her own sister, she hesitated for a moment and made a decision in her mind. Even if she went back to be executed by the Empress, she still told what she knew. After hearing this, a strong shock appeared on Miss Ang's face as she repeatedly asked back, he's not the ninth prince? He's the devil's son of the devil clan? Raising 2 minor realms in one day? The Empress is his woman? The Empress said he could break the curse and ascend within 1,000 years? Not only does he ascend, but he can take others with him? How is this possible? Hey! A touch of loss crossed the bottom of Shadowmist's eyes and she sighed with a sigh, Elder sister, you and I are like sisters, how could I possibly lie to you or harm you? The Empress is a pickier person than you, her heart is higher than the sky, look at her now, in front of Night Hay she is more well behaved than a kitten, every time she will use all her strength just for the man to stay with her for a moment longer. She used to be dedicated to the Tao, a cultivation maniac, and now she didn't cultivate every day when she was alone, she just sat there in a daze, looking forward to seeing Night Underworld sooner. I just don't look as good as you do. Or else I would have taken the initiative to stick it to him and let him take me up. This man was overbearing and ruthless, even more so than the ninth prince, but the difference between him and the ninth prince was that he was good to his woman. Bullying his woman, not even his own father. A man like that, do you think he'd betray you? He is the only one who is best suited for sister to enter into love. And this person has a good degree of tension and relaxation, and those who can't beat them will make bad things behind their backs, and only such a person can live for a long time. In the meantime, Nightmare walked away from Ruyan Lu. I didn't get a big advantage, just a little one, a kiss. After returning to the residence arranged by the desolate ancient Holy Land, he directly drilled into Qingyao's room. Before they got together, a woman's body was like a light veil, so that one could always resist the urge to uncover it. Night Underworld then wanted to uncover Qingyao's light veil, but having just arrived at the other party's room, and before he could do his business, his precious disciple, like a ghost, came in to make trouble again, and he seriously suspected that this girl was doing it on purpose. "Are you spying on me?" Night Underworld grimaced and asked, pointing at the other party's nose. "Master, I just came to see my mother," Kill Falling Snow said with an innocent face. "Okay, I'm going." Night Underworld left and went straight into Yu Linglong's room to study Buddhism. This study went on until the following morning. At this moment, his heart was very excited, more so than when he won $5 million at Blue Star. It's because Yu Linglong has increased her favorability. But then again, it's only up 1 point. Even 1 point, at the very least, proves that a woman is not a woman with a heart of gold. Back to give him a big son, do not believe that will pull her not into the red dust. After tidying up, the group came to the life and death stage. The life and death stage was surrounded by people. Someone had prepared a special chair for night meditation. He sat in the center, with Yu Linglong on his left, Feng Xianer on his right, and the remaining few standing behind him. Nightmare looked around and still didn't see Mystic Shirt. Yui came and sat not far from him. The one presiding over this life and death battle was a Tai Shan elder, a crone on the verge of death. Feng Ao Tian stood behind the old crone. Lu Ruyan and Han Feng stood in the ring facing each other from afar, the atmosphere of the scene extraordinarily depressing. "Ruyan Lu, 100 years ago you withdrew from my marriage in front of so many people and made me suffer humiliation. You didn't expect that there would be today, did you?" Han Feng's gaze was frosty, and the powerful pressure of the 9th level of the Dharma Tribulation realm pressed toward his opponent with a sweeping aura. "You're so full of crap and abrasive, it's just one more time, and I'm still withdrawing from you." Ruyan Lu's eyes were filled with sarcasm, and the powerful aura of the 8th level of the Dharma Tribulation swept out. She was good at the art of heavenly diffusion, and her special physique was the 11th on the list of all bodies, mainly for the prediction of destiny, and her cultivation was a bit worse, therefore it was one small realm lower than the other party. Night Underworld lethargically leaned back in his chair as Qingyao rubbed his shoulders from behind. When he saw Ruyan Lu's realm, he frowned slightly. This woman couldn't beat Han Feng, but there was no way she would let herself die. With her heavenly diffusion technique, if she knew she would die, would she still go on the life and death stage? "Isn't that Han Feng who died? Don't I win?" But yesterday, looking at her confidence, she was winning. "Isn't she the one who died then? That contradicts it. It's impossible to beat me with death. Could it be that she has realized the way of fate? Impossible, the way of fate is the most illusory, who can comprehend it? Ah, Ruyan Lu, I will wash away my shame with your blood." Han Feng was completely furious, his face grim, like a wild beast that had gone mad, the sword in his hand slashed out fiercely, and several sword chi swept over Lu Ruyan. Ruyan Lu began to build a defense, waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. Night Underworld didn't say anything and quietly watched the two fight, wanting to see it first. Chapter 58, Blackening. Ruyan Lu says she'll never lose. The fighting is getting more and more intense. On the stage of life and death, the sword chi crisscrossed like a blistering rain, tearing the air to shreds and emitting sharp and ear-piercing sounds. These sword chi intertwined into a dense sword net in the air, enveloping Lu Ruyan, seemingly wanting to pierce her through the heart with 10,000 arrows and pulverize her body. This was the sword Dao that Han Feng had comprehended, but it was only the initial stage, sword intent. As Night He had guessed, Ruyan Lu had indeed not yet comprehended the way of fate, but had realized the way of fire, only just comprehending the law of flame. The stage of life and death seemed to be a sea of fire, the blazing heat was suffocating, even the air was burned and twisted out of shape. Countless flames flew against Han Feng's sword chi. As time slowly passed, Ruyan Lu became more and more wretched, with multiple wounds appearing on her body, and her white dress had been dyed blood red. She took advantage of Han Feng's urging to attack and said to Night Underworld, "Looks like I've won." The Night Undertaker had a thoughtful look on his brow, still not figuring out what this woman was up to. He slowly stood up, his eyes as deep as stars looking straight at the woman. "You don't have to provoke me, I will win this bet. If you die, who can I marry tonight? Ha ha ha. Wait for me at night by washing aroma." Han Feng's mind shook violently when he heard these words, and his body nearly fell onto the ring. Night Underworld doesn't care about that much, waving his hand to the shadow phantom behind him. "Kill Han Feng." Regardless of what the woman wanted, Nightmare only had his own interests in mind. Killing Han Feng would do him no harm. There are systematic rewards and a beautiful woman to hold. Without the slightest hesitation after hearing the order, Shadowmist quickly pinched her hands together and surging spiritual energy gushed out from her palms. Immediately afterward, an immense and incomparable golden palm coalesced in the void above the life and death stage. The palm of the hand was 100 feet in size and emanated a palpitating aura. With the Shadow Phantom's intention, the golden palm immediately whistled and slapped down towards the life and death platform, bringing up a violent and extremely strong wind, causing the entire space to tremble. Bang! The defense formation of the life and death platform was like paper mache, instantly being shot to the west bar broken. Han Feng was about to finish off Ruyan Lu with a single move when the golden palm suddenly slapped at him, and faced with a power he couldn't match, he wore a look of shock on his face as his whitened lips involuntarily trembled. Di Yang, I'll day your ancestors. All the surrounding disciples watching were all confused. Killing their holy son in the desolate ancient Holy Land, this person's guts were too big. When they heard the words Di Yang, people didn't feel strange anymore. Go ahead, the ninth prince's ancestors are all in the imperial tomb, feel free today. Knight Styx laughed evilly. His words seemed to reveal his identity, but the scene was chaotic, everyone's attention was on the life and death stage, how could they pay attention to his words? Just when Han Feng thought he would surely die, the old crone who had presided over the battle of life and death instantly appeared at his side and blasted a fist into the air above his head. The palm that was about to fall collided with a huge fist. There was a loud boom. Immediately afterward, a huge aftershock quickly spread outward like ripples. Put! A good number of disciples were all lifted off by the aftermath and spat out a mouthful of blood waves. The night underworld, several people were protected by the light shield that blue snow had formed in front of them, unharmed. Brushing shoulders with death, Han Feng's legs kept trembling, long gone was the harshness of that meeting, hiding behind the old crone. And the old crone was backfired by the golden palm of the shadow charmer, puking out a mouthful of blood, her already pale cheeks becoming even more eerie and terrifying. Ninth Prince, please listen to me. Cough. The old crone coughed twice and continued, now it is a life and death battle, as long as it is on the life and death stage, one person must die before it can end. Please don't break the rules of the desolate ancient Holy Land, Ninth Prince. Night Underworld's eyes didn't contain half a bit of temperature, shrugged his shoulders, and smiled evilly, I didn't break the rules of the desolate ancient Holy Land. As you said earlier, only one person will survive. That's why I let Han Feng die and let Ruyan Lu live, ending the life and death battle early. What? You have a problem with that? This is simply unreasonable bullying. The old crone thought so in her heart, but she did not dare to say it. With her status to accuse the 9 imperial sons is not enough. The entire desolate ancient Holy Land, only the Holy Master Mystic Schwein can talk to the 9 imperial sons, although the old emperor is dead, but the roots of the 9 sons imperial dynasty are very stable. The number 1 power in the 9 sons star region was not something to be talked about. She didn't want to invite trouble to the desolate ancient Holy Land, so she could only hold back the indignation in her heart and said in a pleasant manner, Ninth Prince, you're misunderstanding what I mean. Ruyan Lu was a holy maiden, and she was also a member of the Lu family, more noble than Han Feng's status, and the desolate ancient Holy Land wasn't targeting her. Both of them went to the stage of life and death of their own free will. Since ancient times, as long as one is on the life and death stage, outsiders are not allowed to intervene regardless of their status. Night Underworld's lazy gaze looked at the old crone and said in a domineering manner, I don't care if others intervene or not, and I don't care if there was this kind of thing in the past, but for today's life and death stage, this prince has the final say. Whoever I tell to die will die, and whoever I tell to live will live. The clayman still has 3 points of fire, although the old crone didn't say anything harsh, her tone was a few points colder. Ninth Prince, this is the desolate ancient Holy Land, not the 9 Yang's imperial dynasty, please don't meddle in our clan's affairs. No. Night Underworld waved his hand, his expression cold, Ruyan Lu is my fiancé, if I can't even protect my fiancé, won't I be laughed out of the room when I say it? Besides, I warned Han Feng yesterday that if he dares to touch my woman, I'll kill him. Look how he hurt my Ruyan. My woman, my own father can't even touch her except for me. Ding! Feng Xianer, because of the host's behavior of protecting his wife, considers the host to be a man of great affection and righteousness, and has a favoritism towards the host of plus 10, currently 50, and a cultivation growth rate of 5 times, total, 66 times. Ding! Qingyao does the same, plus 10 favorability towards the host, currently 70, cultivation growth rate 7x, total, 67x. Night Underworld heard the system voice and glanced at the 2 girls, then looked around the void and saw that there were quite a few strong people coming, standing in the void and eyeing them intently. He didn't think it was a big deal and continued, the people I brought with me can't beat the strongest people from the desolate ancient sacred ground, but if you guys block me today, I'll have Shadow Charm go on a killing spree here, picking out the weaker disciples to kill first. We won't stop until there's blood on the streets. You guys want to kill her, feel free. It's fine if you want to kill me, as long as you're not afraid that the Divine Mechanism guards and Hidden Dragon guards will kill you, whatever. Shinjiwei and Hidden Dragonwei don't participate in the Imperial fights, as long as they don't harm the lives of the Imperials. A few Imperials can do whatever they want to do with each other, they can play all sorts of intrigues and tricks, destroying each other's reputations, and pulling in other people's supporters, and this is only done to elect the most suitable emperor. A righteous Di Xing may not necessarily be suitable to be an emperor, and a vicious and venomous Di Yang may not necessarily be unsuitable to be an emperor. The position of an emperor requires an all-round talent with heart, power, and guts. Of course, there was a time limit to the protection of Shinji and Hidden Dragon, and they could be ordered as soon as a new emperor arose. When the new emperor wants to kill the other emperors, then, whatever. The 9 royals were now as safe as if they had just entered the game and stayed in a newbie village. Don't look at it as if you don't usually see the Divine Opportunity Guards and the Hidden Dragon Guards. but as long as someone kills the Imperial Prince, they'll definitely show up. Imperial sons are not even allowed to kill each other, let alone an outsider killing an Imperial son of the Nine Sons Imperial dynasty. Of course, Night Underworld knew that he was not under the protection of Shinji and Hidden Dragon, and if the crone really wanted to kill him, they would not show up, so saying so was just pulling the tiger's skin. But, the crone didn't know that he was the fake Ninth Prince. It was impossible for the other party to let the desolate ancient Holy Land be destroyed for the sake of a Han Feng. When the old woman heard about the Divine Mechanism Guards and the Hidden Dragon Guards, her eyes like dry wells were filled with fear. Di Yang, you're being overbearing, this is the desolate ancient Holy Land. Seeing that so many powerful people had come, and that there was an old crone protecting him, Han Feng became much bolder and stepped out from behind the old crone, strutting his stuff. I'll be bossy, what can you do about it? Nightmare pointed his finger downward and made a gesture. Then he instructed Shadow Charm, keep killing, I'll see who dares to touch you. If you die here, within 7 days, I'll level the desolate ancient Holy Land and avenge you. Yes, master. Just as Shadow Phantom was about to continue to make a move, Feng Aotian hurriedly stepped forward. Ninth Prince, wait. If you have something to say it and fart it. Nightstick said without a trace of anger. I'll discuss this with the Supreme Elder, so wait a little. Feng Aotian had already decided in his heart to hand over Han Feng. This was a rare opportunity to show that he could turn around and tell Mystic Sharon that he was dedicated to the safety of the desolate ancient sacred ground, and that he wouldn't even furrow his brow if his life was needed to protect the desolate ancient sacred ground one day. Maybe Mystique will fall in love with him once she's moved. 10 breaths of time, not one more. After finishing his speech, Night Underworld continued to sit on the chair and crossed his legs. Qingyao rubbed his shoulders, and his disciple came to his body and squatted down to help him pound his legs. Feng Aotian quickly transmits with the old crone's soul. Soon 10 breaths were up. Feng Aotian cupped his fists at night. Hey, Ninth Prince, do you think this will work? Han Feng and Lu Ruyan will be considered a draw, and the life and death battle will end here. Han Feng was still a bit nervous just now, afraid that the Holy Land would betray him for fear of the Ninth Prince's background, and when he heard Feng Aotian's words, the corner of his mouth hooked up into a smug arc. It seems that I was overthinking it. With his qualifications, how could the sect abandon him? No, Han Feng must die. Nightmare didn't even bother to lift his eyelids and shook his head. Alright then, I'll leave Han Feng in your hands. Feng Aotian shook his head helplessly. When Yui saw Feng Aotian's ugly face, even sending her own son out, a flash of blood color flashed in her eyes. Killing intent broke out with her breath. I'm a holy son, how can you do this to me? When Han Feng saw that the clan had given up on him, his eyes instantly turned scarlet and filled with crazy killing intent, and his hair began to fly up as if it was being blown by the wind, but there was actually no wind around. His face was even more hideous, his teeth clenched together, making crunching sounds, each breath carrying a strong killing intent and resentment, as if he wanted to destroy the entire world. Oh, I can't believe it's going dark. Night Underworld's eyes lit up at the sight of Han Feng. Even so, he had no intention of leaving the other party behind. How can it be that easy to hack the Chosen One to get 10 times the reward? Blacking out takes a long time. Besides, he wanted to see if fate couldn't really be changed by human thought. As long as he killed Han Feng, then Lu Ruyan's heavenly diffusion technique was a joke. At that moment, Ruyan Lu came next to him, and Nightmare took the woman into his arms as soon as she sat on his lap. If you lose, I'll kill Han Feng right away. No! Ruyan Lu shook her head. I didn't lose, you did. If you don't believe me, try killing Han Feng and see if you can kill it? The woman's smile was full of confidence, and Night Hollow really didn't believe it. No matter who stopped it, he killed it. Shadowmist, kill him. Chapter 59 Yui's son? Just as Shadowmist was about to make his move, there was an accident. Night Underworld's sea of consciousness resounded with Yui's urgent soul transmission. Please don't kill him, quickly make Shadow Charm stop, I have something to say to you. Shadow Charmer. Night Underworld raised his hand to make a gesture of not moving first, and then his soul transmitted his voice to Yui. Alright, go ahead, what is it? Get to the point, I don't have time for bull ********. There was some curiosity in his heart as to why Yui would help Han Feng. Yui said bluntly, as long as you don't kill Han Feng, I promise to cooperate with you to destroy the marriage between Lei Ri and the Grand Prince, how about that? Not enough, as I told you the other day, if you come begging me again, it won't be as simple as cooperation, it will cost you a lot. Yui bit her lip and said with a threatening tone, Night Underworld, right? I already know your identity, and you don't want your identity to be exposed, right? Where's the evidence? The bottom of the Night Meditation's heart did not give birth to the slightest ripple, the tone of voice playful taste. Without evidence, what you say someone will believe. You've been working hard these days, haven't you? Did the Phantom Sparrow get tired? Do you want me to prepare some space spirit worms for it as a treat? Sure enough, he is deliberately letting me know the identity. This man is too bad. Yui was mad in her heart. That day she suspected that it was Night Hei's deliberate attempt to arouse her interest, but then she thought about it. Exposing such an important identity just to get her attention, it is unlikely. In the absence of evidence, no one really believed her, an outsider, when she said that one of the imperial sons of the Nine Sons imperial dynasty was a fake or a demon. Perhaps, it would also steal the chicken and provoke retaliation from the Nine Sons imperial dynasty. Thinking about it, she could only add chips. You caught my attention, isn't that because you're attracted to me? How about this? As long as you let Han Feng go, how about I make a woman for you? We'll work together to deal with the Lei family, and when I take control of the Lei family, it's equivalent to you taking control of the Lei family. For some reason, as she finished the sentence, images of many men and women flashed through her mind and were somewhat mesmerizing. Ding! Because the host has let Yui know about your powerful side over the past few days and managed to get her attention, her favorability towards the host is plus 10, currently 60, and her cultivation growth rate is 6 times, total, 68 times. Knight understood that from the time he came to the Eight Suns continent, this woman hadn't been spying on him, or else his and Xingyao's cultivation would have made the woman more interested. Mistakes. It's a bit of a miss. Instead of answering whether the other party could or could not, he asked in return, I'm curious, why did you have to save Han Feng? Because he's my son. Yui didn't hide it and said truthfully. This is a big melon. Night Meditation has seen the information of Yui, there is really no such information. Curious asked, Han Feng is not surnamed Han? He's the son of you and old dog Han? Or the son of you and Feng Ao Tian? How much of a red herring do you really have? What? I'm going to womanize you and you resent my past? There was an indefinable sadness in the ghostly voice. That's not true, just curious. I don't want to, but what can I do if I can't meet a good man? Yui simply explained, I've had 2 men before, Feng Ao Tian and Lei Ri. At that time, when I was separated from Feng Ao Tian, I happened to be pregnant, so I secretly gave birth to the child. If the family found out, they wouldn't let Han Feng off the hook. When the child was born, I planted him with the treasure of bloodline concealment, and the main mother of the Han family was a good friend of mine, so I gave them the child to raise. So, except for a few people in the Han family, no one knows that Han Feng is my son, not even Han Feng himself. Then does Feng Ao Tian know? He didn't realize I was pregnant at the time. Ayo, I said how could Feng Ao Tian let Han Feng die? He doesn't know it, but he's no good, just a hypocrite. The ghostly pan-cold voice was full of contempt, and the Night Meditation knew that there was still a story here as soon as he heard it, so he asked, in the beginning, Feng Ao Tian didn't separate from you just for the sake of Mystic Sharon, right? Does he deserve it? Yui said disdainfully, I'm the one who doesn't want him. Back then, he said something was wrong and he was gone for months at a time. I later learned that he went to various small worlds, specializing in finding those beautiful widows, suppressing people in the middle of the night, and forcing. The most unacceptable thing to me is that he seduced my sister, Yumeng, on the basis of his good looks. My sister is dedicated to cultivation, how could she look at him? If it wasn't for my face, my sister would have told the old emperor about this. Feng Ao Tian just wouldn't have enough lives to die even if he had 10,000 lives. This is to sister all you can eat Night Meditation did not expect to look at the gentle and elegant Wind Ao Tian, will play so flower, your sister a dance of the country, brewing wine is still good, have the opportunity to I want a taste. There will be a chance, if you agree to my conditions, we will be family from now on. At night, you'll be able to get under my covers and cuddle up to me. Yui seduced again. She thought that Night Underworld would definitely agree, after all, she could help the other party to destroy the marriage, and also have one more great beauty as her lover, no matter it was her identity or beauty, no more than a palmful better than her, and to put a green hat on the head of the family of the 9 powers, who in the world's men didn't want to do that. Unexpectedly, Night Underworld said, although beauty is beautiful, and there is still rhyme, but I am not lacking. You missed your best chance to work with me. Night Underworld had his own ideas and didn't believe that fate could sway his decision. Ruyan Lu said that he was bound to lose, so he was inclined to win for once. As for Yui, he ate it up. It's just a matter of time. In fact, Yui heart some regret, that day in the man's arms crying, if he was in the pampering, take the initiative, the two will also be together. It wasn't even a matter of words to get Nightmare to release Han Feng now. But at that time, she really didn't have a heart for Night Hey. It's too late for your heart to move. But he mustn't let Night Underworld kill his own son, and if he can't, he'll step in and stop it himself, and expose Han Feng as her son if he wants to. After Night Underworld and Yui ended their exchange, they were about to give orders to Shadowmist, when a heavenly ethereal voice resounded in their heads. Stop it, this ends here. Asterisk 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 asterisk, who are you? Nightmare asked in a lip sync as he couldn't find the source of the voice. Ding! Binding of Mystic Shirt to the host is successful. The woman's favorability towards the host is 00. Ding! It's not easy to say that Mizuno's moving index is both 1 and 5 stars, if you plant love it's 5 stars, if you don't plant love it's 1 star, chilling heart. Only after hearing the system's voice did he figure out that the woman who spoke was Mystic Dress, the Holy Lord of the desolate ancient Holy Land. Night Underworld then saw the woman on the 100 Flowers Atlas, on the 11th page, next to Chasing the Moon. Beautiful, so beautiful that heaven and earth lose their colors, so beautiful that the universe turns upside down. Her beauty was the kind of intellectual beauty that one would unconsciously associate with the most beautiful teacher in college or teaching biology. If you put on a pair of glasses, change into a white shirt, black hip skirt, ice-thin black silk, on the black and red small high heels, one stop to the podium. It's over. No one will listen to the lecture. When there was a chance, Nightmare must give a woman a body. Even JK had them, and he was sure the system had such clothes. When the time came, he would get another classroom, and he would sit down and listen to the lecture, letting the woman go to the podium and lecture on the cultivation knowledge of the immortal cultivation world. Speaking, he suddenly rushed up and put the woman down on the lectern to teach the other a lesson. As he floated around, the woman's voice sounded again. My name is Mystique, so stop it. The woman's tone wasn't as hard as it had been a moment ago, and even had a bit of a pleading flavor to it. Night Underworld released his divine sense and saw the woman's silhouette in the clouds, in a long red dress, with her cheeks covered with a red veil, revealing only her autumn watery eyes and her Tianshan snow lotus-like forehead. What, willing to see me now? Something came up yesterday and I didn't have time, so stop it. Who am I to listen to you? It's not good enough for anyone to come today. How could Night Underworld not know that the other party hated him, and that was why they deliberately avoided seeing him? In that case, there's no need to be polite. Mystic Shuang said unhappily, do you really think that I would be afraid of you, a fake imperial prince? Do you want me to tell who you are? Do you think the Nine Sons imperial dynasty will stand up for you when a double of the ninth prince dies? Or the demon race? Now that it's over, you've earned it. Ask how many men in the world can get Yui's heart? If she hadn't been planning on getting into love with this man, she would have slapped him to death long ago. Pictures of the lost garments. 3 shifts, 3 shifts. Let's do it for the love of power, shall we? Come to my house to drink fairy wine someday. Chapter 60, Helping Someone Survive Death? Don't scare me with that, do you have proof? Nightmare said in disbelief. At this point, he realized that a person's chi was really important, and even though Han Feng was a general grade chosen son, it seemed like there was a force in the underworld that was helping him. There are no tattoos on the ninth prince's body, while you have an innate Taotai tattoo on your chest. Is this considered evidence? Hearing the woman speak in such detail, Night Underworld's brows tightened and dark clouds spread across his face. How do you know all this? Who the hell sold me out? The woman who knows this matter can't possibly betray him. Can it be in Qingnat? Never mind how I know, tell me your choice. Mystic Shirt, of course, learned about it from Shadow Mist. Yesterday, Shadow Charm persuaded her to plant the red dust seed on this man and revealed the identity of Night Underworld. She didn't believe at that time that Night Underworld was the fake ninth prince, so Shadow Charm revealed that Night Underworld had a tattoo on his chest. The face of the mystic great sage lord, of course I have to give it. Night Underworld suddenly looked like a different person, slowly smiled. The whole person looked harmless, only the killing intent surging in his eyes proved that he was very angry inside. A little Han Feng, killing with so much effort. Is it really so hard to change a set fate? Can you only change the trajectory of your destiny by changing something big? Suddenly, he figured out Lu Ruyan's intention. Wonderful. This woman is so calculating. No, how can I not get any benefit? If we can't kill Han Feng, then we'll take his mother. It seemed like Night Underworld and Mystic Shirt had been communicating for a long time, but in reality, only a few breaths had passed. His soul transmitted a ghostly voice. I can let Han Feng go, but you still have to promise me a condition. On what terms? Yui looked so agitated that even her soul spoke in a shaky voice. Just now, her heart was inexplicably sad. Even if she said that kind of condition, Night Underworld still didn't agree, showing that the other party didn't care about her. Being the love brain that she was, the fact that the night meditation suddenly agreed again at this moment could only mean one thing: the man's heart cared about her. Night Hollow said in a deep and overbearing voice, my conditions are simple. In the future, you have to love me well, and I won't fail you. Besides, you can only belong to me. I'll help you wipe out the past, Fomeo Tian and Lei Ri. I'll get them all killed. They shouldn't have existed in this world in the first place. I'll only belong to you from now on. I'll love you with all my life, and for the rest of my life, I'll do whatever you say. I'll listen to you. Yui's eyes were filled with hot tears. If it wasn't for the crowd, she would have run over and jumped into the man's arms, offering her most passionate kiss. Ding! Yui likes a man who was domineering towards her. In her eyes, you killing Fomeo Tian and Lei Ri is a sign of love for her, so she is touched. Her favorability towards the host is plus 30, currently 90. Her cultivation grows at 9 times the rate, total, 71 times. Ding! Favorability to 80, rewarding the host with 10,000 villain points and a mysterious treasure chest. Ding! The host can view Yui's profile. May I ask if you want to view it now? And what an extremely impressionable woman. When Night Underworld heard the system's voice, he smiled evilly and didn't immediately check the information, but just exchanged the mysterious treasure chest for 20,000 villain points. The 80 good sense is less good. He is not going to open it, save up villain points to buy an eye pupil, and open the treasure chest with 100 good sense points. Night Underworld glanced in Yui's direction. The woman was looking at him with deep affection, and the intense love under her eyes was as choppy as the sea. How nice to be so well behaved. Let's both study about killing Thunder Day later. Yui's cheeks suddenly climbed up with a few flushes of red, and softly said, "Don't change the day, just tonight." Misty Shuang said that she's inviting everyone to a banquet in the evening, and after dinner, I'll go back to the house to bathe and wait for you. This time, I don't want to cry in your arms, I want to laugh in your arms. Okay, tonight then, you don't have to shower early, wait for me to join you then. When he finished speaking, Nightmare didn't interact with the woman anymore, and when he realized that everyone's eyes were all over him, he cleared his throat. "Harm, don't look at me like that. We are all good friends. I was just joking. How could I kill the holy son of the desolate ancient Holy Land? That's all there is to it." The crowd was puzzled, not trying to understand what kind of tawdry maneuver this was. Just now you had to kill, now you're saying you're joking. The ninth prince's character was really temperamental, changing his face when he said he would. Han Feng had already withdrawn from the blackening, his face disheveled and without any essence. Only when he heard that he would not be killed did a little bit of color ignite in the bottom of his eyes, and the first time he looked at Feng Xianer, he thought to himself, "Am I too humiliated? Will Miss Feng look down on me? Do I have a chance?" At this time, Ruyan Lu stood up from Night Hei's embrace and lowered her voice. "You lost, our marriage is dissolved, don't touch me again. You kiss me as payment for saving me. This payment is not equal to what I've given." Night Underworld yanked the woman into his arms again, his fingertips traced across the woman's cheeks, killing intent following him. "You want to pat yourself on the back after you're done using me? You think there's going to be such a good thing in the world?" Lu Ruyan smiled deeply, looking as if she was a dominatrix in control of all living beings. "You're the one who said that you were willing to be utilized by me, so don't you dare to be a sore loser." No, that's two different things. When I say willingly being used as killing Han Feng, it doesn't include not killing Han Feng to help you cross the threshold. It was only just now that Night Underworld realized that from the moment the woman agreed to marry him and put forward another condition, the other party had started to use him for the sole purpose of helping the other party to cross the tribulation. Yesterday's incident with Feng Xianer was just one part of it. This transmutation was not a transmutation in the realm, but rather the woman had fallen into a death throes, a fated death throes, and this life and death battle was her death throes. If you go on the life and death stage, you will die at the hands of Han Feng, and if you don't go on the life and death stage, you might be killed by Han Feng in private. This was just a guess by Night Underworld, and only Ruyan Lu herself knew exactly what was going on. However, he was certain that regardless of whether it was a battle or not, without his presence, Ruyan Lu would definitely die. This woman played well not only to resolve the death robbery, but also do not have to marry him, can be said to earn hemp. Looks like you know it all. In terms of intelligence, you're the first man I've ever admired. Even in the calculating Lu family, there aren't many people better than you. Ruyan Lu said with heartfelt appreciation. Ding! The host's intelligence is once again admired by Lu Ruyan, plus 10 favorability towards the host, currently 20, cultivation growth rate 2x, total, 72x. A word of warning, playing with hawks can get you hawkpecked. Night Underworld said coldly. Looks like you're still not convinced. Ruyan Lu smiled smugly. Forget it, you go. Night Underworld showed no mercy, pushing the woman out of her arms in a raw manner and warning, "This matter, I'll take it as buying a lesson, and in the future, it's best not to mess with me again. One more time, and I'll make sure you don't even know how you died." A loss is a loss, and he can afford to lose. He did have a way to make the woman appear dead again, but there was something uneconomical about consuming his lifespan. It wasn't as if he himself hadn't gained something. Yui's throwing herself into the ring could easily ruin the union between Lei Ri and the Son of Heaven's destiny, and could be more fragrant than marrying Ruyan Lu. Ruyan Lu didn't expect Night Underworld to be so dry, but instead, it made her think highly of the man. "I'll give you one more chance. If you can beat me, we'll cave in tonight. If you still lose, then don't blame me." "Oh, what do you want to bet this time?" Night Underworld's heart was still a bit unconvinced after all. Since the woman was banging her head against the gun, let's give her some color and let her know the power of yin and yang reversal. "You seem pretty sure of yourself?" Ruyan Lu saw confidence in the man's eyes. "This time, I'm going to win." Night Underworld said indifferently, "Say, how do you want to play?" "Soon you'll know, someone will challenge you." Ruyan Lu smiled mysteriously. As soon as her words fell, Feng Aotian's voice rang out. "Ninth Prince, I've heard that you have a demonic talent. I have the audacity to say that I have an unruly disciple who would like to challenge you." Chapter 61, Infinity Creation Pill, Underworld Tower. With Feng Aotian's status, he was not yet qualified to challenge the Ninth Prince. The reason he said that was entirely because of the fascination with Jean. Mystic Sharon was trying to see if Night Underworld's qualifications were as perverted as Shadowmist had said. Feng Aotian received the order, and could not wait to fulfill it with his heart and lungs, that is, to die in the hands of the Ninth Prince. As long as he could win a smile from Miaosong it would be worth it. Where did he care that his status was not equal to the Ninth Prince? "What kind of a cat or dog are you, letting your disciple challenge me?" As soon as Night Underworld's words fell, Lu Ruyan's soul transmission sounded. Wind Aotian's disciple is called Qining, age 26, same as the real 9 emperors, and of course the same as you as well, a heavenly daughter of the desolate ancient Holy Land. We'll bet on whether Qining loses or wins. This time, I'll let you choose first. Without any hesitation, Night Hollow spat out only 2 words with his thin lips. She Died. Yeah, well, we'll see. Lu Ruyan smiled wryly and took the initiative to sit in Night Hei's arms, touching his cheeks. I really hope you win, otherwise who am I going to cavort with at night? Hey, it's a pity you lost again this time. Don't worry, I've got something going on the first half of the night, I'll meet you the second. Nightshade pinched at the woman's body. Foneo is full of the figure of the mysterious dress. Was Night Hei said a cat and a dog and did not get angry, but also used the method of provocation. 9 Imperial Prince, please rest assured that it is a competition, there will not be life-threatening. If you're really scared then forget it. At this time, Qining was already standing on the life and death stage, her eyes staring provocatively at Night Hei. Without waiting for Night Hei to speak, Kill Falling Snow quit and walked out directly with endless killing intent in his eyes. Old gangster, what kind of dog are you that you dare to challenge my master? It's not my master's turn to personally step in for something like a competition, I'll take it for him. Night Underworld glanced at Qin Ying's cultivation level, the first layer of the Tao of initiation, while his disciple was only at the third layer of the Xian pulse, with a transcendent realm in between. Qining had the same cultivation level as him, which could only be blamed on the original body's lousy qualifications, and he had already caught up with these heavenly prides within a few days of crossing over. As long as he used the one sword leveling the 4 seas, he could probably finish off Qining in one move, but why was Lu Ruyan still sure that he would lose? Could it be that the woman guessed that Kill the Falling Snow would go to war? Nope, as long as he doesn't allow his apprentice to fight, this can easily be changed. Foneo Tian waved his hand. Ho ho, you are still a 14-year-old little tyke. It's not fair to you, it's better to let the 9th prince come. No, let my disciple fight for me. If your disciple can't even win against my disciple, he doesn't deserve to fight against this emperor at all. Nightstick said with a wry smile. Is the 9th prince sure? Foneo Tian's eyes flashed with incomprehension. Do you have chicken feathers in your ears? Any more nonsense and I'll have your mouth sewn shut. Night Meditation thought for a moment and realized what was going on. With Foneo Tian's status not daring to provoke him like this, then the other party's abnormal behavior must have been authorized by someone. Who? Definitely a lost garment. Because the woman would have been perfectly capable of killing him then, but the other didn't. Associated with the red dust seed, he felt that the woman wanted to plant the red dust seed on him, and now this is done just to see his qualifications, or potential. Wouldn't it be more effective to let your apprentice win? Instead of taking the initiative himself, he prefers women to come to him on their own. At that moment, murmurs rang out around them. The third level of the Xian pulse striking the first level of the Tao. How is this possible? Who gave him that confidence? It must be that the 9th prince wasn't sure and let his disciple go on, so that there's no shame in losing. Shut up! Night Underworld's cold gaze swept over the crowd. Who said my disciple is in the Xian pulse realm? After the crowd shut up, he glanced at Misty Dress in the clouds and then shifted his gaze to Kill Falling Snow, only to see that the little girl was fearless, with a look of life and death in her face, and was walking towards the life and death platform. Come back! Nightmare shouted, and the little girl came running back in a frenzy. Master, I'm not afraid. I didn't say you were afraid. Night Underworld took out a 9-colored elixir and handed it to the other party. After you worship the master, master hasn't given you anything yet, this infinity creation elixir is for you. Eat it now. Hell of a villain no less, but the cultivation is too low to help him. Take this opportunity to give a boost. Because he wanted to set up a power of his own, with a name all figured out, Underworld House. Let Kill the Falling Snow host it when the time comes. The infinity creation pill had long since ceased to exist, and no one had ever seen it, but everyone knew its name, and it could be described as thunderous. In elixir, that's the Rolls Royce. The effect of this kind of elixir was to raise the cultivation level in a domineering way. Apart from Night Underworld, everyone who saw this pill had fiery eyes, even Mystic Sharon was no exception, and some even had the urge to go and grab it. If it wasn't for the fear of the 9th prince's identity, someone would have already made a move. Kill Falling Snow tremblingly accepted the elixir and said excitedly, "Thank you master, you will be my." From now on. After holding back those 2 words, she didn't say them. Ding! Kill Falling Snow's loyalty to the host is plus 20, currently 80. Ding! Kill Falling Snow's loyalty has reached 80, rewarding the host with 10,000 villain points and a mysterious treasure chest. Ding! The host can exchange 20,000 villain points for not opening the treasure chest. Alright, eat it to boost your cultivation. Night Underworld had exchanged the treasure chest for 20,000 villain points and spent 10,000 on the infinity creation pill, and now had a total of 139,000 villain points. Such a good elixir, he didn't need it because only the first one had an effect, and this was only the lowest model. He would save the opportunity to eat the highest model. The top model is too expensive to afford right now. In addition, eating this kind of elixir would be realm vain and unstable foundation. Stabilizing the foundation would take 1 or 2 years, while he was now raising a realm in a few days, or the most stable foundation. Eating it was a bit more than worth it. It would be appropriate to eat it in the future when the rate of cultivation enhancement slows down. After Killing Falling Snow swallowed the elixir, his body emitted a dazzling 9-colored light, as if he had become one with the heaven and earth, like a deity that had descended to the earthly world. Her cultivation climbed as fast as a rocket. Fourth level of the astral chakra. First floor. First stage of enlightenment, Buddhism. The ninth level of enlightenment, Buddhism. It stopped at the ninth level of the Tao of initiation, and there was still energy, but it couldn't be raised. This was because this realm required at least one Tao to be comprehended at the introductory level in order to break through the bottleneck of the great realm. The excess energy was stored in Kill the Falling Snow's body. In the next few moments, she could stabilize her foundation while sensing the great Tao. Everyone looked at her with envy and kept swallowing their saliva, thinking how good it would be if they were the ninth prince's disciple. Yui finally understood why the empress would love this man to death without any bottom line. It seemed that her choice was not wrong. She was dying of happiness in her heart. She could see all the dominance of the night meditation in defending women. She finally found true love this time. After 100 years of silence, the night will be. Brother Knight, you have so many treasures. Feng Xianer smiled faintly, innocently. Brother Knight was what Knight He told her to call him. Night Underworld did not avoid Ruyan Lu, pulled Feng Xianer's hand and softly said, "Don't worry, Phoenix Essence Blood, I'm saving it for you." Aha! Feng Xianer nodded her head like garlic. Lu Ruyan had an indescribable feeling at the moment. This guy's chances were as if they were inexhaustible. Even the Phoenix Essence Blood was there. Was it right or wrong for him to win? Should we let him win on purpose? Then marry him yourself. Shadamas swept enviously over the women around Night Hay, and her gaze finally landed on Mystic Shirt in the clouds. Senior sister, I didn't lie to you. Well, this guy is indeed extraordinary. I think it's about 8 or 9 times more likely that he can ascend. Mystic Shuang sighed with emotion, then assured Shadow Mistress, "Don't worry, senior sister, if I fall in love with him, and if he can really ascend, I will definitely let him take you with him." Shadamas laughed bitterly. "When the time comes for you to plant the red dust seed, Night Underworld will be the entirety of your life. How would you care about me, your senior sister, who hates it when your man takes fewer chances to come out? Don't be ridiculous, senior sister, he'll definitely listen to me as well, and when the time comes, I'll have him take you in as well. Gee, I just hate not having pretty faces like you guys. Senior sister, don't be presumptuous, you're also a scourge of beauty, you're in the top 100 of the 9-Sun Starfield, how many men love but can't exist?" Xinyao took the initiative to rub Night Hei's shoulders, one shock after another in her heart. First, it was that exaggerated cultivation speed, then the infinite creation Dan, and just now he heard the Phoenix Essence Blood. Who wants to die if they can live? Of course she wanted to ascend and have an endless lifespan. In her heart, she began to complain about her daughter. "Damn girl, if you hadn't interrupted mother's good deed twice, I would be his woman. Your father died early. Was it easy for me to be alone? Next time you make a mess, I'll kick your ass." A few days ago, Xinyao was still like an iceberg. Since following Night Hei, it was as if the iceberg melted and became more and more feminine. Achoo! Killing Falling Snow took a step onto the life and death stage and suddenly sneezed, muttering to himself, "What's going on? Did someone say something bad about me?" Afterward, she looked at Qining with a gaze like a poisonous snake and said grimly, "You dare to take the initiative to provoke my master, you really don't know the heights of heaven. This girl is angry and there are serious consequences. Either fight to the death, or admit defeat and roll on down." Qining had a feeling like falling into an ice cellar when she faced Kill Falling Snow's gaze, and her body couldn't help but shiver. Master had instructed her not to harm the other party, and she didn't know what to do now, so she could only turn her gaze to Feng Ao Tian. Feng Ao Tian couldn't make a decision either, and was waiting for Mystic Dress's transmission. Mystic Shirt said only one word, "May." After Feng Ao Tian received the order, he smiled skinlessly at Night Hei and said, "Ninth Prince, do you agree?" "Agreed." Night Underworld's expression was subdued as he carelessly said. Originally, he had wanted to let Kill the Falling Snow do this, but he hadn't expected his disciple to bring it up on his own. "Then if your disciple loses, you won't stop the life and death battle like you did just now, right?" "Don't worry, my disciple can't lose." Feng Ao Tian shook his head and said to Qining, "Since the other party wants a life and death battle, then you don't have to be polite. No unnecessary bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The Great War rises." Lu Ruyan hooked onto Night Underworld's neck and laughed. "This time, you seem to be very sure of yourself? But I can tell you unequivocally that you lost. Just wait, the results will slap you in the face when they come out later." Night Underworld said with a mysterious smile. There was something fishy going on here, how he didn't know. Killing Falling Snow is at the 9th level of the Tao, Qining is at the 1st level of the Tao, yet Feng Ao Tian is so confident. Where does the confidence come from? In addition, Ruyan Lu must have been certain when she said such words. Thinking of this, Night Underworld catalyzed the yin-yang reversal, and silently recited the spell in his heart. Yin and yang are reversed, Qianquan is shifted, and with my lifespan, I will reverse the heavenly chance. Chapter 62 Broken Blood Demon Sword, Kill Emotionless. What's going on? Night Underworld was thinking about the current matter in his heart, but he realized that he was unable to activate the yin-yang reversal. Tube, come out and explain. Don't be afraid if you don't understand, be unashamed to ask questions and be a good student who studies well and learns every day. Ding! Because kill the falling snow is 10,000 bodiless 10th of the 9 kill destruction body, to kill the right way, a lifetime to experience 9 times must die of the robbery, cross a robbery on the powerful several times, 9 robberies after the full, up can kill the heavenly way, down can kill the netherworld, the destruction of all things is just a thought, horror is such. Currently it is her first death calamity, crossing it will activate the special physique, and the host's yin-yang reversal is only the first level, not skilled enough to change the destiny trajectory of a person who is bound to die. So it is. Nightmare glanced at his panel, and one of the entries read, Avatar, Yin-Yang Reversal Tier 1, 0/1000. It takes 1 villain point to raise 1 point of proficiency. He spent 1,000 villain points to raise to the second level. Looking at the panel again, it becomes, Avatar, Yin-Yang Reversal Tier 2, 0/5000. Spend another 5,000 to boost to the third level. The number of villain points needed this time around is 10,000. After boosting to the fourth tier, it would take 50,000 to boost it again, and Nightmare wouldn't spare any villainous points. Took a look at the 2 women fighting. Kill Falling Snow was not in good control of his power because he had broken through too quickly, while Qin was experienced in fighting, and although he was at a disadvantage, he was not in danger of losing his life. This could make Kill Falling Snow furious, his eyes filled with blood, his killing intent grew stronger and stronger, always wanting to kill the enemy with one move. Hey, still young and too impatient. Night Underworld sighed and urged yin-yang reversal again, this time it worked. A picture appeared in his mind, a useless yin and yang reversal of the direction of fate. Qin had hidden her cultivation, her real realm was the 9th level of the Tao of Initiation, and she had also comprehended the laws of ice and cold, and Kill the Falling Snow could not have comprehended any laws, and she was finally decapitated by Qin. The image ends and a second image is generated of where the altered destiny is headed. This time, Nightmare was 30 years short of his lifespan. With the 10 years lost last time, 40 years are gone. That is to say, while other powerful people can live to be 1,000 years old, he can only live to be 960 years old. You think killing Falling Snow won? Ruyan Lu felt amused when she saw the corners of Night Underworld's mouth hooked into a confident smile. She had long since seen the yin through the art of heavenly diffusion. Don't look at Kill the Falling Snow to have the upper hand now, it would be dead in a moment. The man thought his apprentice would win, oddly beautiful. Night darkness bit the woman's delicate lips, ferocious rampage, a few seconds later released. What is the hurry, open your eyes to see down. In a moment, I'll take you to your cave. This woman used him. If she doesn't get some interest, God forbid. Not being able to walk is light. Yeah, I'll do whatever you want me to do as long as you win. Ruyan Lu didn't think that Night Underworld would win at all, and looked as if she was watching a good show. Don't look at her letting men move their hands. It's not that she likes Night Underworld, it's that there are too many people proposing to her and she has no intention of marrying, so she's just using Night Underworld as a shield. When word got out that she was in the arms of the 9th prince, there would be no more annoying flies in the future. Next, the battle is following its original fateful trajectory. Qin unlocked her cultivation and came to the 9th level of the Tao entry, while at the same time utilizing the law of cold ice. Kill Falling Snow was suddenly struck by one of the opponent's ice swords, his defense collapsed, and he flew out backwards, ruthlessly smashing into the life and death platform. A mouthful of bloody sword sprayed out of his sweet mouth. Taking advantage of the situation, Qin once again condensed a sword of ice in front of her body, and with a thought, the ice sword shot straight to the center of Kill Falling Snow's brow. No! Qinyao's heart rose to her throat and she exclaimed loudly. The bottom of Lu Ruyan's eyes flashed with a dusty smug smile, intending to say goodbye to Night Hey. Fomeo Tian glanced at Night Underworld, his eyes were full of sarcasm. The meaning was as if to say, having infinity creation pills doesn't matter, your disciple is just a piece of rotten mud that can't hold the wall, it's time to lose or to lose. The one who was most pleased with himself had to be Han Feng. Even if the clan had abandoned him, the person he hated the most was still Night Underworld, and the way he was now was all brought on by this person. The opponent's disciple is dead. Relief, really relief. Kill Falling Snow also knew that she was dead, even though she was only 14 years old, but her face did not have a little bit of fear before death, but in the last time, did not even look at her mother, and will be tender eyes to the night meditation. The eyes are complex, a variety of emotions mixed together, there is reluctance, there is fondness, there are blessings, there is precious. But more than that, it was guilt, the guilt of having embarrassed his master. Just when everyone thought that the next moment the ice sword would go through the young girl's head. Whoosh! A cracking sound rang out. A dazzling black light suddenly appeared in the sky. Immediately afterward, with a boom, a black sword emitting a dense murderous aura shattered Qin sword of cold ice, and with another clang, the black sword was inserted on the life and death stage. The location was just a foot in front of Kill the Falling Snow. Click! Click! Everyone saw that several finger-thick cracks appeared on the life and death platform, and then spread outward at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in just an instant, the life and death platform was covered with densely packed cracks as if it were a spider's web. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The life and death stage was built with the hardest heaven's deficiency stone in the cultivation world, and even the soul calamity realm couldn't damage it in the slightest. So what kind of sword was this? What kind of sword is this? It looks so evil. Everyone's eyes all converged on the heavenly exterior sword. This sword is pitch black, the surrounding killing gas is so thick that it seems to turn into liquid. The inside of the sword body seems to flow with evil black liquid. The hilt of the sword is inlaid with 2 unknown jewels, which gives people a feeling like the eyes of the devil in hell, and even if it is even a glance at it, it will make people's bones creepy and their scalp tingling. When Qining saw the sword, she didn't dare to move for a second. Mystic Sharon frowned, even she couldn't perceive where the sword came from. Just now, she had been prepared to make a move to save Kill Falling Snow. Agreeing to a life and death battle was because she had known Qin Ying's strength for a long time and just wanted to see how different Night Underworld's disciple was. If you kill Falling Snow and die, how can you still fall in love with Night He? Qin Yao's hands were covered in sweat, and her hanging heart still hadn't fallen. Impossible. It's absolutely impossible. Lu Rian whooshed and stood up from Night He's arms, the expression on her face as if she had seen the most impossible thing in the world. She stared at Night He dead in the face, trying to find an answer in the man's expression. Did you do this? How the hell did you do that? The reason why she was so shocked was because this sword did not appear at all in the predictions of the heavenly diffusion technique. Apparently, things have reversed. Ding! The host won Lu Ruyan's heavenly diffusion. She was convinced of the host's mysterious ability, favorability plus 10, currently 30, cultivation growth rate 3 times, total, 73 times. I told you a long time ago, be careful of playing with eagles and being pecked by eagles. The corners of Night Underworld's cold, hard lips hooked up into a wicked smile. What do you say, do we go to your room, or find a mountainous and beautiful position? Ha ha ha. After saying that, he stopped paying attention to the other party and looked at his disciple on the stage. At this moment, Kill Falling Snow was sitting cross-legged with no distractions in his mind, his eyes staring straight at the killing chi that flowed like water on the black sword. The killing aura gave her a wonderful feeling, one that was incredibly close, as warm as a mother's embrace. Suddenly, the killing aura began to detach itself from the sword, leaping up and swirling around her body as if it were the giggling and playfulness of a child meeting its mother. Have to say, Kill Falling Snow was born to kill, only at tea time, her body was born killing intent, from a trace to a few silk, more and more dense. Xin Yao saw this scene and knew that the other party was comprehending the way of killing. The way of killing is the most powerful avenue of heaven and earth. The difficulty of comprehending it is like ascending to heaven. The population of the 9 Sun Star region is billions of millions, but no one can comprehend it, which is many times more powerful than her Kolai's way. Once she let her opponent comprehend it, she would be dead. The other must be killed while it lasts. She ran her footwork and took a step to the black sword, and when she was about to strike, the sword swung out a murderous aura that directly lifted her off the ground and flew backward for hundreds of feet, falling on all fours and landing on the ground, her skin as if she had been cut by a small knife with tens of thousands of wounds. Suddenly, there was a boom. The killing intent on Kill Falling Snow's body went straight to the sky. In a short period of time, she had comprehended the Tao of killing. After comprehending the Tao of killing, she would be able to break through to the Tao realm. The infinite energy of creation pill stored in her body once again helped her raise her cultivation level. Life and death layer. The first floor of Nirvana, Buddhism, cataclysmic level. The energy didn't run out until the first level of the Dharma heist. A 14-year-old at the first level of the Dharma heist, who would dare to think that? With this strength, killing Falling Snow could easily crush Qi Ning, meaning that her first death tribulation was broken, and the 9 killing destruction body began to activate. The power of destruction filled her entire body, spreading outward like ripples, and 9 black killing intents swirled around her as visions crossed the sky. There are no dragons or phoenixes, no sounds of the way. The sky is dark, ghosts cry, and blood crows spread all over the sky. Endless dry bones, endless blood, endless killing. Killing Falling Snow's icy gaze shot towards Qi Ning, the corner of his mouth hooked up into an evil arc, and he was about to make his move when a long laugh seemed to cross the long river of space and time, resounding in the ears of the crowd. Ha ha ha. I only heard it, I didn't see it. Followed by a gruff man's voice. The 9 killings destructive body opens, blood crows fly all over the sky, mountains of withered bones, blood enters the sea, the entire mortal realm has no more peace, and a bloody storm descends. You girl child's enlightenment is heaven-defying, comprehending the killing intent with just my broken blood demon sword, not bad, not bad. From now on, you will be my disciple of Kill Emotionless. Chapter 63, Hell's Eye, Investigating a Traitor. Who are you, old thing? Playing God here? A short-tempered elder in the desolate ancient Holy Land broke into a rage. Everyone looked at him like, noisy. The voice of Kill Emotionless had just fallen, and the broken blood demon sword shot out a murderous aura that directly blasted that elder into a bloody mist. Hiss! Hiss! The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air, and the coolness went from the soles of their feet straight to the sky. Mystic Shuang dared to be angry and cupped her fists at the source of the voice in the eastern void. I am Mystic Shuang of the desolate ancient Holy Land. May I ask where Senior is from? Hell's Eye. Kill Emotionless spat out 4 icy words. People look at me, I look at you, and that means, where are the hellholes? Even Night He was confused when he heard it. But Mizong heard it with a face of fear, her body trembled slightly, that look was like she had seen a ghost, and she hurriedly bent over to salute, her voice extraordinarily respectful. I'm sorry, senior, it's my fault for not disciplining you, my subordinate offended you just now. While the two were exchanging pleasantries, Night Underworld saw Feng Xian'er with her mouth equally wide open and full of shock, thinking that she must know about the Hell's Eye, so she asked, Fairy, you know about Hell's Eye? You don't know? Should I know? You're the Ninth Prince, surely you know this kind of hidden secret. My mother told me when I was a child. No one told me, why don't you tell me? Nightmare rubbed his nose. Okay. Feng Xian'er used her soul transmission to tell Night Underworld about the Hell's Eye. In a land of nothingness in the Nine Suns starfield there was a huge abyss that was always shrouded by a special kind of gas, and because the abyss was shaped like an evil eye, it was known as the Eye of Hell. Because the Hell's Eye was cursed to be smaller, the people who lived there could live to be 2,000 years old, a full 1,000 years more than the people here. 2,000 years may seem like a lot, but it's not enough to ascend. Even though no one could ascend, there were rumored to be quasi-imperial powerhouses there. The magic power of a quasi-emperor powerhouse was already heavenly, capable of conversing across the sky, and the person who had just spoken, Kill Emotionless, was in the Eye of Hell, and knew everything that was happening here. After hearing this, Nightmare pursued, then why don't the people from the Nine Suns starfield go to the Hell's Eye? The successive emperors of the Nine Suns imperial dynasty only lived for 1,000 years, so wouldn't they be able to live an extra 1,000 years there? Feng Xian'er patiently explained, there is a limit to the number of people there, and once they exceed the upper limit, they will not be able to live for 2,000 years. Because the people there can live for 2,000 years, their cultivation is so powerful that people outside will be directly exterminated if they barge in without permission. For them to destroy a starfield, one person is enough. There is no permission to even have children there, someone has to die of old age and vacate the slot before some are allowed to have children. How do you allow outsiders in when you keep a cap on the number of people there, so to speak? Is there anyone there with the last name of Moon? Night Underworld suddenly thought of the fearful look when the Ninth Prince mentioned Yu Yao's identity, saying that Yu Yao came from a mysterious place, which he guessed should be the Hell's Eye. Only, he didn't know that a dark teenager had already come out of the Hell's Eye and was planning to bring his fiancée, Yu Yao, back there. Whether there's anyone with the last name of Moon, I don't know. Feng Xian'er shook her head. Other people looked at the Hell's Eye, Night Underworld didn't care at all, 1,000 years was enough for him to ascend. Or do you take beauty with you and ascend? When he shifted his gaze to the life and death stage, he saw that Kill Falling Snow had decapitated Qi Ning while Kill Emotionless and Mystic Shirt were talking. At this moment, she was caressing the broken blood demon sword, lovingly, obviously enjoying it very much. Foneo Tian was holding his disciple's corpse, his expression was haggard, and mist filled the bottom of his eyes. Other people didn't know that Qi Ning was his disciple on the surface, but behind his back, she was his woman. Little girl, why don't you give this seed a bow of worship? Kill Emotionless ended his conversation with Mystic Dress and said to Kill Falling Snow. Kill Falling Snow stopped stroking the blood demon sword, looked in the direction of the source of the voice, and shook his head. I have a master, and I will not be worshipping him again. This seed cultivates the way of killing as well, who else but me can teach you? Kill Emotionless said unhappily. I will only have one master in this life, and that is the Ninth Prince, and regardless of whether or not my master can teach me, I will not worship a second master. Kill Falling Snow's tone was firm. Such a demonic genius, Kill Emotionless doesn't want to miss it. The other party is reluctant to lure. As long as you agree to be my disciple, I'll send you the broken blood demon sword, and I'll also take you into the Hell's Eye. How about it? In this place of mine, you can live 1,000 years longer. Even if you can't ascend yet, you can try. With the exception of the Night Underworld and Xingyao, everyone looked enviously at Kill the Falling Snow, almost as if to say, you'd better say yes quickly. This was a heavenly opportunity. Even the emperors of the Nine Suns Star Realm couldn't go there if they wanted to. Kill Falling Snow didn't say agree or disagree, her eyes kept rolling, and Night Underworld saw that she seemed to be torn, and took the initiative to say, if you wanna go, then go. He would test the apprentice and see how she chose. If the other party really went with Kill Emotionless, then sorry, get as far away as you can in the future. If you want me to take you up again, bring a hook 8, it's a good thing I don't kill you. There was no room for betrayal in his world. Not even a hint. Kill Emotionless also felt that Kill Falling Snow was going to agree, and laughed. Apprentice, Master will kill one person here in a moment, and then bring you in. Unexpectedly, Kill Falling Snow said, how about you lend me this sword to play with for a few hundred years first, and then I'll worship you as my master. She didn't speak immediately just now, not because she wanted to betray Night Underworld, but because she was wondering how she could not worship her master and trick the sword. She was very fond of the sword. But, after thinking about it, I couldn't think of a good way to do it. Kid, don't even think of asking for a sword until you pay your respects. As the words fell, the broken blood demon sword was pulled by a force, and with a whoosh, it flew towards the eastern void, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Immediately following, Kill Emotionless said to Night Underworld, this seat orders you to dissolve the master-disciple relationship with this female child within a month and persuade her to come to the Hell's Eye. Otherwise, this seat will kill you with my own hands. If you dare to touch my master, I will definitely kill my way into the Hell's Eye in the future and destroy you with my own hands. Killing Falling Snow was fearless, a cold aura flashed under his eyes, and murderous intent with the smell of blood surged out. Old me is not intimidated. When the time comes I will even chop you up. Kill Emotionless' voice was overflowing with killing intent, and his words were cold and merciless. Immediately following, a tidal wave of piercing killing intent swept towards Night Underworld, but did not injure him. Did you hear the words of this seat? If you don't finish in a month, you will die. Night Underworld instantly chilled all over his body. The feeling was like being bitten in the mouth by a ferocious beast, and it was like there were countless daggers suspended around his body that would take his life at any time. Old piker, I will get you killed sooner or later. I hope you live for more years. Don't hang up early. This is something he only dared to say in his heart, but his face was full of smiles, and even a little pleasing to the eye. Don't worry, senior, just please be good. I will definitely complete the task. Break a hijack for your disciple and invite a hijack for yourself. Granny drops. Upon hearing this, Kill Emotionless withdrew his killing intent and said to those present, I won't erase your memories, and whoever speaks out about today's events, the 9 Sun Star region will follow and accompany the burial. For a long time, there was no more sound. Tomorrow's sorrow comes tomorrow's sorrow. As soon as Night Underworld pulled Qing Yao into his arms, he whispered in her ear, help me observe if there are any of our people who will leave in a while. Qing Yao nodded seriously. Well, it's time for me to cave. Nightmare smiled wryly at Lu Ruyan. Let's go. What are you waiting for? Where to? For some reason, Ruyan Lu had a bad feeling that she didn't see even a hint of lust in the man's eyes. Of course it's to find a place by the mountains and the water. Night Underworld made Feng Xianer transform into a fire phoenix and jumped onto the other party's back, and said to the shadow charmers before leaving, all of you stay here, no one is allowed to follow. Afterwards, he took Ruyan Lu and left. Only a confused crowd was left behind. You're going to die if you don't hand over your apprentice, and you're still in the mood to play? Mystic Shuang was a bit hesitant. Should she still seek this man into her love? At the very least, it's not appropriate now, in case of death. Let's wait a month and see what happens. On the way, Night Meditation thought about how to make Han Feng blacken and how to kill Feng Aotian. Finally, he smiled wryly. Why not have the son kill his own father? What would Han Feng do if he knew? Jia. Thinking of a way out, he clicked on Yui's profile. Chapter 64 Establishment of the Underworld Tower. Name, Yui. Identity, the head mother of the Lei family, the first lady of the Yu family. Talent, Emperor's Peace. Realm, second level of the physical realm. Physique, Xiankuan Imperial Beast Body. Age, 240. Face value, 99. 42. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. 3 circumference, 90 centimeters, 52 centimeters, 92 centimeters. Favorability to the host, 90. The person I used to like, Feng Aotian. The person I like now, Night Hades. X experience, 6. Something's not right. How is this possible? Nightmare kept shaking his head as he looked at the final number on the profile. Yui is not like chasing the moon. In the past, chasing the moon was the kind of person no one could subdue. The old emperor was, everyone was a pawn in her hands, and Yui was the kind of person who would give without reservation if she liked someone. So this number is definitely not normal. Under Night Haze guidance, Feng Xianer landed on top of a mountain. Here? Ruyan Lu frowned slightly as she stared at the pitted ground and so much debris. If this was a fight, her back would be bald. Unless the man is allowed to be down there. Who said I was going to do business with you? Night Underworld let Feng Xianer go to play in the distance, and stood on the top of the mountain with his own arms crossed. His voice was very light but extraordinarily cold. I won't marry you again, and I don't want to have a relationship with you at the moment either. When I feel like it someday, I'll have sex with you. If the woman hadn't used him, marrying would have been fine, but he didn't want to now. Perhaps there is a white moonlight living in everyone's heart. Night Meditation wants to give the wedding to that person. Who that person was, he didn't know. Maybe it appeared, maybe it hasn't. He admitted that he was a bit horny, but he wasn't interested in Ruyan Lu at all right now. After having chasing the moon, looking at other women is really just so. How can I say that brother is also a person with a system that can break the curse and take people to the immortal world, not just anyone who wants it? The woman counted on him, and then she herself posted up, and Nightmare felt that she was undergoing a metamorphosis towards licking the dog. Sorry, die without being a lickspill. Why? Lu Ruyan felt that this man was inscrutable and questioned. In the beginning, it was you who asked the Imperial Empress to go to my Lu family to propose marriage. Why do you want to win me again if you won't marry me? Why talk about caving in front of everyone? Why did you bring me out again to make everyone think we caved? Night Underworld's words hit her quite hard. She was now seriously doubting her own charm. The men who wanted to marry her could line a million miles of streets. This man was good. He could have her under his body right now, but he didn't give a damn about her. Where's the why? Night Underworld's eyes were deep, and he already had the air of pointing out the mountains. Winning you is just to tell you that I have the ability to sleep with you, and it's my business whether I do or not. Now, I'll give you 2 choices. First, we'll be strangers from now on. Secondly, I will soon set up a force and you will be my subordinate. As for being my woman, it's up to you. But remember, you only get one chance. If you miss it, it's gone forever. If anyone else heard that, their jaws would drop. The eighth beauty of the Nine Suns Starfield, whether to accept it or not depends on the woman's performance. Who can say such wild words from the past to the present? There's no one but the Night Pussy King, I guess. Bit by bit, time passes, and bird calls and insect chirps temper the silence of the scene. After finishing his speech, Night Underworld looked down at the mountains and rivers. The wind blew through his long hair, partially covering his cold face, only revealing those cold star-like eyes. Lu Ruyan bit her lip as if she was making a final struggle, and only after a long time did she say, "I agree to be your subordinate." Nightmare turned to stare at the woman. "Congratulations, for making the best choice." Seeing that the man wasn't surprised at all, as if he knew her choice in advance, Ruyan Lu asked curiously, "You don't seem surprised at all? I was trying to give you some face, you're the one who had to tear it up." Night Underworld guffawed and continued, "I won your heavenly diffusion technique, and you want to know how I won, and you even want to learn it, so you won't miss this opportunity. Don't look like you hesitated just now, but you actually had a choice in your mind a long time ago, didn't you?" Ding! Lu Ruyan developed sympathetic feelings towards the host, plus 10 favorability towards the host, currently 40, cultivation growth rate 4x, total 74x. "Are you a human or a ghost?" Lu Ruyan didn't expect her small mind to be seen through by the other party and asked with wide eyes. She did think so. The Lu family was able to become one of the 9 major powers, all thanks to the heavenly diffusion technique, and this was the first time that someone had won against a member of the Lu family. Therefore, she was particularly interested in Night Haze methods. But then, there's another reason besides that. Can you guess? Does this still need to be guessed? Night Underworld shook his head. Of course it's because Emperor Star killed your brother, your family wants to take revenge, and your family must have projected that only I can compete with Emperor Star. While you're using me to get through the death throes, you want to see what I can do, don't you? The first time, I lost to you, and you thought I was just SOSO, so you dismissed the idea of using me to deal with Emperor Star, not to mention the Union. For the second time, you still want to compete with me. On the one hand, you are afraid that I will retaliate against the Lu family and ease the relationship between them. On the other hand, you want to tell your family that I am not the most suitable person for the job. The wind and the moon have no boundaries, and they count all the lives of the people. What a murderous Ryu family. Yesterday, when they first met, the woman revealed his identity as a devil's son, and he guessed 7 to 8 times. "You're the first man I've ever admired," Ruyan Lu said with heartfelt appreciation. "Don't talk about these useless things. Use your heavenly diffusion to help me project who leaked my identity." Nightmare told the story about Mystic Shirt knowing his identity. Ruyan Lu shook her head. "Not now. There is a time interval for the use of the heavenly diffusion technique, and it cannot be used now. Waste." Night Underworld was not spoiled and directly cursed. Lu Ruyan realized that this man is just like a chameleon. When he is gentle, he is like a funny and humorous lady killer, fascinating, and when he flips his face, he is a devil from hell, disowning all his relatives. "Dog man. Do you have a suspect, and if you do, I can still deduce it now. She didn't take it well. Don't play tricks on me next time." Nightmare told him about his suspicions of Shadow Mist. "This woman was not there yesterday when we were going to kill Han Feng. She's the most suspicious. I need an incense burner." After Ruyan Lu finished speaking, she sat down on the ground with her knees crossed and began to deduce. After a while, she opened her eyes and nodded to the man. Night Underworld took a deep breath, killing intent spreading along with his blood, sentencing Shadow Charm to death in his heart, and waved his hand at the woman. "You go, take my disciple to the 100 Flowers continent, which is completely under my control. Half of the area is being built as a harem, and the remaining half is forming my forces. The first mission you'll go on is to set up an intelligence system. I want to control the intelligence of every starfield. The second task is to establish an assassination organization, recruiting as many talents as possible, regardless of good or evil. In a few days, I'll have Empress Dowager send someone to send you spirit stones. Hurry up and get rid of that little girl, always spoiling his fun. Tonight, he must uncover the light veil on Qingyao. How many women are you going to take in and build a harem out of half a continent?" Ruyan Lu didn't hold back and asked. "It's not for you to worry about. Well, I'm on my way to find your apprentice." Before Lu Ruyan left, she asked, "Do you really not want to spring for me? Looks like you want to spring for the end of the world. Wait until you've satisfied me with your performance." Nightmare's tone became impatient. After the other party left, he called Feng Xianer back. The two of them sat on the top of the mountain. The little girl said somewhat despondently, "Brother Knight, Sister Ruyan is fine. The Protector is going to take me back to the Demon God Star realm tomorrow, so I'm afraid I won't be able to see you anymore in the future. When we unite for a long time, we must divide, and when we divide, we must unite." Night Underworld pulled the other party's soft little hand and smiled mysteriously. "Don't worry, we'll see each other again soon." "You mean, will come and play with me?" Feng Xianer blinked her big, soulful eyes. "No, it's that you'll be coming for me soon. I'd like to go, but my mother sure as hell won't let me go out and wander around." "No, your mother will come to me with you." "Impossible, my mother hasn't been out of the ancestral land for hundreds of years. Trust me to have meat." Night Underworld pinched the other party's face that could come out of water with a pinch. "Not only your mother, but your father will also follow." Well then, I believe you. Feng Xianer's eyes were full of sunshine, her voice softly said, I've let you ride several times, when we go back, is it okay for you to carry me on your back? No problem. Infected by the other party's innocence, Night Hollow suddenly had a feeling of returning to the student days, thinking of nothing and living without a heart. I asked Sister Royan how to like someone and she doesn't know, can you teach me? Facing the girl's studious gaze, Night Underworld was a bit unable to resist and said with a bad smile, I have a way to try. But it doesn't always work. Yeah, try it then. Feng Xianer clapped her small hands. As soon as Nightmare wrapped her into his arms, his large hand clasped the back of the girl's head and his lips kissed her, only to be blocked by the other's hand between their lips. Brother Knight, no, my mother won't let me kiss anyone else. If you don't tell me, your mother doesn't know, it's a secret between the two of us. That. Well then, I've actually been wanting to try it for a long time. Feng Xianer's hand had just been removed, and the night meditation then contained her delicate lips and sucked hard. Chapter 65 Master can eat tofu, but Han Feng can't, thanks for the gifts. The 9 suns are sinking in the west, and night is falling. Feng Xianer sat in Night Underworld's arms with an evocative face, that feeling is so strange, if it wasn't for my swollen mouth, I'd still want a kiss. When you come to me in a while, I'll not only let you kiss me enough, but I'll take you to something more exciting, okay? Night Underworld recalled the taste of the girl's first kiss, the saliva was as sweet as a clear spring, and the magic lotus air, ice condensation, and a few others were all of this flavor. Feng Xianer's favorability towards him had risen another 10 points to 60, indicating that the other party had already moved towards him. Why don't we kiss again? Feng Xianer's proposal was vetoed by Night He, who pointed to the distant void. Old Dog Feng has been waiting for a long time, and Mystic Sharon told us to go back and use the feast. In a moment, there's going to be a design for Han Feng to kill Feng Aotian. Using the feast was too good an opportunity to pass up. Okay then. Next, the two Night Underworld and Feng Aotian returned to the desolate ancient Holy Land. When Qing Yao saw him, her soul-transmitting voice said, Officer, one person has gone out. Shadowmist, right? You know? I'll give you a task. Night Underworld sneaked an elixir into the other party's hand. You're known as the Wonderful Hand, surely you're not just good at stealing. Put this elixir into Feng Aotian's wineglass without realizing it, no problem, right? Mystic Dress's strength is too high, I can't hide my maneuvers from her. Qing Yao was worried. Don't worry, I'll find an opportunity to divert her attention. That's no problem. Soon enough, the feast began. Mystique sat in the main seat, somewhat distracted. Just now, she talked to Shadowmist about her idea of planting the red dust seed on her own if Night He was fine after a month. In case it was planted now and Nightmare died, she would be equivalent to death. Shadowmist agreed with her. Just talk to her, not different from the bitter, but want to share the sweet. Night meditation is not a little cute. When the time comes, surely she will not let her plant the red dust seed. To plant the red dust seed, a man must cooperate to do so. So, she was very torn for a while. Yui looked at Night He like 2 dancing sparks, and couldn't wait for the banquet to end sooner. Between pushing the cups and asking questions, everyone's guard was low, plus Night Underworld purposely drew everyone's attention to herself. Qing Yao smoothly melted the elixir into Feng Aotian's wine, and gave a wink to Night Underworld. Night Underworld had his subordinates drink a cup with Feng Aotian, and after seeing the other party drink it down, he left early with his own people on the grounds that he was physically tired. Before leaving, he said to Feng Aotian's soul transmission, You have a son who is in the desolate ancient Holy Land. If you want to know, go to the lotus pond in the back of the mountain in 2 hours, I'll wait for you there. The reason for the 2 hours is because it takes 2 hours for the potion to take effect. Feng Aotian was a bit confused and looked up at Night Underworld's back, his eyes filled with resentment, and then looked at Yui. Could it be that Yui and I have a son? Except for Yui, all the women he had a relationship with were killed by him, because he's courting Mystique and doesn't want the other guy to know he's a flirt. The only one who hadn't killed was Qining, but Qining had already died today, and she was only 26 years old, that is, she was only a few years old when she secretly gave birth to a child. After Night Underworld left, Yui and Feng Xianer also left, and the banquet ended early. When he returned, Nightmare began to explain his mission. First, he gave the ghost woman a disguise elixir. At 2 hours, you disguise yourself as Feng Xianer and go find Han Feng. At the same time, once again, he threw the other party an elixir. You have to be godless and make him eat this heart demon elixir, then take him to the lotus pond. Heart demon Dan, seeing anyone is the one who hates the most in his heart, and will also magnify the hate in his heart infinitely, only wanting to kill the enemy. Not only that, but upon waking up, I don't remember anything that happened in a few hours. When Han Feng arrived at the lotus pond, he was just about to be medicated. When he saw Feng Aotian at that time, he would definitely split him alive as Night Underworld. The ghost woman looked worried. Master, what if that kid eats my tofu? I wouldn't care if it was you, that kid sure as hell wouldn't. A few people couldn't hold back their laughter after hearing this and unconsciously looked at Night He. Even Shadowmist, who never laughed out loud. The ghost woman ate the dragon blood Chinku and Dan given by Night He, and had already broken through to the soul robbery layer. Her longevity had increased by a lot, and her whole person was much younger. but she still looked like a 50 or 60-year-old old woman. And Han Feng is a first-class beauty. That's why people can't help but laugh when she says things like that. Come on, please spare me, or I'll just have to find a block of tofu to crash into. This devil is starving to death, but also will not eat your tofu. The corners of the mouth of the night meditation twitched fiercely for a moment, then threw another disguised Dan to Blue Snow and asked, know the appearance of Han Old Dog? Han Old Dog is Han Feng's father, because he likes go, so everyone calls him Han Old Dog. No. Blue Snow nodded. Night Underworld continued, you go to the Lotus Pond in 2 hours, wait for Han Feng to kill Feng Outyan, disguise yourself as Han Old Dog, wake Han Feng up from his heart demons, and say that Feng Outyan is his real father, who put him in the Han family right after he was born. Also, you remove the treasure on him that changes his bloodline. Master, what if he didn't kill Feng Aotian? Blue Snow trailed off. If you didn't, you killed Feng Aotian. He and I should be about the same strength. I'm afraid that a fight will attract others. Don't worry, he's powerless to fight back, otherwise why would I let Han Feng kill him? The elixir that Night Underworld had asked Xing Yao to secretly put down on Feng Aotian was the one that sealed his cultivation. This one plan had cost him 3,000 villain points, leaving him with 120,000 left. Sir, will Han Feng believe it? Xing Yao interjected. Night Underworld explained, definitely won't believe immediately, maybe he will still suspect that old dog Han is pretending, but as long as Lan Shui takes away the treasure that changed his bloodline, the two of them don't have a bloodline, and Han Feng will still have a bloodline sensation with the dead Feng Aotian, he'll believe pretty much the same thing. If you still don't believe me, you will definitely go back to the family and ask. And it's true that old dog Han isn't his father, so there's no hiding this. After the words fell, Night Meditation thought for a moment that he could still give Han Feng another stab, and instructed Lan Shui, after you finish talking to Han Feng about his life, proclaim the fact that Han Feng killed Feng Aotian, and say that Han Feng went off the rails and remembered the daytime when Feng Aotian gave him up. In this way, if the desolate ancient Holy Land didn't kill him, it would also waste his cultivation to drive him out. Once Han Feng's cultivation was abolished and he was certain that he had killed his own father, Night Underworld estimated that he would definitely blacken. Because today, the demon of the heart has already been planted in Han Feng's heart, just short of a thing that can hit him even more. A righteous man like him can't bear the fact that he killed his father in his heart. When the time comes, just sit back and collect the rewards yourself. With things accounted for, Nightmare intended to relax and got up to go to Yui's residence. That would leave from the banquet when the woman gave him a message would come right back. He had just pushed open the woman's door when a soft, petite body jumped on top of him, hugging him like a wombat and kissing him frantically on the lips, the movements hot and spirited, the monkeying around like a wolf. Nightmare responded while walking towards the bed. The two had just collapsed onto the bed when there was a knock on the door of the room. Who? Yui said impatiently. It's me, Feng Aotian. The man outside responded. Why did this old dog come here? As soon as the Night Meditation thought about it, he understood that it was to ask Yui about the child. Never let Feng Aotian ask him here. In that case, when Han Feng killed Feng Aotian later, Yui would definitely know that he did it, and would most likely let Han Feng know that he framed him. Once Han Feng knew, he would only hate him more and the blackening would have less effect. Husband, wait for me, I'll get rid of him right away. Yui was flushed and her voice was pasty. No, you open the formation and let him in. The Night Meditation has a solution. Directly sit up, hold the woman in his arms, hand on top of the belly. So will he tell Ray Day? Yui finished and regretted. Fearing that Night Hay would misunderstand, she hurriedly explained, Husband, don't misunderstand, I still intend to take you to play with the Lei family one day, not for fear that Lei Ri would know about our relationship. I was afraid that Rizy would find out and affect your plans to kill him later. Night Underworld laughed evilly. Yeah, I'll go to your house some other day, I won't go if Lei Ri isn't there. Let Feng Aotian come in. Chapter 66, One Last Chance. After Yui opened the formation, Feng Aotian walked in. When his eyes saw Yui sitting in the arms of the Night Meditation, the man's hand is still very dishonest, and Yui not only did not resist, but also a very willing and enjoyable look, his eyes bottom of the fierce chi waves surging, cold voice questioning. What are you two doing? Yui, how did you become such a person? Originally, he had thought that if he did have a child with Yui, he would find a way to get her back. For the sake of the child, the other party may have a soft heart and agree. As good as Mizuka is, she doesn't mean a thing to him. He was also a little tired of licking dogs like this. But when he saw the ambiguous movements of the two, he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart, he couldn't suppress it at all. So much so that I forgot what I came for. When Nightmare saw the other's eyes he knew that Feng Aotian's heart was in turmoil. Although the two were in the past tense, it was inevitable that many people's hearts were not in the right place when they saw a former couple with someone else. It was exactly the result he wanted, to distract the other side. However, this is not enough. His hand became more unrestrained, his eyes coldly staring at Feng Aotian. You count as a six cake. What do I do with you? Is Yui's name something you can call? Yui curled up obediently in Night Hay's arms, her head resting on the man's shoulder, and said very cooperatively, Wind old dog, if you're fine, hurry up and get lost, my man and I have things to do. Hearing that there was something to be done, Fomeo of course knew what it was. Reason was instantly drowned out by impulse. Where did he still care about Night Hei's identity? Hysterically said, Yui, you used to be so virtuous and gentle, how did you become such a— You still care about me. You're pissing me off on purpose, aren't you? Can you give me another chance? I'm only going to be nice to you from now on, and I'm never going to mess around again. At first, he regretted being dumped by Yui. At that time, he felt that the woman had been completely taken by him, so he began to be reckless, and even wanted to take in both sisters and give the old emperor a green hat. There was also the fact that he was a little puffed up at the time, thinking that his beauty was unrivaled and that there was no woman in the Celestials who didn't like him, but reality taught him a hard lesson. Ordinary girls naturally couldn't withstand a single glance from him, but the notorious beauties of the Nine Suns Star region didn't look at him squarely at all. I purposely pissed you off? Yui was infuriated and laughed, directly kissing Night Hei's thin lips, releasing them after a few seconds and saying with a face full of happiness, "Windled dog, see, this is the man I have to wait for my whole life, the man I can love with my life. I'm willing to die if my man says so. Who do you think you are? Not even a dog in my eyes." The extreme humiliation caused Fomeo to fall into a frenzy, and his body began to tremble unceasingly. Good, you pair of dogs. I'll tell the Lei family head about this tomorrow. Whatever. Indifference was written all over Yui's face. Night Underworld smiled wryly and looked at Fomeo like a dead man. Get lost, this woman is mine. If you dare to say these unnutritious words to me again, there's no need for the Fong family to stay in this world. These words made Fomeo as if he had been splashed with cold water, instantly sobering up and breaking out in a cold sweat. If the hundreds of millions of people in the Wind family were to be wiped out because of him, then he would be the sinner of the Wind family. Fomeo is like a chameleon, just now still full of hostility, instantly smiled to please. Nine Imperial Prince, I come here no other meaning, just want to. Halfway through the other party's speech, Nightmare knew what Fomeo was going to say next, that he was just here to ask about the child, nothing else. There was no way he was going to let the other man say it, and bellowed. On your knees. Ninth Prince, do I need to say it a second time? If you don't kneel, I'll let Shadow Charm destroy the Wind family now. I kneel. Fomeo saw that the calmness on Night Underworld's face was instantly torn to shreds, revealing a sharp and grim killing intent, and was so frightened that he plopped to his knees on the ground. Ninth Prince, please don't move my family. Crawl over here. Night Underworld hooked his finger and saw Fomeo crawling to him like a dog, being kicked in the face and lying on all fours as he pointed at the woman in his arms and asked the other party, who is she? She's the Ninth Prince consort. Fomeo was a bit puzzled and carefully said. At the same time, an unspeakable, overwhelming feeling of humiliation spread to every corner of his body, causing him pain. It would have been better if Yui hadn't been there, being a dog. This was in front of his first love, and Yui looked at him with no sympathy in her eyes, but full of contempt and sneers. But he didn't dare to make a move, fearing the hidden dragon guards in the dark. The corner of Night Underworld's mouth slowly pulled up a teasing arc, signaling the other party to kneel down, and asked again, say it again, who is she? She's Mrs. Ray? Fomeo didn't know what the other party really wanted to hear, and tentatively returned, only to be kicked in the face again by Night Hei with a fiery pain. Who is she? She's Sai. Nima, how dare you call my woman's name? Night Underworld put Yui on the bed, walked over and grabbed Fomeo hair, and slapped dozens of big slaps in a row until his hand was slightly flooded with pain, before kicking the other party with a nest kick. Rubbish, dare to call me out and have your disciple challenge me? I'll give you face. Say, who is she? I'll give you one last chance. She. Fomeo forehead emerges fine beads of sweat, dry open mouth do not know how to say, and finally stammered, she is your woman? Do you want to die or live? Nightmare stared at his opponent playfully. In fact, he was just teasing the other party, not answering incorrectly as Fomeo thought. No matter what the other party said, he would not be satisfied. Want to live. Fomeo said with trepidation. Get lost. Immediately as a dead man, night meditation lazy nonsense. There is that merit better than the movement will. The killing intent in Fomeo heart was already boiling like boiling water, but he didn't dare to show it. The humiliation was not physical, but came from the depths of his soul. He never imagined that he would one day be so humiliated, and in front of his first love. He vowed to make the other man pay. In fact, he wanted to make a move right now and drag the other party to die with him, even if every prince was protected by hidden dragon guards. As long as he surprised them, the hidden dragon guards might not be able to save them in the first place. It's just that Yui is about the same strength as him, and the woman has been on guard, so if he can't kill the other party by making a move now, then he will meet in a while at the Lotus Pond. Just as he wanted to ask the other party if he would still see him later, Night Underworld's soul transmission sounded in his sea of consciousness, hurry up and get lost, don't delay me from enjoying the beauty. I'll see you as soon as Yui and I are done. Fomeo nodded his head and walked away with a smiling face. Nightmare and the woman collapsed onto the bed once more. Before we could start, there was another knock on the door. I'm on a horse. The night meditation was drunk. Chapter 67. Haiwa came to fetch Yue Yao to finish her marriage. The formation was opened. Night Underworld then saw Yue Yao bouncing in, her chest swaying violently from the bouncing as she gave him a playful smile. Big Bad, did you miss me? Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on the Grand Prince? Why are you here? Nightmare scowled at the other man, the knot in his throat rolling a little. The girl was wearing the same JK uniform he'd given her, the top shirt illuminated in white with a red bow tie at the collar, and the bottom half of the dress was a black pleated skirt, with a pair of small black leather shoes with laces tied in a pretty bow that complemented the skirt. The overall look is both fashionable and full of campus flavor, which makes Night Meditation can't help but think of the good old student days. I miss you. Yue Yao glanced at Yui, her eyes filled with hostility, then hugged Night Underworld's arm and pampered, Big Bad Guy, hold me at night and sleep, okay? Night Meditation thought that he could only hug and could not do anything else, and pinched the other party's face and said, good boy, you go back first, I'll go look for you later. No. Mist filled the bottom of Yue Yao's eyes, and she looked like she was on the verge of crying in aggravation. Humph, you haven't gotten someone yet, so you don't love me anymore. Much less care about me in the future. That might as well make me Mary Ray Day. In order to be angry with Night Hey, she purposely said to Yui, Sister Yui, if I go to the Lei family, you have to take care of me. Night Underworld's teeth ached as he said to Yui, tell you what, I'll stay with you another day. Unwilling to let go of Nightmare, Yui proposed, anyway, none of us are outsiders, why don't the three of us join together? Yue Yao looked at the other party with wide eyes and said in a conspiratorial manner, Sister Yue, you're a person from the past, you can't be so open, right? Yui's face crawled with a reddish haze as she hurriedly explained, Yao are misunderstood, it's the three of us talking together. Just do what Yui said. Regardless of whether Yui meant that or not, Night Underworld knew that as long as he brought it up, the woman would definitely not oppose it, but Yue Yao definitely wouldn't be able to do it, replacing it with chasing the moon would be fine. But I have something important to tell you. Yue Yao pouted, her face full of reluctance. Nightmare scratched her nose, if you have something to say, it's okay. I need to talk to Yui about how to deal with Lei Ri, or you'll really be married off. Okay then. Yue Yao was trying to cultivate with Night Hey for a bit. Bing Ning told her that cultivating for a day could catch up with dozens of days, she hadn't tried it yet. Nightstorm lay down in the center, with the two women on either side. Yue Yao's delicate body pressed onto Night Hey's shoulders and spoke about the matter of the Grand Imperial Prince's early marriage. Early? The corners of the eyes of Nightmare's eyes twitched as he looked sideways at Yui. Is there a way to poison Lei Ri? Yui shook her head and said truthfully, that's an old fox who defends against anyone, usually surrounded by countless experts, and has long since stopped eating anything. It's almost impossible to poison him. Night Meditation thought for a while and said, since we can't do it on his body, we should do it on someone else's, so that Lei Ri will take the initiative to break the alliance. Big Bad, do you have a good idea? Tell me. Yue Yao instantly became interested. Her favorite demonic pitfalls are the bad ideas she likes to hear. Last time at the teleportation array, didn't Di Xing kill Lu Chao, so why don't we let him do it again? Nightmare spoke his plan over. Pick an important dude in the Lei family who bullies men and women, have Yui poison him to make him go crazy in the Nine Suns Imperial City, and then have Yue Yao lure the Imperial Star over there. Will Lei Ri still be joined in marriage when Ti Xing kills his heir? Last time, Emperor Star killed Lu Chao and suffered a big loss. Will he kill again this time? Yui said with some concern. Yeah, Emperor Star isn't that stupid. Last time he lost the Lu family's support, he was already very passive in choosing an emperor who would make the same mistake twice? Yue Yao echoed. You don't understand. Night Underworld shook his head. A dog can't change its ways. Imperial Star's justice is engraved in its bones. It can't be changed by eating a loss once. Let alone once, or even 100 times, he will still show no mercy when he meets the kind of people who do no evil and forcefully rob the people. Alright, just do as you say, let Yaoer lure Emperor Star out of the mansion. I'll choose a good man and have that man show up on Emperor Star's mandatory route and molest the women. Yui agreed with Nightmare. Next, the three of them discussed the details again, and after there were no problems, Night Underworld felt that time was running out and decided to return to the Nine Suns continent overnight. The two women had no comment, and the three of them got up to leave. Just outside the temple, there was chaos in the distance. Night Underworld pretended to make some inquiries, and the result obtained was naturally that Fomeo Tian was dead, and Han Feng had killed him. Husband, I won't be able to go back with you, but I'll make it back as soon as I can, and I'll be sure not to delay business. Yui was a bit unable to let go of Han Feng, and planned to talk to Mizuno and go back when she was fine. Naturally, Nightmare had no problem with it. It wasn't like the three of them could do nothing together. Just like that, Night Underworld left with his own people in the Xian boat. This made Yue Yao so happy that she could finally be alone with Night Hey. Inside Xianzhou's room, there were only the two of them, Night Underworld. Yue Yao lay unclothed under the covers, obliviously kissing the man as a way to tell her thoughts. Night Meditation was stopped by Neisan when she tried to go further. No, I don't want kids yet. No, you don't have to kiss it. It's making me on fire. No, I'm partial to a kiss. You go to sleep first, I'm going to talk to Qingyao about something. Big Bad, can't you just cuddle up and sleep with me? Okay then. Nightshade compromised, taking the other man in his arms. The thought of killing Ruthless was a bit disturbing, and perhaps only the girl's own father could help him by currying favor first. But how to reach her father? It's only a month away. At that time, he was only perfunctorily killing emotionless, really handing over to kill falling snow. That was impossible. Big Bad, I know you want to, you'll pass Moon Lake on the way back, it's beautiful, I'll give myself to you there, is that okay? Yu Yao took the initiative and said, okay, that's a deal. Nightmare wouldn't say anything about if you don't want to, you'll be waiting. Those kind of people are so hypocritical. Bloodthirsty men, what a load. It's only real when you eat it in your mouth. Then how about you cultivate with me? Facing the girl's blearily eyes, Nightmare nodded. Wait for me, I'll let them know and stop at Moon Lake. When they returned, the two of them sat down on their knees and began to cultivate. Nightmare wondered in his heart if he should just kill Shadowmist or use her a bit. In the end, it was decided to just kill it. It wasn't like there was a shortage of her as a strong person back in the Imperial Dynasty. In the desolate ancient Holy Land, he had been acting as if he was fine, and that was because no one among these people could beat Shadow Charm. Secondly, Shadowmist and Mystique are on good terms. It's easy to lose your life there if you don't play well. This cultivation went into the afternoon of the following day. The Shen boat stopped over the Moon Lake, and Night Underworld and Little Lori came to the edge of the lake, looking at the picturesque lake, which was refreshing. Yu Yao looked a bit nervous and expectant. The two kissed and collapsed in a patch of one-person flowers. 9 suns set in the mountains, September rises in the sky. The stars are shy, the moon is shy, the fish are shy. It wasn't until the following morning that the sun rose again and the two stood up from the flowers. Yu Yao just took a step and grimaced in pain. Big Bad, it's all you're doing, you went behind my back. I can't and I'm still trying to be a hero, but I have to talk about 3 days and 3 nights. Night Hollow looked at the other party's standing posture and somewhat stifled the urge to laugh. Ninger said you gave her pills, where are mine? Yu Yao stretched out her small white hand to beg for it. We'll eat it when we get to the Shen boat. Night Underworld had just taken the other party in her arms in a princess hug when the sound of thunderous tremors rang out in the distance. Griffin, you're looking for death, aren't you? You dare to hug my fiancée? Put her down and I'll let you die a quick death. I'm giving you a chance to reorganize your language. Nightmare looked over in the direction of the source of the sound. A lanky, well-built teenager with a six-pack stride was making his way to him. The teenager's skin was dark, as if the color of the night had settled on his body, but he was wearing a white beast robe. He had a weed in the corner of his mouth, his eyes were sharp as beasts, and his hair was dark, thick, and slightly curly, like grass blown by the wind. Ding! The system has detected the hellish villain Haiwa. The host just needs to take him as his subordinate. There will be a reward for loyalty to 80, current loyalty, 00. Night Underworld heard the system's voice and muttered, asterisk 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 another hellish villain. It's just that this one's a little frothy. There seems to be something wrong with the brain. Next chapter of the 9 Beautiful Gods, the Star River Goddess Candlelight appears. I'll start with a picture. If you think the picture is not good, please provide one, so that you can feel the real charm of the 9 Beautiful Gods. Please give a for the love. The next chapter will be written in a few hundred words. Got to 20 teletypes and sent them out without writing them. Chapter 68, The 9 Beautiful Gods, Star River Goddess, thanks to the bosses for their gifts. Haiwa completely ignored Night Underworld and continued, I'm talking to you, do you hear me? If you don't put my fiancé down, I'll kill you. The man who dares to cuckold me hasn't been born yet, and you're too bold. Who the hell are you? Not only did Night Underworld not release it, instead, he gave Yu Yao a kiss on the cheek. Girl, do you know this stupid fool? Don't recognize it. Yu Yao shook her head and said with a wry smile, probably mentally ill. Big Bad, teach him a good lesson and let him know what happens when he impersonates someone's fiancé. Just what I need. Night Underworld said faintly into the void, Ghost Woman, first beat this bastard half to death. When will he speak human language before stopping? Yes, master. The ghostly woman appeared in front of Haiwa like a ghost, grabbed his beastly clothes, and threw them out like sandbags. Bang! Haiwa fell hard dozens of feet away and was thrown to the ground. Not waiting to react, the ghost woman came to his side again, grabbed the clothes on his back and kicked him in the stomach like a ball. Whoosh! Haiwa drew a beautiful arc in the air and smashed on the ground again, his bones falling apart, cursing, Ah grass, you scum, do you know who I am? In my nook and cranny, everyone has to call me the Black Jail Boss. I'm telling you, you're in big trouble. Kneel down and apologize to me, and I may not implicate the 9 clans. No one paid any attention to him as the ghost woman continued to wrestle him around. Haiwa was like a small strong man who couldn't die from the fall. His body was stained with blood, the bones in several places were deformed, the bones were pierced out along with the flesh, and this bastard froze and didn't beg for mercy. Big Bad, I told you he was mentally ill, didn't I? Yu Yao's eyes curved into a crescent moon as she smiled, finding it very amusing. Nightmare nodded, that's right, silly spores from nowhere. He found the villain a bit amusing. Don't force me to get mad, you can't afford to mess with the people from my place, my mother alone can destroy the entire 9 Sun Starfield. Haiwa's heart was more bitter than eating yellow fever. What the is this? The black prison overlord who walked out of the eye of hell was beaten up like this pussy. Originally he was not willing to come out to pick up Yu Yao, it was all forced by his mother to come. Now it's good, he was beaten to the point that he didn't even recognize his own mother. Oh, so tell me, where are you from? Night Underworld probably guessed that it should be Hell's Eye. Hell's Eye, ever heard of it? Haiwa said in a vicious and hostile manner, let me tell you, if a random strong person comes out there, all the emperors of the Nine Sun Star region will have to kneel down to greet them. Are you guys better than the emperor? I'm just asking if you're scared? He had thought that after he had finished speaking, the other party would surely stop, kneel on the ground and beg for forgiveness with a snotty nose and tears, waiting for his judgment, but unexpectedly, the development of things was completely different from what he had imagined. Ghost woman, did you not eat? Hit it harder. The bird anger that Night Underworld had received from Kill Emotionless was just the right thing to vent on this bastard. Also, not giving a beating to the suit doesn't make it easy for him to ask about something next. After the ghost woman received the order, she gave another beating to Haiwa, but Haiwa's mouth is really hard, all beat up not in human form, just won't give in to softness. As she fought, the ghost woman suddenly plopped down and knelt in front of Night Hei's body, pleading, Master, the old slave begs you to spare him. Night Underworld was first stunned, then he reacted with an evil smile, are you in love with this douchebag? No. No. The ghost woman's creased face was scarlet, and her sentence was even more stuttered. Fine, if you don't tell me the truth, I'll let Blue Snow kill him now. Nightmare intimidated. Master, don't kill. The ghost woman is full of anxious color, originally full of wrinkles. Face at this moment is even more wrinkled into a ball, hurriedly said, I said, I am like him. His skin color and appearance were my favorite looks, and the hard-nosed personality that wouldn't give in to any kind of beating made me warm up to him. A man like that is the husband I've been looking for all my life. Fine, I'll give him to you as a man. Night Underworld glanced at Haiwa and smiled wryly, thinking, small kind, can clean up you can get. This time, I'll see if you're afraid. Thank you, master. The ghost woman was overjoyed, as if all of a sudden young 10 years or so, and then shyly lowered her head, and then looked up again was actually full of shy clouds. Haiwa was covered in blood, lying on the ground panting heavily, not even having the strength to move a little, hearing the two men's conversation, jumped up like a swindle. Don't, I'm not hardcore, I'm soft, I'm ing soft, okay? Please spare me, I'm unmarried. He greeted Night Hei's ancestors in his heart. Bad, this man is so bad. It was true that what was feared came to pass, and the other party had completely grabbed his soft underbelly. The woman he is looking for in the future is as beautiful as his mother, the other 8 of the 9 beautiful gods. Yu Yao can't even get into his eyes, how can he be the man of the ghost woman? However, he was suddenly very appreciative of Night Hei, this person was very much in his path. I don't know what kind of freak the ghost child was, the body's injuries recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in only a few moments, it was back to its original state. Watching everyone gawk. It's no use going soft. Night Underworld shook his head, I gave you the chance to reorganize your language, it's you who didn't cherish it. Don't do it, bro. Haiwa ran to Night Hei's heels and hooked his shoulders, you're a badass, and I love it. You just don't let me be this old hag's man and we'll be brothers from now on. If you make me big brother, I'll even let you meet my mother's stunning face. Let me tell you, my mother is one of the 9 great gods of beauty, the Star River goddess, the most beautiful woman under the heavens. Any man who takes one look at her will be mesmerized and never forget it, and in the future, won't be interested in any woman. Who the hell is a brother to you? Night Underworld didn't believe that there was such a beautiful woman at all and pushed away the other party's hand with a disgusted face. I'm asking you, whose woman is Yu Yao? Yours, your woman. Haiwa didn't want to marry Yu Yao in the first place, and he felt that Night Underworld had done him a big favor instead. Let me ask you again, you said that Yu Yao is your fiancé, what's going on? Before Yu Yao's mother gave birth to her, she betrothed us, I really didn't want to marry her, it was my mother who had to make me come. Is auntie that annoying? Yu Yao heard this and quit, living like a little wildcat that had exploded its fur, milking the fierce and ferocious way. No, you're the prettiest, sweetest little fairy, and it's me who doesn't deserve you. After a burst of currying favor with Yu Yao, Heiwa said playfully to Night Hei, she's your woman, big brother, how could a brother dare to think otherwise? Night Underworld continued to ask, what about Yu Yao's parents? Mother's dead and only father's left in Hell's Eye. Who is Yu Yao's father? Her father's name is Yu Wuya. Does her father not know her? Why didn't he come to her? I know, since Yu Wuya's wife died, he has been drinking all day long, getting drunk every day, not caring about anything, immersed in pain all day long, and is now an invalid. Asterisk 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 asterisk, still a lover. Night Underworld continued to ask, do you know about Kill Emotionless? You're talking about that cold-blooded ice cube face, I know. Who is stronger, Moonless Cliff or Kill Emotionless? Night Meditation wanted to let Yu Wui protect himself, but suddenly he felt like asking a nonsense question, what can a drunkard protect? If it were before, the two would be about the same, but now Yu Wuya definitely can't. Night Underworld's heart grew cold, did you just say that you're some kind of black kingpin that can deter Kill Emotionless? It's not the black kingpin, it's the black jailbait. As Haiwa was speaking, Yu Linglong suddenly appeared, her body enveloped in golden Buddhist light, stepping into the void, and said to Haiwa, Amatba Buddha, yet another great devil who wreaks havoc on the people and kills without blinking an eye. The poor monk will get rid of you for the sake of the natural-born beings. Stinking, who are you calling a big devil? Believe it or not, I'll whip you? Haiwa was full of dirty words. Seeing Yu Linglong come for real, he was about to make a move. He took a step to come behind Night Underworld. Big brother, save me, from now on you'll be my own big brother. If I'm going to die, the entire Nine Suns starfield will be buried with me. Haiwa's character is like this, some comical. If he meets a person who is in love, he looks at the person, call brother and brother, a big grin. If he hates someone, he'll kill your whole family without blinking an eye. He's a cold-blooded, heartless devil. And Night Hay's spontaneity was exactly the kind of character he liked. It's okay to save you, you'll have to work for me as a subordinate. Nightmare took the opportunity to make an offer. In fact, he would have saved it whether the other party had agreed or not. Because he believed that the other party's words were by no means a joke, in case the other person's mother slaughtered the entire Nine Suns starfield, wouldn't he himself also die? Besides, this is a hell of a villain, his own future right-hand man, and to use his mother against Kill the Merciless. Okay, whatever you say. Haiwa didn't hesitate and answered with his mouth full. Surviving it first, and doing it then or not is another matter. Seeing this, Night Underworld shouted at Yu Linglong, get lost and go back, forget about the covenant? It's not your turn to meddle in my affairs. I'm not meddling in your affairs, this big devil must be gotten rid of. Yu Linglong was unmoved, her face insistent. Night Underworld was curious, my disciple, killing falling snow, is also a big devil in your eyes, isn't he? Then why didn't you kill her, kill this load? The Buddha says it cannot be said. Unspeakable and hammer. Night Underworld warned, if you kill him, all the people of the Nine Suns starfield will be buried with him. Are you saving the living or killing the living? But if we don't kill him, more people will die in the future, countless times more than in the Nine Suns starfield. After Yu Linglong finished speaking, she waved out a Buddha light to envelop Haiwa, whose body unconsciously floated upwards, completely without the cover of night. Hey, big brother, save me, save me. This is for real, how do you manage your subordinates? Yu Linglong, I order you to stop. Jade Linglong ignored Night Hay's words and raised her hand to point in the void. A swastika symbol shot straight to Haiwa's brow, showing no mercy at all. Just as the swastika was about to shoot into Haiwa's brow, a flash of golden light swirled out from Haiwa's body. Immediately following, an ethereal voice sounded. Who gave you the nerve to hurt my son? The voice carried a mysterious power that was like an indestructible blade, and the swastika symbols that were shot at Haiwa were instantly shattered and turned into bits of golden light. Pust! Yu Linglong was shocked by the voice and spat out a mouthful of bloody sword, blood staining the void. Immediately following that, her body was struck by the sound and flew out uncontrollably, slamming hard into the ground and bringing up a cloud of dust. Chapter 69, Familiarity from the Soul. Everyone's eyes went to the sky in unison. At this moment, a figure appeared there sitting cross-legged. It was the same Candlelight who had just spoken. Her surroundings were dense with white light. It was impossible to see what she really looked like, but one could see the overall outline. From that blurred figure, one can still feel the thrilling beauty. Night meditation on cultivation is an idiot. I do not know what spells the other party cast, or divine power. The woman's body is thousands of times larger than normal, giving a visual shock, and appears incomparable sacred. Standing in front of her has a kind of pilgrimage to the illusion of God. Ding! Candlelight and the host are successfully bound. Ding! Candlelight's favorability to the host is 10. The first beauty has the privilege that 10 points of favorability boosts the cultivation speed by 10 times. The current cultivation growth rate is 10 times, total, 85 times. When Candlelight's favorability reaches 80 and 100, the mystery treasure chest is bound to give out goodies. Ding! Candlelight's moving index is 1 star, it's extremely hard to move. Extremely hard to move? Then why did you come up here and have 10 points of favor with me? Night Underworld was a bit confused, and what surprised him even more was that 10 points of goodwill boosted the cultivation speed by 10 times, which was equivalent to someone else's goodwill of 100. Sure enough, beautiful women are privileged. This time it was the first page of the 100 Flowers Atlas that was illuminated. Unlike in the past, the first page was a 9-panel grid with 9 pictures, only one of which was lit up, while the remaining 8 were blurry and unreadable. Night Underworld guessed that the 9 women on it were the 9 beauty gods that Haiwa had spoken of, and Candlelight was only one of them. Mother, it's this stinking who tried to kill me, you killed her. Haiwa pointed at Yu Linglong and said to Candlelight. While others couldn't see the true appearance of the Candlelight, Night Underworld could see it through the 100 Flowers Atlas. At the moment, his mind was completely attracted by the woman's face that was better than the mountains, so much so that he was unaware that Haiwa wanted to kill Yu Linglong. As for how beautiful the Candlelight was, he couldn't describe it. It wasn't that he wouldn't describe it, it was that there were no words to describe it. No gorgeous language in the world was worthy of her, it was the words that weren't worthy. Instead of accentuating her beauty, it pulls it down. If I had to say, I'd have to say it was flawless. There wasn't a single trace, a single flaw, no matter the figure, or the skin, face, neck, jade peak, willow waist, jade legs, jade feet and so on. There just wasn't a single place on her body that wasn't beautiful to the extreme. Even a single strand of hair, an eyelash, a single pore is impeccable. Even the creator couldn't make such a beautiful woman. Even if she didn't have any jewelry or jeweled glaze on her body, she was many thousands of times better than those carefully equipped beauties. Night Underworld only look at a glance, the eyes can no longer pull out, when it is true, as Hiwa said, a glance will never forget, will lose interest in any woman. This is by no means an exaggeration, there has been more than that. If Candlelight was Audrey on the blue planet, then chasing the moon was an ordinary to ordinary girl in front of her. Who's chasing the moon? That was the #1 beauty of the Nine Suns star region, the woman who drove countless men crazy. This metaphor is not enough to describe the beauty of Candlelight. Her beauty surpassed all men's fantasies about women, as if they were dreams. At this moment, the will of the night meditation completely sunk. People have become irrational, only one idea in his mind, rushed up, tear her dress, enjoy profanity, even if the consequences are to fall into the bottomless abyss, fall into the wheel of reincarnation. Doesn't care. He doesn't care at all. Big bad guy, why are you flabbergasted? Yu Linglong is dying. It wasn't until Yu Yao pulled on Night Hei's arm that he woke up from his sinking, fiercely biting the tip of his tongue, the faint taste of blood coming from his mouth before he regained the sanity he should have. Then they saw Yu Linglong lying on the ground, her body stained with blood and her breath withered, followed closely by the ethereal fairy voice of Candlelight. Are you guilty of killing my son? I saved the world's life, what's my crime? Yu Linglong wanted to stand up, but she didn't have any strength in her body, and after trying hard for several times, she finally didn't stand up. It's none of my business whether you save the living or not, killing my son is damned. Candlelight's voice was full of doting on her son. Yu Linglong did not have the slightest bit of fear under her eyes and calmly said, if your son does not die, I don't know how many people will have to die in the future. If I don't go to hell, who will? It's just a shame I didn't kill him. This is the rhythm of death. Yu Yao skimmed her lips. How many people die is none of my business, this god only knows that whoever kills my son will die. Candlelight's fingertip made a point in the void, and the killing chance spread with his finger. This god? This woman is a god? Night Underworld couldn't wait to speculate on the meaning of the woman's words and took a step to Yu Linglong's body, cupping his fists and saying, fellow Taoist, wait. When the few people present heard Night Underworld call out for Dao Yu, their hearts were in their throats, sweating for him. Taoist friends are people of comparable strength and status who only address each other as such. What's the level of Night Hollow? Calling out to the other Taoist is no different from committing suicide. Fellow Taoist? It's been a long time since I've heard that title. Candlelight looked at Night Hei's eyes and visibly froze for a moment, pausing for a few breaths before continuing, what is your business? His mother's words left Hiwa in a bit of disbelief, his eyes nearly glazing over. This is still my mother? When did she get so good-tempered? If a scum had called her Taoist friend in the past, she would have slapped him away long ago. What he couldn't believe the most was that his mother's tone of voice when she spoke to Night Hei was so gentle, even gentler than when she spoke to him. Fellow Taoist, can you not kill her? Night Underworld pointed at Jade Linglong behind him, his heart beating like a drum. Strong people are temperamental, and it's a lie to say they're not afraid. But he was half sure that the other party wouldn't hurt him, just because of the inexplicable 10 points of favorability. Also, for some reason, women gave him a sense of familiarity that came from his soul. A sense of indefinable familiarity. Give me a reason. Candlelight retracted his fingers, and his voice, though faint, was permeated with supreme majesty. This devil has his eye on you, is this a reason? Night Underworld got high in his heart, but he didn't dare to say it, and respectfully said, fellow Taoist, I don't have a reason, I just don't want you to kill her. At the same time, Night Underworld put an arm around Hiwa's shoulders. Hiwa and I are brothers, so I should help Hiwa according to the rules, but there's a saying, don't fight, don't know each other. Hiwa also wrapped his arm around Night Meditation's shoulders and nodded, that's right, mother, we're good buddies. I'm the oldest brother and he's the second. You're the dick. If it wasn't for the fact that this bastard had a mother that he couldn't afford to mess with, Night Underworld would definitely give the other party a life-taking kick. Hiwa immediately reacted to the fact that he had been set up. Seeing that his mother really had the intention of letting Yu Linglong go, he hurriedly said, Mother, you can't let that little monk go, I didn't mess with her, and she killed me. If I let her go, how can I still hang out in Hell's Eye in the future, and won't I, the Black Hell Overlord, be reduced to the laughingstock of others? Night Underworld lowered his voice, if you dare to talk nonsense again, do you believe I'll let you marry the ghost woman? Unless you go back with your mother, we'll never see each other. No, even if you go back, when I have the strength to enter the Hell's Eye, I'll let you have forced love with the ghost woman. Scared by him, Hiwa immediately shut his mouth. No reason is a reason. Candlelight cast an appreciative glance at Night Hei, you're very smart. As long as you can guarantee that the little monk will no longer harm my son, the life of a mole is not to be killed. People don't get the point. How is no reason still a reason? Only the ghostly woman in the distance understood. In the eyes of the strong, what reason is pale and useless, say more is useless, kill or not kill only by people's heart. It's the lack of a reason that doesn't turn off the powerful. For one thing, you won't get yourself killed. Secondly, it would be easier to save you Linglong instead of giving face to the strongest person. The ghost woman looked at the candlelight like a daughter-in-law looks at her mother-in-law, her cloudy eyes filled with infinite respect and filial piety. She really wanted to kneel down and kowtow to her future mother-in-law. But she had the self-awareness that she would have to rely on her master to make this work. Don't worry, fellow Daoist, I guarantee with my life that you Linglong will never harm Haiwa again. Nightmare swore. Amitba Buddha, it seems that my body to eliminate the devil has had an effect, and your heart has turned to the good. The smile at the corner of Yu Linglong's mouth carried a touch of accomplishment. Ding! Jade Linglong is full of gratitude to the host for saving her life. Her favoritism towards the host is +9, currently 10, her cultivation growth rate is 1x, total, 86x. It seems that Buddha is not everything is empty well. Night meditation turned around and grabbed the woman's monk's robe, directly will be lifted up, a big mouth hard fan up. Do you really think I am saving you? Everyone stared at Night Hay with a puzzled expression. How can you save someone's life and beat them up? With Jade Linglong's injuries, a few more hits to hang a ball. Chapter 70, Yu Linglong is pregnant, raw rice is cooked. Yu Linglong's gaze evaded for a moment in the face of Night Underworld's direct gaze. Why are you pleading for me if you're not saving me? Snap. Night Underworld once again threw over a big slap, his eyes cold. What else would you do besides adding to my mess? I told you not to kill, but you wouldn't listen. Whether you die or not has nothing to do with me, but my child cannot die. Have you ever thought about the baby in your belly when you're so impulsive? This time it's really good hanging. Luckily, Haiwa's mother gave him this face for some reason. If it were someone else, someone as ruthless as Kill Emotionless, Yu Linglong would definitely die. That is, if he didn't come forward to plead for mercy, all the people present today might also all die, because people would automatically define them as a gang. Degree of life, degree of life, degree of a hammer of life. I've lost my own life. What are you going to do with Ji Badu? He had no objection to wanting to universalize the world, everyone had their own beliefs, but there was always the guarantee of his own life, wasn't there? How did you? You know I was pregnant? Yu Linglong's face was not as expressionless as before, but gazed with maternal compassion. At this point, everyone understood why Night Hay was so angry. Yu Yao touched her belly and muttered to herself, I'm not going to have one, right? Big bad, just too powerful. So it's a younger sibling, with a little nephew. Haiwa patted Night Underworld's shoulder. Forget it, Lauer, for the sake of my little nephew, I won't bother with her. Night Underworld ignored the other party and instead roughly pinched open Yu Linglong's mouth and savagely stuffed an elixir into her mouth as she coldly said, You heal your wounds first. You've violated my covenant. I'm not keeping you here. Heal up and get the hell back to your Buddhist temple. As for how he knew the other was pregnant, he had sensed it the last time they had shared a room. I'm not leaving until you kill me. Yu Linglong's voice was soft, and even had a bit of a petulant flavor to it. After saying that, she sat down on the ground with her knees crossed to heal her wounds, not even looking at Night Underworld. Mother! Haiwa said to Candlelight, pointing at Night Hay, Yu Yao already has a man of her choice, it's him. I think we should forget about the marriage. Candlelight nodded, since she hasn't intended, forget it. You don't have to go back to Hell's Eye, just stay by Nightmare's side. Mother, never. Haiwa glanced at the ghost woman, the woman's wolf-like eyes made him make a shiver. You can only live for 1,000 years outside, there is simply not enough time for me to ascend, you'd better take me back. The ghost woman's eyes glowed green when she heard that Haiwa would stay. It was hard to meet someone she liked, a man she had to take. 1,000 years won't affect your ascension. Candlelight's cool gaze turned to Nightmare and faintly asked, there's no problem with him ascending for 1,000 years, right? Being stared at by the woman's aggressive gaze, Night Underworld felt as if she was stripped naked and standing in front of the other party, with no secrets to speak of, and assured, don't worry, fellow Daoist, I will bring Haiwa to ascend. The woman must have seen through some of his tactics. The woman didn't say anything, he also wanted to keep Haiwa, if Kill Emotionless came, this one could top it. Mother, why do you have to leave me outside? Haiwa wailed, do you really want me to find a stepfather outside? Saying that, he patted Nightmare's shoulder, Mother see if he hits it? Don't be ridiculous. Although the sound of the candlelight was crisp and clear, two blushes secretly crept up on the stunning face under the white light. Nightmare almost shouted out just now, I fancy it. This woman is a widow? Haiwa is a fatherless child. How can a child grow up without a father's love? Suddenly wanting to do good again, he wrapped his arm around Haiwa's shoulders and looked at the other party like his own son. Don't worry, you won't be lonely here. I'll take good care of you and give you the same warmth as your home. After hearing this, Haiwa was very touched and patted his chest and promised, don't worry, if anyone bullies you in the future, I'll let my mother clean him up. Right, mother. Haiwa looked up in the direction of his mother, where the woman was long gone. Ding. Haiwa's loyalty to the host is plus 50, currently 50. Nightmare was still trying to talk to Candlelight about killing Ruthless when the woman walked away. At that moment, the ghost woman came to his side. Master, about me and Haiwa? Without waiting for Night Hay to speak, Haiwa snatched the first words, Elder, you just said to take good care of me, but you can't let me marry this granny. Who the hell is a dick? Get your together. With candlelight gone, Nightmare immediately changed her mouth and gave Haiwa an earful of spoons. Big brother, you're the big brother, okay? With a fawning face, Haiwa hurriedly conceded. He is really afraid of the night meditation does not restrain the ghost woman to push him forcibly. That's more like it. Night Underworld looked at the other party with the implication that children can be taught, and warned, remember, if you don't listen to me in the future, the bed of the ghost woman will be your eternal home. After that, he said to the ghost woman in a serious tone, little ghost, this kind of thing like love is about what you love and what I want. The melon that is twisted by force is not sweet. If you have what it takes to catch up with the black bastard, you have my blessing and a great gift. If you can't catch up, it only means you're destined for each other. Yes, master, old slave knows. The ghost woman said with a godly look on her face. She really wanted to say, what's wrong with a twisted melon, just quench your thirst. Night Underworld saw that the ghost woman's eyes were bleak, and the color of sadness appeared on her face, as if she had aged more than 10 years all of a sudden, and was truly moved. Intending to help this infatuated woman, the soul-transmitting voice said, there is another saying that goes like this, the raw rice is ripe for consumption. I've taught you the method, it's up to you to make it work. Hearing Night Underworld's words, the ghost woman's eyes immediately lit up with the color of life, and she excitedly said, thank you master, I understand. It won't be long before I'm pregnant with Haiwa's baby. Haiwa didn't know the soul transmission of the two. If he knew, it was estimated that he would have run away in fear. After casually chatting for a few moments, Night Underworld was ready to continue on his journey and did not pay any attention to Yu Linglong. When Yu Linglong saw him leave, she immediately stopped healing and followed him. Night Underworld turned around and coldly glared at her. Why are you still following me? Didn't I tell you to go back to the Buddhist temple? I'm going to follow you. Yu Linglong stubbornly raised her chin. For one day I don't have to fulfill you, I won't leave for one day. Are you trying to fulfill me, or can't you get away from me? Night Underworld walked up to the woman and touched her flat belly. If you answer correctly you can stay, if you answer wrongly you must go. I can't stay away from you, okay? Yu Linglong was changing a little bit under the influence of Night Hay, even her tone of voice had the mannerisms of a young daughter. Are you unable to leave our warm comforter? Tell the truth and I'll let you stay. Nightmare asked, stroking his bald head. Yu Linglong didn't say anything and just nodded. So will you be obedient from now on? Will you be good? Night Underworld's seemingly unnutritious questioning was a way to tear apart the layers of the Buddha realm in the woman's heart. Yu Linglong still just nodded her head. Nightmare stroked the woman's cheek and asked gently, does it still hurt? Do you realize that hitting you hurts in my heart? It doesn't hurt. Yu Linglong shook her head. Ding! Jade Linglong's heart was surrounded by the host's tenderness, the Buddhist realm was somewhat loosened, the seeds of red dust were bred in her heart, her favoritism towards the host was plus 10, currently 20, her cultivation grew at a rate of 2 times, total, 87 times. Night Underworld held the woman in her arms in a princess hug and walked towards the Xian boat, whispering in the woman's ear, when the child is born, I'll make a trip back to the Buddhist temple with you. Now, let's go to your room and I'll go to the bed and help you heal. In the evening, Night Underworld returned to Sky City. He came to Chasing the Moon's dormitory at the first opportunity. Chasing the Moon directly jumped into his arms. Emperor, my concubine misses you to death, and looks forward to your return every moment, so you have to keep me company at night. Mind your dog, Shadowmist. Nightmare pushed the woman away and turned to leave with a single word. Suddenly there's a problem. I don't know what's going on, but the system's thank you post is missing for so many of the bounties. Cat is here to thank you all. Put the heart greater than or equal to hide well, clear snow goo cold years, born on the beach like waves, Nudoi. There are many more rewards from the papapas, so I'll leave it at that and bow to you all here. Maybe it's human nature, or maybe it's your recognition that I can be happy for a long time when I receive even one for the love of power, when it's obviously only a dime and I can't even buy a sorbet. Anyway, thank you all very much. I hope that you will all stay with Cat, and that Cat will still see you in the future when this book is finished. Chapter 71 Hanyu is pregnant. Nightmare didn't say anything about what happened or killing Shadowmist, because he knew what Chasing the Moon would do. Walking out of his chambers, he was a bit confused. To see who? Hammy? Master? Qingyao? Right at this moment, a woman with a full head of red hair walked towards her. She was wearing a long red fire dress, and as the breeze blew, the long dress tightly wrapped around her slender and slim figure, outlining her hot curves. The woman came to him with a slight bow. DC, my mother consort said that it's thanks to you that I wasn't allowed to marry into the Blood Soul Star realm, and she's prepared a dinner party to thank you, so I hope you'll honor us with your presence. The woman was no one else but the daughter of Hanyukin, Princess Sanchi di Shuayan. Thank you is fake, Juan, my talent is real, right? Night meditation naturally know what the woman wants to do, but think of the day of the beauty of the bathing picture, his heart is really some hot, wine and rice after a mandarin duck's bath is also good. Thinking about it, he immediately agreed. Alright, you go to my palace and bring one named Bingchen there, I'll go first. Haven't hammered this one in days. Night Underworld intends to let the old emperor responsible for serving on the side in a while, not the old emperor serving with a feast, not enough compulsion to eat. Meet Princess Ice when you're done. That was Bingchen's first love, TSK TSK TSK. Okay, I'll go pick up Bingchen now. After Di Shuiyan left, Night Underworld and Ghost Woman rushed to the Qin Immortal Palace. After the man left, the smile on Chasing Moon's face instantly froze, a killing intent that didn't belong to this world broke through his body, and the words spat out from his sexy red lips fell out cold. Shadow Charmer. Master, I am. Feeling the dense killing intent that filled the entire dormitory, Shadowmust's forehead oozed a fine cold sweat as the shadow of death spread from his heart to his limbs. The flirtatiousness in Chasing Moon's eyes disappeared, leaving only a dark murderous intent as she pointed at the other party. If it wasn't for me saving you in the first place, you would have died long ago. You're an underfed, white-eyed wolf who dares to betray even my man. Shadow Phantom instantly understood what was going on, plopped down on his knees and explained, Master, I didn't betray the Night Master, I just wanted to let my senior sister fall in love with him, and Mystic Shirt will not betray. Without waiting for Shadow Phantom to finish his words, without a bit of hesitation, Chasing the Moon slapped his opponent's head with a palm through the air. A betrayal is a betrayal. This palace doesn't have time to listen to your nonsense, go to hell and repent. Bang! Shadowmust's head exploded like a watermelon, and an odor of blood filled the air. For him, I would kill even my own son, let alone a dog like you. Bummer. Chasing the Moon without even batting an eyelid, just the thought of the evening's good deed being spoiled made him angry and he walked into the bathroom to take a cold shower. In this cruel world, a little bit of mercy and softness could lead to the end of all life and death, not to mention that Chasing the Moon herself was a ruthless woman, and Night Underworld was the first man she fell in love with, so even if it didn't bring any danger, she would still stifle it in the cradle. When Night Underworld arrived at the Qin Immortal Palace, he saw Hanyukin standing outside the main hall eagerly waiting. The woman was obviously well dressed, wearing a black cutout halter dress, the kind that just covered her hips. Of course, this world doesn't call them halter dresses, there's a fancy name for them, wand dresses, and the styles are almost identical. She's very good at showing off her strengths. Curly body, arched eyebrows, fragrant mouth, pink cheeks, slender hands, shrugged chest, twisted waist, arched buttocks, white legs. The woman's mouth curled up into a flirtatious smile when she saw him. Immediately following, the woman flew into his arms, wrapped her arms around his neck, stood on tiptoe, and kissed passionately and wildly while speaking in ventriloquism. This time, you must stay with me. The surrounding palace maids saw this and turned their backs to the two, not daring to look at this fragrant scene. The ghost woman hid into the void, thinking of Haiwa in her heart. When the time comes, she will also kiss Haiwa like this. Honestly, Hanky Panky's behavior was too bold. From the moment a woman was chosen as an imperial consort, it meant that she could only have one man in her life. Even if the old emperor was dead, that would not do. If this kind of thing gets out, it's a big offense that will involve all 9 clans. This is the sadness of a woman becoming an imperial concubine. But Hanky Panky wasn't afraid. For one thing, she missed Nightshade too much. Secondly, Night Underworld is the imperial secretary, and Chasing the Moon is his secret imperial queen, so who dares to care? Chasing the Moon has already spoken to her, saying that she is the woman of the night meditation, and will turn around and move to live in the 100 Flowers continent, but Chasing the Moon is responsible for supervising her, and if she does the slightest thing to apologize to the night meditation, the whole clan will be exterminated. Well, keep you company this time. Night Meditation thought about the last time the two were together or when Di Xing went to Di Yan Palace to make trouble, and only accompanied the woman for a short while, and finally left with the Qin grudgingly. Emperor, my concubine has good news for you, do you want to hear it? Han Yuqin's lust-drenched eyes seemed to be dripping with water, and her deathly tender tongue slid into Night Underworld's mouth, claiming every nook and cranny. Oh, what good news, tell me. Nightmare asked in the same ventriloquism. Are you happy that my concubine is pregnant, that we have a child of our own? Be happy, your husband will be rewarded later. I don't want any reward, just stay with me more. That's not good enough, you take it or leave it, I'll just have to go. I want it, I want it. The two were kissing when Hanyu suddenly let go and quickly tugged at the thin strings of the halter dress over her shoulders. Emperor, Shui Yan is back, letting her see it will make her suspicious of your identity, feel free to kiss you later. I always seem to be the passive one. Nightmare pulled at the corner of his mouth. In fact, Di Shuiyan had already seen it from a distance. Her head buzzed as if she had been struck by lightning, and she could not believe what she was seeing, almost falling through the air. How did Mother Consort end up with Taiji? Am I blind? She didn't realize that Nightmare was a fake emperor. Deep down in her heart, her mother's soul was pure and flawless, a martyr woman who had stood firm on her chastity and preferred to die, a woman who could defend her moral dignity with her life, but the facts were mercilessly laid out in front of her, and she had to accept this unbelievable reality. Bing Chen noticed Di Shuiyan's change and smiled wryly, provoking, Princess Sanchi, this cannot be blamed on your mother, but only on DC being too inhuman. This is something that I know best. He was the one who threatened your mother that if your mother didn't agree, she would marry you off to the Blood Soul Star realm, for your sake. Really? Hearing Bing Chen's words, Di Shuiyan's resentment towards his mother was much less, and all of it shifted to Night Hei's body, hatred lingering in his heart. Luckily, she had treated the other party as a good person, but it turned out to be this kind of scumbag. Of course it's true, I wouldn't dare lie to you. Bing Chen reminded, when we meet in a while, you mustn't show anything out of the ordinary. DC's eyes can be poisonous, no subtle expression can be hidden from him. If he knew you hated him, you wouldn't even know how to die. Thank you, I know. In this harem where intrigue and calculations were everywhere, even if the other party didn't remind him, Di Shuiyan knew how to hide his anger. As they spoke, the two landed in front of Hanyukin. Di Shuiyan's hatred hibernated like a venomous snake. Pretending to be fine, he saluted. Shuiyan has met mother, meet DC. Nightmare nodded without saying anything. Hanshin is still full of flushing, body crispy, went forward to pull his daughter's hand. In a while, you drink a few more cups, and properly thank the husband. DC. Yes, mother. The four of them soon arrived at the dining place. It was a square table, not very big, a little bigger than what the average Blue Star family used. It's not grand, but it has that cozy feeling of family. After Nightmare took his seat, Hanyukin sat across from him, and Di Shuiyan chose a random side. Icehan waited for everyone to be fully seated and took the last seat. Before he could sit down, Nightmare stood up and kicked him in the face. Is this a place you can sit? Brother-in-law, didn't you call me here for dinner? Bing Chen was lying on all fours on the ground with an aggravated look on his face. I'm keeping a low profile, okay? I used to be an emperor. I always take my seat first before anyone else does. Today, I purposely waited until you guys were done sitting. What else do you want me to do? Who's your brother-in-law? Night Underworld coldly sank his face, not polite at all. This is the place where the master sits. You, a dog, are not yet qualified. You were called to be in charge of pouring the wine. And don't call me brother-in-law, next time, you are dead. Let me an emperor. Bing Chen was just about to say, let me pour wine for an emperor, when he hurriedly put on the brakes and re-said, I know, I won't dare next time. Endure, you must endure in order to live. But he really had to hold back. In the past, a dignified emperor was just serving a fake prince, but he also had to serve a consort and a princess. In the past, they were the ones who served themselves meals. Don't you even have the right to be at the table now? Forget it, just bear with it. Sooner or later, I'll avenge this shame. A dish was then served, all of which were great tonic. Bear paws from earth bears, tiger whips from biplane tigers, and antler stewed snow chicken from colorful deer. Teiji, eat more. Hanshin threw a you-know-what look at Night Hay, her voice extraordinarily provocative with the slight intoxication of the early morning. Do I look like I need these to you? Nightmare laughed evilly. Hanshin didn't know how to answer and secretly glanced at her daughter, revealing a touch of shyness that only a little girl can have. Bing Chen is responsible for pouring wine on the side, but where has he done this? Not only clumsy, but also like a monkey jumping up and down between the three, making the scene messy, dinner and acrobatics like. Waste, what a waste, you can't even serve people, what else can you do? Nightmare picked up his wine glass and splashed it on Bing Chen's face, and said to Hanin, you teach him the rules. Is that good? Hanshin was thinking that Bing Chen was Night Hay's person and it wasn't his turn to teach the rules. Night Underworld naturally knew what the woman meant and said indifferently, it's fine, feel free to teach it as a lesson to your own people. Yes, Teiji. With a wave of her sleeve, Hanyukin smacked Bing Chen's face with a big mouth in the air, directly sending the other party flying more than 10 feet away and smashing hard on the ground. Dog slaves, no rules at all. If you don't do well again, this palace will take your dog's life. Chen Xiao, take him out and teach him the rules before bringing him in. If he can't learn them, you can just execute him, no need to report. Yes, ma'am. Haruka dragged Bing Chen out like a dead dog. There is no Bing Chen, and immediately there are other courtesans who come over to pour wine. Gollum. Night Underworld picked up the wine cup and drank it all in one go, his heart aching. He wondered what this woman's expression would be if he told Hanyukin in a moment that half of the old emperor's soul was in Bing Chen's soul. It's not a big secret. There's no harm in telling hanky-panky. Chapter 72 Spring Grass Temptation, Shilan's Sacred Blood Evolution. After Bing Chen was taken out, Xian Xin urged her daughter, Shui Yan, eat quickly and hurry to cultivate after eating. At the same time, her slippery little foot hooked onto Night Underworld's leg and hooked it in her direction, and then the two of their legs were next to each other, and she kept rubbing against the man's leg with her little leg, and on the table she even threw a wink at the man. And what a vixen! The night meditation in the heart of the abdominal slander sentence, at the same time, take off the shoes, put the feet on the woman's chair. Women have no one once they unshackle themselves from the flood. The Qin is not the same as the chasing moon. The chasing moon is charming, while the Qin is bright and flamboyant. Di Shuiyan, if she did not see the scene at that meeting, she really ate some and left, but she now knows what her mother to want to do, let her go on the contrary not to go. Mother, I'll drink another toast to the Imperial Division. With that, she raised a glass of wine and said to Night Underworld, Teiji, thank you for saving my life. No need to be so polite. Nightmare raised his glass and put it down after a shallow sip, his lips slightly downturned as he coldly asked, what's with the shaking hands? Nope, not shaking. A flash of panic flashed under Di Shuiyan's eyes as he stammered. Just now, when she used her divine sense to see the two small movements under the table, the anger in her heart was not hidden and she did shake a little. There was just one thing she hadn't figured out. It seems like it's always been Mother Nature taking the initiative, and it doesn't look like she's being threatened, so what's going on? You spilled your drink and you say you're not shaking? Nightmare smiled lightly and picked up a chicken leg to nibble on. It was just that the smile was clearly handsome and astonishing, but it was so cold that people couldn't help themselves. Di Shuiyan didn't know how to explain that it was impossible for a cultivator's hands to shake without special circumstances. Just then, Bingchen was brought back, beaten up and swollen, face like a pig's head. This time, he was extremely disciplined, standing aside after pouring the wine, and was very careful in pouring it, not too much, not too little, just right. Kneel after pouring, understand? Hanshin felt as if Nightmare had asked her to deliberately make things difficult for this person, so she would teach the rules properly. Yes, Lady Qin. Bing Chen was enraged and endured the great humiliation as he knelt down. I don't know whether it is drunk, or other reasons. Hanyakin's hand touched the man's trembling feet, his face was flushed, his eyes were half squinted, and there was a little bit of disorientation, which gave people the feeling of seemingly intoxicated, and once again urged his daughter, well, the wine is finished, so let's go. This palace has something else to discuss with Taiji. Discuss things, I see it is to go to the bed to discuss it. Di Shuiyan sneered in his heart, only wanting to destroy the good things of the two people, and pampered, Mother, I haven't slept with you for a long time, so I won't go away today, and in the evening, my daughter will accompany you to talk. No. Hanshin's face changed abruptly, and there was a hidden severity in his tone. I'm full. Night Underworld picked up a silk handkerchief and wiped the oil from the corners of his mouth, wiped his hands again, and casually threw it at Bing Chen's face, his fingertips gently tapping on the tabletop as he faintly said, if she wants to stay, you can let her stay. Since people want to listen to the wall, that's fine. The expression of the night meditation seems to be as calm as water, the voice is even more gentle and elegant, but just because it is too calm, it is like the final tranquility before the storm. The next moment is the lightning and thunder, the storm, the shocking waves. Bing Chen and Di Shuiyan couldn't help but shiver. Hanshin recalled her daughter's handshaking just now, and instantly understood what was going on. It must be that the kissing scene outside was known by her daughter. Her heart plummeted and a coldness was born in her spine, straightening her skirt and soul transmitting, husband, will you go to the dormitory and wait for me? I'll have a word with Snowflake and then I'll come to you. She's going to give her daughter a good warning and admit her relationship with Night Meddler. If her daughter was still stubborn and made a fool of herself, there was nothing she could do. What needed to be done, she did. If she had to choose, she chose Nightmare. For one thing, one has his child. Secondly, she's kind of inseparable from each other. Thirdly, the end of choosing your daughter is death. Night Underworld nodded without saying anything, and with his hands behind his back, he idly walked towards Hanyakin's chambers. Coming to the door of the dormitory, he pointed at his feet and said to Bing Chen, just kneel here and wait to serve, I'll call you if something happens. Yes, master. Bing Chen took a deep breath as if there was no pain, closed his eyes to calm the raging and struggling inside, and slowly knelt on the ground. How can this be tolerated? Is the cultivation world so bad? The Night Meditation smiled cynically and stepped in. He came to the large pink bed, leaned his back against it, and collapsed into it with a look of enjoyment, followed by a rustling in the doorway. Nightmare looked up and saw Springgrass tiptoeing in, taking 3 steps and turning back, like a thief. The other party came in front of him, and the eyes that were like autumn water seemed to contain endless flavors, and every blink was like gently plucking at the heartstrings. Taiji, do you need anything? What need are you referring to? Nightmare smiled playfully, knowingly. This girl looks very beautiful, and some imperial concubines then not bad, a long orange dress, big eyes, eyelashes like butterfly wings, fluttering, with a young girl only have the greenness, face value and 97 points no problem. The imperial secretary only needs to say one word, and let the slave girl do whatever she wants. Springgrass stood quietly, constantly sending invitations to Night Hay with those seductive eyes, that tantalizing scent filling the air. She's a girl with a heart of gold. Who's a courtesan when you can be a lady? As long as you can hold on to the thigh of the imperial division, glory and wealth, fine clothes and food are not just out of reach. She also knew that she wasn't as pretty as Hanyu, but she was better than her innocence, and she still had her first time. What do you think I want you to do? To be honest, when Springgrass was put into other continents, it was definitely a goddess-level beauty, an existence that countless men wanted to marry, but Night Hay's interest wasn't great, but the other party's teasing still made his heartbeat accelerate slightly. Chun Xiao slightly raised her chin, a trace of imperceptible cunning flashed in her eyes, looked back to see that no one was there, and in a swift manner, she sat on Night Hay's lap, hooked his neck, and said in a delicate voice, DC, ever since the last time I saw you, I've fallen in love with you, please favor the slave girl once, okay? I don't want a name, I don't want cultivation resources, I just want to silently be that woman behind you. A small wish, I grant you. Nightmare smoothly placed the woman on the bed and pressed her down. Taiji, no. Springgrass bit her lip daintily, her 2 big wet eyes blinking. In a moment, the Empress will be back, let her find out that she will not beat me to death. How dare you come here if you're afraid she'll beat you to death? Let's change the time, change the place, and the slave girl will be at your beck and call. Just as Chun Xiao's voice fell, the doorway resounded with the movement that Hanyukin had intentionally created. Ahem! Cough! Night Underworld did not get up slowly, but Chun Shao stood up in a panic and said in fear, "Your Highness." I. She had thought that Nightmare would help her explain, but the other party did not. "Get out!" Hanshin coldly glared at the other party, an icy killing chance flashing under her eyes. Chun Shao ran out in a panic, and Hanyukin instantly became all smiles, wrapping her arms around Night Underworld. "Emperor, it didn't disturb your good deed, did it?" "Nope." Nightmare pinched the woman's face and shook her head slightly. "If you like, I'll secretly make her the second master here." Facing the woman's temptation, Night Underworld said indifferently, "Feel free, she's yours, do whatever you want, don't worry about me." He made his meaning clear, estimating that spring grass would not survive. Night Underworld didn't hate scheming women, but he hated sellouts, who could betray others today and him tomorrow, and there was no difference between Chun Shao's behavior and that of a sellout. He didn't ask about Di Shuayan, a mole cricket was just an ant that could be crushed at any time if he wasn't happy, but Xian Qin took the initiative and said, "Shuayan is gone. She was going to come in and apologize to you on her knees. I didn't let her. She said to invite you to her house someday and apologize to you personally." "Yes, I'll wait to go to her house." Night Underworld picked up the woman in a hug. "Come on, let's go to the Mandarin duck bath first." "No, I'll wash it tomorrow." Hamachi's body was as hot as a fever, and she flung herself into the man's arms, kissing without a care in the world. "Looks like you're going to have a sleepless night. Oomph, you owe me that." With that, the two collapsed onto the bed. "Be prepared for what I tell you." Nightmare laughed evilly. "I don't want to hear anything right now." The woman didn't want to hear it, but the night meditation still said, in fact, the one kneeling outside the dormitory room, half of his soul is Deet Song. He gave a brief account of what had happened. "Ah!" Hanyukin let out a scream that resounded through the entire dormitory, and the person was as dumbfounded on the spot as if he had been struck by lightning. "Will it piss him off that I would have punched him and had Haruka clean him up?" The expression on the woman's face went from shock to fear to triumph. "I really didn't expect that I would ask Deet Song to pour me a drink and have him kneel in front of me, and he even complied. No. I'll have to clean up after him later. This is just hilarious. The emperor who was once high and mighty is now just like a grandson, but he is also being cleaned up by the palace maid. That's just it, now you're kneeling outside the bedchamber listening to the sound." Thinking of this, Hankin became even more browbeaten and debonair. The stars turn, the sun rises and sets. Night Underworld's bloodline was always a little short of evolving, and with a unicorn roar, his unicorn holy blood finally evolved, reaching a concentration of 10%. A tenth of the bloodline turned gold. He rolled over onto his back. Hanyu was full of happy smiles and wrapped her arms around the man like an octopus. It was the happiest day of her life. Turns out, life can be so good. Ding! Hamkin's favoritism towards the host is plus 20 because of happiness. Currently 80, cultivation growth rate 8x, total, 89x. Ding! Favorability to 80, rewarding the host with 10,000 villain points and a mysterious treasure chest. Does the host view Hanyu's profile now? Just replace the treasure chest, I'll turn around and read the information myself. Night meditation stroked the woman's smooth back, the heart size. Every woman has its own charm, containing the qin although not as beautiful as Lu Ruyan and others. To talk about the flavor, it is difficult for someone to compete with her. The two got up and took a shower. Night Underworld told the woman to notify the city lord's office to keep an eye on the Xian Lion and left. "Come outside the temple." Night Underworld wrapped his arm around Bing Chen's shoulders, like a buddy. "What's the matter, not feeling good in your heart?" "I'm telling you, think about some things. In the beginning, if you hadn't used me and tried to kill me, I wouldn't have done this to you. No matter how brilliant you were in the past, you are now a fallen chicken. One has to learn to take stock of the situation. Come on, let's go see your first love, Princess Ice." "Master, please, can you not touch Ice Dew? She is my only dream, my only belief to live." Bing Chen begged bitterly. This man is ruthless. Killing is not a headache, this man is killing the heart. So touched, so happy for the first time. So many people swiped gifts yesterday. Thank you to your majesties and maidens, led by Mujin Xian, Aladdin God Dumb, and Flower Jionyang of Spirit Spectre Valley. Thank you all for generating love. Warming, really warming, thanks. Chapter 73, The Devil's Dance Meeting. The 8 Devil Sons are here. What does it matter to me if you survive? Night Underworld said without any temperature in his eyes. Master, Binglu is a very stubborn girl, she still has her first time. If you threaten her, she will kill herself. As long as you don't touch her, I'll do whatever you want me to do. Plop. Bingchen knelt in front of Night He, hugging his thighs and bursting into tears. Now Bingchen could not figure out whether he was Bingchen or Deet Song. His heart was fond of Bing Lu. When he abandoned the other party in the time of danger because he was afraid of death, he had been living in guilt. Kneeling outside his chambers for the past day and night, he had lived a life that was worse than death. Han Qin must have known about him and purposely made it extra loud, fearing that he wouldn't be able to hear it. There were several times when he almost rushed in and killed the two, but his strength did not allow it. Going through these tortures, his mind suffered heavily, and he missed his time with Ice Dew more and more. When the old emperor was alive he didn't even take advantage of Ice Dew, it wasn't that he didn't want to, it was that Ice was too strong. In his heart, only Binglu was the one woman who was most loyal to him and would never betray, so he regarded the other party as a spiritual support. Wouldn't it be better to still have the first time? Night Underworld kicked the other party away and said disdainfully, "Look at you, you're inhuman and not a ghost, and you still want to find the feelings you once had? Don't dream about it. You don't have a chance. From the moment you abandoned her in the first place, some things never go back. People Ice is single now, we both want to be together. What are you pretending here? 6 cakes, Ice Continent first deep love. No, she still has me in her heart and has never forgotten me," Ice Hen said hysterically. Night Underworld took a step to the other party's body and threw a big mouth over. "I've seen narcissists, I've never seen you so narcissistic. Are you a handsome man or a good tool? Which of these two do you compare to me?" Bingchen thought of this day and night, and looked at Night Hei's handsome cheeks. A sense of inferiority was born in his heart. He really can't even compare to the other party, and said in a strong voice, "I'm still Emperor Tsong, she's my ice concubine. T your grandpa my ass." Night Underworld rhythmically slapped the other party's cheeks. "Your companion seizing request is an evil technique. Can you still tell who you are now? Let me tell you, you're neither Bingchen nor Ditsong. You're just a new monster fused by evil magic. The soul is the root of a person, the physical body is only the carrier of the soul. The physical body is dead and the soul is alive, which means that the person is still alive, and the soul is really dead if it's going to die. But how is it possible for a body to have two people dominating the soul?" Hearing these words, the two souls inside Bingchen suddenly felt that it made sense, and both of them wanted to exterminate the other and take sole control of this body. Suddenly, Bingchen had a splitting headache and rolled around on the ground covering his head, his voice sounding like that of a killer pig. Night Underworld stepped forward and viciously kicked the other party in the head, "Tripping me up behind my back? What's the use of you compelling an Emperor Shuan? What kind of waves can she make? If it weren't for the fact that my pattern doesn't even look at these little shrimps, I would have pinched her to death long ago." After saying that, he no longer cared about this bastard and went to Ice Dew's place with the ghost woman. Ice Princess still wasn't there, saying that she had returned to the Ice Continent. He was walking towards his chambers when Yu Yao arrived on her mount. "Big bad man, no. Not good, black baby he. What happened to Haiwa?" Night Underworld's heart thumped. This bastard won't hang up, right? If that was the case, he would have to run away now and leave the Nine Suns Starfield in the shortest time possible. While Candlelight probably wouldn't kill him, try not to gamble on things like life. What happened to my black baby? Even more anxious than Night Underworld was the ghost woman, her voice tinted with choking as she spoke, tears welling up in her eyes. Yu Yao organized her thoughts and said, "When we were still at Moon Lake, Yui returned to the Lei family. Today, we executed that plan. I found a reason to let Di Xing accompany me to go shopping, and when I met the Lei family's son who was prepared by Yui, Haiwa somehow appeared there and killed the Lei family's son. Now that he and Tixing have cursed, I took advantage of the confusion at the scene to quietly slip away and come over to inform you. I'm on a roll." Nightmare's bladder ached with anger. What a success! What else can we do now? What is planned or not planned is trivial. One can only pray that Haiwa is okay. Nine Yang Starfield can mess with anyone, only cannot mess with Emperor Star. This person is a sinew. He will determine that you are a bad person, no matter what background, absolutely kill you without discussion. Di Xing didn't care if it came out of Hell's Eye or not. Don't look at the various emperors now safe and sound. That is the calmest time before the storm comes. With the hidden dragon guards, the Emperor Star can't do anything about the 9 emperors now, but once the emperor is elected, no matter who is the one who will kill the other, a bloody storm is inevitable. Come on, let's hurry up and check it out. After Night Underworld had instructed Ghost Woman, he said to Yu Yao, "Don't go with me, Emperor Star will be suspicious." "Well, I know." Yu Yao nodded her head obediently. "The Ghost Woman is worried to death. I'm afraid that something is wrong with Haiwa. Received the order of the night meditation. Do not hesitate to burn their own blood to rush. The speed is as fast as lightning." When Night Underworld arrived at the Nine Suns Imperial City, he saw that Haiwa was sitting on the ground with Emperor Star, one person holding a wine jug in his hand as you took a sip and I took a sip. The two were like confidants of many years, chatting away. "Haiwa, you're a person full of justice like me. That thunder leopard just now, if you didn't kill it, I would have killed it too," Di Xing said with heartfelt appreciation. "That's right, I'm a person who hates people who bully men and women, this kind of scum. I'll kill one when I see one." Haiwa glared at Blow Awesome. "I've heard that the 9th Prince Di Yang is the worst, so bad that his bones fall off the scum. Back then, I'll kill him to save the people from harm." He still didn't know that Night Underworld was the fake 9th Prince and thought that Night Underworld was Di Yang. It wasn't true that Haiwa liked Night Underworld's character, but how could he swallow his breath after being cleaned up too badly by the other party and almost losing his body? No spitting. He hadn't thought of killing Night Hei, but a quick mouth could make his heart feel better. A hero's opinion. Di Xing tilted his neck and drank a large mouthful of wine as he said sternly, "When I sit as an emperor and there are no hidden dragon guards to protect him, it will be the time for Di Yang's death. Why don't we have a competition? Let's see who kills Di Yang first." A flash of cunning flashed in the bottom of Haiwa's eyes, and he decided to add some blockage to Night Hei. Count me in, we'll compare the three of us. Night Underworld stepped out from the crowd, driving a hostile aura rolling throughout his body. Why does that sound so familiar? When Haiwa saw Night Hay walk out from the crowd, like a mouse seeing a cat, he immediately changed his mouth and heatedly giggled. Big brother, joke, joke. Come on, drink together. When Di Xing saw Night Underworld, his gaze shot out like two swords. Do you really want to compete with us? You'd definitely win if you killed yourself now. But I don't want you to kill yourself, I'm going to behead you myself. Sure, really then, but I'm not going to kill myself. The Night Underworld smiled wryly, and his words had a hint of something. He was bound to kill Di Yang, he was just missing a chance. Big brother, stop it, how can you kill yourself? You're going to die and your brothers will die of sadness. Haiwa walked over and put his arm around Nightmare's shoulders. Get the back! Night Underworld shouted furiously, and Haiwa winced, waving his hand at Emperor Star. Big Star, I'm leaving first. We'll talk again when we have time. Before the words fell, it disappeared as a stream of light. Great Star? The Emperor Star frowned when he heard it, and his eyes met with the night meditation in the air, and the two of them stared at each other for a long time before separating, as if they had experienced a great battle. After his eyes parted, Tizum warned Nightmare. I don't care how you controlled Haiwa, this man is all righteous, you'd better not hurt him, or else, I won't spare you. None of your business. Night Underworld was laughing in his heart. This idiot is still thinking that Haiwa is a good person now. Is Haiwa a good actor, or does Di Xing only know how to cultivate and his brain is rusted out? After leaving the street, the ghost woman asked cautiously, Master, how do you plan to clean up Haiwa? She knew that Haiwa had gotten into trouble and that his master could not possibly spare him, and thought to herself, it would be nice if his master punished Haiwa for marrying her. She thought about giving Haiwa some hard drugs, but the other woman didn't even give her a chance, coming here without eating or drinking. What do you think is an appropriate punishment? Night Underworld naturally knew what the other party was thinking, and said with an evil smile, why don't I let you punish me with your body? Jade Linglong uses her body to eliminate demons, and the ghost woman uses her body to punish them. The cultivation world plays with flowers. I listen to my master all the time. The ghost woman blushed and lowered her head in embarrassment. Just then, a soul transmission sounded in Night Underworld's mind. 9 devils, the 8 devils are here, the devil dance envoy has asked you to meet him at the Immortal Lion. Night Underworld looked around and didn't see the person who had transmitted the voice, and thought, this old 8 is really infatuated, chasing after the demon dance until here. Jia. Night Demon, are you ready to die? You are the Demon Lord's most beloved son. If you die at the hands of Emperor Star, will the Demon Lord hate Emperor Star to death? He didn't immediately go to the Immortal Lion to meet the demon dance, but instead went back to the Sky City and coldly came to Ghostwa's room. Ghost woman, beat him up for me, beat him to death. Wait. Haiwa 7 unconvinced 8 not angry. Big brother, I do not just say 2 bad words about you, but not really kill you. You too? Who was the one who said yesterday in front of my mother that she'd give my family warmth, and you're flipping out too fast, aren't you? I cleaned you up just to give your family warmth and let you feel the missing fatherly love. Night Underworld spelled out his plan and continued, you go out and do anything on my behalf now. It's just that you disrupted me to destroy the marriage, but you will also attract the hatred of the Lei family, and in turn help the Grand Prince. Am I wrong to beat you? Big brother, don't fight, I'll redeem myself and have someone find another Lei family dude. I'll be responsible for luring the Emperor Star over there, and this time I promise not to kill. Haiwa begged for mercy in a hurry. In fact, he wasn't afraid of being beaten, he was afraid that the ghost woman would punish him with her body. Forget it, I'm not going to hit you. Haiwa was just about to be happy when he heard Night Underworld say, Ghost woman, I'll leave him to you, just return him intact by this time tomorrow. Remember, don't make too much noise. This made the ghost woman happy, and she said excitedly, don't worry master, I'll definitely complete the task. If you do, I'll kill myself. Haiwa puts the knife across his neck in a pre-suicide gesture. Kuro, please don't kill yourself, I can't live if you do. The ghost woman was so anxious that she wanted to go forward to stop it, but was stopped by Haiwa's loud voice. Don't you move, I'll kill myself if you move again. The ghost woman immediately dared not move and was in a hurry. Nightmare made a gesture of invitation. Kill, I'll watch you kill yourself. Seeing that the other party had not been moving, he urged, Kill, why don't you kill yourself? Why don't you do it? Do you want me to help you? You're too young to play this game with me. Seeing that this move was useless, Haiwa immediately changed his face. Big brother, I'm just kidding. I heard you just now, it seems like you're interested in my mother. As long as you don't threaten me with the ghost woman in the future, how about I help you? For the sake of his own innocence, he could only apologize to his mother. Mother, I am doing this for your own good. You are all alone and pitiful, I am the most filial, I really can't bear to see you like this. Chapter 74 God of Darkness, Night Underworld Weakness, Meeting a Ghost. Night Underworld's finger pointed at the other party's heart and said in a single word, this time, I'll spare you for your mother's sake. Next time, get as far away as you can. If you want me to take you to the top, dream on. Now, tell me about your mother. Big brother, you haven't seen my mother's beauty yet, and you're so attached to her affairs? Cut the crap and tell me why your mother calls herself this god? Haiwa waved his hand at the ghost woman. Get out. With the warning of the night underworld, he didn't dare to play tricks. After the ghost woman left, he said truthfully, my mother used to be a high and mighty god, why else would she be called the Star River Goddess? If you can chase after my mother, you'll take advantage of a great bargain, and marrying a god as a wife. Stay on topic, get to the point. Nightmare gouged out the other. Haiwa continued, about 1,000,000 years ago, my mother's world realm was in turmoil, and my dead-own father was the dark god who controlled the darkness, and in the crisis situation, my own father used all of his godly power to seal my mother and hide her in this realm. Hells, I was created by my father. It's just that it's been too long and the divine power is almost weakened and gone, or else it wouldn't have been affected by the curse at all and only lived for 2,000 years. At that time, I wasn't even born until my mother woke up from the seal 100 years ago and I descended into this world. And my mother was severely injured before, and when she woke up her cultivation was almost gone, so she needed to cultivate from scratch. Night Underworld asked repeatedly, then what is your mother's current cultivation level? Can you beat Kill Emotionless? What kind of turmoil was it that would cause your father to sacrifice all his divine power to seal your mother? Haiwa shook his head. My mother seldom talks to me about these things. I've told you all I know. Whether or not my mother can beat Kill Emotionless, I don't know. There is also a forbidden land of life in the magic dragon starfield. Is there a god sealed inside as well? The original body, as the 9 devil sons of the devil dragon starfield, had the memories of the original body, and Night Underworld knew quite a lot about the devil dragon starfield. Not sure, ask my mother later. Haiwa shook his head. The two of them chatted for a while longer, and Nightmare didn't ask anything. He finds the ghost woman and tells her to contact Yui and the plan continues. However, it certainly won't work out too well this time around. You always have to try if it works or not. Just as the ghost woman was about to leave, Phantom Sparrow arrived. Big bad, my master said she wasn't near the scene that session so as not to arouse suspicion. She also only realized later that Haiwa was one of your people. Luckily she wasn't there at that time, otherwise she might have seen that it wasn't the Emperor's star and would have pretended to defend the Lei family and killed Haiwa. The master also said that there is a possibility that the Lei family will come over to account for the news when they find out, so that you can prepare in advance. Anything else? Nightmare asked. The master asked what to do next. She's at her usual place at the Immortal Lion. If you're free, I'll let you go over to meet her and discuss your next plan. Okay, I'll go later, in person. Night Underworld happened to be meeting the demon dance, and meeting Yui on the way. It's just that why do women like to beat around the bush? Hanyu said treats, and Yui said to discuss things. Can you die if you're direct? Just as Night Hei was preparing to go to the Immortal Lion, an unexpected person came. DC, my mother is out of the gate. If you're free now, I'll take you over for a drink. The person who came was no one else but the 7th Imperial Prince Di-Mu. His mother was none other than the 5th beauty of the 9-Sun Star region, Yu Meng. This woman's dance was a masterpiece, and the wine she made was even better, and some people even said that if they could drink her wine, they wouldn't exchange it for a god. To be honest, Night Underworld really wanted to go, but unfortunately something came up, so he could only shake his head regretfully. Let's do it in a couple of days. I'm going to see your sister-in-law now. Where is my sister-in-law? Di-Mu didn't know about night meditation and Yui, pulling on Night Meditation's arm and heading out. Go. I haven't seen my sister-in-law in a long time. Let's go together. Don't worry, I'll try my best to set you up and make my sister-in-law your lover. He had wanted to wait for the 9th prince to become an emperor and was setting this up, and now he was trying to keep himself out of it as much as possible, but he had received a message yesterday that Emperor Star had become an emperor, and that he was on the list of those who must be killed. Then he could only follow the 9th prince with a dead heart now. In fact, this was something that Night Hei had asked Chasing Moon to spread out on purpose. Don't you go, we have something important to talk about. Night Meditation thought, I use you to set up? I'll eat it in my mouth whenever I want. There's going to be a big fight in a little while. Di-Mu pleaded, DC, just take me with you. I've got my eye on a girl from the Lei family, just so I can get my sister-in-law to help me out. I'm your staunchest advocate, and you're hiding something from me? Bull *******, 50 loyalty and still dare to say that he is the staunchest advocate. Night Underworld felt that it was time to knock the other party, long and strong hands on the other party's shoulders, gaze like a knife. Di-Mu, I can take you there, but I have a sentence to remind you. If you are a man who wavers, you may end up playing both sides of the fence. I'm a man who likes loyal dogs the most. If you follow me with all your heart and soul, I will never treat you badly when I become an emperor. If you play both sides with me, when I sit on the emperor, you will die just the same. That's hard for me to say, but the reasoning is this. If you find it unbearable, you can join the Grand Prince or fight for the emperor yourself. I won't stop you. If you want to follow me, don't play tricks. Di-Mu was stared at by the other party's fierce eyes as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast that was in a state of starvation and bloodthirsty, causing a bone-chilling chill to well up in the bottom of his heart as if there were countless icy tentacles slowly crawling along his spine. He put away the small thoughts in his heart and hurriedly took a stand. DC, don't worry, even if I'm broken to pieces, I'll stand firmly on your side, and I'll never dare to have second thoughts. Ding! Tima's loyalty to the host is +20, currently 70. Night Underworld smiled faintly, harmless, as if the viciousness just now was just an illusion, and took the initiative to put his arm around the other party's shoulders. We are brothers, I was just joking with you, don't mind. Let's go and meet your sister-in-law. If Timu knew about his relationship with Yui, he wondered if his jaw would drop in shock. Good, brother. Brother! Taiki felt fear for this man from the bottom of his heart, the kind of fear that gripped his heart at all times, and even stuttered at his words. The two of them quickly arrived at the clear breeze and bright moon room. The moment you enter the door, Yui didn't care that Dimu was present, like she hadn't seen him in 800 lifetimes. With only her beloved man in her eyes, she jumped into Nightmare's arms and kissed frantically. The man clasped the back of her head and sucked hard on her lips, the softness of the sensation making it so desirable to kiss her. I drop, good boy, what is the situation? Dimu stared at the two people in a daze, only feeling that his brain at the moment seems to be tangled in a messy hemp. How can he not make sense of it? The whole person is just like losing his soul, stupidly frozen in place, while his right leg still maintains the posture of stepping. How many days has it been since the last time? They're hooking up without my help? It's not right. My sister-in-law seems to love this man to the bone. If it was before, how could she kiss in front of outsiders? And so forthcoming. Is the top 10 beauties of the 9 Suns Starfield so easy to chase after? Why don't I chase one? Leimu went through the top 10 beauties in his mind, as if the second, third, and fourth beauties hadn't been named yet. He suddenly thought of something. This guy wanted to see his mother. He wouldn't have an idea too, would he? So is he leading the wolves into the house by taking him there? Impossible, impossible. Mother is dedicated to cultivation, even crazier than that cultivation maniac, the Empress Dowager, and has an extremely low regard for male and female love. No one can catch up. If it wasn't for the old emperor using coercion in the first place, it wouldn't have been possible to get it. Taiki had great faith in his mother. It was just that he didn't know that the fourth beauty, Yulinglong, had Night Haze child. If I knew that, I guess I wouldn't think so. Seeing that the two had no intention of stopping for a while, he quietly backed out, so he wouldn't be a lightbulb here. What happened next can be figured out with your toes. Hey! Auntie's such a beautiful woman, she was arched by a pig. After kissing for a while, Yui began to undress the man. There's no rush, I've got a surprise for you. Night Underworld pulled the woman onto the bed, sat on her knees, and catalyzed the Yin Yang Supreme Cannon. This woman is extremely easy to love, so get your favorites to 100 first to get the reward. He was now anxious to buy a physique or an eye pupil, but both were expensive. Maybe the mystery chest will open one. Night Underworld stopped after only a few dozen breaths of cultivation with the other party, and the woman's shocked expression was the same as that of Chasing the Moon, Demon Lianer, and the others. He smiled faintly and said, in the future, I will take you to ascend with me and have an endless lifespan, so that you can stay with me forever, okay? Aha! Yui was almost touched to death, nodding her head like garlic and bursting into tears of excitement. Ding! Yui's favoritism towards the host plus 10, currently 100, can't be raised any further, cultivation growth rate 10x, total, 90x. Ding! Favorability to 100, rewarding the host with 50,000 villain points and a mysterious treasure chest. Hearing the system voice, Nightmare smiled in satisfaction, followed by another system sound. Ding! General grade chosen Sun Han Feng has completely blackened, rewarding the host with 200,000 villain points. $200,000? Night Underworld really didn't think that blackening would reward so much, so excited that he almost had a leg cramp, and glanced at his panel, a whole 400,000 villain points. At this rate, it wouldn't take long for one's eye pupil to arrive. This mother and son, they are really a blessing to me. Husband, I just hate myself for not knowing you sooner. Yui was like a beautiful snake, burrowing into Night Underworld's arms. Night meditation a look, the woman has long been without inches, touching her watery back. Yui, I also have a great appreciation for Yum. Without waiting for him to finish, the woman immediately said, husband, I'll help you get your sister. If it had been before, she would not have agreed. At first, it was because Phone Aotion hit on Yu Meng that she ended up kicking the other party. But the only thing in her world right now was Nightmare. To put it mildly, love has lost itself. Whatever Night Meditation wanted to do, she would help without any complaints. So good, my husband will love you. Night Underworld rewarded the woman with a kiss. Yum has already left the customs, let's go together some other day. Aha! The two fell smoothly onto the bed. Sunrise. Night Underworld lay powerless on the bed, extraordinarily tired, as if his body had been drained, with no essence at all. He had unicorn kidneys, so he would never be this tired. Thinking about the unusual number at the end of Yui's profile, he checked the woman's profile again. When he saw the last number, Night Underworld's eyes almost stared out, and that expression was even more exaggerated than seeing a ghost. How is this possible? How did this happen? Many thanks, Moody Golden Red, shallow taste on the head. There are more gifts from more people. Thank you, your majesties, for the hypnotic charms, the milk tea, the kudos, and the one for the love. Thank you all. A bow to all of you. Chapter 75, stay here for the night and don't leave, thanks for the gifts, 3 more. Nightmare stared at the spooky information, his mind going blank. It hasn't changed, not at all, the experience is still 6. So you were with a ghost this night? He was sure that this night was no illusion, it was really happening. At first, he cultivated with Yui, in addition to wanting to raise his goodwill, he also wanted to verify that he was not in an illusionary realm. Nothing wrong with being careful, because that experience 6 is so abnormal. Besides, if it hadn't happened, there's no way he could have been so weak. What a living hell. But the woman's favoritism towards herself is real. How can this be explained? Afraid of bringing danger to himself, Night Hollow tried to suppress the doubts in his heart and pretended to be fine. Yui, go back to the Lei family and make the arrangements. The time will be set for the day after tomorrow. This time, Haiwa will lure the Emperor Star out. When this is over, we'll go to your sister's. After saying that, Night Underworld got up and dressed, ready to meet the demon dance. Yes. The woman hugged him from behind, a soft touch coming from her. Husband, I can't let go of you. I don't want to be separated from you. I just want to stay by your side at all times. Yui was the kind of woman who was clingy and insecure, especially when she was completely in love with someone. Good boy, do as you're told. Night Underworld turned around and squeezed the other party's body. Bear with me when you miss me. When you take control of the Lei family, I'll move to the Lei family to keep you company. He wouldn't dare until he knew what was going on. Well, I know you're busy. I'll be good. With the woman reluctant to leave, Nightmare left. When they arrived at the 888th floor, the magic dance was still waiting. This time when they met again, the woman had much less arrogance in her bones, and there was a consultative flavor in her tone. Fiancé, the 8 devils live on this floor. It's not good for him to see you. Go to my room and say yes? At the same time, Devil Dance took the initiative to hold on to Night Underworld's arm, but was shrugged off by Night Underworld and said lovingly, "What? Are you afraid that the 8 devil sons will misunderstand you if they see it? Do you want me to withdraw from your marriage and make it work? Hey, you've misunderstood." Devil Dance once again took the man's arm and explained, "I was afraid that the night demon would see you and expose your identity. I'm your fiancé, I'm your woman for the rest of my life. Don't you dare back out of the marriage with me. Come on, go to my room and do whatever you want." Ding! Magic Dance is a bit different from normal girls. She doesn't like licking dogs that surround her every day. She likes men who are hard to conquer and also have a demonic natural talent. The more the host is cold to her, the more she wants to conquer you so that you can't stay away from her. Therefore, her favorability towards the host is plus 10, currently 20, cultivation grows at a rate of 2x, total 91x. Yes? How could Night Underworld not know that the woman had lowered her voice like this for the sake of the mission? A few wisps of evil smiles surfaced under the consistently cool bottom of her eyes, slightly leaning over, her lips pressed against the woman's ear, gently sniffing the bodily scent wafting out of her body, and laughing lowly, she said, "Hasn't the 8 devils always been pursuing you? What do you like about me? Do you like my junk? Don't pretend with me. Aren't you tired of acting? Want to be my woman? You're not worthy. This woman, in order to conquer her, you must first shatter the high pride in her heart, otherwise it will only be like the original body. Being treated as a licking dog is still there to blame the beauty. He's not the original, lickspill whoever he wants to be." In Night Hay's eyes, it didn't matter what kind of character a woman had, it mainly depended on whether or not it could be managed. If beauty is put aside, some people may hate chasing the moon's ruthlessness, Lu Ruyan's calculating, Hanyukin's lust, Demon Dance's haughtiness, Yui's uptightness and stickiness, and Bing Ning's bottomlessness for the sake of her family. But Night Meditation has good teeth and isn't a picky eater. He has one principle: no matter what kind of woman you have to conquer cannot, the heart is not yours, the character is no better than useless. As long as you can conquer her heart, regardless of her green tea or white lotus flower, all will honestly around you, dead heart. Ruthless or not, calculating or not, they will only be used in other people's body. Magic Dance was just about to speak when Night Underworld suddenly took a bite on her shoulder, biting until the taste of blood spread in her mouth, and Magic Dance ate the pain, her nails digging tightly into Night Underworld's arm before she didn't scream out. She was now aggravated inside. In the past, the Night Meditation liked her so much that it was no exaggeration to say that when she told the other party to go to hell, the other party would die with a smile on their face, and their mouths would still say, "We'll see each other in the next life." But now what? The way Night Underworld looked at her was so disdainful and disgusting, like a high god looking at a mole cricket, instead making her feel that the other party was unattainable. Even if she wanted to do her duty as a fiancé for a bit, she still demanded it. Then even if you beg, the other side may not agree yet. This is a complete reversal from before. She can't help but feel aggrieved. "Come on, let's go to your room and talk." Night Underworld's sudden transformation made the Devil's Dance almost cry out in excitement and nodded her head in a hurry. Good, good. When she finished, she steered the man ahead of her, the corners of her eyes already moist. The room wasn't too big, it was the size of a soccer field. Upon entering, the Magic Dance turned the formation on, and Night Underworld came to the table and sat lazily in a chair, stretching his legs underneath the table. "My legs are a little sore, rub them for me." "No problem." Devil Dance carefully asked, "Can you go to my bed? Your legs are under the table and I can't easily rub them. Won't you get under the table?" Night Underworld stood up and was about to leave. "Forget it, let's talk about things some other time when we have time." Sticks, don't go, I'll rub it, I'll rub it. Magic Dance stepped forward and wrapped her arms around Night Underworld's waist, making a statement in quick succession. Spoiled you stink. After Night Hay resumed his seat, Magic Dance burrowed under the table, knelt in front of him, and began rubbing his leg. Not to mention a fiancé, Magic Dance felt that she was not even as good as a maid. But there is no way around it. The reason why she was so lowly and satisfied any conditions of the man was that the Demon Lord had been urging her, and if she failed to complete the task, not only would she die, but her family would also be buried with her, and she was being pinned down by Night Hay to death. It's true what the Demon Queen said, this person is too difficult to deal with. After a while, Nightmare slowly closed his eyes and said with a slight tremor in his voice, alright, say your business. Devil Dance said in ventriloquism, the Demon Lord has told you that within a month and a half, you must poison the Empress. Didn't you say 2 months the other day? Night Underworld's brows tightened, and the floor under his feet seemed to tremble slightly from the killing intent. The Demon Lord can't wait. Devil Dance begged, please, can you finish it this time? If I can't, I'll be executed by the Demon Lord. My life and the lives of my family depend on you. I can't, it's too short. Nightmare shook his head slightly, his voice devoid of any warmth. Devil Dance slightly tilted her face up to look at the man, the bottom of her eyes glistening with moisture. Her softness was heartbreaking, and she sincerely said, hey, I admit that I have some pride in my heart, and I'm still a realistic woman. In the past, because you were not treated by the Demon Lord, as well as your qualifications were not good, I could not see you from the bottom of my heart, and I always felt that only a demon like the 8 demons was the ideal Taoist couple in my heart. It's not true that 8 devils pursued me, but I didn't promise him anything. To be honest, I don't want that much right now. Since there is a marriage contract between us, regardless of whether we are in love or not, regardless of your qualifications, I just want to walk with you. Magic Dance understands in his heart, his own small mind all in the bottom of the other's eyes installed, they continue to pretend, cannot play a role, will also play a counterproductive. Only by exchanging sincerity for sincerity, as the Demon Queen had said, could the mission be accomplished. No matter what, it was much better to be alive than to be killed by the Demon Lord. Oh, what made you change? Night Hollow didn't expect the woman to suddenly be so honest. It seems that the defense has been broken. It's nothing, it's because I was too demanding in the past. You're a noble demon son, you're completely worthy of me. It's me who's not worthy of you. Please, can you poison the Empress within a month and a half? That depends on you. Nightmare said as he stroked the woman's head. Since the Demon Lord was in a hurry to send himself to his death, let's fulfill him. Time is really tight and almost too late. Don't worry, I'll make sure you're satisfied. You'll stay at my place for the night and don't go. Magic Dance said in ventriloquism. Not bad, it's getting on. Nightmare's fingertips tapped lightly on the tabletop, keeping in line with the frequency of the demonic dance. Other than that, what else is going on? The 8 devils are here. I was afraid you'd think too much about it and told you in advance. Magic Dance explained. Magic Dance, have you ever heard that there is a kind of ear that can hear other people's hearts? Nightmare's hand tapping on the desktop suddenly came to an abrupt end. I know that your heart doesn't like me, but your performance is not bad, so I'm somewhat satisfied. You'd better not play any Reagan's flute with me. I'm going to kill the 8 devils. Will you cooperate? Even dare to miss my fiancé, simply swimming in a septic tank. Chapter 76, who says demons are all bad people? Cooperate, I'll definitely cooperate with you. Devil Dance did not have any abnormalities on the surface, but in his heart, he was aghast, with a cool breeze rising up his spine, always feeling that his ears had heard wrong. Kill the 8 devils? That was the Demon Lord's favorite son. This guy is so mean. If he cooperated, he would still die if the Demon Lord knew about it. Until the afternoon. Nightmare got up and straightened down his clothes to leave, and Magic Dance followed to see him off. When he came outside, coincidentally, he ran into a man in black, who was none other than the 8 Devils' son, Night Demon. Nightmare, what are you doing here? The Nightmare looked over unfathomably. Ding! The system has detected the dreadful class Chosen One, Night Demon. Ding! The host will be rewarded if he kills the Chosen One. Lending someone else's hand is fine, as long as you participate, and if you make the Chosen One blackened, the reward will be doubled tenfold. The Chosen One is divided into general, terrible, horrible, trembling, inferno, and epic levels, with different levels and different rewards. Who says Mordor is bad? It's not coming out of an Empyrean star of its own kind. Night Underworld's gaze was like an ice cone as it met the other party's gaze. The Night Demon was dressed in black, his face was like ice, his eyes were like ink, his face was as distinct as a knife carving, and under a pair of sword eyebrows was a pair of slender peach blossom eyes, full of amorous feelings that would make people fall in if they were not careful. Did this gentleman recognize the wrong person? Nightmare played dumb and said, there are only a few people in the Demon Clan who know that the original body has come to work as an undercover agent, and those people have been following the Demon Lord for years, and are the Demon Lord's most trusted people. He guessed that the 8 devils didn't know. Besides, the original body had only been here for 3 years, and in a cultivation world like this, not seeing each other for 3 years was normal and wouldn't arouse anyone's suspicion. You're not Nightmare? The expression on the Night Demon's face let Night Hay know that the other party didn't know about this. Devil Dance took the initiative to introduce the two of them in order not to expose Nightmare and delay the Demon Lord. Night Demon, this is my friend D Yang. D Yang, this is Night Demon. Are we just friends? Nightmare stared at the woman, the smile under her eyes meaning nothing. Hearing something in the words, the Night Demon tore his heart out and said, Demon Dance, who is he? What's your relationship with him? What's our relationship? Night Underworld smiled skinlessly and asked Demon Dance. Devil Dance's voice hurt from talking in order to coax Night Hay into a good mood, but she didn't want to anger him again, so she hurriedly hugged the man's arm, and said with a happy face, Night Devil, this is my Taoist couple, and I've come to the human race this time because I miss him so much that I've come over to see him. When the Night Demon saw the ambiguous movements of the two, his forehead veins rippled and his face grimaced. Demon Dance, why are you such a woman? Who are you looking for but a human as a Taoist couple? Is this devil not treating you well? Am I even worse than a human? How cheap are you that you'd offer to deliver? What did you guys do in the house? Did anything happen that shouldn't have? The Night Demon loved the magic dance. In his words, the magic dance was like a cloud in the sky, you could see it but you couldn't catch it, and it was addictive. The less you can catch, the more you want to catch. It would have been fine if Magic Dance hadn't lost his virginity, but if he had, he would have had the heart to die. Now it was as if his heart had broken in 8 pieces. Anger had overtaken him to the point that he even said who he was. Devil Dance subconsciously wiped his mouth and angrily shouted, Night Demon, you'd better keep your mouth clean. Does my matter have anything to do with you? You have no right to control me. She had suffered a bellyful of anger at Night Hay, and now she had to be blamed by the Night Demon. The other party's words were like the last straw that crushed the camel, causing the Demon Dance to fall into a frenzy, and no matter who she vented it out to, she just wanted to vent the grievances in her heart. That's right, we've done everything. Do you care if you've done this since morning? Go out for a while, plan to come back and continue? Even if it's out of my hands, but you're Night Hay's fiancé, cuckolding the Demon Son, aren't you afraid that the Demon Lord will kill you? I do, you can tell them. Magic Dance said without thinking. You. The Nightmare almost turned his back. Well, you guys talk, I'm outta here. Nightmare shrugged his shoulders and strutted away with a smile on his lips. This Night Demon was usually deep and introspective, but he didn't expect to be so childish in front of his feelings. He wasn't in the mood for their bull asterisk. Husband, don't leave, okay? I still want you to accompany me at night. Devil Dance pleaded daintily. Magic Dance, look at you, people aren't taking you seriously and you're rushing to stick it to them? The Night Demon's bladder was bursting with anger, and as Nightsticks passed next to him, he yanked the other man's arm in a sardonic voice. Don't you go, you don't deserve Meyer at all, only I deserve her, you must be cut in two with her. Tisk, TSK, looks like you're going to cultivate the dog-licking avenue. Night Underworld teasingly stared at the other party, then you'll have to ask if Demon Dance is willing to do so? Husband, I don't want to, I only love you, even if I have to be your slave girl, I still want to be with you. Devil Dance stepped forward and wrapped her arms around Night Underworld, saying with affection. Of course, this was all a play she put on to please Nightmare. She knew in her heart that if she didn't do this, Night Underworld would still treat her like before, and it wasn't half a day's worth of coaxing again. Probably the kind that can never be coaxed. Did you hear that? She called me husband. Pa. Night Underworld flung a big mouth on the face of the Night Devil. You count a basket, but your guts are not small. The devil son of the devil tribe comes to the territory of the human tribe is just a matter of time, but also dare to molest my woman. Believe it or not, I'll have you arrested now? In fact, with the Night Demon's cultivation, killing him was as simple as crushing a mole cricket, and he dared to do so, one being that the ghost woman was nearby. Secondly, he was wearing the Xian Ice Treasure armor. Magic Dance suddenly felt that the Night Hay at this moment was so handsome. Since you know who I am, then you should understand even more that only I am worthy of the Demon Dance. With my status in the demon race, and having come here without causing any trouble, the human race still doesn't dare to arrest me. Growing up so big, the Night Demon was still the first time he was slapped in the mouth, anger boiled in his heart, and killing intent surged out like a tidal wave. But the fact that the other party knew his identity and yet still dared to hit him made him a bit puzzled. The reason for not immediately fighting back was to try to figure out the other side. The devil is nothing. You still don't dare to arrest you? Who gave you that confidence? Pa. Night meditation is another big mouth flung over. Know who I am? The 9th prince of the 9 Sons Imperial Dynasty, Emperor Yang. If I want to kill you, one word will leave you dead. He thought about capturing this bastard and exchanging it with the Demon Lord for Demon Lianer's family, but with the Demon Lord's ruthlessness, he would rather give up the 8th prince than control Demon Lianer. Therefore, he still decided to let Emperor Star kill the Night Demon, pulling all of the hatred of the demon race onto Emperor Star's body. Originally, the Night Demon was ready to fight back, in front of his favorite girl received too big mouth, face really cannot hang. But when he heard that the other party was the 9th prince, the raised hand slowly lowered again. When he thought back, the 9th prince was indeed called Di Yang, and that would be because he was too angry, and when Magic Dance said it, he didn't even go there. He knew that this person, the 9th prince, was vicious and venomous, and really dared to kill him, but this person in front of him gave him a particularly familiar feeling. No, you're not the ninth prince, you're Night Hay. The night devil's sudden temptation, let the night meditation just to show the color of surprise will find that it is not right, the other party is bluffing him, instantly convergence of any expression, hard-headed, night meditation is not the devil's waste of the nine devil's son well, you then take me in a waste comparison, believe it or not I also smoke you? Call yourself a loser, there's no one else. He couldn't expose it, in case he let Emperor Star kill the night demon, it would be troublesome if the night demon revealed his identity. Dare you to take off your clothes and show me your chest? The more the night demon looked, the more he felt that the person in front of him looked like Night Hay. The similarity in form was just a matter of fact. How could there be two people under the sky who were so godlike? Is there something wrong with you, or something very wrong? Night Underworld stomped the ground with his foot and said coldly, do you know what I'm stepping on under my feet? The territory of the Joyang Imperial Dynasty. You come to my place and tell me to take off my clothes, with poop in your head? If I wasn't afraid that if you reveal the identity of Magic Dance, no one would accompany me to have a good time, I would have killed you right now. Get out. After saying that, Night Underworld wrapped his arm around Magic Dance's thin waist and walked back. Let's go, we're not going out to play, go back to the room and continue to get high. Chapter 77 Night Underworld and the Imperial Queen, discovered by the Ninth Prince. Yeah. A very eager look appeared on Magic Dance's face. Devil Dance, please, come back to the Devil Clan with me, okay? Nightmare was hysterical behind him. Devil Dance ignored the other party and walked into the room with Night Hay, opening the formation. Night Underworld smiled wryly and shook his head, the night demon doesn't live next door, no opening of the formation is allowed. Devil Dance understood and closed the formation again, I'm going to take a bath, wait for me for a while. Nightmare nodded and smiled wickedly, well, rinse your mouth out with Snow Lotus Dew. Snow Lotus Dew is something from the cultivation world. After rinsing your mouth there will be a light fragrance of snow lotus in your mouth, which is very nice. Got it. Magic Dance agreed on the surface, but in his heart, he was slandering, Dogman, I didn't even dislike it, but you still dislike yourself. Not a moment too soon. The Magic Dance then cloaked a layer of light veil came out, that shapely body under the light veil hidden, by the night meditation directly under the body. Dixing also didn't open the formation and had been observing the movements in the demon dance room, as the sound gradually became clearer, his face instantly became pale, his eyes red, a low hoarse roar emanated from his mouth, and his body exuded a violent aura like never before, his entire body looked like it was possessed by a demon, and he had completely lost his usual calmness and rationality. In the next moment, like a raging beast, his entire body violently rushed towards the doorway, as if he was going to tear the air with his speed. When he came to the door of Demon Dance's room, he froze in place. Reason and impulse had been fighting against each other, thinking that this was not the demon clan after all, and that a strong dragon couldn't suppress a snake in the ground, moving back to his own room step by step as if he had lost his soul. The woozy music continued until the next day, and the night devil drank until the next day. The whole person seemed to have aged dozens of years, and his eyes were lifeless as a dry well. Magic Dance adds 20 points of goodwill, and as for the reason, know it all. Night Underworld didn't leave immediately after getting dressed, but began to show his emperor-grade talent to Devil Dance, and again showed his yin-yang supreme cannon. Under the woman's incomparably shocked gaze, he calmly said, I can clearly tell you that talent isn't my limit. Moreover, the cultivation just now, one day was only equivalent to 6 months, and it would be elevated later, and one day being equivalent to several hundred years would not be a problem. You just have to follow me with all your heart, and you know in your own heart what you can get. The reason he did this was not to show off or how much he liked the other man. Since Magic Dance liked powerful men, it was good to let her know. Hiding and testing each other. Is that necessary? In this dangerous world, isn't it the most important thing to improve your goodwill, increase your cultivation speed, and make yourself strong? Now is the best time to grow and you must do whatever it takes to improve yourself. Dixing was his great enemy, and when it really came to the time when he had to fight to the death, he himself said to Dixing, you are waiting for me for a few years, I have not grown up yet. That's not funny. What do they care if you've grown up or not? Besides, with the goodwill at 100, the Magic Dance was still well behaved like a cat in front of him. This woman was still needed to deal with the Demon Lord, and the sooner she wouldn't betray herself the better. Ding! Because of many reasons, the Devil Dance's favorability towards the host is plus 50, currently 90, and the cultivation growth rate is 9 times, total, 98 times. Ding! Favorability to 80, rewarding the host with 10,000 villain points and a mysterious treasure chest. The host can check out the Magic Dance at any time. Even though Night Underworld's talent didn't reach the divine grade, it shocked the Devil's Dance, especially the lure of ascension, making her instantly feel that Night Underworld was her white moonlight. Plus, she's already given herself to a man, so the feelings heat up dramatically. In fact, the main reason why so much goodwill could go up at once was that Night Underworld hadn't taken Devil Dance seriously at first, destroying her bottom line, and now it was suddenly treating her well, and it was the huge contrast that caused Devil Dance to fall deeper into it. If Night Hay had been like this to Magic Dance from the beginning, he definitely wouldn't have gotten to this level of favorability. Hey, are you really willing to take me to Ascend? Magic Dance's voice trembled. There's no problem with good behavior. Just after Night Underworld's words fell, Devil Dance came under the bed, plopped down and knelt in front of him, tears coming out of her eyes. Underworld, I was wrong, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have looked down on you before, I shouldn't have played mind games with you, I shouldn't have. As the woman spoke, she slapped herself in the mouth, and Nightmare didn't stop her, looking down on her, with a wicked smile at the corner of her mouth. That's the beauty of conquest. No matter how arrogant you are, you're still not a relationship brain. This scene was not hidden from the powerful Demon Queen. She similarly saw Night Hay's powerful cultivation ability and muttered, I really didn't think that he had the ability to ascend. This magic dance is a blessing in disguise. Should I be his woman? Magic Dance fanned herself for a moment and continued, hey, will you forgive me? I'll never be the same again. I'd do anything for you right now, including dying. If you don't believe me, feel my heart. No more touching, some other time, I believe you. Night Hollow helped the other man to his feet. He's got a 90% favorability rating. He'll believe it. Now that the Demon Lord had sent the Demon Dance, who was already his person, he had asked the Demon Dance to wait until he heard from him, and then return to the Sky City. While on the road, Night Underworld's cultivation level broke through again, reaching the 4th level of the Dao entry. Also traded the mystery treasure chest for 20,000 villain points. Instead of exchanging the treasure chest of Yui's 100 goodwill, he opened it. Ding! Congratulations to the host to obtain a temporary foreign pupil, space silver pupil color silver white as the moon, flashing the fluctuations of spacetime. The holder can shuttle space, but also through everything to see the essence, see things that ordinary people cannot see, not afraid of all illusions. The host remembers that there are only 7 days from the moment you start using it. Nightmare inquires a bit, if he really did encounter a ghost that night with Yui, this pupil of the eye would be able to see what was going on. Then wait until you're with Yui someday and are using the eye pupils. Just as he entered the dormitory, Chasing Moon jumped into his arms. Injustice, where have you been for the past 3 days? I thought that you no longer wanted me after what happened to Shadow Charm. My slave's eyes are red from crying. How could I not want my little fox? Chasing the Moon was wearing a bareback dress, and the night meditation patted her smooth, mirror-like snow-white back, and looked at Chasing the Moon's eyes, which were indeed red. If one day you really don't want me anymore, I'll kill myself. Chasing the Moon said very seriously, tears snapping down her face. No, you live on the tip of my heart, I don't want anyone but you. Night Underworld would occasionally come up with a few little lovey-dovey words. He helped the woman kiss the teardrops off the corners of her eyes and joked, look at you, a few 100 years old and still crying like a little girl, shame on you. Ding! Chasing the Moon's favoritism towards the host plus 10, currently 100, can't be raised any further, cultivation growth rate 10x, total, 99x. Ding! Favorability to 100, rewarding the host with 50,000 villain points and a mysterious treasure chest. Nasty! Put. Chasing the Moon broke into tears, hugging the night meditation passionate kiss, eyes only this man, has reached the realm of forgetfulness. Nightmare's hand slid all the way down the woman's back while responding passionately to the other woman. Just when the two were most engaged, an untimely voice rang out. Mother, what are you doing? Ah. Night Underworld, you mole, dare to seduce my mother, I will kill you. Di-Yang walked out from the teleportation array and saw what was in front of him, unable to believe that his noble mother would do such a thing. His face was livid, his forehead veins rippled, and the killing intent in his eyes was like a tiger. Chapter 78, Chasing the Moon. When no one is around, you have to call out to your father. Do you guys pretend I don't exist? Di-Yang's expression was twisted from extreme anger, and a deep red under his eyebrows filled with bloodthirsty hostility. Chasing the Moon was a perfect mother in his heart. None of the men of the Celestials were worthy of her, no one was allowed to blaspheme. But the two were still there kissing passionately in front of him. Especially at the sight of his mother's mesmerized eyes and frenzied movements, his heart felt like it was cooking on a hot pan, with disappointment and pain. It was like the most holy goddess in all men's hearts, suddenly being outed as having affairs with uncountable men, a kind of brokenness from the heart. For a long time, the lips parted. A very soft, loving and long kiss fell. The pair of cold star-like eyes of Night Underworld were cast at Di-Yang. What's all the noise about? It's as annoying as a dog, kissing a mouth doesn't even stop. Nightmare, do you remember who you are? Di-Yang had regained some of his senses, but the killing intent in his eyes still seemed like a dancing flame. Of course I remember, you're double. Nightmare rambled. You knew and seduced my mother? Empyrean was infuriated as his chest rose and fell violently as he loudly questioned. Don't speak so harshly, the groom is in love and the concubine is in love, the old emperor is dead, isn't it normal for me and little Yu to form a Dao couple? After Night Underworld finished speaking, he didn't forget to pinch Chasing Moon's pointed chin and asked mischievously, Little Fox, do you think my husband is right? Chasing Moon was currently wrapping her arms around Night Hay's waist, cuddling in his arms like a little woman, not looking at Di-Yang at all, nodding her head vigorously with a pouty flavor in her softness. Husband, as long as you don't abandon me, whatever you say is right. Boom! Di-Yang felt as if a muffled thunderclap had exploded in his head, a sharp pain instantly sweeping over him, and the veins on his forehead burst out like earthworms. Little Luna? A little fox? The mother's pampered look was something that even he had never seen before. From the beginning to the end, the mother did not look at him, in the man's arms as good as a docile kitten, that look cannot leave each other for a moment. Is this the same empress who once held the world in awe? Is this still the same imperial empress who never gave a second glance when she saw a man? Mother, you are the mistress of 9,990,000 worlds, your position is looked up to by all beings, how can you be pampered in the arms of a man? De-young completely roared out, his voice tearing at his heart. He couldn't figure out why his mother was like this. In his perception, his mother shouldn't have any thoughts about men, even if she thought about men, she should secretly search for some beautiful men, while his mother was like an emperor choosing a consort, with the beautiful men kneeling in front of her and begging for favor. Taste it and then kill it, without generating any love. So what? Chasing the Moon finally looked at De-young, but she still pressed her back into Night Hei's embrace, and even took the initiative to place the man's hands on his waist, allowing the other party to wrap his arms around her before she said with a blissful look on her face, those halos are nothing more than a drop in the ocean compared to my man. Not to mention the mistress of a star realm, even if the heavens and the worlds were given to me, if I didn't have my husband by my side, this palace wouldn't care. Yanger, since you've seen it, then mother won't hide it from you. From now on, Night Underworld will be your father, and when no one is around, you will call him father, so kneel down and perform the father-son salute now. Mother, now that the entire Nine Suns star region knows that you are pregnant, my child would like to know if the child is father's or nightmares? De-young didn't kneel, but asked coldly. Ever since Chasing the Moon made it known that she was carrying a dragon heir, and that she was going to hold a universal feast, the entire Nine Suns starfield now knew all about it. I can't say that every house is decorated, but it's pretty much the same. The world lords of each world all prepared their congratulatory gifts and began to rush to the Nine Suns imperial city. Of course, these were all done by Night Hei letting Chasing Moon do it, and the congratulatory gifts he got were astronomical, more than enough to build his harem in the 100 Flowers continent, and it was still an extremely luxurious kind. The child in my belly is naturally emperor's. The emperor that Chasing Moon was referring to was Night Hei, not the old emperor, because she usually called Night Hei emperor, and she didn't directly name Night Hei because the place where De-yang appeared was definitely surrounded by divine mechanism guards or hidden dragon guards. In case they hear about it, it will affect the subsequent plan. If there was no Emperor Yang and she was the empress, the hidden dragon guards and the others wouldn't have dared to spy on her. Even so, in the past, when she was in the same room with Night Hei, a lot of strong men would be arranged around the palace, just to prevent, when the time came, someone would suspect the identity of the child. Therefore, the child in her stomach, only she and Night Hei knew it was both of theirs. And today, she missed Night Hei so much that she came out without a single escort. Mother, how can you still be so indiscreet when you have father's child? De-yang wanted to say how can you still be so flirtatious, but considering that the other party was his biggest help in running for emperor, he didn't say something so harsh. Chasing the Moon in a flash of coldness, her eyes became all cold, casting at the other party like an ice cone. Pay attention to your tone of voice, I'm your mother's empress. What's wrong with me? I'm a woman. Shouldn't I find a man? You are getting less and less concerned about mourner. You yourself have raised at least tens of thousands of women, while I am only looking for one Taoist, and you still dare to come and question me? But you're the goddess of everyone's heart. What's wrong with a goddess? Night Underworld is the only and the last man I'll ever love in my life, I'll give anything for him. Seeing his mother with no ego like this, the anger in De-yang's heart rose and suppressed, and rose again, and finally erupted, his face grimacing as he said, Mother, he's just my stand-in, a dog I've raised, a dog that can be pinched to death at any time. You're the master, how can you show affection to a dog? Sinner! Snap! The palm that Chasing Moon's spiritual energy illuminated fiercely smacked De-young across the air, a flash of blood in his eyes at the same time, killing intent following him. I'm warning you, if you dare to say a dirty word about my man again, I'll personally smack your head to pieces. Let me tell you clearly, it wasn't Nightingale who seduced me, it was me who seduced him, and it took a lot of effort to do so. Dog, hurry up and kneel down for your father. Otherwise, you can never expect this palace to support you as an emperor. At that time, it was true that Nightmare didn't want to sleep with her, and she ended up using even the Winx Bloomflower. As for what she said about supporting De-young to be the emperor, that was impossible because the emperor could only be the child in her womb, and saying that was just a shock to the other side. She and Night Hei had already discussed that when the day of choosing the emperor, they would first let De-young choose the emperor and exclude Di-Xing, and then kill De-yang before the enthronement ceremony was held, that is, before De-young took control of the divine mechanical guards and hidden dragon guards. As for the method, Night Hei had thought of it all. In this way, according to the election rules of the Nine Suns imperial dynasty, the emperor's election would be postponed for another election, perhaps until their child was born. If not for this plan, she really wanted to try and kill De-young. The hidden dragon guards were just as strong as they were, but they might not be able to stop her from killing someone. Mother, how dare you beat me towards an outsider, and still want to kill me? Do you still treat me as your own son? De-yang was viciously jerked over onto the ground, the taste of blood filling his mouth, and blood mixed with his teeth as he spat outwards. De-yang's 4 Dao protectors stared intently at Chasing the Moon. The atmosphere of the scene was filled with an oppressive smell of gunpowder. Chapter 79, Good Swordsmanship, Hidden Dragon Guards. Do you take me for your mother? There wasn't a trace of temperature under Chasing Moon's eyes. You're hiding the fact that you have a double even from this palace, and you're secretly pulling my people together. Even if you think of me as your mother, it's not okay for you to speak ill of my man. No matter who it is, they can scold me, but not Nightmare. Yang, I'll give you one more chance. Night Underworld took a murderous step and walked towards the other party step by step, chasing the moon to protect beside him, and came to Yang's body. He grabbed the other party's hair, and the smile at the corner of his mouth slowly pulled up. I'm a person who never counts with me, so wouldn't I be even worse off? You said I'm a dog. Yes, I'm your cannon fodder. That's not because you're afraid of death, afraid that even the hidden dragon guards can't protect you. That's why you lured the wolf into the house. There's a saying, it's easy to invite God, but hard to send him away. If the wolf comes, how will he leave without eating the meat? Let me put it to you this way, the Lu family will listen to me, the Lei family will soon be under my control, and the desolate ancient Holy Land will be at my disposal. In addition to these three, there was also the Yui family, and the Buddhist temple. One word from me and they won't support you, go support the other princes. I, the cannon fodder, have gone to great lengths for your position as emperor. Would I have cared if I wasn't your stepfather? Saying that, Nightmare smacked a big mouth on the other party's face, and the four Dao protectors were about to step in, but they were stopped by Yang raising his hand. The Night Underworld reversed another big mouth before continuing. If you still want to be an emperor, you have to give me a statement on this matter today. Kneel down and kowtow 100 times, I won't bother with you in general. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Helping the other side to take over the emperor, how is that possible? He said that so many people support him. Of course, there is a component of blowing powerful, but it is not completely blowing. The Lei family board, only missing to implement the plan. The Lu family has Lu Ruyan. The problem is not too big. The Buddhist temple half and half. The Yu family to take the Yu Meng, and then take some trouble to do so. It was not good for the desolate ancient Holy Land to say, after all, he had killed Shadow Charm. In theory, if Mystic Shirt had sought him out to enter into a love affair, he shouldn't have refused. Once a woman plants a red dust seed, her favorability will go straight to 100, and that's all cultivation and villainy points, so who's going to mess with cultivation? But if the woman came back in a month, when the killing of ruthlessness had come to fruition, he wasn't going to let the other man into his love, and this reward would be considered a no-go. He could accept that kind of reality from Magic Dance, but kind of couldn't accept that kind of thinness from Mystique. In fact, thin, cool or small matter, as long as the conquest of this woman, the other party's life can be given to him, the main reason is still that day, the mysterious dress is not trying to enter into the love of him, absolutely will kill him. This was the most unacceptable thing that Night Underworld could do. Ha ha ha, do you think I'm looking for you to be my double because I'm really afraid of other emperors killing me? Yang laughed maniacally, the bottom of his eyes extraordinarily bizarre, with the hidden dragon guards around, no one can kill me yet. You, on the other hand, won't be long before you're dead. If you are sensible, you will leave my mother and support me to sit as an emperor, and I will still consider sparing your life. Otherwise, you're dead. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you've taken care of my mother and have her as your backer, not even me. Jia. As long as I tell the truth about you two sons of Eos, when that time comes, Chasing Moon won't be the Imperial Empress, and you won't be the Imperial Secretary, so who's going to protect you? Yang's eerie laughter caused a deathly chill to well up in Night Hei's heart. Looking at the other party's demeanor was by no means nonsense. There must be something in here that he didn't know about. Testing. Your little trick can't be hidden from me. Trying to get Nail and Ghost Moon to kill me during the selection of geniuses? Do you think she can kill me? Ha ha ha. After Yang laughed triumphantly, he looked at him like a little cutie. Like looking at Nightmare. Just don't test me. Do you think I'll tell you? Are you going to say it or not? Chasing the Moon just tightened his brows, and the air around him instantly froze. She was really anxious. Looking at Yang's appearance was by no means a joke. If she didn't find the cause, her man could really die somehow. There are so many races and worlds in this realm that it's not at all surprising that there are some outlandish things going on. What if I'm going to keep it to myself? Yang stared provocatively at Chasing the Moon, his gaze as cold as a viper's. If you don't tell me, I'll kill you now. Chasing the Moon's face was stoic, and his killing intent was like electricity. Come on, kill me, I beg you to kill me. Yang was like a madman who had lost his mind as he said with a grim expression, not to mention the hidden dragon guards, just my 4 Dao protectors, can you beat them? Good. If you don't care about your mother and son, what do I care about? The Empress is no big deal. Immediately following, Yang instructed his 4 subordinates, as long as she dares to make a move, kill without pardon. If she doesn't move, control Night Underworld here, not allowing her to go out one step in the future, and spread the word outside that the Imperial Empress has been unfaithful to the old Emperor and is cheating on me with my understudy. Yang's 4 Dao protectors were all strong people over 700 years old, 1 at the 3rd level of Sage, 1 at the 1st level of Sage, and 2 at the 9th level of Soul Sundering. However, he understood his mother's strength, and his own men might not be able to beat her, which was why he didn't order a direct hit. The atmosphere was as depressing as before a storm. Chasing the Moon pulled on Night Hei's arm and retreated a step to 100 feet away. taking out a jade pendant and crushing it. She said in a soul transmission, "Husband, what should we do? Are you sure?" There was no way that Night Underworld was going to allow himself to be passive, and trying to find the answer to his dying from Di Yang's body was simply not possible. Instead of doing that, we should kill each other and maybe find the answer. Also, the story of him and chasing the moon can't be spread. Chasing the moon nodded. The hardest thing is that Sage third layer. I just called it in, just give me some time, no problem. Worst case scenario, I can keep you safe. You don't have to worry about me. I can defend myself. The gentleness in Night Underworld's eyes faded, leaving only endless cold killing intent. Kill. The hidden dragon guards come out and talk about it. As long as I kill Di Yang, I can potentially take over for the ninth prince and not have to have a child born as an emperor, so I can't let him leave here anyway. People talked about the hidden dragon guards as being divine. He had never seen them before, so he would take this opportunity to see them. As soon as Night Underworld's voice fell, Chasing the Moon's body emitted a rich wintry fragrance that instantly filled the entire dormitory. She had pushed her 9 wintry heavenly fox body to the extreme. Her entire body was like a seductive flower on the other side of the river. Fragrant soul leader. A smile that was both seductively sinking and dangerously deadly appeared at the corners of Chasing the Moon's mouth. The trick she was using now wasn't sneaking people into an illusion, but it could pull them in and lose their concentration for a moment. That's enough time for her to kill someone. Everyone hold your breath, don't ever smell this strange scent. Di Yang hurriedly reminded the four, but he was too late. Except for that sage level 3, including himself, all of them were caught in the illusion. When you reach the sage realm, one layer is one heaven. Even if a saint first layer was in front of a saint second layer, it was just a matter of a punch. Chasing the Moon was certain because she was a proud daughter of heaven, able to fight over the levels. Even if a saint was at the 3rd level, she could kill it if she was given some time. Seeing this, the old man at the 3rd level of sage hurriedly protected in front of Di Yang's body, and at this time, the 4 swords that Chasing Moon had condensed with his spiritual energy had already shot in, one of them heading straight for Di Yang. He didn't dare to slow down and resisted with all his might. In the brief moment he resisted, the other 3 swords that were illuminated by spiritual energy had already stabbed the remaining 3 in the center of their eyebrows, and the 3 of them died through without even resisting. The powerful mana aftermath caused the formations in the dormitory to instantly activate, only for the place not to be flattened. Chasing the Moon at this time began to fight the old man at the 3rd level of Saint with all his might. The old man was very passive because he couldn't let Chasing Moon kill Di Yang and had to resist Chasing Moon's attacks. As the two fought, Di Yang was exposed to Night Haze line of sight. He took out the red dust immortal demon sword, gripped the hilt tightly with both hands, and fiercely mobilized his spiritual energy from the 9 shin veins in his dantian, which traveled along the meridians like a bolt of lightning running through his entire body, and finally surged into the sword. Immediately following that, the immortal demon sword let out a low buzzing sound, as if responding to its master finally remembering it. With Night Underworld's full force slash, a dazzling sword light instantly cut through the void in front of him, just like a gorgeous Milky Way pouring out. This was precisely that earth-shattering sword that leveled the 4 seas. Only to see that countless sword chi was like a raging golden torrent, rushing and flying with a mountainous momentum, heading straight for Di Yang. Each sword chi seemed to tear the entire world apart. No matter whether it was a mountain or an ocean in front of them, they would all look incomparably small under this sword, as if they could easily be chopped in half. Scum, how dare you! The old man at the 3rd level of Saints realized that it was too late to save Di Yang and let out a thunderous shocking cry. Are the hidden dragon guards just legends? Seeing that the sword chi was arriving in front of Di Yang's body, Night Underworld did not see the hidden dragon guard. Just as his thoughts were born, the next instant, the sword chi of one sword leveling the 4 seas disappeared without a trace. Subsequently, a magnificent figure that topped the sky appeared not far in front of Di Yang. He was dressed in black robes and wore a golden mask on his face, which had a pattern of 7 dragons, each of which was lifelike, as if it would leap out in the next moment. Good sword play. The man's low, dark voice contained signals of extreme danger, and his eyes that looked at Night Haze seemed to be imprisoning a wild beast. Wow! First time I've ever received a gift as big as a roll call. Thank you very much, Rowan and Tulip. And master of the Tang clan, born on the beach all by the waves, and all of your majesties for their rewarding gifts. Thank you for the hypes, the milk tea, the kudos, and for the love.